Peace, everybody. It's Friday. Um, I don't think people are used to me getting started exactly on time. you know, Sometimes every now and again, got to switch it up, keep people on the toes, but also um, give folks a minute to come and populate. Salute. But yeah, I am two devices down right now. I've got two laptops that need repairing, so I'll be doing this live from my phone. Hope it sounds good. Hope it all works out. But wowee, it's Friday once again. Second month, first of the first quarter of the year, 2024, and it's a wow. People are really feeling antsy, a little anxious, right, about what's going on in sport, I think. And we're gonna be their oasis, a little safe haven, so they can get out. Oh wow, Blaze, long time or loves it. Well, you know what? I never said it. My glasses are not on. Loves a, there it is. Haven't been in a minute. Cool. Yeah, thanks for the feedback. Love. Yeah, I saw. I was in one of these like on somebody's channel, and I can't remember who it is now, but Real Rap was in there. Chief Real Rap was in the comment section, and I hadn't seen him in forever. Oh, right, it was something about the Bible. I can't remember what the hell it was about. I don't remember what that thing was though. We're talking about what the historicity of Jesus, and the whether or not the Bible should be seen as allegory or taken literally. Right. Just kept going into that thing. But anyway, let's keep it pushing. Um, let's get back to this boxing stuff. I it's my thumbnail would give you the impression that the thing. But anyway, never mind. It's just it is what it is. Right, Tyson Fury, Usyk, in the most anticlimactic news that I've heard about a big fight not happening next. I think David Avenesian versus Bud was a bigger shock to me than this fight not happening next. But yeah, we got Tyson Fury, we got Shakur and Spence maybe retiring. That's what the word in the curb is. We have what else? Man, Subriel Matias is now the biggest name in boxing, right? He's bigger than everybody. Um, the Saudi guy, Mr. I'm going to put on the best fights. I mean, whatever. If you think AJ versus Ngannou is the best fights, okay, whatever, bruh. I'm not gonna Canelo didn't make the thumbnail just because I am not. They haven't done they haven't corroborated the idea that he's fighting Charlo next. But if he's actually is fighting Charlo next, then yeah, he needs to be on this thumbnail too. But just where all these guys who are supposed to be the saviors, the faces, the heroes, how just like um how is using what fans want to whatever, play with their emotions, clicks, stay relevant, be promoted. Pretty lame stuff as far as I can tell. Um, it's it and of course we have the perennial phantom. Always shows up, always shows out, brings a spice to our streams. Like I said, I don't know if he always means what he's saying, but um, you know, I'm willing to entertain it. Hope all is going well with you. Hope you've had a wonderful week, Phantom. How you doing?
All to the good, all to the good. I didn't want to interrupt your spiel and get it all out.
Yeah, I'm just getting started. Just letting people come on and get in the building before we like start going in depth about stuff. But yeah, Tiafimo and Ortiz is the next fight on the docket. I think that's on my radar. I know you like women's boxing, so Serrano's coming up too. Um, that's pretty cool. I'm just not, I'm not as sold as you are. Are you just
12
as glad
threes,
that you won the
12
round?
threes, bro. 12
Yeah.
threes.
Yeah. Well, actually, that does intrigue me, so I will be watching that. We'll talk about that stuff. Um, yeah. Uh, was Usyk versus Hergovic? Not really excited about that as a replacement, but whatever Usyk needs. Hergovic has been around forever. I'm not mad at the fight. It's just if somebody tells you they got some champagne for you and then they give you Kool-Aid, it's not that Kool-Aid isn't something you wouldn't drink, but it's not something you'd ask for. you know. Yeah, yeah. I don't know what to tell people, man. It's like, uh, wow. Shakur Stevenson, yes, Shakur, the guy who says I didn't turn out down the fight. I just went a different route. Now says because people won't fight him, he's retiring. I guess because he's not getting fights. That's kind of interesting. Oh, Leonard Ellerby, right? Can't forget Leonard Ellerby. Um, dispelling all of the, I guess, the rumors that the money team weren't still calling the shots in Tank's career. Came out talking about we gonna do what we do vis-a-vis Tank's career. He didn't say Tank's gonna do what Tank's gonna do. He said we're gonna do what we're gonna do. So, um, Leonard Ellerby comes out to lower expectations, and I think a lot of the divide on the whole Tank legacy, Tank next fight, who should bow down to Tank, how whatever. I think that's kind of heating up. It's kind of weird to me, and we'll get to it when there's more people around and we start, reading the roll calls and all that shit. But it's very weird to me how in tuned um people are. Well, Tank, like extreme Tank fan, like the kind of Tank fan that throws shade on Devin Haney, Devin Haney fans, Bill Haney, Shakur Steven, like those kinds of fans that instead of ever critiquing Tank, it's always the other guy's fault. They're really very good. They're meticulous at finding out or highlighting whatever could be perceived as negative when it comes to Devin Haney or Shakur Stevenson. But when it comes to Tank Davis, they somehow have a blind eye. Somehow there's a rock in their shoe, like the sun's in their eyes or something. I don't know. I don't get what the whole deal is. Very happy to see it. Okay, we got rolling with the punches.
What up,
Um,
dude?
joining
Yeah.
joining the stream. What's up? What's up?
What's up?
Roland,
What's
you
up?
know the tavern's open, right?
I, no, I didn't. I mean, I didn't know. I just got out of work, man.
Oh, okay. Just letting you
Yeah,
know
but
they
I'll be
open.
over
It's
there.
jumping over there. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a
So,
tavern. Yeah.
so, so,
I definitely. I ain't jumping
Phantom's
on because you guys were talking about
Phantom's
Tank either.
contribution to the stream is going to tell other panelists to go somewhere else. Awesome.
Damn, I can't
Cool.
I
fucking hear
just
again,
said
man.
the tavern is open, bro. God damn.
Thanks a lot for that. Thank you for that public service announcement. What you got
Hey, but
going on, Roland?
shit, man.
Happy
Why the fuck
Friday.
can't I ever hear and shit, man? That shit be pissing me off, man.
Can
You
can
guys
you
ever?
hear us, Roland?
Yeah, but like really low. It happens sometimes and shit. I'm gonna jump. Look, I'm gonna jump right back on and off again, man. I'll be right
Okay,
back.
yeah. Try and
Yeah,
hit the
because
tavern link, bro.
that normally fix it. No, I'll be right back. You guys are fucking stupid. Yeah,
Yeah. That's pretty good stuff. Anyway, yeah. Uh wow. So, um Tim Zoo and Keith Thurman, they had their press conference. Um, Keith Thurman said, went in depth on Devin Haney. It was kind of funny. A little bit hypocritical. A little bit. I don't know about his self awareness, but
There we go.
we can listen to the sound of that one.
That's better.
Yeah, what happened?
No, that's better. I can hear you guys now. You.
Oh, wonderful.
Well, yeah. Otherwise, I wouldn't be on here, fucker. I wouldn't be able to hear. Anyways, what you guys saying? Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I was wondering why you'd leave. Let's see, and yeah, I'm trying to think of what else is going on, like off the top of my head.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's about it, and that's whatever else you guys want to talk about.
Hey, I really do want to talk about the Rolly Romero. I mean, we not talk about it long, but man, I think that's gonna be a good fight, man. Versus Usyk. Yeah, what you guys think about that fight, man? Like, true, like, you guys think it's gonna be a good fight or what? I think it's gonna be like it could possibly become like a fight of the year type of shit. Because it's gonna be as they say, electric or fireworks, electricity.
Who's Rolly's new trainer? Does anybody know? Because Coach Bully got the shot. You know what I'm saying? He got shot up out the spot. Who's Rolly's new trainer?
Somebody, yeah, his coach got shot up, like literally, like shot up.
Yeah, he got shot up in Vegas. I think he's crippled, paralyzed for life now. Yeah, whatever.
Man, get the fuck out of here! You don't play around like that.
Man, are you yada some life threatening injuries? Wait a minute. Wait. Where is this coming from? This is the first time hearing of it.
No, I'm speaking metaphorically, but yeah, Coach Bully's gone. I was play on words with his name. God damn, bro. Keep up.
Hey.
Break news and then be all like he
Yeah,
got
of course.
shot. Bullet got shot because then it just could be irony, right? It could be justice. But what did he just get fired or what? Or he quit? What happened?
Yeah, Rolly canned his ass, and he's basically saying like the higher ups don't want him training Rolly because maybe I don't know they think somebody could do better or some shit. But yeah,
So what you're saying is Bullet got fired, and then that would just be you could have just left
correct.
it right there. Still funny, still play on words, and we would have got the same
No,
deal.
Adam says, great.
oh, that wasn't good enough. Wasn't good enough for me.
Hey, shit, mine was better than yours, motherfucker. But I should that would have been the title of my video. Bullet got fired. Bullet gets fired. That's it. Fired Bullet.
All right, so my bad. I couldn't hear my.
What'd you say?
I had to switch over some clothes and shit. Man, hey, so what happened? So who's the trainer in y'all? What's going on?
Bullet. Rolly's trainer's name was Bullet, and he got fired. It's not that deep. Nobody's looking forward to this fight, but you really.
People are looking forward to this fight, bro.
These are like C-level fighters.
This is gonna be a good ass fight. What are you
belt.
talking about? This fight's gonna be. Hey, this fight might steal a card. No bullshit. In fact, who's fighting on the main card? I forgot. Oh, Thurman and Zoom. Hey man, this card's gonna be the shit. Hey, it's hard to be the shit. Just off them two fights, man. Seriously.
Are you gonna pay for the pay-per-view, Rolling?
Yeah, I mean, well, I the Fire Stick is available, but no, I mean,
Are you gonna support the Prime, bro?
Would I support the fight if I had the money? Which I could have springed it, but yeah, I might, man.
What's up, Cesar? What's up,
Wait,
Michael?
no, I'm not
That's
going to. I
bro.
can't. Amazon Prime shit. How does that work? What's going on with
Okay,
that?
so well, it's first time pay-per-view event is on Amazon Prime, right? But if you're already an Amazon Prime member, you just gotta order the pay-per-view.
Okay, so what if you're not a member? How do those steps take
Now
place?
that I'm not 100% sure on, but I know Amazon Prime membership is only $12.99 a month.
Well, let's give the people something to be enlightened about. Let's figure it out real fast. $12.99 a month. That ain't that bad. But I'm not for Amazon Prime, but for the devil. So let's pass on Amazon Prime. But let's check it out. This cable company thing. I mean, how does I know it's playing? But hey, will you be able to order the fight from like traditional cable?
I don't believe so, Roland.
No pay-per-view off cable. Shit, no satellites off. I mean, all satellites, no Earth satellites. I'm saying it's running all off of satellites from the sky. No landlines. You know what I mean? Like, damn, that's crazy. Shit. I see. I mean, I don't know, man. I ain't gonna buy it. Fuck it. I don't support Amazon Prime, man. I don't support. I'm just
How do you
support Amazon
not
Prime.
support getting packages like within 12 hours, bro? How do you not support
Hey,
that?
hey, because it's fucking modern day slavery at their damn shops, man. Like building the fucking Hebrews building the Egyptian slave, whatever the however you want to call it.
Yeah, the
You know what I'm saying?
complete
Hey, man,
total
it's some
logistics
bullshit,
company has
man.
fucking sweatshops in America. Yeah, but yeah,
Yeah,
bro.
man, it's true though. I mean, but that dude's a piece of shit anyways. I think the dude who owns Amazon Prime, I heard he was a piece of shit. And you know what's
So
even
that's
crazier
why
though?
you won't buy the fight. Okay, I respect it, bro. I respect it.
No, no,
No,
but hey,
no,
but
but
honestly, even crazier because
Well,
that's
I
what we
mean,
do.
it's not like the guy who owns Popeyes out here doing God's work, right?
No, first of all, Papa's is a franchise, and I don't know. I met the man. He seemed like a cool cat. He's fucking springed in for a
No,
new.
you talking about the guy that runs your particular thing. That's a manager.
No, I'm talking about the owner, but the owner, the actual
there's an
owner.
owner of his Popeyes franchise, and he thinks he's cool, so that's why Roland works there. Don't
Right.
you
I'm
get it,
talking
bro?
about the owner of
Right. He's
Popeyes,
a
not the
cool
owners
cat.
of that franchise.
No, he's the owner of this franchise, yes, and a
Right.
couple
But I'm
more
talking about the owner of
Popeyes.
Popeyes, not the owner of franchises.
Oh,
No,
that
no, he's
dude's
not the
probably
owner.
That's what
long
I'm
He's not the
saying.
dead.
What
original
they
Huh?
do is they
owner.
hide behind layers, but
He's
it's
not the
not like they're out here doing
original
God's work.
owner, but no, he bought into the Popeyes fucking corporation. I mean, the franchise. I'm sure corporation, whatever you want to say. He paid all that money, which I heard is like I hear like it's like $100,000 just to. I hear it's a lot of money. It's just nuts. Hey, but he did it for a couple of them too, and that motherfucker still be working and shit. He'll still go in that bitch and change the hot water like the. You see him up there crawling them up, crawling through the little, like hire the little not duct, but to get to the fucking roof. You know what I mean? Like he'll be up there doing shit like that. Like, hey, I get a problem though. Hey man, I
Yeah,
appreciate you.
yeah, yeah,
You're
for
you're
sure.
a real
So,
dude.
Roland, you're more of a grassroots type of guy. So, if the pay per view was on BLK Prime, would you buy it?
Yeah, I mean, well, it be okay. Yeah, because they don't want to track this for being all bullshit,
Yeah. See,
right? I mean, I'm serious. Like, and not just that, man. Amazon Prime be having some weird ass shows, man. Them motherfuckers be trying to mislead the people.
Too big to support. I got you.
Nah, heck no. They're on some bullshit. Like the do it is, and then not just that, their
Guess what?
show is
Guess what? Forcing
they got
poor people
shows.
to give you $100,000 to put poison other poor people is not doing God's work.
Hey man, hey,
No matter how cool you think that guy is.
there's go go. Hey, Popeyes is not fucking cheap. Dude. What are you talking about? Motherfucker be man, that shit be costing some money. Straight up. People they got money when they go up to Popeye, man. Trust me. These people got money. They don't look like your typical slouch. I mean, not saying who knows what a typical slouch looks like or anything like that, but
do
nah,
you
man.
get to eat the leftovers like at the end of the shift, Roland, if you want to?
I mean, that's your traditional, restaurant. You know what I mean? That's how it's supposed to be. But you got
Right.
some people that are just fucking they're foul with it. So they be
So,
like,
when you eat the leftovers at Popeyes, do you call that the Devin Haney special, or do you have a particular name for it when that happens at the end of your shift?
yeah, that's good shit, yo. I love it. Yeah, no, I think it's Haney special. Nah, just bullshit. I love Haney. Haney my dude.
Facts,
I
facts.
respect that. I respect Haney, man. Dev. I respect Devin for whatever he do. Heck yeah. But it's funny shit. But I mean,
Yeah, man. I mean,
it ain't leftovers, bro.
I
It's
guess it's
fucking
either
it's
leftovers or
food.
retirement, right?
It's not
All the good fights
leftovers,
have already
man.
been
It's
taken.
food. It's not leftovers, motherfuckers. We talking about it's food. Like that shit ain't leftover from nothing. Ain't nobody
I
even touched
mean,
it.
who's out there?
Leftovers is because
You already did
somebody
the Loma
touched it
thing.
that they consumed off of it. This is
You
free.
know,
This is like untouched, cooked ass, good ass food, man. What are you talking about? And you'd be a fool not
what are
to
you
take
talking? Are
it.
you still talking about Popeyes? You're still
Man,
talking
I'm
about
saying no,
passing
no,
up
no, no. I'm
Popeyes
saying
as
the
food?
concept. I'm talking about the concept of leftovers and, and,
So,
and, in restaurants. In restaurants, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about, man. But no, you're absolutely
well,
right
I
though.
mean, leftovers can be good food, but they not necessarily. But
Left, I
it's really
mean,
just a bunch of spoiled people. I don't know. They want to big up a bunch of Tank bullshit by saying if Tank fought him first, then that means you're leftover. I don't know. Whatever. I don't get it. I think it's
I don't
just
know.
protecting
All I
Tank.
know is
I
Tank
think that's what
eat
it
that
is. I think it's
Popeyes.
like Tank
Probably
needs
a
a force
stronger
field.
man.
He needs a bubble wrap. He's too little. His arms are too
I just
short. He can hit like he's the best thing going that needs protection from everything.
I do have to stop eating
Yeah,
that
I
shit.
just think that if Haney were to partnership with the
Yeah.
Popeyes Corporation, he could have his own meal called the Haney Special, and it's just leftover chicken at the end of the shift, bro. So I'm fucking saying, I think this is a
Well,
winner chicken
chicken
dinner
leftovers.
here.
It's like calling his opponent's chickens or
Ooh,
leftovers, which they're
chicken's
not
good
either
though, y'all.
one. Like it's
Chicken's
like
healthy.
it would be like saying
Chicken makes it better.
Tank should be have have a special at a Pollo Loco for the next the next
Crazy.
beans and rice eater he's gonna knock out. Like what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Yours sucks, bro. Yours
I
sucks.
don't
Bro,
think
what are
I
you
don't think
talking
it was
about,
nothing
Smoke?
racial behind Phantom's original statement. I think you took it very at the
Okay,
end.
hold up a second. Let me let Walker
You
let
was
him die.
just talking about Danny special with Popeyes.
Yeah, what's up, Marky? What's up, Marky?
What's going
Yeah,
on, Marky?
I'm
Uh,
still like yeah, we're going to the Super
I'm
Bowl.
blessed. I'm
I'm
blessed.
still lighting the candle for your Eagles though.
Oh shit.
It was
I
cool.
hope
It did start off. They started off with so much promise and so much hope.
get the smoke. I hope that you burn in hell. I hope that the Niners lose the Super Bowl, and yeah, that's all I have to say about that.
I'm wishing
I hope
So what
you
are
well.
we
burn
I'm
talking
in
about?
saying
hell,
I
Smoke.
feel for you because I was like, okay, the Eagles.
No, you don't. You're a bastard.
I do. I do. I do. I mean, I'm saying, I'm sure that even though you're a big Monster Inouye fan, you felt kind of badly about it, Nonito, and you're a Nonito fan just because, Monster knocked him the fuck out. It's not like you don't like Nonito.
Mm.
Yeah, I like him. I like the
I
Eagles.
love
No
him anyway.
problem.
Man, look,
I mean,
The Eagles
the
never been
Ron
the
got
Eagles
it.
wrong man to
are
No
me.
need to. Anyway, it's cool. Keep on
Anyway,
going.
I think hell is
man,
on
the
earth.
Eagles. Look, we are gonna be back. We got the coordinators this season. Look, the Niners. Y'all got it. Y'all got it.
Yeah,
I can't even lie. Y'all got the talent at every position. I'm not even gonna hate no more, Smoke.
Niners should have lost
Y'all
to
are
the
it.
Lions.
But y'all
Well,
ain't beating the
definitely going
Chiefs.
to the dance.
That's
We're
all the
definitely
fuck
going to the
matters.
dance. I don't know what the hell Fandom was doing. He's like saw some odds and decided he's going to pick against his home state. I don't know what the hell that. I know what that's about.
The Lions
What
blew
you
the
pick
fucking
against your
game, bro.
boy?
They
Man,
blew the goddamn
what
game.
are you even talking about, man? That is crazy.
Yeah, that was some fun. That was a real
Nah,
fun
but
game.
Probably
you
gonna
just
bet
gotta
against
respect
them in
the
the
playoff
Chiefs with
run
the
that the
Chiefs
Niners.
too. Shit.
Well, I
Nah,
mean that's
but
not a
you gotta
bad bet.
respect the run that the Niners is on right now because they had that whole narrative that their head coach was 0-29 when trailing in the fourth quarter, and it's been two fourth quarter comebacks. So you gotta get them folks their credit, Phantom. Stop being like that.
No,
I
I
mean,
mean
A
the
here's the
busted
thing.
Lions,
bum.
Like, have you
they
noticed that
got out
whenever there's
coached.
some
Yeah,
some negative like tank news, all of a sudden you got to hear some Devin Haney jokes? Like, what's up with that? Like, why can't you guys ever just be like, yeah, let's acknowledge the fact that Tank Davis is no longer with the money team is probably bullshit.
Yeah.
why are you saying that? Because Leonard B opened his nose and some words came out, bro. Is that why?
Well, also Leonard was at his last fight and he keeps talking about that weed shit.
Yeah,
And
let
everybody's
him
getting
clout
pumped up,
chase all he
and
wants.
the butt of and it seems like all the animus behind making Devin Haney jokes is to cover up what the hell Leonard Ellerby is saying.
Right. I mean, you
Or
hear the
Tank Davis.
nose, and you believe it, right? But I know what's really going on. Niggas are irrelevant without Tank, and they're clout chasing. What the fuck is the money team without Javante Tank Davis? Fucking nothing,
Okay,
bro.
so wait a minute. Why is he saying what? Why is he talking? Why is he using the word we?
I just told you why. Stay connected to Tank, nigga. Ask the
Okay.
Haney's
So,
why
but
they
why
do
is
what
Tank
they
not
do.
saying
Like,
there's
what
no
the
we?
fuck?
So okay, so wait a minute. So you're willing to bet that Leonard Ellerby won't be at his last? He was at Leonard Ellerby's at his last press conference. What are you willing to bet that Leonard Ellerby won't be at his next one since he's
It
a cloud
depends.
chaser?
It depends. I don't.
Depends
Here's
on
the
whether or
thing,
not he's
bro.
cloud
Here,
chasing,
no.
or
Here's the thing,
there is a
bro.
we.
It depends on whether Tank wants him there or not.
Right. So if he
That's
wants
the
it there, then there's
difference.
a we.
Yes, and if
Okay,
he
cool.
doesn't
So
want
that
him
would
there,
be
then
him
there's no we.
cloud chasing.
Okay, because where was the we in Hector Garcia fight? Where was the
I'm
we
saying
there?
that where was he there? Or I think he was there
I
too,
didn't
right?
see Leonard Ellerby. I didn't
Did he
see
say anything
Floyd.
about
No,
it?
the niggas were nowhere to be found,
I
bro.
mean, I don't know. What he's saying we now, and you're saying that he
But
could say
all of
we
a
in the
sudden,
future.
the biggest
I
fight
Well,
think Leonard
oh,
was in
so
the
he
this
building.
is
I'm not sure if
is
he was part of the
everywhere.
promotion
well, this
or
is
the.
an interesting
Clout
thing because
chasing.
now we're saying
Clout
that
chasing,
like
bro.
I mean I hear you. So we're saying because he wasn't at one fight that means for every other fight he's clout chasing because he wasn't at one.
Yeah, because wasn't he at
But
every other fucking
he
fight
hasn't been there.
when
Hold on,
Tank
fellas,
was
hold
under
on.
contract? Wasn't he at every other fucking
I'm
fight?
saying, but
I'm glad you just came,
Hold on,
Sheldon.
when you said he
fellas.
Like,
wasn't under
because
contract, he was
at
still
this
there.
Hold
But
point,
on.
his
I
last
could
fight, was
not
he
give
under
a fuck
contract or
about this
no?
Tank shit.
Was he under?
Hold on, fellas. We got to pay respect to the greatest heavyweight of all
Go
time,
ahead, Sheldon.
Apollo Creed. He passed today.
Oh damn,
Yes, sir.
that's what they were talking about.
Rest up, fam.
Yeah,
Carl Weathers dead, huh? Damn.
yeah. He passed today, 74. He died in his sleep. I mean, you know, I got him top 20. If he'd have got that Clubber Lang fight, I might have him top 10.
See, and that's why people don't get that legacy is the difference in resume, right? Apollo
Right.
Creed, like everybody got a better resume than
Nah,
John Fury has a better resume than Apollo Creed, but who has a better legacy?
Apollo Creed.
Clubber Lang, he would have knocked out Apollo Creed at that point in his
I
career.
don't know, man.
It just
I don't
is
know.
what it is, Sheldon.
I think the
Clubber
master
Lang was
disaster
coming up them ranks. He was a ferocious animal.
I love this
Couldn't
conversation.
nobody
bro.
fuck with that man, Clubber Lang.
Now you gotta admit, Mark.
I mean, shit, we're gonna put Rocky in the Hall of Fame. Why we can't put Carl Weathers in the Hall of Fame,
Now you gotta
Sheldon?
admit,
Why
he
not?
beat Rocky. He beat Rocky the first fight. If he'd have got that Clubber Lang fight and beat him, you gotta have him top 10 all time, right?
That's dope.
Well,
Facts.
the thing is, so here's the thing. All I know about Apollo Creed is he got first he went a draw, and then he got beat by a club fighter, and then he got killed in an exhibition where the guy had no professional fights.
But you're talking about the master
Nah,
disaster.
but that you talking about the big. You talking about Drago though? Come on
Joe
now.
Frazier
Who did he fight?
You talking
I
about
get that he couldn't
a
fight somebody else, but who else did he
steroid
fight?
science created warrior that the Russians just pumped full of drugs,
Yeah. It don't
Come on,
matter.
man.
and then they
Apollo
dropped him on that
Smoke,
poor
Smoke,
black
be
man.
honest. Come on,
But that
Smoke.
dude
You
don't know
know
what he's
Joe
getting
Frazier.
into. He's like
You
he
know
was trying
Joe
to live.
Frazier ducked
Suicide
Apollo
by
Creed.
Russian. That's
Smoke.
all.
Smoke. You know Joe Frazier ducked Apollo Creed. He told you that in the ring. You know that.
Oh,
Oh man,
he
stop
just
that!
showed up. There was no duck. What?
You know
now
Joe
he
Frazier
ducked him.
ducked him.
So the question still becomes, who did he fight?
You've been ducking me a long time, Joe. You've been ducking me a long time. You heard that in Rocky One.
Yeah. That was funny though.
Yeah, rest in peace to Apollo Creed, man. Carl Weathers. Great linebacker also. Played for the Raiders in 70-71.
Damn. R.I.P. Real. Yeah.
Two-sport athlete.
I ain't know the man died, so yeah, heck yeah. R.I.P.
Yeah. So what's up with the old bait and switch? So are people done with like looking for saviors in boxing yet? Tank
They
is not going
should
to
be.
save
I
you.
mean, look,
Haney's
you
not
talk
going to
about a
save you.
guy.
Shakur's not going to save you. Tyson Fury ain't going to save you. The
We're
Saudis
talking
are
about
not
a
going to
guy
save you.
in Fury,
Tyson
right?
Fury, Usyk, none of these dudes are going to save you.
We're talking about a guy in Fury, right? If you look at Fury, you look at his resume, right? Fury took advantage of an era where we have a bunch of big, slow heavyweights that couldn't move. He took advantage of that. Look at the guys.
Usyk. This motherfucker, Usyk has had he fought 3 guys in the heavyweight division.
Yeah, you're right though about that. Good shit. Usyk is.
But let's look at Usyk. Let's look at Usyk though. Usyk is gonna get in the Hall of Fame. You know why? Because he did the same thing that Andre Ward did. He went through that tournament and beat everybody.
No.
Well, he also did what Andre Ward did, is get a gold medal.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah.
You got a gold medal.
And he did what Andre Ward wanted to do.
Undefeated, right?
Andre Ward always talked about moving up to heavyweight and beating AJ. Usyk went and did that shit.
And Marky Dan, don't forget this. He beat twice a 2-time unified heavyweight champion of the world. He did that. He's first ballot in the Hall of Fame right now.
Outside of that, he fought Chaz Witherspoon. Oh, wait a minute. No, he's fought 4 guys too. Yeah, outside of that, you
James
got Chaz
Dubois is not a bad name to have on your resume either.
Derek Ward Chisora and Daniel Dubois.
Okay, so if you got a Hall of Fame class next year, you got Usyk, Wilder, Fury, and let's just say for shits and giggles,
Ryan Garcia.
No. No,
heavyweights.
No.
Errol Spence.
Let's say
Errol
for
Spence.
shits and giggles. Let's say for shits and giggles,
Luis
you get
Ortiz.
Chisora.
Okay.
Who's going in
Chisora's
first?
not getting in. Oh,
Who's
no,
going
no,
in first?
No, you said
Who's going
no.
in first?
It's all three. So only what you named four
Who's
names.
going in first?
You named four names and three people get in.
Usyk.
He said first.
Who's
though.
going
He
in
said
first, Smoke?
Usyk.
There's
Not
not
even
a
close.
first, second, or third. They're just all going together.
Whatever.
All
Who
three going
cares?
together.
Just who's gonna get the most
They're
votes
not
first?
going in.
No.
If you gotta pick-
What are you
Hold on,
saying?
if you gotta pick-
Hold on. Let's adjust the question. Because I understand what you're saying, Smoke. 3 guys get in every year. Let's say only 1 get in per year. Who's getting in
you
first?
gotta pick
If they
one,
all
who gets
retired
in?
at the same time.
Who gets
They
Yeah.
in?
all retired at the same
Let's ask
time.
that
Who is
question.
getting in first?
Usyk.
But
It has to be Usyk.
Fury, and Wilder.
Usyk.
No, is that
It
those
ain't
three
Wilder.
names? Usyk,
I
Fury, and
love
Wilder.
Wilder. I'm the main one still fighting for Wilder, damn near, but it
Huh?
ain't Wilder.
I was just talking about Usyk, Fury, and Wilder. Those are 3 names.
Yeah. Who's getting in first?
Yeah, Usyk. Like I said,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like you said, he's gold medal, went through the tournaments, 3 in, like, yeah, it's gonna be Usyk. I think though. I mean, that would be
So what were you asking,
inclination,
Sheldon?
but we could be
I'm
wrong.
saying if you
Fury's
gotta
been doing it
pick,
a long time.
you got a
Probably
Hall of
that
Fame
gold
class.
medal,
You gotta pick one guy to go in. You got Usyk, you got Fury, you got Wilder, and you got AJ. Who's going in first?
I got AJ going in.
No,
Fury.
Usyk goes
No,
in
you
over
put
AJ.
Usyk in first.
Same. Usyk still in there.
Then
Oh,
you
shit.
put
No, I'm still thinking AJ's going in first.
then you put AJ because I think Fury has just tarnished his legacy to the point where
I still think
writers
AJ
will not
AJ
fuck
is
with
what
him.
brought the entire business back.
You
Usyk is
can't
living
put
in AJ's
AJ
world.
in over
The only reason
Usyk
why
because
Usyk is even
Usyk
being
beat him
the only reason why I even
twice.
talk about Usyk because he beat AJ.
You can't put
No, that's a
AJ
fact.
in over Usyk because Usyk beat him head to head twice.
Yeah, whatever.
100%.
That don't fucking mean a damn
It
thing. Like
does.
you get like we
It
talking
That
about
Yes,
does
it
mean
does.
something, Sheldon.
Yes, it
Especially
does.
when a dude was undisputed at
all that means.
cruiserweight
Listen, all
and
that
then
means is
came
he
up
was
and
better.
took your
That doesn't
belt.
mean he gets in the
Who the
Hall of Fame
voters?
first.
And you supposed to
Smoke,
be
who's the voter?
one of the dominant heavyweights of this era. That means something.
Hall of Fame is different than better than. Because Usyk proves he's better than Hall of Fame than AJ, but he's proven that he's more of a Hall of Famer than AJ. Fuck no.
Why not?
I mean, whose legacy is better? Whose legacy is better? A
When has
two-time.
AJ been undisputed at anything? Tell me.
It's not about it's not even about that part. Like an undisputed thing is, I mean, it's cool, but cruiserweight, man, I got fun. Both of us.
Nah,
voted
you're not
for
gonna do that,
undisputed.
Smoke. They had
Voted
some
cruiserweight
tough bulls in that
Where the
tournament.
women at? I know.
They had some tough bulls in that tournament.
Yeah, none of them are getting in the Hall of Fame.
Well, that's because it's cruiserweight. Don't nobody know them guys.
Exactly. I mean,
They ain't really got no
that's the whole
notoriety.
point. How are you going to be in the Hall of Fame if nobody knows
bro.
you? That's my whole
Merritt
fucking point.
Breedis is getting into the Hall of
Well,
Fame.
come on, you're not being.
He's getting into the
Breedis,
Hall of Fame.
he ain't getting into the Hall of Fame.
He ain't getting no fucking Hall
No.
of Fame.
Shit, you must be out your
That
mind.
dude,
Merritt Breedis getting in.
the only time he fought outside of his little corner
Had he
fucking
beat if he beats Opataya, okay, fine. He might have a case. He might get in on the 5th try or 6th try,
bro.
because that's an iconic moment. But no, he's not getting in. Not with his current
Let me ask a question.
How many guys who could be in the
Let
fucking
me ask
Hall
a
of Fame
question.
and not in there?
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Is Arthur Abraham in the Hall of Fame?
Nope.
No.
You sure?
Positive. That dude fucking wasn't good. Like, how the hell is Arthur Abrahams getting in the fucking Hall of Fame?
Was he even a world champion?
Yeah, I think that's how
Multiple
that's how
times,
Ward
yes.
got his belt off of.
Abraham.
It's a good.
I remember Ward fought in this
there.
tournament.
The only guy that Ward fought in the Hall of Fame so far is Carl Frock. Kovalev might get in.
What about the dude from Sweden, Denmark?
Who's that?
Oh, the light
You
heavyweight.
talking about Huck?
Kessler, Mikkel Kessler.
You said Ho?
Oh, Kessler. No, Kessler ain't get fucking in. He's not in yet.
Kessler. Yeah, he was a good fighter, but no, he's not a Hall of Famer.
I don't think so. Yeah.
I don't think he's gonna get in. He was probably like the 3rd best 168 pounder in his era, behind Froch and
So, do you
Zagi.
guys really think that the February 17th was going to come off like before Tyson Fury pulled out? Did you guys?
Yeah,
really
they're gonna
think
stick
that
somebody
that
else in there. They'll probably stick
Yeah.
Hergovich in there. They'll probably stick Hergovich in there.
Wait. Did you say did we think it was going to go off as planned?
Yes,
Before
did you
this
think that fight was
whole
happening
eye
on
injury.
February 27th before you heard today
Static,
that it was
static,
canceled?
static, static,
Yes. Are you kidding me, Smoke? I mean, the
static.
man, they were gonna put $100 million in his pocket. Even Tyson Fury is not so much of a
Okay, well,
bullshit
like, what
ass
makes
nigga
you
to
think
walk
they're gonna
away
put
from
$100
that.
million in his pocket and
Hey,
then he
Shelton,
didn't
go
have
on
the fight?
mute. Or
That's what they
Smoke, go on
paying with
mute.
him.
Everybody go on mute except for the talker.
Like, why
What
do
the
you
fuck
think
are
they
you
paid him
Yeah,
talking
$100
that's what they're
about,
million?
bro?
paying him, Smoke.
Say again?
I said that's what they paying him, Smoke.
Yeah, why do you think that?
It might be the location of Shelton Moore's
That's what I
camera.
read.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Because they fed you some bullshit. Like, what I'm saying is, like, while you're reading the
I can't
headlines,
hear
like,
shit. I'm sure the chat room can't hear shit.
Shut the fuck
I
up,
can
It's like
hear
Roland.
and
static.
everybody
It's like
else can hear.
static.
So just go on mute for a second, bro.
I mean, can people hear? Okay. Right.
Yeah,
So,
I can hear perfectly.
okay. Yes. I mean, I heard Dr. Moore's
I
beeper going off.
Now it sounds a little better, but I couldn't hear shit. It sounded like straight up static. I mean, I understand. I couldn't hear.
You get better reception at the tavern, bro.
No,
Try
no,
that.
you good, brother. You good. My bad.
Now
Go
it's good.
ahead.
Everything's good now. Boy, I'm serious. Now it's all
They're
good.
gonna stick,
Straight up.
they gonna stick Hergovich in that fight, bro. Watch.
Crazy.
For
Yeah,
what?
that's the
Why would
best
they do
option
that?
for Usyk right now. Go ahead and no, because that's his IBF mandatory. They're saying that if he didn't fight Hergovich a month after Fury, or excuse me, if they didn't come to a deal a month after Fury, they were gonna strip him. So go ahead, get the IBF obligation out the way. Let's go ahead and do that.
Listen, whatever. I'm not
Yeah.
even talking about. I don't even give a damn about any of that shit. The replacement fighter and all that. Who gives a fuck? I don't. Philip Hergovic is fuck. I don't think he
I
beat
mean, you never
Usyk.
know. Get the smoke. It's 2 weeks out from the fight. It could be a massive upset.
I mean, so what? So the fuck what? What I'm talking about.
Yeah, I forgot.
It's not
You and
about
Phantom,
politics. It's
y'all
not
are a
about any of
couple
that shit.
of crabby old men. You don't get excited
No, that's
for
what I mean. That's
really
not what it
anything.
is. That's not what the issue is. The issue is how anyone could think that fight was about to happen with the kind of promotion that we just saw. Like, I have nobody was talking about, like, not even the fighters weren't talking about the fight. The promoters weren't talking about the fight. The Saudis weren't talking about, like, nobody was talking about this fight. Why did fans think the fight was going to happen? That's where I'm at. Not like who's going to be
I
replaced
mean,
and all that.
they put a fuck ton of money in that trailer. Smoke.
What trailer?
They put a cool at least $15 million in that trailer.
You
The
think they
trailer for
made
the
a
fight.
$15 million trailer?
Go watch that fucking trailer, my nigga. Look
Oh
at the
my God.
CGI and the
I need
effects
for
that
you
they
to
paid for
hold
in that
up a
2-minute
second.
trailer.
Motherfucker, do you know that the first episode of Game of Thrones is like $15 million? Like, they had fucking dragons and White Walkers.
No, that's cap. It was more than that.
No, it's like 15 minute episode or something. Anyway, the first one. But my point being, there's no like, I just
You
need to.
don't
You need to see
understand the
who's
type
in
of
it.
bread the
Can you
Saudis
put a
got,
link?
Smoke.
Can I
That's the
get a link
problem.
to the trailer?
I'm gonna figure out how much it costs for
Okay,
Amazon
so you
Prime
can see
now
it.
to
So
And
get
they
shit pay per view, and if it's on cable,
shut the fuck up, Roland.
hired the
motherfuckers.
bull from the Peaky
Like
Blinders show. A couple of go ahead, Mount.
You talking about Killian? They had Killian there with his parasitic twin. What else?
No, what's
That
the
dog is
name? What's
shit,
the
Shelton.
bull's brother name?
Heck yeah.
You're talking
He's
about
born to be a
Scarecrow from the
star,
Batman
Shelton.
movie, right?
Little cutie.
Yeah.
I love me some animals, man.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even think that's 1 million yet. So who else you got?
Look at the dog. That's what's up. I want a dog, man.
Shit, they had a big ass.
Man,
They had
if you
two
have
big
Michael
ass
Bay
pirate
directing
ships
it, still not
gliding with each other. They had motherfucking giants slugging toe to toe. They brought an animator to draw some crazy shit that they put CGI effect. Bro, Smoke, that like, you're gonna see it. You're gonna.
I need a link. Just send me a link.
15
Now you're
million is a
telling me they
lot, though.
drew some shit up. They drew some shit up.
Like
And
the
that's
way it,
like
like it feels
that.
like they just took a handful of money and handed it to the studio and let it and told them just do it, just do whatever the fuck y'all do, make it
That's how the
explosive.
Saudis do it,
That's
bro.
probably
We
what the
got
Saudis just told
infinite
them.
money. But hey, what I want to know is this, Smoke. Do you have the tinfoil kufi on? Are you saying Tyson Fury did this intentionally?
No,
You
what a
think that
dumbass
Tyson
question,
Fury did it
Phantom.
intentionally? I think that there's two loaded statements you in there. You said that that if he did it intentionally, that that it's a conspiracy that he do it. Like, whatever, to think that he could have done it. Like, he could have been like, you know, how do I get out of the blame for not wanting to do this thing right now? And
How would you win?
it could be. I don't know if you've seen the movie Liar Liar with Jim Carrey, right? And the guy couldn't tell a lie anymore. He's trying to get out of the court, and he's in the bathroom going, "How do I get out of this?"
Hey,
And then he starts
Marky,
beating his own ass.
your boy's in the fight.
He
You
starts
know your
beating
boy's
his
in the fight
own
tonight, right?
ass.
Yeah, H2O.
No, Ashton Sylvie.
Yeah, that's H2O Sil. That's his name, Sheldon.
Oh, H2O.
They say he's from out there in Long Beach.
Yeah, that's what they call him.
Yeah, that's what people call him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, H2O about to come on right now, bro.
He on Pro Box?
Oh, on the zone, bro. He's the zone fighter.
Oh, we turn this shit on. No, that kid is nice. It was just a couple years back. I saw a clip of him when he was 16 years. When he was 16 years old, beating the hell out of Sean Porter. And he was a lightweight at the time. No, he was a featherweight at the time.
I don't have to put it at the blame of any fighter, right? I don't know. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, Marky Dan
Yeah,
just talks over everybody, bro. He always does that.
No, it's all good.
Yeah.
So the thing is, I don't have to blame Tyson Fury for the fact that there's no promotion of this fight, right? I looked at Queensberry. They didn't say it, but Frank Warren didn't do a damn thing for this fight. The Russians, nothing. Other Ukrainians, whatever the hell they are this week, nothing. I mean, we got the promo. I'm about to watch the promo. Thanks a lot, Marky, for that. But yeah, sorry, bro. Like, this is supposed to be like a monumental, historical fight, and nobody said anything.
So is that leading you to believe it's never gonna happen then, or what?
No, that just wasn't gonna happen. That like this idea that was happening in February, nah. Like even the Tyson Fury, like when he came out of the Francis Ngannou fight, it seemed that most people understood that the fight wasn't going to be happening in February. Like right after the very next day, most people. I thought the majority of the boxing opinion was, yeah, this fight is happening in February.
Oh, yo, Smoke Nonito slided into his commentator bag that got him up here with the zone.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
I know that's what he wanted to do. They're afraid that, like, and Rachel was afraid that he
That's
had
what's
too
up.
much of a
You
foul
don't
mouth.
need to be fighting no more.
And he's going to be talking about, like, he's going to drop too many F-bombs and S-bombs.
Shit, that's what we need, Smoke. We need somebody that talk that real talk.
I think O'Neal was going to fight a couple more times.
And apparently, if you talk that real talk, it's all cap. Right? Like, that's...
I sincerely hope he doesn't.
Bill's got to tell you guys,
I think he will, man. I think he's good enough. I think that no fight, he was winning and shit before he got clipped. All he did was get clipped, man. He doesn't do road work and shit. He don't do road work, man. No Nito. No Nacho. No Nito and Rachel, man. You got those wife in there. They're the team. No Nito, man. Come on now. Yeah, the reason why I say throw a wife in there because she was not for road work either, but he needs to just take his ass onto the streets and just run. Yeah, there's a way to run.
That's not what it is.
Nonito
fights one kind of. Nonito fights the way he wants to fight, and he has the.
No, you know what you're talking about, brother. Just listen to what we got to say.
So
go ahead, Smoke.
I ain't been talking to him, man.
Nonito has the heart and soul of a brawler, and does not have the body to do it anymore. He doesn't have the reflex to do it, and the body. He should not be brawling. He should be boxing guys at this stage of his career, but he doesn't box. He knows how to box, but that's not what he's not in it the game to like, manage it. He just wants to live. He wants to squeeze all the juice out of what he wants to do. That's why he's not going to be guys like it's just nah. He's done.
Nah,
my thing, Smoke is go ahead, bro.
Well, no, just
my thing is, Smoke. My thing is, Smoke. I just feel like anytime Nonito steps in there, he's always gonna have that chance, no matter what. He's always gonna have that left hook. Yeah. So I don't want to see him back, but if he came back, I'd watch it every single time, man. I just got love for that man.
But when you say Father Time is undefeated, that means always gets undefeated by Father Time. Like the only always is happening is
that's a fact because
it becomes not competitive.
Hey, I'll challenge that notion about Father Time being undefeated. It ain't nothing about Father Time. It ain't nothing about Father Time. It's about
Smoke has
spiritually. That's what it is. It really is. It's like you just gave up. Yeah, it got to
So
be some
you tell me
spirit at this
who's
point.
spiritually strong enough? Who have you come across is spiritually
It
strong
ain't
enough
about.
to
It's
box
not
into
about
the
being
90s
spiritually strong
and to
enough.
be spiritually
It's
strong enough to
about.
box into the 90s at the
Man,
world championship
It's not
level?
about being spiritually strong. I'm saying
no
like
No
a
Nito got a
boxer is
spirit, bro.
all.
That nigga
Yeah,
cut from a
they're
different
all
Okay,
cloth.
spiritually
did
strong.
you see the
So
You
last fight
find
that
me some. You find me somebody that could stand up to monsters, left hook to the body, and get through that shit. That motherfucker is a dog.
Yeah, that was in 2019. We're in 2024. 5
Let
years
me
later,
live.
that
Let me
body's
live in the
5
moment,
years
Smoke.
older.
Goddamn.
I mean, that fight is encapsulated for all time, but you can't transfer it
I
to
love it.
today. Fucking Monster's way better, and Nonito has declined.
Nonito's better too,
Right.
though. You know what I'm saying?
Better
Like,
at
come on,
what?
man. I mean, I honestly haven't seen him. I mean, I haven't seen him like how he looks recently. He might have gave it in. He might have gave it in. You're right. He might have gave it in, but not because Father Time. It's because he gave it in. You know, because
I know,
he,
because you want to have some
that
weirdo
was the
notion that Father Time
excuse.
can be
Father Time
defeated
is the
by the
excuse, dude.
will
It's
of
the
the
excuse.
by the strength of the
It's do you
spirit.
want to
If you don't
be
shut your fucking
disciplined?
ass
Yeah,
up, bro,
I
you know
was
what?
gonna
No.
You know
tell
what
you,
they say?
It's not
Roland.
Have
Father
you heard the
Time, man.
have you
It's
heard
not
the
Father Time.
have you
It's
I
heard
not.
the
was gonna tell
saying
you,
that the
Smoke
spirit
has
is willing but the flesh is weak?
Okay, Smoke. What kills you then? Father Time, or is it fucking deteriorating organs that kills a person? Is it? Oh,
Right, but
it's
okay, what do
I'd
you
say
think? Okay,
lifestyle
when you
kills
say
all fighters and
deterioration,
athletes
when you
more than
say
anything.
deterioration, aren't you talking about time?
we're talking about time. Yes, I'm sure
Yes. Do
everyone's
you
time is
deteriorate
different.
instantly, or does it take time to deteriorate?
You don't gotta deteriorate if you sustain your body
Okay,
how
but if
it's
you do
supposed to be
deteriorate,
sustained.
doesn't that happen over time?
Then it's not. Guess what? It's not
But
time at that point. You're not
Okay, well, is
listening.
that time at
Are
what
you?
point? Is the time that you
but
deteriorate?
You
that
can
Is
go
that's
the
a
the
time that
third
problem, though,
okay?
time.
You
Roland.
don't
No,
really
no
understand
Nito lit.
deteriorating. No, you
But
really
hold
don't
on, hold
understand
on.
what's going
If
on.
two different
The thing
people,
that
if two
happens, the
different
issue
people
that's
can
going
go a
on,
certain time,
is that
80
okay?
years old, right? Two different people, one's body's prime, one's not. Then how you still calling it time, man?
Okay,
It's
this is
not
what I'm saying
time.
to you.
I told you it's the fucking,
What I'm
it's the
saying to you,
organs. It's,
if
it's
the
what
if
you're putting your organs through. It's what you're putting your mind through,
yeah,
your
you know what you put
spirit
him through?
through.
You put him through time. That's what you're putting him through,
No, you're putting them through stress and a
and
bunch
yeah,
of
that happens over time,
dissonance, and
and
you
that's
put
what
them
happens
through
over
all
time.
kinds. No, time should teach you how to do the opposite.
The
That's why
time to do the
that's
opposite
what
of
I got
what?
said. If
Okay,
there's
cool.
two, that's why I said.
So you
That's
tell
why I
me.
said you
So
got
okay,
the
cool. So
healthy 80
wait.
year
And
old and you got the
what I want to
unhealthy 80
hear,
year old.
what I would like to hear is the person who did not stress out their body, who lived the best life, and then so that they could compete well into their 90s. Who did that?
Well, athletes,
Anybody.
Bernard Hopkins,
Bernard
he
Hopkins got knocked the fuck out when he was 40
he's
years
still
old
doing
by a
real good
journeyman.
though,
He
man.
went
Even
through the
though,
ropes. Did you see what the hell Joe
but
Smith did to Bernard Hopkins?
but he
Oh
was
my
doing his thing.
God.
He was
He
very
Joseph
went
ain't
through
no
strong still.
journeyman. That's
hold up a
cap,
second.
Smoke.
Oh,
That's
He
wait.
cap.
was still
Do you
very
think
strong,
Joe
man.
Smith
But look, man,
is one
men
of the best
fighters,
to ever do
man.
it?
Come on, they're older and shit. You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean,
Like
I
I
mean,
know
nah, but at
he's one
that
of the
time
best.
he
Holyfield,
was a dangerous contender. Like, come on, you got to
Holyfield,
give B
Correct. You
Hop
know what that
his
was?
credit at
You know what
almost
that
Holyfield.
50.
and you know what that fight was? A passing of the torch fight. You know what that means? That means the
I,
young buck
I'm
knocked the old fucker out.
and I'm just saying, and I'm going
Damn,
strictly out boxing too. You know
who's
what I'm
that
saying?
girl
Like,
on
come
the
on,
on the
man.
You
left?
know why? Because Father Time is
She's like
undefeated.
she Mexican mixed with Asian.
No, it's not. Well, if you want to put time on a boxer, in an age,
I
you know what I
know.
mean?
I
Because
mean, okay.
well,
If you
yeah,
want to
go
put the
ahead, I
spirit,
guess,
okay.
yeah, because
All I wanted,
Yo,
all
Sheldon,
I'm
you see the
asking was,
girl on the
who is
left?
this timeless boxer?
with the
Since we can't take
with the
time since
boxers,
we can't have time as a reference
I get
point,
it,
who is this
I get it.
timeless guy that defeats what I'm saying?
I mean, there's shit, man. Look at De La Hoya's faculties. He's
Yes,
still
I did look, and
like
Strong
I'm
beat the
saying,
shit out of
like
that dude.
he's
And
still.
Pacquiao beat the shit out of him.
No,
Oh my
I'm talking about
God,
like
take this bitch off the screen. Show me that ring girl.
Okay.
I'm
Hey,
talking.
Roland, you know that shadow boxing you do right now, bro? In your 80s, you're gonna break a hip doing that shit, bro. It ain't going down,
Hey,
bro.
I bet.
Phantom.
I
Hey,
bet you I
Phantom,
wouldn't
you a
do it as.
stupid
I bet
dude.
you I might not be able to do it as strong. I bet you I might not do it as strong, but I bet you if I took
No,
care of
you
my
do
body,
all
I
that
wouldn't.
twirling and swinging, bro. You are breaking shit. It's
Dude,
not going down, bro.
I
It's just
guarantee
not
you, if
happening.
I was
Hey,
taking
I'm
care
digging
of
on
my
Marcella,
body,
man.
if I was taking
Marcella's
care of
looking
my
good.
body, though, I would for sure be able to throw a powerful fucking
No,
hit,
I'm
dude.
talking about the other one. That's an
All
ugly
I'm telling
woman,
you
but
is,
golly.
there's one variable that you can always count on: time.
Taking care of your body, man.
Fucking time, man.
God,
Like
baby.
they don't care how sweet you were one day.
We can
Just
do it.
wait around
It's
long
hard. I
enough,
mean,
you
it's
won't
tough.
be as sweet.
Yeah,
That sourness,
Cornejo, yeah, she.
I'm probably gonna. Nah, I don't know. I don't
that
want to diss my girl,
sourness
but
is about to. Sugar Ray wasn't that sweet.
Sugar,
Yeah,
like
Sugar
you
she's
wasn't
said,
valid.
that sweet.
Sugar
Sugar
Ray.
Shane,
There
Sugar
you
Ray
go.
Leonard, Sugar Ray
No, we're talking about, man.
Robinson.
We're talking about, man. We're talking about professional boxers. You know what I'm saying? Having the what you call it, the attrition. You know.
Guess what? Boxer's gonna be turned into a human being.
I'm talking about. I'm just saying
Nonito's
this
not
shit.
so much flash.
Look at Sugar Ray. Like he was a great example though. How old is Sugar Ray,
It's
man?
some smoke over there for H2O2, Shelton.
He could definitely throw a
They
punch.
got Andy Cruz over there on the zone. They
Now
got
get Sugar Ray in
Frank,
there. Get Sugar Ray in there with
Floyd
better beef.
Sheffield, Kid
See what
Austin.
happens.
Nah, for us, a great example. Sugar Ray is great, dude. He looks
Okay, great.
great.
So
Fucking
you know, it's a great
everything.
example of better beef. So good Sugar Ray in there with better beef,
Right,
and then
good
let's see
shit.
if Father Time is
Better Beef is
undefeated.
a great example, man. That's a good
Yeah, I
one.
know, but get him there with better beef. Let's see if Father Time's undefeated.
Man, what the fuck? They're different ways. Shut up. I'm saying like Better Beef like that. He's everyone keeps talking about his age, and he talks about his age. Like, man, that motherfucker ain't got no age on him right now. He ain't got no clock.
I got you. But you said Sugar Ray Leonard is a great example.
Of being
Sugar
like
Ray
a
Leonard
boxer who's
retired.
like a
Sugar Ray
human
Leonard
being
retired as a
doing
light
his thing,
heavyweight
man.
champion. That was
Right.
how he retired, light heavyweight champion. The current heavyweight champion, unified, is Better Beef. So if Sugar Ray Leonard got in there with Better Beef, who do you think is gonna win?
He
Who's this
retired at light
announcer they
heavyweight.
got?
Hey, he retired at light heavyweight. Do you think? Yeah, you get adult mass as you get into your 50s and 60s, but then you start
No, do you
losing
think
it
he can
again.
beat Better Beef?
You start
You think
losing
Sugar
it
Ray Leonard can
again
beat Better
as you
Beef?
get older because you go back to
You
your
get
natural weight.
older. Wow. Now you're going to talk
No,
about the aging process.
Are y'all still
Now you
seriously
want to
having this
talk
goddamn
about
conversation?
I'm being technical about what
Yeah,
you're saying.
yep.
Ain't no way in the hell Sugar
All
Ray
right,
was
all
at his best at light
Okay,
heavyweight.
all right. You're
Come
right.
on.
So, right at his
Mhm.
best, right? So, right before
Ain't no way
Father
in
Time
hell
caught up
he
to him.
was at his best at light
Right
heavyweight.
before
That
Father
was an
Time.
asinine question. It was stupid. You know,
No,
come
I'm
on.
saying that Sugar Ray
I
Leonard
mean, he beat
and
the
Sugar
hell
Ray
out
Leonard would
of
deteriorate over
Donnie
time.
Lalonde, and
I didn't say what.
you could make an
Again, I
argument he
never
beat
said that
Tommy
you.
What
Hearn.
was Sugar Ray's
Listen,
Sugar
first
Ray's
off, I
best
never
weight class?
said
You
that
guys think?
Sugar Ray Leonard's best weight was light heavyweight. I said that's why he retired.
No good shit. But what do you think his best weight
He
class
was
was?
still pretty. He was still at a high
What does that
fucking
have to do
level at
with
light
anything?
heavyweight smoke.
I'm just curious. What like
Okay, wait a minute. Wait, hold up a second. Fucking Floyd Mayweather's best weight was 130 pounds. The hell does
right?
that have to do with him
So
beating
you
Manny
think
Pacquiao
so
and
what you're saying
fucking
you
Oscar
think
De La Hoya and
Sugar
stuff like
Ray's best weight was what 135 or some shit or
that? No, he
140
never fought
whatever.
at 135.
No,
Well,
It don't matter.
you just brought up 130 pounds, motherfucker.
What?
I'm just saying wait, where did Sugar Ray start off at? Because he never
At
started off at 130.
welterweight, but it doesn't
147.
matter where he started
Okay,
off.
cool. He never. I honestly, I assumed he started off
Doesn't matter.
at a
It's like
smaller
saying where
weight.
did Canelo start off? What does that matter?
Shit, I think his first fight was like a 160.
Cool.
Fucking
Hey,
honestly.
did you have that debate with BVO or what happened with that?
No, he didn't go live.
Yeah, what happened with that
Canelo
smoke?
had a fight like
I was looking out for
He
that.
just fizzled out.
164 early, man.
Like he's BBO.
168.
He
It
never
was
told me serious.
crazy.
No, I'm gonna give you that man phone number because we were looking forward to that debate. You got to get on the phone with my boy.
Okay.
I
I
thought
want to
so.
see
What's
you and him
happening
go
on
toe to
his
toe. I want
platform?
to see if
I
my
thought it
boy
was
had the
gonna be
booty.
on a neutral platform. What happened with
No,
that?
it's supposed to be on his. He just didn't go live.
Oh, okay.
No, he was telling. You see, this is what happens with miscommunication. He was telling us it was gonna be on a neutral platform. You gotta talk to that man, Smoke.
No, I don't have to do a damn. See, here's the thing. You guys, like this guy is the one who said he wants a rematch. Then he's the one who said I want to have it on my platform. I don't want to do it on Zone Sixes. And then he goes around telling you guys something different. I don't give a damn. But if BBO wants some get back, let BBO stop being full of shit.
Ah, come on, man.
Like it's not that deep. Like I was totally like I told him to set it up with Zone 6, and he told me that I was ducking. And now you guys are telling me to hit him up and all this. Man, get the fuck out of here.
that sounds like BBO.
I better just give my time. Just trying to chase some dude who swears he wants a rematch. Like the fuck.
Golly, man.
He wasn't prepared the first
He was
time.
telling
He's
us
not prepared right now.
my
And
boy
like, what the fuck? Like if I said, hey, let's
was
debate
telling
today,
us that
like,
you
you think he's
made
done
it. You
any
made the
fucking work?
conditions
Get the fuck
1
out of
minute
here.
rounds. You made the conditions 1 minute rounds.
Hey, I had
Is
high
that
You
what he
hopes
can't
for
said?
that
rebuttal after you
86. Yeah, that
go.
was dope.
You
Is that
put
what he
the A
said?
side. He said you put the A side on him. That's why he walked away from the fight, Smoke.
That's what he said? Yeah, okay. And because yeah, sure. Because a 1 minute round sounds like something that anybody would be interested in doing. I like unlimited time. I'm from the UFC days. I want to give you as much rope to hang yourself as you think you need to hang me.
Marky,
Hey,
listen to me,
that was a
Marky.
shit though.
Listen to me, Marky.
86 shit, that was dope.
You
Yo,
talking about
Sheldon.
a man. You talking about a man who told Smoke he didn't respect Thomas Hitman Hearns. Because Thomas Hitman Hearns hadn't fought nobody before he fought Sugar Ray Leonard. Not knowing
Oh my god,
that Thomas Hearns,
bro!
one of his
I
WBA
love that
titles,
man to death, but he gotta stop with the trolling. This shit is crazy. Now he got his name out here looking weird.
not knowing that Thomas Hearns won his WBA title from a long-standing champion in Pepino Cuevas, who had defended that
Pepino
title
Cuevas.
12 times.
All of them were knockouts.
And all of them were
not.
knockouts.
Mr. Lightning, I'm glad I saw you. Your boy Shakur.
And Hearns stopped him in 2 rounds in Detroit.
Out, man. What happened to Shakur? Now there's a guy that if he retires is not getting in the Hall of Fame. No way.
The curse of Devin Haney happened to Shakur.
Well, it depends on who he's getting up against, right? Because who is he going up against? Mikey Garcia and Nonito.
Paul Malinagi's getting in over fucking Shakur Stevenson.
You think so? Yeah, maybe.
Stop the cap.
Absolutely
Leo
not.
Santa Cruz getting over fucking Shakur. Adrian Broner's getting in over Shakur. Spence is getting over
You
Shakur.
can't get into the Hall of Fame fighting Joey Gonzalez, Oscar Valdez, and running away from Edwin De Los Santos. That don't get you into the Hall of Fame.
He's a first ballot Hall of Famer, Marky.
I think so.
Well, I mean, he might be because the media knows his name and they've been hyping him up since the amateurs. He might be.
You gotta listen to YouTube.
I don't control that shit.
You don't listen to YouTube enough, Marky. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Listen to the guys.
I mean, those motherfuckers, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Most of those dudes don't know shit about boxing.
Yeah, I mean, the way it was explained, the way I think Knockout laid it out is that you on your last fight at Top Rank, Emmanuel Navarrete might be a ticket seller. I don't think they're gonna be so quick to feed him to you to get his ass beat, and then he's nothing no more. Like, so you're gonna have to figure that shit the fuck out.
Well, they told him they keep telling him they keep telling him to do some crazy shit that degrades his brand, and he keeps doing that shit while telling him he's leaving. Like, he's fucking dumb. He's a little kid. He's a young boy that's in over his head and doesn't have the proper management or the proper team to look out for.
No, he wanted that big fight for his last fight.
Hold on, bro. Bob Arum said that Emmanuel Navarrete was a special talent and he could beat most guys at 135. Bob Arum said that out of his own mouth. So why would he be afraid to put him in there with Shakur?
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. When Shakur had the fight with Edwin De Los Santos, people were showing up for Emmanuel Navarrete. Pretty sure he noticed that and was like, well, I got a ticket seller here. I'm not just going to let him get his ass beaten and not sell no tickets. So he's going to try and milk him for as much as he can, bro.
Nah, but Shakur was upset because Navarrete's manager came out and said he was as boring as mass at 3 a.m. on a Sunday. So he said that's why we not fighting that dude. We over here, we getting our vacant belt.
And shit.
Well, it's not even that, bro. If it was money, they're gonna fight. What I'm saying is they don't want that fight because Top Rank can have a better plan for Emmanuel Navarrete that'll lead to easier fights and more money. Why the fuck would I want to fight Shakur and I'm just gonna get my ass beat for probably not a lot of money? What's the point in doing that shit?
Yeah. And the motherfucker gonna run and make the shit boring.
Because there's nobody else for him to fight?
No, you missing it, Smoke. Emmanuel Navarrete. Emmanuel Navarrete.
Huh?
Not Shakur.
And how you don't know Loma ain't gonna pivot to Navarrete after the Cambosis fight?
So everybody's gonna fight Loma. It's Loma, Shakur, Navarrete, and if they don't fight each other, who they gonna fight?
But here's the thing. Navarrete has a built-in fan base just because of his background, right?
Yeah, right.
So you put him in the ring. No, what I'm saying is you put him in the ring with anybody, it's gonna fail. Didn't he headline with Valdez?
No.
Who was the main event in that fight?
Navarrete and
shit. Like a Janabek or some other shit. I don't know.
I like to call him
it wasn't Jack. No, as a matter of fact, he was the main event. It was the fight.
No, they mainline, bro.
I did a live for that. I can tell you what it was. I can tell you if that was true or not.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you can put him in the ring and he's gonna sell tickets. They noticed
Yeah.
that. Like Shakur,
As a
not
matter
so
of
much.
fact, my bad.
Well, then, if that's the case,
Yeah,
if that's the case, if he did such great numbers with Valdez, why was his next fight on the undercard?
Because they try to shove
yeah,
Shakur down everybody's throats, but now that they
Okay,
know that's not the
wait a minute.
fucking
Hold on a
move.
second. Now, wait a
yeah.
minute.
What was it?
You know he
Valdez
just did well.
Navarrete on
So the next move is
Loma's
you make him
undercard?
an undercard.
Man,
I
come on. The
bet you,
undercard
I
shit
bet you,
dumb,
if he
Smoke.
fights Dennis Brenchek for that that WBO, he's gonna
You
be
see, that's the
headlining,
reason
bro.
why they ain't throwing good fights on the undercard because of fucking fans like, not shit like you and shit. I was saying, taking a shot at you, but like fucking ignorant ass, dumb ass fans, man, who are fucking named Smoke. It's like, why would you say that's but it's like, come on. It's like, man, no. For real, like, we need to have like more like superstars damn near on the undercard and shit, man. Not superstar, but you know what I mean? Like, but it's the egos. Not it's the egos and the pride, whatever. But it'd be nice to fucking have some, man. Heck yeah, like, that's why I do believe that Roy Romero, his pride on the line and shit. So he don't think that. But that Roy Romero and Isaac Cruz fight is gonna be huge,
Oh
man.
my God, dude,
I
stop
mean, I'm
it!
saying
It's
like,
not huge. It's an undercard fight. A
I'm
bunch
talking
of
about
C
Broly is
class
I'm
gonna
talking
get
fighters.
about
beat
huge in
within
my
an
eyes
inch
as a
of
Neither
his
one of
fighter.
those
life.
dudes So you tell me, which one is the super? Which one's a superstar? Is it Rolly or is it Pitbull?
I mean,
Because
Rolly's
you want to
almost like his
liken
own little
Navarrete
superstar.
to
He's a
Rolly and
superstar in his head.
Pitbull.
Did Broly fight in a 1,000 seat room against the old man last time?
Right. That's a thousand
The only
people. That's
time
what's up.
Pitbull has been a main
And
event
then
fighter when he was
against
the B
Jackson
side on a Sunday
Moraes, he
night.
was in like a tiny ass fucking closet. Like it was a
You guys
broom
don't think
closet.
Rolly Romero versus
I don't
Isaac
think
Cruz is
they
gonna be a
even
good
had
ass
any.
fight?
Matter of fact, that was during COVID. I ain't gonna hold that against him. But
You guys don't think that's
Rolly,
gonna be a good ass fight, though?
Pitbull, their stardom, it is so
I ain't talking about the
overinflated.
stardom.
These
I'm talking about
people,
the fight, guys. The fight. I ain't even talking about. I
Yeah,
didn't mean
they're
huge.
not good. Rolly's not good. What do you mean the
You
fight?
don't. I'm talking about the
yeah,
fight ain't gonna be good.
Uh, Okay, here's the
no,
thing. The fight.
Oh
Hold up a
man,
second.
yeah, it is,
The
it's
man.
fight
gonna be
itself.
it's gonna be one or two things. Go ahead, Smokey.
Yeah, the fight itself could be exciting depending on what the kind of shit you
It's
like.
gonna be.
But neither one of those dudes are technically sound. It's like watching the UK fights. They're both the same. They're about the same kind of I guess say what do you call it? The levels. That's the same
Level.
level of fighter. So because there's parity, there's some competition in the fight. So yeah, there could be that. But neither one of those guys are particularly good. So who gives a fuck?
I think Isak's gonna stop fucking Rolly, man. I think you guys don't understand the
Cruz
Yeah,
magnitude of this
has
everybody
fight, man.
thinks
fans.
that.
Rolly
Hold
has
on,
You guys,
fans.
hold on, Smoke.
It is what it
Hold
is,
on, hold on.
bro. They're
Listen,
gonna
listen.
fight.
Hold on,
Who
Smoke.
gives a fuck?
Hold on. Let's find out
man,
where
look, that
where
fight
The
is
the
only
fight,
going to
hold
the
on,
happen
fight
hold
one
in
or
on,
high
two
hold on,
school,
ways.
like
hold
Either
that
on,
don't
Marky.
even
Rolly is
matter.
going to
Like
get
what?
beat.
Hold on,
Either
Marky.
Rolly
Hold
is
on.
going to get beat within an inch of his life, or it's going to be an ugly ass clinch
Hold on,
warfare
Marky.
kind of fight. Go
Hold
ahead.
on, Marky. Hold on. Listen. Let's find out where Roland is coming from. Roland, what are
Yeah.
Rolly Romero's best
Motherfucker comes from
attributes?
another planet, bro. God damn.
What are his best attributes? What does Rolly do well?
Well, I mean, I like his jab. As far as like, I do like his jab. He has power. He has strength. He has strength. I don't. He don't got power, but he has strength and shit. And he's definitely awkward. And more importantly, is his mind. You know, like he'll be resound in his mind, at least in that motherfucker, to at least want to fight. Which something you want to have. You know, if you're gonna go into a fight, at least somebody on your squad. You know, so yeah, I think he makes goods of a good fight and shit, man. But Isak, I feel like Isak's almost the same way. Isaac, I feel like it's almost the same way. You know, but I feel like he actually is like more technically sound, and he's low. And he's like he tries to throw like punches like Mike. He resembles it, and he also has that spirit, you know, to just like. So I feel like he's gonna stop him. He's gonna stop rolling. I feel like it's gonna set up a big fight with whoever wants to fight Isak next. I think the last fight Isaac had was just, like, yeah, man, I'm telling you, boxers, all boxers have fights where they're just overlooking, non-prepared, whatever however you want to say it.
I feel like Latino, the people who are bigging up in Latino boxers and like how they're supposed to be the best and all that shit are I don't think their fighters are giving them anything to work with. I think it must be a really sad day for the ethno warriors, the Latino ethno warriors in boxing. Like if you have to big up the likes of fucking Rolly Romero and Yitzhak Cruz,
Man, when I
A
speak
Canelo
smoke,
Alvarez or Charlo. I heard
but,
someone trying to tell people it was Charlo's fault that the fight wasn't big enough. Like, what the fuck?
yeah, but
Okay, whatever.
there's something going to bring you more little peace and more ease at mind. Is if when you understand and realize
Navarrete.
when I speak, I ain't saying nothing from no racial aspect whatsoever. So that should bring you peace when I
No,
speak.
and shit, I don't give a damn.
Yeah, no,
Listen,
you don't understand you don't
no,
understand
what I'm
psychology.
telling you,
You
like
don't
what you're
understand
saying
how
is
to
just
feel.
nonsense. We're talking.
You don't understand how to
Listen,
feel better or feel.
we went from Navarrete's star power to the fact that you have a
Well, you
hard
know what
on for
I
Rolly
talk
Romero
about.
and
Come
ASAP
on now.
Cruz.
You know what I eventually talk about. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm just
No,
saying, like
no,
when it comes to B-side stuff, cool, whatever. You think the
you missed the
B-sides,
point,
like
Mo.
these
You missed the
fights,
point.
that like these guys are, I guess, either underappreciated or we need more bullshit fights. I don't even know what your point is for real, outside of you just want to see Rolly and Isak more than probably anybody else on earth. But that's cool. I'm not mad at it. It could be a good fight. It could be a dud. Like Pitbull could go in there and roll over him, bulldoze him, or Rolly could just knock his little ass the fuck out. Either way, I don't think it's gonna make that big of a splash. I don't know. I don't think it's actually gonna be that good a fight. To be honest, it could be a good fight, but I don't think it will be.
I don't know what you mean by good fight. What is a good fight to
I
you?
don't know,
I say good
how you
fight.
get
I say good fight.
like how you get two 6 year.
I
There's
I'll
good
tell you
wasn't
what I
technique
mean by good
asking
fight.
you. Shut the fuck up, Roland.
Well,
I was asking
no.
Smoke, bro.
Smoke said I don't know, so I feel like I had to
So
quickly
no,
jump in
what
too.
he asked was who's a good fight. I said I don't
No,
know
he
if
said
it's
when's
gonna
a
Man,
good
be a
come
fight.
good
on,
fight. I
fam.
just
Don't
said I
be
didn't know what
mean.
would be a good fight. So
Nobody be mean.
what I mean by a
But
good
what's
fight
up, Poodle? Oh no, I'm good.
so what I mean by a good
Mark.
fight in this thing is what I mean is 2 6 year old girls could give you a good fight because they're the same level, right? There's going to be competitive. There's going to be some hair pulling. So you might get a fuck you Bernice, and somebody might get kneed in the gut, but whatever. They can't
Yeah.
fight. It's a couple of 6 year old girls.
No, that ain't but that's not what's gonna happen here. You man, what's gonna
I don't
happen
know,
here
bro.
is gonna
That
be
didn't answer nothing.
some good technique. I guarantee you there'll be some good technique, and they're like, oh damn, nice, good jab and shit, good turn of the hips, good whatever, good aggression and shit. Like it's gonna be some good, it's gonna be some good boxing stuff, man. But more importantly, they're gonna be going at it,
You know
and
what's gonna make Rolly and Isak Cruz a good fight? It's
they're gonna have
very
a
fucking simple,
fierceness of
bro.
it, man.
So long as one of them gets knocked out, it's a good fight. However the fuck it
Yeah.
happens, that's
Oh
what's
Yes.
gonna
man,
make it a
that's
good fight, bro.
Cause I cannot think of two less likable characters in the sport of boxing right now.
so if they're
Pitbull
gonna be
Cruz
fighting.
just lives off of losing to Tank Davis to one fucking hand, and people like to pretend that, oh, he's the lightweight Mike Tyson and all this other bullshit. And Rolly is just a fucking retard that lucked up into a position. I want one of them to be gone from my sights. Just get them the fuck up out of there. One of them
The
They,
niggas.
dude, like Pitbull Cruz
I just
was the
good, man.
Lilliputian of the 135 division. He's moving up. Rolly Romero was the nobody of anything, and he's has a belt. Like that's. But the
I
fight,
think
I
Lil
mean,
Eyes
neither
is
one of them are
good,
that
man.
good. So yeah, it could be competitive. Like,
I don't know, man. I
Yeah,
think Lil Eyes
it's
is pretty good, man.
listen,
I
that
do.
guy
yeah.
Boros, like Rolly stopped Boros. Was that a good fight?
Barroso. Yeah, I
Barroso,
mean,
yeah.
it was a good fight. I mean, they traded knockdowns and shit like that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess.
Anyway, that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. Yeah, I guess it could be a good fight.
I think Pitbull has
Yeah, it
great
depends on how you
discipline.
look at it. Cause now, who the fuck is Barroso? A dangerous old
I'm
man
telling
who
you,
you probably don't want to get in the ring with if you don't know
I
what
don't
the
think
fuck
he's a
you're
dangerous
doing.
old man.
you guys don't know what
Yeah,
the
if you're a
heck you're
can,
talking
I think
about.
he's a can crusher because he's a can himself.
Yeah.
So why
I
is the
mean,
old
Ohio
man
Davies
back
is
to
a
what Roland was
certified
saying? Why
can.
is the old man crushing the young cans? Why is the old can crushing the young cans, bro?
I mean, if you're into
Because
crushing
they're
cans,
trash.
then cool. But I don't hang out at the recycling fucking depot. I don't give a shit.
Eh,
Yeah.
well, I'd want to see
It's
it
just
because
like what Smoke
I still
said about
think
the 2 6-year-old girls fighting, man. It's like, who gives a fuck?
that's
They're
somebody
both
who could be
trash.
a yeah. I know niggas are just fucking little fangirl name hounds, bro. But what I'm saying is this, bro. Like if he gets in the 140 mix, you know what I'm saying? That's good for the fucking division. If he can compete in that division, for sure. And it looks like he
If
can.
who can
So that's
compete
what's
in what
up.
division?
140.
If what Pitbull?
No. Pitbull, Rolly, Barroso, like just making the division
Yeah,
have more
Barroso has been competing, but I
contenders
mean,
in it is good for the division. That's what I'm saying, bro.
but I'm just saying he's just top heavy. So like guys beating up each other at the bottom rung who aren't very good doesn't make the division better for me. and showing that they aren't cans themselves. Like what I need to see is what in the
You
hell is
seen
going on
Isaac's
with
fucking
Gary
legs,
Antoine
man?
Russell.
You
I want
seen
to see what's
Isaac's
going on with Gary
legs?
Antoine Russell. I want to see what's going on with like the
Man,
ghost of
Isaac's good.
A
Ramirez.
real good
Right,
girl
what's
fight.
Ramirez
Yeah,
got going on? I want to see what's
yeah. How do you
happening. Like
know
what's this
Gary
Barbosa
Antoine Russell
guy?
Oh,
isn't a can? He hasn't fought for a title yet. How you know
Yeah,
he's
that's
not
what
a
I'm
can?
saying. Like, let's see what's going on with that. What's up with that Catterall smoke? What's happening with those dudes? These dudes fucking go
Right.
roast. I don't give a shit about that. What's the guy who got busted for steroids? The
But why do you
part.
give a fuck about Gary Antoine Russell who never fought for a belt?
Albert Puello.
Well, because I'm talking about the guys who actually can fight that are that aren't champions. All the champions, that's
Damn.
fine.
Are
At
y'all
least
watching this
Barroso
zone
fought for a
card?
belt
These
though.
girls are scrapping. I
Yeah,
was talking shit about that
I'm
girl,
about to
but
break
man, she's
down. I'm
the way
about to
they
scrapping.
get
break
to
down
fight,
Isak for you
the way
right
he
now.
got to
Who
fight for a
who's
belt
Let me
is
do
fighting,
because
something
Marky?
Gary
Who's
deadly
Antoine
fighting?
Russell
and
said
get
he
on
didn't
the
want to fight for that
goddamn
belt,
It's
and then
surface.
he
just two
went down
girls.
on him
I
on the
don't even
next
know who
fight.
they are, but they going to war. I can't even lie, bro. I was
Right.
hating on one of them
I'm out.
bitches. They were ugly as hell.
I'm about to fucking search up.
Oh,
I'm
that's
about to get.
Roland. Oh, yeah, I seen you before. How you doing, man?
Oh, what's up, man? I'm doing good. I appreciate you. Yeah, I know. Normally I'm cammed up and shit, man. But I'm just chilling and shit, just kicking it. So yeah. But hey, nice to meet you, though. I've talked to you a couple of times, old Marky, for sure. Hope
Yeah,
all
I
good.
wasn't necessarily saying you were an ethno warrior, Roland. I wasn't
Yeah,
saying that
bye.
you weren't either.
Huh?
My thing was I was just talking about the people
I
who
ain't.
are out there that are right because this is just bad. Like yo, Jaime Munguia seems to be the guy now. Munguia, Berlanga, even fucking Matias shit the bed. Matias, the guy that I've been pumping up. Now it's talking about how he's the A side because he's Latino. Like what?
No, all it makes me think is like, do you not listen to when I talk? Maybe not, or like
No,
you
what I
listen.
said was I wasn't accusing you of that. I just wasn't absolving you of it either.
Well, I'm
I
just
was
saying,
just
like
talking about the people who were.
many arguments I've got
You just
into
made.
about
I mean, I got it. You
many
wanted to.
sides.
You needed to
'Cause I
separate
believe it
yourself
though.
because
That's
I
who
didn't
I am. I
separate you.
believe it. I
So
believe it. I'm a dreamer. I believe in the fucking unity. I mean,
okay.
besides, I believe more than that. I believe that this shit's all fucking environmental, anyways. For real.
Oh, what shit is
So
mostly environmental?
Ah, what?
Yeah, what's the
the
shit that you're talking about that's mostly environmental?
Yeah, what's
the way
environmental?
the way man seems to look, then things of that nature.
Oh yeah,
And man,
definitely. I definitely think that.
Oh, yeah. We're
that's
meant
all
to
good.
have opposable thumbs. We're meant to be
Yeah, like
upright.
skin color. You adapt to the region that you're in over time. Yeah,
Right,
gotcha.
right. Sun's a big one. Sun, the equator, like
Nature
for
and
like
nurture.
all that shit, man. Food,
Yeah, the availability
Yeah.
of
food,
resources,
yeah, food, man.
expectations of
Food, what we
the
eat.
people that form you to be part of the
Terrain's
community, shit,
huge.
all that
Hey,
shit.
terrain is huge.
Right.
Yeah,
Terrain will
terrain is.
shape body. Terrain. Really,
Yeah, but a lot of people
it'll
feel live
shape body
vicariously through
structures.
their
It'll
thing. Like
shape
some
body
people have their
structures.
identity that comes from their ethnic group, right? And then they root for that ethnic group as a result, right? Because it becomes us versus them. So if you
Yeah.
have an identity that's like that, and you think that you're living vicariously through other people who share that same identity, there you get it. You get people like I don't know that I think
Give them
are
a sense
right
of
now upset.
belonging.
We're gonna hear
Or
about it.
like Whitney Houston said, give the kids a sense of pride, Smoke.
Say again.
No, I said like Whitney Houston said, give the kids a sense of pride to
Yeah,
make
but
it
she was just
easier.
talking about kids in general. I don't think she was talking about any one particular ethnic group's kids. I think that's like more of the way that we should
It
like
sounds
cherish
static
and honor
again.
youth.
I've been static. It's been static for like 10, 15 seconds now.
You got it.
Well, that's on your end. I hear you, Smoke.
Yeah, you got it. I have
Yeah,
somebody at the door. I'll be right back.
damn. Well, what just happened?
It was very static. Very static. It was crazy. You guys, was it just me or what, man? Damn, is it just me? Some shit.
Yeah, that's just you because I heard because I could hear you, I could hear Smoke. It's no
Okay. Yeah.
static.
All right. That's crazy. All right. My bad. Well, yeah, it happens every once in a while. I guess I just hear a lot of fucking static. And like, yeah, it's crazy.
Did you just make that noise?
What? I mean, I was trying to imitate it.
Maybe that was the static you was talking about. I don't know.
No, I know. Well, I just did. I was trying to imitate the noise, but no, like it sounds like bad. It's like a lot of static. You know what I mean? Like you can barely hear. Sounds so yeah, but yeah, shit. I thought it was like the
Probably your
reception.
connection and shit.
Yeah,
Probably
you
something
know
like
what
that.
does that shit too, man. Good shit. You know what it does? I think it's happening. I think that it's because it happens like when I'm on when like I'm lives in the chat room. It like is every once in a while it cuts me off like the internet, and I got like connect and shit. I'm like, what the like, why does that happen and shit, man? Like, I feel like they just take away certain like bandwidth from certain like packages, and that's why when they decided, I remember when they decided to like make that shit, like we're gonna separate the internet, into like categories and packages and money and blah blah. I was like, man, that's gonna be a bad thing. Like, cause like, you think that they're gonna give the motherfucker with the basic package, like good bandwidth or whatever? Like, it's gonna get sucked up at certain times, and it does at certain times. It's weak connection. Then it like kicks on better at a certain time, like 4 in the morning. But like when it's being used more, it's like man. But I bet you if I had the higher connection or whatever, that costs more, you probably get it better bandwidth and all that bullshit. That's honestly that's kind of fucked up. But I don't know, whatever.
Uh,
That's probably what's
or you
going
could
on.
just steal the neighbor's internet. I
Right.
remember I was living in a different neighborhood than I am right now, but for a whole I want to say 4 month period after we had it was a big ass Cat 5 hurricane. It was Hurricane Maria. It was my senior year of high school. For 2 months, we were stealing the neighbor's internet, and it was shitty, but we got through with it.
Right. Hey, we had to do a real shit. We got I've been
Yeah, we had to do
yeah.
what we had to do. We didn't have
Yeah.
no power, no water,
Mm.
no electric.
Damn. Yeah,
We
you got
all we
survived.
had was the
All right.
neighbor. They had a generator, so therefore they had power and internet.
Hey, that's a great. I bet that was a great fucking learning experience, though. All in hand. You know what I mean?
It teaches you how to steal, teaches you
I
how to
mean,
survive and
no,
shit. I
I mean,
guess.
but yeah, I mean, it's fucking stealing little shit. Man, it says in scripture and shit, man. Like a time a man, has to steal and shit, but just make it back, make it right again, like make it right again, So it's like,
Yeah, I ain't making shit right.
oh, you got time and
I
shit.
kept my
It's
internet.
all good.
Fuck,
You got time to make shit right. I'm pretty sure someone's stealing off your internet. It's like, if you making it right,
I
you don't even
don't
know it.
even know what the fuck was going on. They shit was probably slow as hell over there, and they didn't even know what the fuck was going on to this day.
Right.
To this day,
To this day. Right. That's funny though.
it's a goddamn balance. It's
Nah, but that's crazy though, man. That's a long time to live. I
El
mean, I bet you
Quattro P.
surviving like that's dope.
El Quattro P says I'm a big fan of Pitbull, and I'm black. I just have a real hard time believing that El Quattro P. But I mean,
El
shit. Well, I
Quattro
don't know what
P.
you look like, El Quattro P.
He said I had a good time. I had a hard time believing that El Quattro P.
So,
Nah,
The number.
so is anyone tripping off the Jermaine Ortiz versus TEO fight?
I'm interested because
That's a
Jermaine
good
Ortiz.
fight.
He had, yeah, yeah, I'm intrigued. Jermaine has talent, but if To comes in switched on, and does what he's supposed to do, Jermaine is out of there. I think by round 10. That's my opinion.
Wait, hold on.
Jermaine
You
or
said
who's
yeah, wait,
who's
sorry, Marky.
fighting?
What you said? You said he's getting Jermaine out of
You
there?
heard me, folks?
Yeah, wait,
Yeah, I
I
said he's
missed that
gonna
last
get
part.
Jermaine out of there in 10 rounds. Fuck it.
Okay. All right. I mean, I'm not mad at the prediction. Has anybody stopped Jermaine? I don't think he's been stopped yet, has he?
To gonna be the
No.
first one.
Mm.
Hey, I've always had high hopes for Tion, but
When's the last person Teo stopped? Comey?
he
Pedro
stopped his
Campos.
dad from picking up that cocaine bag. I'm sorry,
Nah,
Tio.
TL Senior does not deal
That
in
was
cocaine. He
big,
deals
boy.
in whiskey, scotch, tequila, vodka.
That's his
That's his
problem. He
poison of
stick to
choice.
one liquor. He used to
Yeah.
say,
But
you know, an easy way for a substance abuser to like build up discipline is do it through your fucking substances. Like just stop drinking all that dumb different shit, then just stick to one. You don't realize you're building up discipline through your substances, and you never know. The next one might be just on a different substance or not, whatever it may be. But man, all them that's dumb. It's hurting. That's killing his body. Stick to this whiskey or stick to this
Are you
tequila.
saying that crackheads should stick with crack and they shouldn't
Yeah.
switch to meth?
No, I'm saying
Don't
like
do
if you're gonna
crack and
smoke
meth.
crack,
Just
smoke
do either
meth,
meth
do
or
this,
crack.
do
Nothing
that, do
wrong with
that.
that.
Like
I
just
don't.
why don't you go smoke crack, man? Shit. You know what I'm saying? Like quit doing all them different drugs, motherfucker.
Just do the
like
one. That's it. That's it.
great,
That's
just do
it.
one. Just do one.
The
That's
Flush it out of your
only
body.
issue I have in my life is the amount of edibles I consume. Outside of that,
That's a good one. I like
I'm
that.
pretty blessed, man. I'm good. I ain't
okay. Hold up.
really
So
dealt with
wait a
no
minute.
kind
So
of
you mean to
drugs
tell
at
me you
all.
don't eat just one animal? You eat all the animals? It doesn't matter if it's a pig or an
I don't eat
iguana
pig.
or a quail
I don't really eat
or
beef, but
yeah,
I mean, I eat
that's
Yeah,
fine.
vegetable
no,
All
type.
good.
the iguana
All of them
soup.
getting passed through. As long
It's
as it
fucked
has
up.
Yeah,
ass,
that's
it's
a
getting to you.
delicacy. That's a
Uh,
delicacy. That's a delicacy. Smoke.
What?
You
What?
never had iguana soup?
I have not had iguana soup. I have not had iguana in any form. I do know that they eat them. My
You
any
say you
food.
stayed in the islands for a couple of years. I
I know
find that
that's what I'm
hard to
saying.
believe.
My ex tricked my oldest into eating it, and he still doesn't forgive her. He's still carrying the grudge of that shit. Like, no, that's
I
not
don't
me.
know
I'm
why
not
people
trying to
act
taste
like that.
iguana.
Like, my uncle came to, we took him to Dominica, and I can't remember what they call it, but they call it mountain chicken. It's really a frog. And he was so fucking mad. This nigga,
Yeah,
he ran out the fucking restaurant. He was talking about, get me a fucking car right now. I'm not riding with y'all and shit.
yeah,
I don't get
alligators,
it, bro. It's just
snakes,
meat. It's just meat
possums,
and
all that
seasoning.
shit. No. Thank you. Sheep's balls, pig and sheep intestines, cow intestines, and any kind of intestines. You can probably. I'm gonna skip that one. Feet, any kind of feet or claws or hooves. Probably not gonna be into that.
You
I
never had
Um,
love
cow
pig's
head?
intestines. We call it blood pudding.
Hmm.
okay.
You never
Yeah, people call you whatever it is you call them. You can call me for lunch, not for dinner. As long as
you never had a cow head
that's just for
though?
dinner, I'm
Cow
good.
head is
Man,
good.
you're a goddamn coward. Get the smoke.
Well, it's more like a
You're running
snob.
away from an
It's
iguana.
more like I'm a snob. It's more
I don't
like
know
that.
about an iguana and shit, but
It's more like I'm pretentious. I have
hey,
Yes,
standards
yes,
in
yes.
which pig
as
intestines
long
never
as you
going
got
to
water
make meat.
around somewhere, you don't gotta kill side dogs. Hey, you'll be all
Yeah,
right.
see, in the American South, they're called chitlins. I'm good. No, thank you.
Man, come on, smoke.
What do you
Well,
mean? Come on.
you don't eat
You
pork,
gotta
do you,
you gotta
Smoke?
live a little
No.
bit. Smoke, come on now.
Every now and again, yeah.
You never
When I
know.
live, when
That
did I
could be
live a little
something
bit?
you have on a sandwich one day.
Every now and again, I will have some bacon. That's me living a little. I mean, I think
Gotcha.
once every 5 years, I might have a slice of ham. Maybe that's even ambitious. I don't even know if it's once every half a
Oh,
decade. Maybe
that's
once
why
every
you look like
decade.
you're in your 20s at 50, whatever the fuck. That this makes sense now. You torment yourself. You don't allow
Torment.
yourself to
Okay.
enjoy food.
Okay.
Yeah.
But what's torment from what I hear is the smell of chitlins cooking. I hear that's what's torment. I feel
That's
like they
the
could.
that's delicious. That's beautiful, Smoke.
Okay, I hear it's
You don't like to
noxious.
smell pig cooking?
No, I said chitlins, pig intestines. The smell of pig intestines cooking. Apparently, are cleaning them is also supposed to be a thing because you have to get the shit out of them. And listen, I don't know. It's not my thing. You guys eat what you eat. Don't let me yuck your yum.
Mexican
But
bra.
I won't be partaking. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with Smoke. The Haney special is a no go for me as well. I don't want no chitlins, bro.
Okay, so what I don't understand is why everyone
Oh,
keeps coming after Hank. Like, what is okay? Really, what is the basis of the constant let's throw shots at Haney's? What's up with that?
I'm just saying, bro. Like anytime you gotta like have leftovers in order to be relevant and to stay on pay per view, I don't know, bro. And then
I
you
mean,
trying to flex
how
like you
many
the A
non
side,
leftovers are there available? I don't know if that's a have to
like
do
god
thing.
damn. Like I'm pretty sure he jumping for joy that Ryan decided to swerve back around the block. He jumping for joy.
I think everybody wants to fight Ryan, including Tank. Shakur wants to fight him. TEO wants to fight. Like everybody wants to fight. Right?
But Tank already done it. That's the
Yeah, I
difference,
know. That's
though.
what I'm saying.
Nah, but if a
Right.
rematch
So
was
what?
on
So
the
Tank did it, so
table,
nobody
and
else can. Like,
No, I'm just saying,
yeah,
like
if a
that's
rematch
just
was on the
interesting to
table
me,
and
you know.
Tank was getting 90-10 or 75-25, he's taking that shit. It's not even a question in my mind.
yeah. I mean,
But a
Tank won.
rematch
So
ain't
now
on the table.
everybody else
That's
wants to
why
fight. You can only
Ryan
fight
didn't
him
have a
one time,
rematch
right?
clause because he said I'm
Okay.
done with you. That's why he didn't have a rematch clause, bro.
And
That's
everybody
why.
wanted to fight Loma,
Okay,
but
then
not
it
Tank,
shouldn't be
right?
no
But Tank
problem if
did though.
Haney fight him.
But Tank did though. That's why. That's why, bro.
But so what? I don't get it. Like Ryan
I
Garcia
mean,
is.
well, let me be honest with you, Phantom. I did not want to see this. I did not want to see the Ryan Garcia Tank fight, or no, I just didn't care about it. Like I knew Tank was going to destroy him. That's how I feel about this Devin Haney Ryan Garcia fight. I know
I
Devin
don't.
is going to humiliate him.
I
So
don't know
part of me
because
feels like, why the fuck should we see the fight?
see, I
But
don't
then
know that.
another part of me is like, okay, what Haney's trying to become a draw.
They have a history. You know what I'm saying? They might be familiar with each other. I don't know if Haney is just going to step in there and wash Ryan. I don't know if Ryan going to just step in there and wash Haney. It's
I
going to be
feel
a
like
good competitive fight.
right. So this is the thing. So I think that's part of the throwing shots at Haney thing. I think a lot of it has to do with the glorification of the mediocrity the Tank has fucking made people accustomed to. And now all of a sudden, like Ryan's for real and Haney's full of shit, and either one of them is just supposed to be more edification for Tank's legacy. Like it's fucking dumb. Like this dude needs to fight somebody. He's approaching 30 years old. And we're talking about like Ryan Garcia, like that's supposed to be the pinnacle
But
of anybody's career.
ain't it funny how that's going to be the biggest fight of Haney's career, bro?
It probably, but it won't be though.
Haney,
It probably won't. Okay,
Tank's
hold up, hold up.
No, let Tank
leftovers,
go the biggest
bro.
fight.
So here's the difference. So here's the thing.
Hold on, you talking about? Hold on, are you
So right.
talking
So
about the
hold up a second.
event
Wait.
of drawing and
Oh,
grossing?
I want to
you
get this through.
niggas thought you had something, didn't you?
Hold up a second. Both Ryan and Haney are young enough to have way bigger fights than Tank Davis. Tank Davis is the one that's having the biggest fights of his career because he's at the end of his shit. He's at
Right.
the
But
beginning.
listen. Isn't this the biggest fight of Haney's career so far, bro?
It's the biggest fight of
I
Tank's
say
career
it's
so
the
far.
biggest.
Do you not
I
understand? Okay,
say it's the
just so
big.
we understand each other.
Hold on, Smoke.
No,
Hold on, bro. I say it's
wait.
the.
I'm not. I don't
No,
need to
go
be
ahead.
parsed through
Okay.
this thing. What we're talking about is Ryan Garcia representing the biggest fight for both of their career. The difference is Ryan and Devin are at the beginning of their career.
What?
Yeah,
They're at
this
the
is the
middle
big. No,
point, not the beginning.
hold on. This is the biggest event of Devin Haney's career. This ain't the biggest fucking fight. Are you kidding me? That wasn't the biggest fight of Tank
No,
Davis's career.
I'm
That was
saying
the
this.
biggest event. That motherfucker Ryan Garcia does not represent anything inside that boxing ring.
You
It's
know what I mean, bro. You know
outside
what
of
the
an
fuck
ass
I'm
kicking.
saying, bro. You know what I'm saying. Like, let's not mince
I do,
words.
but I want to make that clear.
I just
Yeah.
want to make it clear that Tank Davis was a
That's
pussy
my
who had
point
to have.
is that my point is Ryan
That's my
Garcia.
boy Tony.
Right,
Yep,
what I'm saying is
just
Ryan
coming to
Garcia,
cook.
and I'm gonna get you in here, bro. I'll get you in here, Tony, in a second.
Gosh,
Right,
damn.
Ryan Garcia represents the biggest fight for Tank Davis. Tank Davis represents the biggest fight for Ryan Garcia. Right, Ryan Garcia represents the biggest fight for Devin Haney. The difference between all three of these
But you
guys.
can't follow that up with the
I'm not
Devin
done.
Haney
I wasn't done.
represents the biggest fight
I
for
don't need you to
Ryan.
interrupt. I know that you feel some
Yeah,
kind of way, but I don't
I
need
know,
no
I know.
interruption. I don't need help. Let me finish what I got to say. The difference is both Ryan and Devin are at the beginning of their careers. So the fact that it's the biggest fight of Tank's career, Ryan Garcia, that bodes badly for Tank, not for Devin Haney. Because Tank is 30 fucking years, about to be 30 years old.
However you want to spin it, bro. But I want to hear what Tony got to say.
So this is what I'm gonna say about the Ryan Garcia situation. All I know was Tank was too big of a pussy to get into the ring with him without every advantage in the world. That's what I do know. So you can come over here and bash on Devin Haney because, on Ryan Garcia because he took the short end of the stick, did the dumb thing to get the fight that he wanted, and he lost, depleted. But if you think that's going to be conducive to what you're about to see against Devin Haney, if it happens, you're sorely mistaken. There's a strong possibility that Ryan goes out there and beats the brakes off of him because they're 3-3 in the amateurs. What's one thing we know about the amateurs? It favors the softer, more technical boxer. So if Ryan has already beat him 3 times to where his power was depleted by headgear and bigger gloves, then it's going to be a real fight. I don't care what you think. I don't think I don't care how you think it's going to go down. This Ryan Garcia is not going to be weight drained. He's not going to be forced to not rehydrate. It's not going to get delayed the next day weighing for him to rehydrate. He's going to be 100% firing on all cylinders. So let's see how good or bad he actually is.
Tony, let me ask you a question. And it's a question that Sheldon had earlier. What is Ryan Garcia's best attribute?
The left hook.
Okay. Would you agree Regis had a good left hook?
No, it's completely different. Regis is 5'1". Hold on. I'm answering your
He's also
question.
a southpaw.
Yes, he is a southpaw, but Regis is 5'1", and he is old, over the hill, and he has slowed down a lot. He showed it in his previous fight that he was no longer a prime fighter. He looked like total ass before he fought Devin Haney. The writing was on the wall for him to lose.
Right. So, just so when you say that they fought 6 times in the amateur, they're 3-3. What you should probably look up is when Ryan won his first 3 and when Devin won his first 3. Because what you'll find is Ryan beat him when they were fucking basically pubescent and didn't get another victory after they turned like 14 or 15. After everything they had, Ryan's first 3 victories were their first 3 fights. His only 3 victories actually were their first 3 fights. When they were young, when they were young as shit.
Yeah.
It's irrelevant. He's still.
I know.
Yeah,
well, the thing is, he stopped beating Devin Haney a long time ago.
Yeah, but he's still.
Even in the amateur.
My point that I wanted to bring up is that Ryan Garcia.
No matter how much you want to ignore or erase or
I'm saying he got his ass whooped.
No, he still whooped that ass 3 times.
Right. Well, he did it. Right, he did the first 3 times they fought, and the subsequent 3 times they fought, they didn't win, and it's been a long time. Like you have to go all the way back to their first 3 fights, even though they fought 6 times. And that should tell you, like, if you looked at how, like, the age differences of when they fought, you should see about how guys were growing, at what speed they grew, and all this other stuff, how they developed as fighters. All of that showed you that even in the amateurs, Devin Haney surpassed Ryan Garcia from when they first met to when they last met.
So I will restate what I said. The amateurs is set up for technical pillow punching fighters. That's what it's set up for.
It's also age groups.
Right, I got you. But more technical fighters go further in the amateur than knockout artists. It has traditionally always been like that because knockout artists like Ryan Garcia, their power is neutralized due to 12-ounce gloves and headgear. So what makes them great in the pros, they have time struggling in the amateurs because their greatest attribute is depleted. So again, I don't care how you spin it. I don't care who won the last 3, who won the first 3. The bottom line is he whooped that ass 3 times.
Right, but the reason why you have to go with whips his ass 3 times is so you can build up this idea that Ryan Garcia is a knockout artist, when what he actually needs for you to have this thing is for you to not look at the competition of which he knocked out, which was a bunch of trash, and not look at when he won those amateur fights, when they were young as shit. Once they got older, he stopped winning, and these knockouts are against nobodies.
Well, I mean, Luke Campbell was never a nobody. But
he's always been a nobody. Luke Campbell's never been anybody. Listen, Luke Campbell. The only thing Luke Campbell was Luke Campbell was ever around for was to legitimize Linares and fucking Loma. Outside of that, he didn't do a goddamn thing for anybody. Or I guess Ryan Garcia finally legitimizing other guys.
That's not true at all because you have several fighters who are very good. They just never make it to the championship title, but they can beat everybody else but a champion.
Yeah, but he didn't beat anybody else. That's the whole point. He beat nobody.
Well, he did. He just didn't beat the.
No, I'm saying he didn't beat anybody. My point is, he beat nobody. When you say who is it? When you say who the hell is Luke Campbell's best win, what you get is crickets because he beat nobody. It's going to be in the amateurs. So you keep talking about these amateurs because that's when Luke Campbell had his best win in the amateurs.
Smokey got a point, bro. You got a point.
No. The fact of the matter is he did beat good fighters like Perez. I remember he fought Perez. Perez at the time that Luke Campbell fought him was a top 5 lightweight in the world. So that was a very good win. In fact, I believe Perez is what set him up to fight Jorge Linares. The fact of the matter is he has beaten top tier lightweights. Maybe you're brand new to lightweights whenever Devin got there, but he had beat some top ranked fighters in lightweight. He just fell short when he went against the champions. I'm sorry that you only know the big names that were champions, but he beat guys who weren't champions that were at the upper echelon.
I'm sorry, I watched the Linares fight. Yeah, I was very sorry. I've been doing this for probably longer than you've been alive. So that whole like you just got here shit, motherfucker, you just got to life. Stop it. Stop with the rhetoric. Stop all that dumb shit you on. I am talking about the fact that Luke Campbell beat nobody, and you're acting like because he knocked out Luke Campbell, he's a knockout artist. If you don't get the entire fuck out of it, do you, bro? That dude's not a knockout artist. He's like the guy barely fights even world class guys. Like this dude couldn't even knock out guys who's not even world class. And you tell me he's a knockout artist? Man, get out of here.
This is so he is world class because he beat more than one top 10 fighter at lightweight. And I said you were brand new to the lightweight division when Devin got there, not the boxing. There's a difference.
I'm telling you, like listen, I go back before it's repeat. Like I said, before you talk about brand new, you're brand new to life. That all this shit I've been doing longer than you've been alive, man. All of it. Lightweight division, all these divisions, boxing, the entire fucking thing. You are new to it, just period. And you're also new to fucking arguing because you keep doing these weird rhetoric ad hominem shit like that makes your fucking point better. It doesn't. It's just fucking weird. That's it.
I don't see how we're arguing whenever we've been in the same competitions for debates, and I've gone way further than you, way deeper in the seeds. So anyways, I digress back to the point. Here's the deal. You cannot sit here and be like, oh, Luke Campbell beat nobody. Ryan Garcia is not a knockout artist because he's knocked out nobody. But at the same time, you believe Deontay Wilder's a knockout artist when he beat a whole bunch of nobodies.
I mean, Deontay Wilder was fighting guys that were 20 plus pounds heavier than him.
Hold up a second. I said Ryan Garcia could not knock out non-world class talent. Deontay Wilder knocked out world class talent and a non-world class talent. You tell me, the world class guy, we got Luke Campbell off of coming off of a fucking loss and however long layoff in the last fight of a mediocre fucking career. You tell me who else matters at all.
I'm sorry. When Ryan Garcia fought Luke Campbell, what was he ranked in the world?
Okay. Let's say that Luke Campbell is world class. Like I said, outside of Luke Campbell, who you got?
He knocked out Fortuna, who was a world class
at 140 pounds, Tony. Come on, man.
Oh, now what it is the names don't matter. Now we're going to go by weight classes. But yet what we are going to do
we're talking about world class.
I mean, even then, Javier Fortuna got beat by Joe. Hold on. Even then, Javier Fortuna got beat by Jojo Diaz at 135. Okay. It's not like he's some kind of big fucking name.
I'm quiet while y'all talk, but the minute I speak, you have to interject over me while I'm talking.
No,
I mean, I've been quiet for a while, Tony. Come on, don't do that.
To finish my point.
It's just stop whining about every fucking thing. God damn. Make your point.
My point is this. You can't sit here and say, oh, that was at 140. Like, who cares? The weight class. And then praise Tank for knocking him out whenever he was weight drained and made to come down and couldn't rehydrate.
I don't. What the fuck are you talking? I don't do. What? Do you know the fuck I am?
Okay, here's the thing. How I feel about that. Here's what's happening. I get what's happening. Let me direct traffic a little bit. What Tony is responding to is Phantom's nonsense about Tank beating Ryan, and about how everybody after that is this Tank's leftovers. And so if Devin fights him, is Tank's leftovers. That's what Tony's responding to. But in the response to it, he is now acting as though like Ryan Garcia needs to be giving some kind of respect that I don't think Ryan Garcia has earned, and that's what I'm talking about.
Ryan Garcia has not. Yeah, Ryan Garcia does not have the cachet to talk to Teofimo, Devin Haney, none of these dudes. He has not achieved shit in the sport of boxing.
Don't include me in your flawed arguments because Tony. Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, don't try to include me, please.
Yeah,
but yeah, Ryan Garcia, he does not have the cachet to talk to any of these guys this way. But anyways, go ahead.
I mean, the fact of the matter is this shit is ridiculous because I remember way back, first round he sparked Fonseca. Now you can make the argument that that's when it takes leftovers. But Fonseca was an ex-world champion who fought Ryan and Ryan's biggest step-up fight, and he sparked that ass in the first round. So Ryan does have names on his resume. Hold on. The only loss that Ryan Garcia has is to Tank Davis when he had all odds against him. When he had to come down to 136, Tank wouldn't even meet him in the middle. When he couldn't rehydrate, Then on the next day, when they were supposed to have the same day weigh-in, they delayed it by 3 hours to make sure he'd had that much less time.
Okay, just say this straight up.
Hold on. One quick point.
Hold
Did
up.
you hear?
Just stop. Just stop.
Right.
Just give it a second. I'll be fast. Fonseca was never a champion in the division that Ryan fought him in. The same way, neither was Fortuna. The same way, all this stuff. That's what I'm saying. Like, for whatever reason, the details that you keep overlooking in order to big up fucking Ryan Garcia, to me, underscore how calling.
Okay, he dropped off. So I get it now.
Hey, now you see, hey, everybody's interrupting me. Somebody else wanted to go. I just wanted to make a quick. Listen. Hold up.
You cut out for a second, Smoke. You cut out.
Cut out. Okay,
you couldn't hear anything you said if you would listen.
Okay,
everybody's so hostile.
I can't hear and talk at the same time. Okay, thank you. I was talking.
All these Haney and Ryan fans so hostile, bro. Jesus,
okay,
just get along.
Just keep deflecting.
Just chilling, bro. Just chilling like a villain, bro.
It's never Tank's fault. Like Leonard Ellaby's capping, and then when Leonard Ellaby shows up, it's not capping.
Plus, you heard that stupid ass nigga Ryan Garcia literally say at the day of the next day weigh-in, "I tricked Tank. The rehydration didn't affect me." He said that shit. He said that.
He says he's not fighting him because
who gives a fuck about those disadvantages he had in that fight, Tony? That motherfucker didn't care. He took that shit.
I'm at the idea. I'm just sitting here at the idea that Ryan is a knockout artist. That's the thing that I take exception to. I don't even think he's that good a fighter, but a knockout artist, like whatever.
I take exception to.
He got a explosive left hook, Smoke.
No, he does have
you gotta give him that.
No, he hasn't. I
take a lot of issues with calling Deontay a knockout artist. Whenever you look at Deontay Wilder against top 10 fighters, he only knocked out half of them. When you look at him against champions, he only knocked out 1 out of 3 that he fought. So,
right, but he dropped it. But yeah, you're talking about a guy who's You're talking about a guy who dropped and stopped everybody he faced. You can't say that about Ryan.
Wait! But you just said names matter. He just dropped and stopped what? A bunch of nobodies?
No, I didn't. You're the one who said names matter. What I'm talking about is world class talent. Okay, again,
real quick point. I just want to make a real quick point. You can no longer say that, Smoke, because he didn't drop or stop Joseph Parker. That's all.
Oh well, right. To Joseph Parker until his last fight. Cool. But everybody up until that point, right? So I wasn't talking about names. I was talking about world class talent. So you can have a name at one point. Kell Brook was a name at one point, but when Bud fought him, he was not world class at 147 pounds. He hadn't even fought there in a gazillion years. He couldn't beat anybody there. He was just going like the idea that just because you have a name built up over a career, that means now you're still world class. These are two separate ideas totally. That's why Fonseca showed you. It's what Francis Bartholomew showed you. It's what Postol showed you. Like it keeps. Come on, man! Like you can be a name and be a shadow. It's what Boo Boo just showed you.
Oh,
I'm so confused. Kell Brook,
right? I know you are. That's what I'm trying to straighten you out.
No, I'm confused about what you said. Whenever Bud fought Kell Brook, you said he hadn't fought in a billion years, but he fought DeLuca in the same year. He fought.
I said 147 pounds. He had not fought at 147 pounds in a billion years. He was not world class at 147 pounds.
Yep, we'll do.
And then
let's talk about the fight. They talk about some other shit.
Well, hold on. I just want to say this. The thing that's so crazy to me is it's so fucking hypocritical, everything you say about Ryan, because you talked about, he brought up Fonseca. Well, Tank brings up every fucking fighter he fights now.
I'm not arguing for Tank being anything. I don't know how it's hypocritical. Like, what is about? How did I even talk about Tank? I didn't talk about Wilder. I didn't talk about Tank. If you don't think Tank's a knockout artist, cool.
But it does matter.
If you don't think that Tank's a knockout artist, I'm not talking about bringing up people. Listen, to me, Tank is not fighting anybody. Tank's idea of a knockout artist is being a knockout artist is manufactured, but at least he lives up to the manufacturing. Ryan does not even live up to the manufacturing because he does not knock out guys who are not even world class.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. You have one standard for Ryan Garcia, and it changes for every other fighter.
It does not. It really does not. You're incorrect.
You do.
But Tony, by any fucking standard, Ryan Garcia is trash. Like, if we really just look at it.
pray he gets in there with Devin because he's gonna beat the brakes off that boy, and it's gonna be so funny to watch. It's gonna be so fucking funny to watch, and y'all gonna be crying.
You trying to put some money on that,
and
Tony?
this is the thing, and this is the curse of this is you know what I noticed. You know what I noticed? I noticed that everybody that picked
We
Kambosos
could
to
put a
beat Devin
cool
Haney
200 on
thinks
that,
that everybody
Tony.
beats Devin Haney. That's what I noticed.
You trying to put something on that, Tony?
Yeah,
You
this
sound
fight's all right,
really
Marcus.
confident about Ryan Garcia beating the hell out of Devin Haney.
I mean, if you're getting good odds, I'd bet with the bookies. But I think it's going to be a competitive fight, Devin Haney and Ryan, because Devin Haney ain't knocking shit out. And if Ryan gets there, yeah, he can fuck Haney the fuck up. So it is what it is. We'll see what happens.
And he's gonna be 100%.
Yeah, I have full belief that Devin Haney is going to humiliate Ryan Garcia and just whoop his ass in a circle. And I'm taking on all bettors, all comers, whoever wants to bet.
Yeah, I don't bet money, but Tony almost talked me into it with that one. Because I mean that's one of the easiest fuck fights to call in my opinion. That's right up there with Kambosos and Haney.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on my $15,000 from the last person that betted me. I don't do bets with people over the internet because at the end of the day, most of y'all don't end up paying.
Well, I mean, that's why you can do an escrow. That's easy. You can there's after that.
Yeah, I don't think
You get
Ryan's
around
gonna be a huge underdog though. Like Ryan might be 2-1, 3-1 at the most. But I'm gonna say this: Haney hasn't fought a. Well, let me tell you something, Marky. Haney hasn't fought a fighter his size in over like 5 years. So it might be a different type of angle that Ryan can provide. He's the same size, same arm length, pretty much. He hasn't seen that in a while. We'll see.
That's true. That's true. Mm-hmm.
Man, I don't like Ryan Garcia, but at least he's willing to get in the ring.
What's up, John Norrie? Peace to you. And also, welcome to Tony. You didn't get welcomed properly. Hope you guys both had a great week and having a happy Friday. Cooking what
Appreciate
you
it. Yeah, I had to come up here and all this defense for Ryan. I only thing I can defend Ryan on is the fact that he's willing to get in the ring with the names. That's it. He'll have a decent looking resume by the time he's done. Because I don't think he's gonna stop taking these kind of fights for a long time. As long as he stays you don't get no crazy injuries or he doesn't have any mental breakdowns or anything like that, he should still be able to get these fights. He's gonna be a punching bag for a while. But that's what he is. He's the Sean Porter of the lightweight division.
He's not even fighting lightweight, and that dude is trying to cash out before he hits 27. That's what he's gonna be.
Yeah. To compare Ryan
He gonna
Garcia
fight
to
all of them
Sean
guys
Porter
before this is over. Yeah.
To compare Ryan Garcia to Sean, you know what? Nah, I'm not even gonna do that. You're right, John Norrie. He fought Tank. I got to give him that. That's
he's one. That's it. That's the only credit I can give him.
You're
He's
talking
willing
about
to
a
get
guy who
in
fought
there.
somebody versus the guy who fought everybody.
He's 25 years, but I mean he's 20. He's 25. Smoke. He got a long career ahead of him.
My man is 25. He's talking about A-side, trying to pick up the best fight. This dude is on a cash out tour already.
Yeah, but that Sean Porter comparison, that was crazy. Sean Porter is a motherfucker that fights everybody. Ryan Garcia.
When you say so when is it a cash out tour? So let me ask you this. So if Ryan would continue to just bullshit around and fighting the nobodies that you claim he fights, that's what he should be doing instead of trying to fight niggas like Tank and Haney. That's what you call cashing out.
What you should be doing is fighting your way up the ranks, becoming a champion, defending your shit as you define, doing the shit that's not what Ryan don't give a shit about none of that.
He's fighting the niggas who we want to see him fight. That's what he doing. What are you complaining about?
Well, you asked me what I meant by cash out fights. When cash out fights, you're not trying to compete and show that you're the best in the division. What you're trying to do is get the biggest payday that you can, period. So you can get the fuck out. That's what.
Yeah, and that happens to be against top tier competition. Imagine that.
It's probably always going to be. Or else you're not. Or else how you can cash out?
Okay, exactly. So what the fuck is the complaint?
What do you? Okay, the question was, what is a cash out fight? And now you're just talking about the attributes of what makes it a cash out fight.
I don't know.
Yeah, Ryan Garcia, he should just go ahead and fight Tank, fight Devin Haney, try to get the TEO fight, just make the big fights happen and get the fuck out the sport. That's exactly what he's gonna do. I don't think he's not gonna get no better. And I said this on BBO the other day. The man barely fights. He's barely in the gym. He just had a fucking baby and had a divorce. I think filed for divorce the same goddamn day. He's got a boatload of fucking money, a boatload of women chasing after him, and I think he's on drugs right now. That's my honest opinion. I think Ryan Garcia is cooked. I don't think he is ever going to get. Yeah, I don't think he's ever going to progress past the point that he's at.
Wait, I thought he was like, he's saying his prayers every night, eating his vegetables and vitamins.
Man, he is the biggest fucking hypocrite. That shit makes me so angry because I'm a Christian. That makes me angry to hear him talking about God and all this shit, and then he run around doing all this lying. Just shut up.
Where was the lies at? What did he lie about?
That sounds like Christianity to me.
Okay, Smoke. All right, I'm gonna take down the chin. Okay, all right.
Sounds like a religion, man, not the true definition of Christianity.
Oh, fuck, Roland. Go back to sleep, Roland.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
What do you mean?
I get
Don't you get on that pulpit.
You ain't talking about
Point being that all Christians have ruined this whole idea about Christianity. And
I don't care what
Brian,
you're talking
about. None of you guys, listen. Like,
I'm talking about you being wrong. Your definition. If you want to sit there and take a shot for no reason, then listen to the truth.
It was a joke.
You really want to get rolling on this Christian shit, bro? Now we're not
gonna get on that bullshit.
Do you think that you're an example of Christianity that people should follow?
Hey, like I said, no one's getting on any type of Christian stuff. But
okay, cool. So can we just say that all Christians fall short?
But if you want to be real, do you think you're a good example of a human being, Smoke?
Yeah, not bad. Yes, I mean, I don't know.
What makes you not bad?
Or bad example of
Smoke got a wife. He got a house.
No, but
he got a business. He got kids that he raised.
Wait. Hold up a second. Wait.
A member of society.
You asked me a question. You asked me a question.
Talking about.
You asked me a question. So what I'll tell you is,
talking about serial killers have houses and wives.
Right? I have all my working limbs. I have two eyes. I have a nose. All my senses work. As far as being a human being, I can imagine stuff.
Makes you a good human being,
I have all the attributes of being a fine example of a human being.
Yeah, because you got limbs.
Yes, because
you sound like you got thrown off the Spartan cliff.
Correct.
You sound exactly.
And I also have an idea about what's right or wrong.
Hey, if you don't try to understand the idea of right and wrong, then you just.
I already have an idea about right and wrong. But guess what? I have an idea about it, but I don't know if that makes me a good example of a human being or not. But I do have one.
No, I'm saying like certain things you can say, but certain things you can't say when it comes to me, man. You won't say that.
No, what I'm telling you is that when it comes to Christian, okay, like if you ask me, I'm an example of any type of. If you ask me, am I a good example of a Christian? If you ask me if I'm a good example of a Christian, I tell you no.
I didn't say that. I didn't ask you that.
Right, but that's what I asked you.
You said that about me.
But that's what I asked you, and then you put it on me being a human being. Of course, I think I'm a good example of a human being.
And I'm telling now answer your question because, like I said, don't put me on any type of.
I think you're a good Christian, Smoke. I don't really think you judge other human beings too harshly.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, if you start asking me if I actually think a guy rose from the dead and all this other stuff, I might not believe any of that shit. So I might not be the best.
I mean, I don't necessarily believe that either. But the main thing with being a Christian is following the teachings.
So after Ryan cracks the shit out of Devin Haney, do you think he'll convert to Christianity, Smoke? Do you think that is a possibility?
No, I think.
Do you think Ryan's Old Testament? Do you think Ryan's Old Testament or New Testament?
I think that right after he cracks Devin Haney, what he's gonna do?
Ryan is No Testament.
He's gonna wake up and he's gonna catch him on the internet.
Oh, let's give the man a little
okay.
That's what I think is gonna happen.
Do you think Devin Haney will get knocked some sense into him, bro?
These are losses any religion.
I don't know where he learned to be a man. I don't know where he was brought up at, but that motherfucker is not a Christian.
I say
Ryan's not a Christian. Why you say that? Why you say Ryan's not a Christian?
Excuse me. Not that he's not a Christian. I don't have that right to say that. He's just a hypocrite. That's what I mean.
Okay, fair enough.
I get it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like when people, I was like, that's part and course for Christianity for me. And then you start talking about Christian. From what I can tell about Christianity in general, it's pretty much suffers hypocrites. Pretty well,
that's any movement in the history of the world, Smoke. Come on,
it's about forgiveness.
Listen, it's not even like the Muslims don't really do that well with hypocrites.
Man,
forgive the sinner. Forgive the sinner.
If forgiveness, I mean, whatever. What you mean by
I
forgive?
mean, I
If you
don't
think
know.
getting your
Come to
head
this
chopped off
island.
is forgiveness, I
Come
don't
to
know.
this island, Smoke.
I'm
Come to
not
this
listen.
island, Smoke. The Arabs own everything. I mean, they don't really treat us too well on this island.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I
Really?
don't think they're
That's
hypocritical
interesting.
about it, though. I think they're very upfront. Like they're like off
That's
your
true.
head, throw you off a fucking building. Like it's just like
That's true.
you don't have rights, motherfucker.
It's no
We're better
negotiation.
So
than you.
do you think that Haney could take Ryan to Saudi, like, or is it only Tank that gets the Saudi invite?
I'm 100% sure Saudi
I
is not
don't. Well,
interested in
the thing
Ryan
is, the
Garcia.
Saudis just said that they want Devin Haney. They didn't even say that they're like, okay, yeah, Tank,
Who
whatever.
was standing
But
back?
it
No,
seems like they want Devin Haney.
So Devin
no,
Haney's
just
next
by
fight should
how
be
the
in
Saudi
Saudi
prince was
Arabia for
talking.
20 million, right?
It depends on who
No,
he
but
fights.
the
I
Oh
mean,
no,
the
it's
prince
not.
is not
Oh, okay.
interested in Ryan
Yeah, all right.
Garcia.
If it's Sandor Martin, then yes.
The
So
prince is
Devin
not
Haney and
interested
Sandor
in Ryan
Martin
bullshit ass
in Saudi
Garcia,
Arabia
and he
for
made
20
that
million,
clear.
correct? Is that
I don't know.
what you're saying, Smoke?
I don't
Is
really.
that
I
correct?
don't really.
However much that they're willing to pay him, cool, knock it out. I thought the 20 million was for Tank, but we're not talking about Tank. The 20 million,
Oh, okay.
right? I thought the 20. It's like saying like Tevin Farmer, right? When they said they're gonna get 5 million to Tank, it wasn't Tevin Farmer's gonna get 5 million to everybody. They were gonna get 5 million to Tank.
Okay, so he needs Tank to make the 20 million. Is
Well, they
that
didn't
correct?
know. He didn't say what he was gonna make. That's the whole point. The 20 million was just Tank's. They never said what Devin's gonna make. The same way they
Okay,
never said what Tevin Farmer was gonna make. They just said what Tank was
correct.
gonna make.
So do you estimate Devin would be making less than Tank in that fight or
I
more?
do not estimate a damn thing because I didn't estimate what Tank would be making. They said what Tank was going to be making.
Okay, so it's a state secret what they're gonna make. I got it, bro.
Well,
Okay, so
it's the same deal with like
is he
when
bringing
no, it's the same thing with
anybody else to
DAZN.
Saudi Arabia? Is he
It's the same
bringing
thing with
anybody else, bro?
DAZN and DAZN and the Deontay Wilder offer, right? We knew that they offered Deontay Wilder 40 million for 2 fights, if there were 2 fights, but they never said what AJ was going to get. You want to estimate what AJ is going to get? Who the fuck knows?
Right. Yeah, that's fair. Now, is Devin Haney's next fight going to be in Saudi Arabia with Ryan Garcia? Is that what's happening?
I don't know. This next fight will be Ryan Garcia. That's just word on the curb. I don't think that they need to take that fight to Saudi
Why?
because I think both of their cachet, their name, I think they have more of a market share in the United States, and they don't need to go anywhere else.
So why would Devin try to bring Tank to Saudi?
I don't know why. I don't know that Devin did try to bring Tank to
Because
Saudi.
the fight is not going to happen in the United States
Why is that?
I don't know
at
that he did.
all.
Listen, I don't know if it
Why is that?
was what happened in Saudi.
Because Tank,
Here's the
there is
thing.
no
So
amount of money you could pay
let's say,
Tank to
okay, so
convince him to come. Hold on, let me finish, Smoke.
yeah.
There's no amount of money you could pay Tank in America to come up to 140. But the Saudis, it's no amount of money that nigga could turn down that they won't just be like, okay, we'll give you that. You want 50? The nigga Tank say, no, I want 60 and I want 5 Ferraris at my doorstep. Okay, Tank, no problem. You can't do that in America, Phantom. You can't.
So they need to appease the A side in order to make the fight happen. Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
If I can get through this
Yeah.
throughout the snark, because I think that you don't get.
We don't have 50 million
So
and
here's
6
the thing,
Ferraris for Tank in
I
America.
just wanted to make sure, bro. I was just checking. You know what I mean?
Why are we talking in mysteries as if Tank is making the
going
fight?
back and forth? Can we just tamper down the bullshit? We don't know where the 20 million comes from at all because nobody said the Saudis gave. Nobody said the Saudis were responsible for that 20 million bucks. That's the first part. The second part of it is wherever it was, and whoever it was that offered Tank $20 million, Tank didn't take that thing. I don't know why that has to do with what the hell Ryan Garcia does or what happens with Devin Haney with anybody else and not named Tank. That was whoever it was that was willing to pay $20 million for Tank. That's it.
Yeah, which is basically
that's all the news that's fit to print.
right. Which was just Bill making a Instagram video. That's where the offer came from.
Whatever conclusions you want to
But
draw.
my
from it,
point is,
conclusions you want to draw.
Why are
yeah,
y'all
I'm
Tank
just telling you
fans
the
so
facts of the
obsessed with
situation.
Devin and Bill?
The fact of the matter is
That
that
shit's weird.
nobody said that it was a fake offer. That Bill was just making 7 videos. Nobody said that.
That's what it sounded like to me. I don't see
but nobody said that.
any kind of contract. The dude
Tank never
still said,
Tank never
I
said
don't know who to call.
Right, exactly. Right. So what they said was they called him the wrong people. Not that he didn't have the $20 million bucks.
Oh
Nobody
shit!
said he
You
was
niggas
making
just
videos. None
fall
of
for
that.
the okie
And you know what
doke.
they
This
also
nigga.
didn't say? You know what they also
What
didn't say?
Phantom? What's the
Here's the
okie
right
doke?
guy to call.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, bro. Bill said you turned down 20 tickets, right? And then Tank went back and made his own video. Say he said 20 million. Who talking about 20 million? Like these niggas didn't talk about nothing, bro. It's just Bill making videos, bro. What
Okay, but
And
right.
what has
Wasn't
Tank
there
Okay,
done?
literally
hold
an
up a second. Hold
Instagram?
up a
are
second.
you niggas
Wasn't
Wait.
there
Can you
smoking?
stop?
literally an
Okay,
I don't
Instagram
understand.
live
hold
of
up.
Tank
Hold up.
acknowledging the
Hold
$20
up.
million
Hold the
offer?
phone. Hold the phone. You can have it in a second. Let me finish my back and forth. Not everybody jumping in on my back and forth. Okay? What Tank just said also was they're making plans behind my back. Because guess what? Apparently, Tank is not privy to the negotiations until he is. So the idea that like Tank is in the fucking is it somehow outside of the loop isn't fun. It's not even like news actually. I don't even know. Like I don't understand what people are thinking is can be the case. Could it be the case that Bill Haney got $20 million for guaranteed for Tank Davis, not from the Saudis, and Tank didn't know that?
Okay, let me put it like this then. So the deal that Tank was talking about was Al and Steven, right? So somehow Bill got in contact with Al, even though he didn't know how to get in contact with Al, and he
Okay,
offered Al the 20 million, and somehow Tank turned down the 20 million, which
do
led
I
to
need to
Bill
do
making
I need
this
to
video.
reiterate my question?
It's just where we're
Are you going
going
to
with
actually
this, bro.
engage in my question? My
Yeah, this
question
is the
was
leaps
my
of
question. Okay,
logic we're doing, bro.
again, what he said is they are making a deal. Everyone keeps like acting like they speak fluent Tank Davis when Tank Davis makes the most cryptic fucking statements, and everybody's supposed to extrapolate some shit out of it. All he said was they.
I'm
All he
just
said is
going off
don't be
the
surprised
facts of
if you
the
see me
entire
somewhere else.
situation.
The question
Like there's
is
separate
the
facts you
question that
gotta
I asked that
enjoy.
you completely ducked, that tap danced around. The question was: is it possible
Oh,
that
sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Bill Haney got $20 million for Tank, not from the Saudi Arabians, is that from the Saudi Arabians, and Tank wouldn't know it?
And who would he put the offer to in this
Okay,
scenario?
great. The question is: is that possible? Yes or no?
What the fuck is it possible for a rainbow to
Okay, is
fly
it
out of your
likely? How
asshole?
about
I
that?
don't
How about is
fucking
it
know,
likely?
bro.
How about is it likely?
What the fuck kind of question is that?
Okay, how
This
about is
makes
it
no
likely?
sense.
Because you keep acting like because
That's a
you're the
non
I'll tell you
sequitur,
how what
bro.
kind of question it is. It's the kind of question that
What's up
shows
with these
that what
logical
it is.
fallacies, bro?
Okay, it's the kind of question that you won't answer because you already have your mind made up. Like you said, Bill just made a video.
No, I'm
Meanwhile,
saying there
it
are
could be
facts
the video
and
that
there is
Bill made.
conjecture. You
Meanwhile,
just
it
have
could be
conjecture, bro.
just the meanwhile the video that Bill made wasn't refuted by anybody.
Right. But I'm telling you that not long after this, there was another video made by Tank himself. And he said 20 million. Who's talking about 20 million? This is the first he's hearing of it when these motherfuckers are in his Instagram live telling him what Bill said, bro. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
you are the one that try to interpret what Tank Davis means by that statement.
I'm saying I'm seeing it for
Right?
myself.
No, the question is
There's
that
people telling him in his live chat while he's reading it.
right, correct. That's fine. Just because he is not talking about 20 million doesn't mean that people are not talking about 20 million. Guess what Tank's highest guarantee was before that? $5 million. Does that mean that Tank cares about high guarantees? Because guess what Spence did when he got a high guarantee? Said talk to Al. We don't like they're not fighting for guarantees. They're fighting for back end shit over there. So
Correct.
so when he says who's talking about 20 million, he could have been talking about himself because not looking for a high guarantee. We don't know.
Right.
You're the one acting like you know what Tank's talking about.
No, I'm not acting like I know. I know Tank is not aware of the offer.
You don't know if Tank's aware. What Tank's aware of?
Don't know
We're
that,
not in Tank's
dog.
brain, man. Like all of you guys.
Why
Like
why
stop
would
acting
I
like
how
you're
could I
mind readers.
infer him saying 20 million? Who is talking about 20 million? Not saying, oh, that offer Bill had. He's not saying that, bro. That's what I'm
Right.
saying. Like,
Right. The question
what are
is
you
who is offering.
talking about?
Correct. The question is who needs that? The same way that they came around when he said I want 50-50, they're asking for Ryan money. However the hell those dudes are interpreting what the hell is actually going on is their interpretation of the thing. I don't understand why, because they have some skewed view of what the hell it is, their vision is, their path is, or what the hell is going on. That means that everybody else is capping. Meanwhile, they're not clear about what they're saying. And they're not clear
I
about what they
just think
mean. They're not
some
anything. What they do is they just say shit and let everyone infer that whatever they want in that thing. They just read whatever they want into the fucking statement, these cryptic statements, and then we gotta come back and I don't even know, like act like we are what matchmakers. promoters.
Right.
Like
I
in
just
these
think
guys'
that's where the
mind
level
readers,
of
like the fuck.
delusion comes in, right? Because Bill, up until a month ago, didn't know how to get in contact with Al, and now he says, "Well, Al don't want to talk to nobody unless you can't talk to Al unless he wants to talk to you." That's the latest we got from Bill as far as conversating with Tank's manager, right? So
Right.
obviously, this thing is just talking and trying to
I
make
don't.
fights on
Okay,
the
hold on a
internet.
second.
It is what it is, bro.
Okay, again, you keep saying that Bill's talking on the internet. Does Tank
Oh
know how
my
to get a hold of
God,
Al?
y'all just
Wait,
going
hold up a
round
second.
and round in fucking
Hold up a
circles
second.
with this
I'm gonna
conversation,
let you
man.
go, and I'm gonna let it go with that. Does Tank know how to get a hold of Al Davis? Al Heyman. Tank does, right? So Tank,
Correct.
so is Tank just talking on the internet
Al Davis is dead, bro.
because
That's
Tank is not the one saying what Al Heyman's number is. Here's the number to call. This is how you get a hold of him. I'll get in touch with Al because I'm trying to fight Dev. Is he saying any of that shit, or is he just talking on the internet?
He's just talking on the internet.
Yeah, there we go. That's what I don't understand.
Just like Bill and Devin are doing. It's the
Okay,
same
right.
fucking
But
shit.
before, it's not they are talking on the
Like,
internet.
but
It's
it's
Bill
not
talking
Bill
on the
and
internet.
Devin just talking, right? They're
Okay,
serious
yeah.
about
But
wanting to
Tank is
fight,
not
right?
about that word.
Right.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Tank's
I
about
know,
that
right,
action.
bro.
Right.
I know, bro.
Anyway, go ahead. You guys got it.
That was amazing. I mean, I don't know why these
Yeah,
guys have to make us into fanagers. Just make the fucking fight, man. If you don't
You
want to
know
make
what I
the fight,
yeah,
mean?
then
bro.
Like,
say
Like
that.
the fucking conversation. I'm so exhausted with the Tank Haney shit.
I hate
It's
that
just
shit.
lost the
Well, who
feeling
the
for
fuck
me. Like
else we
I
gonna
don't
talk
even care.
about? Joshua and Wilder, an over marinated fight that ain't gonna happen now. Like, let's talk about
Shit,
that
we
for the
can
next
talk
5 years,
about
right?
Joshua and
yeah, but
Donovan. We
You
can
could
talk
that is
tell
about
Tank is
Devin
happy.
Haney, Ryan
that's
Yeah,
the thing.
Garcia.
That is
We can talk
another
about
thing.
why Tank Davis ain't fighting Shakur Stevenson. We can talk about Emmanuel Navarrete more. It's so much other
Let's
shit
talk
that
about
interests me
Zhang
other
and
than that
Parker.
fucking
Let's
fight.
talk about Zhang and
Yeah,
Parker. We gotta talk
let's
about
talk
Zhang
about
and
that.
Parker. Yeah,
Devin
let's
Haney
talk
and
about it.
Tank, that shit, I
Because
don't
Devin Haney
care,
and Tank
bro.
is way more interesting than goddamn Zilly, Zhang, and Parker. Get the fuck out of
It's
No,
here.
he's
really
not.
I'll
not,
go
bro.
right back to this.
Not
It's
according to
really
I'd
Marky
not.
rather talk
Dan.
about. I'd rather talk about Shakur. Goddamn it. I'll talk about and Navarrete moving up to 135. Sure, I would. And now I can't get to whether Charlo and Canelo, but I can
And
talk
talk
about
about
Morrell
some
and
$20
Canelo.
million
I can talk about
offer.
fighting
One nigga
David
say he
and
sent it,
Canelo.
the other nigga say we ain't never received nothing. Who gives a fuck? You just chasing a
yeah.
dog in a circle.
Like fuck that fight right now. Let's talk about
Well,
Bud and
that's it. That's
Canelo.
what and that's ultimately the deal. Ultimately, the deal is
This
all
nigga
tank
said
side,
Bud and
all
Canelo.
tank
Go
side keeps
troll
saying,
somewhere else.
God damn, like what's going on? Tank side keeps coming out and
I mean,
saying,
that shit is more interesting than Haney Tank. The fuck is
okay,
you talking about?
so right, so
Fantasy fights. They're all fantasy fights.
You just said they
Shit,
both
Tank
talk.
moving up to
You just
140 to
said
fight
they
Haney
both
is a
talk
Bud and
on.
fantasy fight.
Canelo
Hold
is more
on.
interesting than Haney and Tank. Well, they're both
Tank
fantasy fights. So
moving
what
up
the fuck does that
5
mean?
pounds to fight. I don't want tranquility. I want chaos and nonsense.
You keep forgetting that I don't give any fucks. You keep forgetting that I really do not give two shits. You keep forgetting that I don't give any fucks. You keep forgetting that.
now, like I was saying,
That's how I feel
like
about
I was
Tank
saying,
Haney.
the issue is that Tank's people keep coming out and telling you that Tank isn't what you guys say he is. And because he keeps embarrassing the Tank side, what it becomes is let's vilify the Haney's so we can deflect from the bullshit that's coming from Tank side. And what I
Do
would
you?
like to talk about actually is the bullshit that's coming from Tank side and not get caught up in the deflection back to the fucking Haney's.
Okay, this is how we can end this, right? Let's say Tank fights Frank Martin next. Do you think Tank versus Frank Martin is a more competitive fight than Devin versus Ryan?
Absolutely.
Probably.
Okay, there you go. So let's see if those both fights happen, and we'll see how they go. All right.
No, because I don't give a shit about either one of those fights, really. What I want to talk about is Tank's side being full of shit and the Tank's people not being
Okay,
able to
bro. Let's keep
acknowledge
talking
and
about it.
embrace. I wasn't done. I don't understand like why I can't get through this thing and why I can't talk about what I want to
No,
talk
go ahead.
about.
Because when I cook you, I want you to be silent too. But go ahead.
Okay, cool. Like what I'd like to talk about is why is he too small? Why are they doing what they want to do? And what and it's supposed to be everybody else to capitulate and acquiesce. Now the Saudis need to give him 2 Ferraris because they deigned to like I guess annoy the great Gervonta Tank Davis. Like, what in the fuck is going on with the bullshit coming out of the Tank side? What's going on
Okay.
with this?
You asked
I
the
mean, this is
question. Do
the
you want
way
to
it's
answer, or
always
do you
been,
just want
bro.
to like scream in
Let
the
let
echo
let
chamber? What do you want to do?
let the tank representative talk. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Go
Go
ahead,
ahead,
John
Ken.
Noe. Let's talk about Bud. What's up with Bud, bro? Who's he fighting?
Nah,
What I would like is an
answer
answer to
smoke
my
Smoke.
question.
question.
Smoke. Ask you a question, Phantom.
Yeah, I would
No,
like
he
to
just
answer the
asked
question.
a
What's
general
up with the
question. He just
bullshit
wants to
coming out of the
scream
Tank
in the
side?
echo chamber. Let him
I
scream
mean,
in
I
his
got
echo
you, but
chamber.
how about not strawmanning me and answer the question?
Yeah, don't
What's
tap
the
out.
fucking point of answering your
I
question,
mean,
bro?
I guess
There's no
because
point
I
to it.
mean, do you have one outside of it turning back on me?
It's a simple
Is there just
answer.
an answer to my question? What is
A
going on
side
with the
privileges.
bullshit coming out of
A
out of the Tank
side
side?
privileges. That's the simple answer, bro.
That's it.
Now what's
Okay,
next?
that's it. It's just A side.
Yeah,
His
A
ass is on his
side
shoulders.
privileges.
Okay, cool. He's smelling his own farts.
What else?
Got it.
Yep, exactly. Because he has the right to do that. Sucks, but it is what it is.
I mean, everybody does it. They're his farts. Fuck
How
it.
can you say that with a straight face? You don't feel like no like stomach
I feel
acid
like I'm in
coming out?
reality and I'm not living in boxing panels fantasies. But how about that, bro?
Nah, but it's like
I know how the real world
Boxing
works.
No, but
panel.
This
Hold
it's
on.
nigga
like you.
is the A
Hold
side.
on, hold
He
on. It's
has
like you eating
leverage.
your own
He can
vomit,
dictate
and you
his
saying you love
fucking.
it.
He can
I
dictate
It's
know.
whatever bullshit he
disgusting.
wants. It's the same
It's
thing
weird.
Floyd had to go
So
through when he fought
nasty.
Oscar. I got to do whatever the fuck Oscar says because you know why? He controls the purse strings right now. So whatever Oscar wants, Floyd had to fucking do. But flashback to if they were to fight now, probably wouldn't be like that, would it? So it
You
is what
just
it is, bro.
you
That's how
really
shit
compare
works.
Tank. You compare Tank to Oscar?
No, I'm saying he's comparing Tank to
I would
Floyd.
see it.
No, he's comparing
No,
Tank to
no, no,
Floyd
no, no,
and
no.
Devin
No,
to Oscar. Neither one
he's
of them
comparing
would
the
fit the bill.
dynamics of A
Exactly.
side and B
Marky
side.
gets it. Marky gets it.
No,
There
Yeah,
you
I
go.
know,
Oscar
but neither one
Oscar
of them get it.
actually
No,
made
but
the
the
fights.
issue is that neither
Tank's not
one of them.
making the fight.
This fight
Yeah.
doesn't
Do you think
represent
the
that fight.
fight would have been
The,
made if Floyd didn't acquiesce? Nope.
the problem is that the fight isn't that magnitude. It's not those stakes. It's not
It is
a
those
if I
stakes.
there aren't though
It is
because
that
Devin
But,
Haney.
but,
magnitude.
Wait,
but hold up, Phantom. Do you
I
think
can
that
get to
Devin
that.
Haney
I
would
can
not be
you.
willing to acquiesce
Okay,
to a financial
it's
demand?
very simple. It's
The
very simple.
issue is
Okay,
from
and I
my understanding, is the weight. That's what those guys are not willing to compromise on.
Yeah. I could let Smoke finish saying what he's saying so I could cook. Go ahead, Smoke.
right. So
All
what I was
right.
saying is the winner of Oscar and Floyd was going to be the face of boxing. The winner of Devin Haney and Tank is not going to be the face of boxing. The stakes are just not the same. What Floyd had to do was acquiesce to the face of boxing, not to just the A side.
Okay. Now you have
Oh
a.
my
Okay.
God.
That's fair, right? That's fair. But wasn't Mike Tyson fighting at that time too? Yes or no?
No,
Tank ain't Mike Tyson either. What is going on?
fucking
No. Oh
no.
yeah,
Mike
you're
That
right.
was
Tyson
You're right. After
that was
2007. Okay, I got my
2006.
timeline
No.
mixed up. I got my timeline mixed up. Now what I'm saying is this, right? But the situation is under 147 pounds, that's the face. Whether you like it or not, Tank is the fucking face. It is what it is. Nobody controls that shit. Fans gravitate to who they fucking want to gravitate to. Now the second part, if Devin Haney is saying, well, like, I want the same deal as Ryan, and if somebody on Twitter says, well, you know that comes with a rehydration clause, and he says, kiss my ass. Well, I mean, you're trying to act like you have the leverage in the situation. Tank, you need to fight me at my weight. Tank, I'm the one who can make the deal. I got the money. Well, where would they do that at? Are you the A side, Haney? You just come out and say that. I'm the A side, Tank is the B side. He has to fight on my terms. Stop bullshitting around trying to convince motherfucking fans that ain't what you trying to do.
Right. So just to stick to Floyd Mayweather, Manny Pacquiao didn't acquiesce to a fucking thing. They got to a split that the networks that wound up doing a thing, but there was no acquiescing to anything. I think actually at a certain price point it was like even 50-50. So because
Manny
Manny
Pacquiao
Pacquiao
sure had to do some drug tests, didn't
that's
he?
after Manny Pacquiao already lost to Timothy Bradley, already got knocked out by Marquez, and he still was like, fuck you.
But he had to
Like
do
you
some
don't have
drug
to kiss
testing
a
now,
guy's
didn't he?
ass.
He
What's
had
that?
to do some drug testing, didn't he? That was the only thing
What?
Floyd wanted. You take the motherfucking drug test. Once he said, all right, we had a fight.
No, that's not the only thing he wanted. He wanted 60-40. He wanted all kinds of stuff.
But that
He
was
didn't
the
get none of
main
that.
stipulation. And it's
No,
still
there was no main
The
stipulation.
was
There
main
was
was
things
the main
there was things.
stipulation was the split.
Right. So
bro.
anyway,
This
but
Floyd still got the
there was a drug
favorable
test.
split, right? Did he not?
Right. So there's a drug testing. There's a drug testing deal that that Floyd wanted. and because he accused Manny of being on the juice was really the thing. Because guess what? Manny Pacquiao was already tested in his previous fights and after fights, but he didn't even fight Floyd. So him getting drug testing wasn't a function of Floyd Mayweather. And this whole thing, this entire thing about what people need to kiss Tank's ass is why Tank is probably going to retire without getting names in his resume and blame other people.
That's a
We already
cool
saw
ass
this
chick.
shit.
I just want to show it cool.
And we've already seen this thing with Boo Boo Andrade. Boo Boo Andrade is going to go, but he's now retiring. And everybody, like the fact that he didn't fight Lara, Kirkland, Angulo, the Charlos, Daniel Jacobs, Triple G, like all of that's somebody else's fault, right? Bernardo Rosario, the guy,
Why are you bringing up
J-Rock,
Demetrius
the guy,
Andrade? Stay on
Jared
topic,
Hurd.
bro.
The
You go
fact
on
that this
these
guy has
weird
nobody on his resume.
tangents that lead to nowhere.
I'm not done. The fact that this guy's he's not on anybody's thing is because why? They didn't acquiesce to his demands. Like people need to like wake up and smell the fact that Gervonta Davis is right now trying to high post a whole bunch of people who have the youth, the personality, the teams around him to surpass him in every single way. When it comes right down to it, they like Devin Haney can have a way better impact, make way more money than Gervonta Tank Davis has in his career without ever fighting him.
But you see, he can't. That's the
But he
difference. Like,
can though, because
listen,
he can fight at
listen, Smoke.
147,
Listen, Smoke.
and he's 24
Listen.
years old,
Listen, bro.
and
Listen.
he's already pay-per-view
You're
long before Tank
fighting.
was.
Listen, Smoke. Just listen real quick, okay, buddy? You're fighting on the Zone, an app in America nobody gives a flying fuck about. Your pay-per-view numbers were shit. Your live gate has not even done half of what Tanks has done yet at 5 million. You are not the A side. You are never gonna be a cash cow. It is what the fuck it is, my nigga. I can't control that shit.
You keep
You
talking
can't
about this
control
like
that shit. Nah,
oh,
let me finish. Let me finish.
holy shit.
And what I'm saying is this, bro. Nobody has to kiss Tank's ass. These niggas are on a clout chasing mission. I told you how the shit was gonna go. You keep the nigga's name in your mouth and you fight everybody around him, and that's why Ryan's an opponent now. You don't never have to fight Tank. Just keep his name in your mouth and you'll remain relevant. That's
Okay,
all.
again, this is
So
about what.
all of Tank's
Okay,
biggest
hold on a
fights
second.
are
This is about
ducking
what
him.
This is
Makes
about
sense.
what Ellaby just said, right? Ellaby is the one talking about they get to move what they move. So when you talk about they're not. No one's talking about kissing Tank's ass. Tank's team is talking about you have to kiss Tank's ass. But as a matter of fact, Coach Cal, every single one of them has given them a kiss Tank's ass fucking stipulation for this fight and told you that they're going to do what they do because they are the ones who are the A side. They're the ones that dictate everything to everybody. Everything that comes out of their camp is some bullshit. And instead of acknowledging the bullshit, you start talking about how Tank has done better than Devin Haney. Guess what? When Tank Davis was 25 years old, he was not pay-per-view at all. Not good numbers, not bad numbers, nothing. He wasn't. Tank still ain't been undisputed. At this point, in their both careers, their respective careers, Devin Haney has eclipsed what Tank is doing. So if you put him on the same trajectory, what you'll find is by the time Devin Haney is 30 years old, it will be like who gives a shit about what Tank Davis and is knocking out fucking Latino fighters, because that's all he is. He's a fucking circus act that everyone is acting like people need to kiss his ass because he makes money today.
Bro. Okay. Do I really have to do this? Okay. So when Devin Haney fought Loma, right? Why were they getting booed? Why was Bill Haney getting bottles and fucking cans thrown at his fucking face? This dude's just
Because
never
with the
gonna be
trolls on
that
the
nigga,
crowd.
bro. It is what the fuck it is. Nobody can
Because
control that shit. He's never gonna reach Tank status. He's never gonna command the kind of cash cow status that Tank
holy
does.
shit! Do you want to answer
Fans
the question?
gravitate.
Let
Let
me
me
answer the question.
Why
finish.
should y'all do that?
See, when I
This is
start
a
talking, niggas just want to fucking
25-year-old
cut in,
kid,
bro.
bro.
Niggas
No,
just want to
because you
cut
asked the
in,
No,
bro.
question.
you're
You
right. Go
answered
Like,
it.
ahead,
it's
fam.
just
I'll go
weird, bro.
after you.
Listen, bro. Listen. There's a reason why, right? Because, like I said, he's fighting on an app nobody fucking knows about, bro. You had Tank fighting on Showtime, one of the longest boxing running blocks and platforms in the fucking planet, bro. And you're telling me Devin Haney on the Zone is gonna garner this kind of fucking attention? It's not fucking happening, bro. It's a fucking pipe dream.
Okay, again, he's
Yeah,
fought.
Devin
He fought.
Haney
Okay, wait,
only
wait,
has
wait,
a
wait, wait.
one
Hold up a
fuck.
second. Just so we're clear. Just so we're clear. Devin Haney has fought on every single platform that exists, including Showtime, including ESPN. Now he's fighting on the Zone again. But again, like we were just saying, he's already
And still not bigger than
at
Tank.
the same time, at the same point when Devin Haney was when Tank Davis was 25 years old. If you looked at what Devin Haney's doing at 25 and you look at what Tank Davis is doing at 25, then what you'll see is Tank Davis is lapping Devin Haney is lapping Tank Davis. So if you were to say, hey, what's going to do in the next 5 years, right, in the next 10 years, then what you'll see is Devin Haney is on a trajectory to surpass Tank, to eclipse Tank, to dwarf Tank, and I say dwarf on purpose. And the reason why fucking Loma was getting hit by bottles because of the pro Loma fan crowd. Ukraine was in a war, and that dude is also something that Tank can't seem to get outside of Ryan Garcia. Loma actually has fans. Tank don't fight fighters that has fans that care about it. Like the only time he actually fought a fighter that has fans, that's when he made some money. When goddamn Devin Haney fought a fighter that has fans, he got shit thrown at him because he won.
Excuses.
Well, you
Your
asked her
second
why, so now I told you
hometown,
why.
and
Somebody
you
else
don't
asked.
have your fan base there. Wow. Okay, but what I'm saying is
no
this, bro.
fan base to
Okay,
have.
can I
What's the
finish
Rolling
what I'm
Romero
saying?
fan base?
Because I didn't talk
What's
while
the
you were
Hector
talking.
Garcia fan base?
What's going on, bro? Can I talk or no?
Yeah, what's the Hector?
You want to just all right? Go talk to Marky, bro. Talk to Marky.
I want Marky to talk. Yes, I do want Marky to talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. So, what I was saying is, Hector Garcia has no fan base. Rolly Romero has no fan base. Ryan Garcia has somewhat of a fan base. Pedraza has no fan base. Nunes has no fan base. Gamboa has no fan base. The dude doesn't fight anybody that people give a shit about. So, no, he's not going to get shit thrown at him. Leo Santa Cruz has somewhat of a fan base, but even then, not really too much to speak of. But yeah, I would love to hear what Marky has to say.
Yeah, no,
What you got,
I was
Marky?
just gonna make a point. Phantom was talking about Devin Haney will never be a draw. He will never be this and that. This is a 25-year-old kid, and you look at the position he's in. He's a free agent, so that shit about DAZN, I mean, get that the fuck up out of here. He can go to Amazon Prime his next fight if he wants to. He can go back to ESPN. He has options. So I just don't agree with this idea that he's never going to be at Tank Davis's level. It takes time to build up a motherfucking fighter. He can still fight Teofimo Lopez in his career. The Matias fight is still on the table. It's still ways for Devin Haney to go. So I just don't agree with that. And that's a bullshit narrative that I hear coming from guys like that.
Now listen, Marky. I'll break it down for you, right? Because he can have all those fights. He's never gonna have the 5th highest gate in Las Vegas history. That's just not happening. He's never gonna crack 1 million pay-per-views because if Devin Haney continues fighting, boxing's gonna get less and less fucking popular, bro. That's the part you niggas aren't fucking understanding. So with Devin Haney doing what he's doing now, great. Good for him as an individual. But there's a reason why he's fighting on DAZN and he's struggling to get on pay-per-view. Do you think Tank has to struggle to get on pay-per-view? You put anybody in the ring with Tank right now, it's going to be pay-per-view. No matter who the fuck it is, bro. So long as it's a name that people know, it's going on pay-per-view, bro. Period.
So talk about Tank when he was 25.
You talked about Devin Haney will
let's
never
get in the
fifth
time machine
highest
and go back to when they shot Lincoln and stop that from happening, bro. How about that?
Again,
Well, that's what you're comparing him to.
Projecting what Devin Haney is going to do based on what Tank is doing right now is fucking
yes.
That's the first part. That's the first part. The other part of the whole thing is we can keep hearing about how a dude ain't never gonna do a thing. I heard that. I remember when they offered Wilder 12.5 flat, and they were like, all he made was 2.5 million. That Wilder's never gonna make more than 2.5 million. You know what? Bob Arum let Floyd leave because he wouldn't pay $20 million for the De La Hoya fight. He said you're not worth $20 million and you never will be. Guess what? All of these prognostications about the future projections of somebody to try to devalue them in the moment, it's fucking retarded. Like, I got it. What we can talk about is what's happened. To talk about how what's happened is always going to be how it is and is actually going to be worse for you in the future. Okay, I mean, it sounds like a prediction, but I don't know why you think you're treating it like a fact. And now other people need to adjust their fucking lives and their opinions based on your conclusions or your predictions.
No, not
It's
at
part of
all.
you.
You're just sensitive. You're just sensitive. What I'm
It's
saying
not,
is this, bro.
yes, I'm sensitive to
You
bullshit.
all are
I'm sensitive
reaching.
to
You
bullshit on
all
my
are.
channel, and
All right, let me
actually,
finish what I'm saying, bro.
bullshit is not going to
No,
stand
Smoke wasn't
on
even
You
finished.
all
You
are
wait.
my
reaching in
channel.
the.
I don't need to
You
talk
all are
over during the whole
reaching
thing.
in the
It will
past, bro.
be.
You all
It
are
will
saying, "Well,
be.
let's go back when Tank was
You reaching
25,
in the
and what was
What
he
goddamn
you're
doing?"
saying is
future.
I'm
because Tank is doing the
exactly.
thing, then
I'm doing the same thing you're doing, and you're not picking up on it. But it
okay,
is
no.
what it
What
is,
I'm
bro.
telling you is you're talking about what Devin Haney will do in the future. I'm telling you
You're
is
just like you're saying, "What did
hold on,
Tank
I'm
do in the
not done. I
past?"
am not
Right?
done. You keep acting as
I'm
though
talking about
Devin
Tank
Haney
right now.
and Tank Davis came out at the same time and been doing the same shit for the same amount of time. They're not. They're not contemporary. They just happen to be around at the same time. But Tank has been around for fucking ever. Tank is now at the height of his marketability. We don't know if Devin is at the height of his marketability. He might just be at the beginning of it. I don't know what makes you think it's going to get worse for him instead of better. When all we've seen is it get better for him.
Okay, if you've seen it get better for
Nah,
him
nah.
because of the weight
Phantom is
class.
the new Larry Merchant. He's a
No.
goddamn
You
hater.
just you niggas
That's
just
all the
aren't
fuck it is. You
realizing what
remember
I'm
when Larry
saying, and
Merchant?
it's just
That's
going over your
cold.
head, bro. What I'm
You
saying is
remember
this:
Larry Merchant used to
Devin Haney
always talk
can
shit
be a
about
bigger
Floyd and
draw.
say he'd
But if
never be
you're
a
telling
star.
me Devin
That's what the
Haney is
nigga
going to
Phantom
sell a
sound like.
million pay-per-views, he doesn't have the fighting style for it. The fans aren't gravitating towards him like that. It just is what it is. Could it change in the future? Yeah, sure. Why the fuck not? It can, but I'm just
He
saying what we're
doesn't
seeing
need that.
right now. He can only sell in Oakland. He can't really crack 100K pay-per-views because he's only done it once. He doesn't have the track record for this shit you're saying he could potentially do. That's all I'm
He's
saying.
Okay, but
25
first off,
fucking
that
years old.
and not only that,
Yeah, and Better Beav is 37, and he's a knockout artist. And what is he selling, bro?
You tell me what about Devin Haney's
When
fighting
did
style?
Better be win a
No,
fuck?
I just want to hear.
Wait, let me calm down.
I just want to hear what about Devin Haney's fighting style did they not say about Floyd before he became the cash cow and the face?
Right. But
Tell
here's the
me.
thing, though. This is what you guys keep missing. He had
Tell
the
me.
right dance partner.
They're
He had
right. So it doesn't
Oscar.
matter about his style. It's about the dance partners. So everything you said about his
Exactly.
style doesn't fucking matter. Like I just said. Like I
So
was
when Tank
blanking
It,
my
get his
point.
bitch
it
ass
can't,
in the
no,
ring,
because Floyd is an
Dev is gonna
anomaly.
have the right dance
How many
partner, right,
Floyds do you
Phantom?
have in the sport? You only have one. He's an
No, you
anomaly,
don't.
bro. It
Okay.
is what it is.
Well,
What?
who's closer to
Wait, hold
Floyd,
up a
Devin
second.
or
What do you
Tank?
mean you have one? What do you mean by that?
What I'm saying is you had one fighter who was able to garner that kind of attention with that kind of style. Who else has been
No.
able to do
Do
that?
you think Muhammad Ali was a knockout artist?
What? Sugar Ray?
No. What I'm saying is this, bro. One fighter was able to garner that much attention with that kind of
I mean,
style. Like we're talking about
Muhammad
a
Ali
Ali
has
4
the
million.
same
Excuse
kind
me.
of
We're
style.
talking about a 4 million pay-per-view. People paying $100 for that shit. That's only
Right, but that
one
is
nigga
about it.
in
Right,
the
but
whole
again,
sport
since that's
who's
about
been
dance,
able to do that, bro.
that is about
But it
dance
wasn't a
partners.
knockout artist. That's
Hold
the
up a second.
point.
Listen, even when Tank did that, the only time he's done a million pay-per-view was the one time when he had a dance partner. And that's what he's doing at the end of his career. We have tons of dance partners for Devin, not just now, but in divisions that aren't fucking the little guy divisions. When you have him in welterweights and stuff like that, he's a young guy who's already on pay-per-view and can actually go up more divisions where bigger guys and bigger fights and more lucrative divisions too.
Okay.
So I'm not quite
Right.
sure like why, because Tank at the end of his career is at the height of his marketability. We need to talk about how he's better than Devin is right now when Devin is at the beginning of his, and that he's going to
Okay, right.
surpass Devin.
Right.
It doesn't make sense what you're saying.
Let me
But beyond
right.
all of that stuff, beyond all of it, is what is
I
up
got
with
one
the
question on you, though.
bullshit? What is up with the bullshit that's coming out from Tank's thing that we need to be talking about Devin Haney? Why
Okay, I
can't
got
we
one
just talk
question.
about the bullshit that is coming from Tank?
All right. I can. You just don't want me to. Now, one question,
Okay, I
bro.
keep
One
asking you
question.
to do it, and you keep bringing up Devin
All right, I
Haney.
got one question.
Yeah,
I already answered
you
it
haven't
several
answered the
times, but
question.
you just don't
Well,
like
you
the
said
answer.
A-side.
I already
Right, I
told
got
you,
it.
No,
A-side
you
bullshit. It
went
is
on
what it
no,
is.
you
So now,
said Devin
answer my
was never going to
question.
be a star.
For
That's
Devin
what you
Haney,
said.
all these divisions you're talking about, what's the biggest fight for him? Welterweight,
It's yet to be
140,
seen.
At
135,
140 pounds?
154.
First off, it's yet to, right
What's
now.
the fight?
Okay,
Oh, wait. Let me finish my question. What fight is going to generate the most revenue out of 140, 147, 154, and 160 within the next 2 years?
how the hell should I know?
What?
What dance
You
partners are
got
out there?
Boots
These
ass
niggas
up
ain't
there at
retired.
Right, the
147. You
dance
don't know
partners
what the fuck he's
the
gonna be
dance
doing in a
partners that he
couple
has.
years.
The dance
They could
partners
I
be
that he
said
has
two
right
building
now.
years.
Boots and
Okay,
Tim
so we
Dillon
can't
every year.
project 2 years in the
biggest dance
future,
partners,
right? We can't do that. The, your
biggest
brains
ones,
don't work that far. I don't know.
The biggest
So,
names.
okay, how about it? Tim Zoo versus Boots Ennis in 2 years. That's going to be the biggest fight. How about that?
I don't
know.
disagree.
Like, you
You
can
can
fight Kim Zoo in 2 years. I don't fucking know. Anyways, but that's not even the point. The point is that if you want to talk about the big fights from 147 and 140 that could be happening for Devin, right? You get Shakur could move up and fight him. That fight could happen. Ryan could happen. TEO could happen. I know Keith Thurman's already left. I think those are the biggest fights right now. Maybe, I think those are the biggest fights.
4 names.
And I guess
Wow.
the boots. No, I mean I could show other names. I say Matias. I'm just saying, but you're talking about the biggest fights. I would say those are like the 5 biggest fights.
Okay, now let's look at the track record of these fighters, right? None of them are on pay-per-view except for Ryan, who did it once. None of them have done a $25 million gate, let alone a $5 million gate. None of them have done $1 million+ pay-per-view. So are we just really just beating around the fucking bush here, or are we going to be honest with ourselves and stop living in delusions, bro?
Well, the question
what are we
is,
gonna do here?
hold up a second. Which
What
one of
are we
those
gonna do
guys
here?
have
Within
compared?
2 goddamn years.
The delusion is who's maintaining their market value, who's losing their market value, and who's gaining market value, right? Tank with Ryan gained market value. But Tank before Ryan, if you were to say that with that omitted that Ryan fight, then Devin is just fine with Tank. He had a dance partner. So as soon as Devin has a dance partner, I don't know why you think that all of a sudden, like now, Tank, like Devin can't ever beat Tank. Is it like, or surpass him? As a matter of fact, he is already, like I said, he's already on track to surpass him. I don't know what makes you think he's never going to.
If you think that, that's cool. But what I'm saying is, you're not.
Think that I said, like, we could look at what Devin's doing or not doing at 25, and look at what Tank is doing and not doing at 25, and we can see who's on a better trajectory.
Right. Now, what I'm saying is this, right? Because I noticed how niggas didn't want to answer the question. So, it is what it is. But I'm just saying, going off what we have right now, right? We have Tank being the biggest revenue generator next to Canelo right at this point in time. He struck while the iron's hot. It is what it is.
No,
if you're
he's
telling
not.
me who's generating more money than Tank right now, and Tank and Canelo, who's doing that?
Tyson Fury, AJ.
They're not fighting. What are you talking about?
What do you mean? He's fighting Ngannou. What the hell are you talking about? He just fought.
No.
He's about to fight Ngannou. One guy just fought Ngannou. Both of those guys made more than goddamn Tank Davis.
No, I'm saying generating revenue.
I mean,
we don't know.
They can make more money.
Hold on, AJ done sold out some 90,000 seat stadiums. So is Tyson Fury.
When the tickets are like $10, bro.
Big
What are we
ass fucking
talking about? What are we talking about, bro? None of their gates have been $25 million, bro.
We can't talk about competing revenue streams when we don't know the revenue streams. We can't talk about who's garnering more in gross sales or anything. We don't know the gross sales.
Oh God! Now we just lying to ourselves. I can't live in your delusions, bro.
Okay,
I can't live in your delusions.
AJ's biggest live game. How about that?
How about we look at AJ Andy Ruiz? What was that live gate? Let's see what that one was. How about that?
You don't know.
It probably wasn't fuck all.
They didn't tell us.
Oh, okay.
We don't know.
Okay.
We don't know what AJ any of his gates are. And we also don't know what Tanks are either. There's just no what they tell us.
Wait. That's public record. They fought in New York.
Okay, hold up a second. It can be public record, but the public has to go get it.
Yes, so go get it and let's see what it was.
No, I'm not. I don't care. I'm not the one talking about it.
I said Marky. I'm not talking to you. You just want to talk to me.
I'm looking it up. Hold on, y'all have your conversation.
What you have to do is go to the athletic commissions and then demand, under the Freedom of Information Act and all this other shit. Yes, you can get it, but you have to go get it. Just because somebody published something in an article doesn't mean that's what the numbers are. The real numbers are public record for these events going to the state athletic commission, at least in California, New York, and Nevada.
So a reporter writing an article wouldn't get that information; they would just make it up out of nowhere, right?
They don't have to.
I just don't know where niggas is going with this. I just don't know.
I think what Smoke is trying to say is Tank is a depleting product. He's older. He's not willing to make the big fights, so he's going to lose dance partners. You have younger fighters who are willing to mix it up. One of these guys are going to become a competing star. And if Tank isn't willing to make or even acquiesce any of these younger fighters who are becoming rising stars, he's going to get lapped. That's what Smoke is getting at.
I mean, that's not a bad take on it. But when you say he doesn't make the biggest fights, he made Brian. That was the biggest fight. What else is there? Shakur, he's lost market share. Nobody really wants to see him. Devin Haney, that's it. TEO, what else is there? Tank is the big fight. That's what you niggas aren't seeing, bro. Tank is the big fight.
If Tank doesn't have a dance partner, it's not a big fight.
When you say, okay, yeah, he needs a dance partner to make a bigger fight, but Tank and Frank Martin still gonna sell, still gonna do more than a live gate than anybody under 140 pounds, bro.
You can't say that for sure because these other guys are willing to fight each other because Tank wants to be a prima donna.
Theo fought Josh Taylor, didn't sell shit. Great
Josh
fight,
Taylor is not a big name like that. I'm talking about the
but
young
it's
fighters.
Theo, but it's Theo a big name?
If Tio and Devin fight, that's gonna sell.
Why is he still
That
fighting in front of 5,000 people then? If he's a big name,
Because he's
don't have a
24
don't have,
years old and he came off of losing to Cambosis, and nobody gave
but
a fuck
but
about it. How about
oh,
that?
okay. So you
It's
telling
true
me that
though.
Theo isn't a big name then, right? Since he lost to Cambosis?
Well, you got to get it back in
No, he
blood.
is a big
You got to
name,
get your market
but
share. It
nobody
doesn't
don't give a
mean
fuck about him.
Okay,
Everybody knows his name.
so you
Don't
can't
nobody
have
give a
it both
fuck to come
ways.
watch him
You
fight.
can't say he's a big name, but nobody gives a fuck about him. You can't have it both ways, bro. That makes
he's a
no sense.
rising. No,
I
no. I
mean,
said
people
he's a
know his
rising
name. He a big
star.
name.
He's a rising star. He's not a seller.
That
He's
I
a
can
rising
agree with.
star.
He's a rising star, okay, but we can't say he's a big name. So we gotta be clear with our terms here, right? Because I can
But
say
the,
Tank is a big name. You can kind of say Devin Haney is a big name because he's attached to this nigga. I can say that.
Tank became a big name because he was attached to Mayweather and because he made the Ryan
I
Correct.
Garcia
mean,
fight.
but Tio beat Lomachenko
Yes, now
and
you're
was
starting to get it. Just
unified
living
and
in
running
reality,
around with
right?
that shit for
Attached
about
to
a year.
Floyd, made a fight with Ryan, big name. Simple as that, bro.
I
Don't
think
need to
what
put no extras on it.
but what Smoke is saying is that's not sustainable, especially if you don't have dance partners.
When you say not sustainable, okay, so let's say he fights the winner of Isak Cruz, Rolly Romero. They're fighting on an undercard on a pay-per-view, right? On a platform that's in over 100 million homes. Do you think that's not going to sell?
Not no Ryan Garcia numbers. Do you think that would be a failure if he doesn't hit something close to that?
No, because every fight has its own market, right? Because
So when do you
Andre
think
Berto,
when's the next? All right, I got a better question. When's the next fight? Do you think it will get to those numbers?
the next
What's the
fight that will
next?
get to those numbers,
Yeah.
probably it's either Tank versus Devin or Tank versus Bud.
Well, you're not gonna get Devin because Devin wasn't acquiesced to the weight, and you're not gonna get Bud because he doesn't want to come up. So who else?
So that's pretty much it.
So
Otherwise, you're
that's
just gonna
that's
have
Smoke's point. You're
that's
gonna
not.
have
But
a
that's
dime. You're gonna have a dime product because your
no,
fans. You hear the fans already. They're asking for this fight. The Rise podcasts are trying to down the Devin fight, act like it's not a big fight. It's a big fight, but if you're not
it
gonna
is a
make
big
it,
fight. But here's the thing, though. Those niggas want the fight on their terms, just like Bill and Devin want the fight on their terms. So you just got competing companies jockeying for a position. That's all it is, bro.
so who do you think is more geared to win that long game? The younger fighter or the older fighter?
I mean, it all depends. Can Tank still make money without fighting Devin?
Damn,
Yes.
John Nor, you cooking.
Of course he can. Can Devin still keep making money without fighting Tank? I don't know. We'll have to see. He can fight
But
Ryan. What does he do after that? Is it Sandor Martin? Is it Subriel Matias? Is it TEO? Like he can only fight certain fights to keep going on the trajectory he's on. What I'm saying is this: Tank has a track record of selling regardless. Devin does not. You see what I'm
here's
saying?
the, I hear what you're saying, but here's the problem. You're trying to call Tank the face of boxing.
I
He
didn't
needs
say
an
that. I didn't say that.
Well, okay, all right, you
I've
didn't say
never
that.
said that.
I'll take that back. I'll take that back. So that's what they're marketing him as the face of boxing. He has to
Correct.
have face of boxing numbers. If he's not willing to acquiesce to the rising stars to get those numbers, eventually, the pulleys are going to break. The bridge is going to break down. You got to keep making those numbers, or the fans will gravitate to someone else who's willing to make those fights. You never know who could be the next knockout artist to come out who has a nice little, who has a vibe to them. Gets on Twitter, gets on YouTube, gets on the streams, talk to these streamers. All these YouTubes, you see all these YouTube fighters. I mean, Jake Paul did 1.3, so you never know who could be the next guy to take your spot. Tank is 29 years old. He has to start making these fights, or he will lose market share. That's what
Facts. But
Smoke's
here's
point.
here's the thing: you're losing market share from the mountaintop, kind of like what Canelo's doing right now. His numbers are slowly dropping. They're still there, but he doesn't crack a million unless he fights a 40-year-old Triple G. You see what I'm saying? Like it's that type of shit. So are we saying that Canelo's market share is just completely depleted now since he's not cracking a million no more? No, we're not saying that. But we'll say it for Tank. You know,
Well,
a little bit of a
people do
double
say
standard here.
I don't think so. People do say
But I
Canelo's
think
numbers
Canelo is
have.
at the
People
point
do
where he
say.
doesn't really, yeah, he doesn't really care because networks are going to pay him a flat fee no matter what. He doesn't
But
really have to
also,
fight
well,
beneficial
that's not
on the way out.
What I'm
that's not
hearing is that
totally
because
true because his numbers
what I'm
did
hearing is
degrade on the zone.
No,
So
I
people
meant
did
to
have
say he's
that.
on the way out. So he just
I get that
what
too.
I'm
Yeah.
so
hearing
he's
Go
is
ahead,
just
Smoke.
fighting for.
what I'm hearing is just because Canelo didn't do Floyd numbers when he fought Floyd, or like before that, then he's never going to be able to do numbers. Like it just doesn't make fucking sense to me.
Well,
Like
that's what you
Floyd came
niggas are
out.
saying. I don't know.
No, that's what you said. Like, listen, a guy
That's
can't.
not what I'm
But
saying at all.
okay, again, so if you were to take Oscar De La Hoya, a guy who fought everybody, a guy who was the face of boxing, did all of these pay-per-views, and you look at what he did, as a trajectory, right? Like way before he fought Floyd Mayweather, would you be like, oh yeah, Floyd Mayweather is going to surpass Oscar De La Hoya? No, he didn't have the style for it. The same way Devin Haney didn't have the style for it. He didn't have the whatever. He didn't have the track record. He didn't have any of those things.
Once
De
he
La
beat
Hoya
him,
came.
you could say that.
I wasn't done. Oscar De La Hoya came into the game getting paid out the ass. This dude, his pay per view numbers were record breaking. Nobody was talking about how Floyd Mayweather was going to surpass Oscar De La Hoya in terms of like ticket sales. Nobody thought that. Like that, and just because Tank is, summarily, just because Tank is on the top of his game today, and the young bucks coming up on him on his bumper already, haven't surpassed him yet, doesn't mean that they need him to surpass him. That's the first part, or the second part, that they won't surpass him without fighting him. And that's the thing. Tank has not created some surpassable legacy fighting a whole bunch of people that nobody gave a damn about because he cracked 1 million one time at some point. Doesn't mean like
Uh,
now everybody else's market value is like shit and gonna be shit. Like, get out of here with that.
no, that's not what I'm saying. But you're just living in a level of delusion that I'm basing my arguments off reality, right? So when you say nobody thought Floyd was going to surpass Oscar, well, once he beat him, you can project that. Just like I could say if Devin Haney beats Tank, yeah, he's going to start garnering that attention. You beat the motherfucking man, bro. Like that's just fucking
No,
reality. I don't
Hey,
know.
look.
okay.
I don't
Wait,
know where niggas are just
hold on
living
for a
in this
second, guys. I just
fantasy
want to say
world.
something
I just
quickly.
don't know, bro.
Hold up.
No.
First off,
Hold up, guys. I just want to say something quickly. I gotta head out.
okay,
My show, Friday Night Fights, over at BVO is starting soon. Pull up if y'all guys want to see some fights.
yes,
Doing a
sir.
Black History Month card. We're honoring Reuben Carter next week, the Black Murderers Row and whatnot. So yeah, pull up.
Okay,
Salute.
cool. So your first thing is that you have to beat the guy in order to surpass his numbers. No, you don't, because Oscar De La Hoya surpassed fucking Lennox Lewis, and he didn't have to fight him. You do not have to beat a guy in order to surpass his numbers. What you have to do is do well at the box office to surpass his numbers, not fight a dude. What I was talking about when it came to Floyd was the thing that you knocked Devin Haney for the ability to not to pass his numbers. Because what you said was he couldn't do it because he didn't have a fan-friendly style. The same shit that they said about Floyd. It doesn't matter about his style. It matters about the dance partner and the marketability that you create from your own lane. That's it. That is the only thing
Correct.
that's going to make your thing. So like Triple G had all of his knockouts and all his fan-friendly style. He didn't really do a damn thing, and still to his date hasn't done a damn thing unless he's fighting Canelo. Period. Fucking dot. Whether or not you think his numbers were good against Lemieux or against whoever the hell it was, cool. He didn't do shit unless he wasn't fighting for real, unless he was fighting Canelo. So it's about the dance partner, not about whether or not a guy has the particular kind of style. And that's what Tank found out. The thing about Tank, though, is he had his seminal fight at what, 28? And that's the thing that broke him out. And before that, he broke records when at the same age, 28. That wasn't that him breaking the single attendance with Hector. the same year he fought Ryan. So all of that happened in his 28th year, right? Or 29th year. He turned 29 that year? Was he 28, 28, 29, whatever. Still, Devin Haney he's years away from that thing. So if you think that we can, judge Devin Haney's market share based on now it's February 2024, and try to project what it's going to be worth and like what he's going to be worth in the February 2028. I don't know how you get there. Like between now and then, he could have become undisputed at 140 and done like 250,000 pay. Like who the fuck knows?
All right, you done? Because I don't want to be interrupted. You mischaracterized my argument, first off, because I said in order to surpass Oscar, yes, Floyd had to beat him, and you bringing in a fucking heavyweight, bro. Of course they were never going to fight. But in order for Floyd to become the man, he had to beat the man. Just like in order for Oscar to become the man, he had to beat motherfucking Julio Cesar Chavez. It's just how the fucking game goes, bro. And second off, Tank did already break a record.
That's not how he became the man. Oh my god, he became the
Well,
man
Oscar
because
was.
Tyson went to jail. Like,
Well, who did Tank
Well,
beat
I
to become the
mean,
man?
you can put there were several circumstances, right? Just like with Tank right now, he's got the whole social media thing, so they didn't have that back then. So what the fuck can I say? You can add whatever circumstances do you want to the situation, but the overall point is he was that motherfucker when he beat Julio Cesar Chavez. Like that's when he got his respect and his stamp. You know what I'm saying? My point is this though: with the situation you have
came in with
now.
it, but whatever. So.
Yeah, the golden boy fucking won the gold medal. Yes, well and good. All well and good, bro. But he didn't get that respect from the fan base that he wanted. So they got a documentary about the shit, bro. Go watch. But my point is this.
He didn't even
Overall,
get it until then. There are a bunch of people thought that Julio Cesar Chavez. Anyway,
and then,
I
and
got
then,
what you're saying. Keep going. Just keep going. Just
okay,
make your overall point because I was talking about his numbers not becoming the man or whatever. But whatever. Do your thing.
okay. Now, with Tank, he already did break a record in Baltimore at around the same age, mid-20s. So that's another mischaracterization you tried to propagate. But I
Huh?
caught you.
What?
Yeah, he broke the
That was
live gate
I
in
thought that was
Baltimore.
last. I thought that
Wait.
was
That was
last
in
year.
Hector Garcia fight. That was in Hector
Nah,
Garcia.
nah. Hold on.
The
Don't get your
record was
pet.
broken. The record that
Hold
he set.
on. Smoke, you so quick to talk but not listen.
Holy shit! Because I
Baltimore,
already know the thing.
listen, Smoke,
So,
listen. Baltimore and DC are two different cities. Tank fought in his hometown of Baltimore years before we even know who the fuck Hector Garcia
Hector
was.
Garcia was not in DC. It was in Baltimore, wasn't it?
No, Smoke. That's what I'm saying. You just gotta listen
Okay,
sometimes.
so wait a minute. So that's
Hector
cool.
Garcia.
I got you. That's fine.
Listen, Smoke. Hold on. I
Bro, I
told you
got
don't
it. You already
interrupt me,
told
bro.
me.
I'm gonna leave,
Okay.
Smoke. I'm gonna leave if you keep
Motherfucker,
interrupting
don't
me,
threaten
bro.
me with a good time. I don't need you to
All
treat me
right,
like
there
I'm
we go.
retarded. Don't treat me like I'm retarded, bro. I don't need that shit. Cool. Peace to you. God damn.
Yeah,
Like
he's
I, I
on
got
you
I
on
should
his
I
ass like
told
white
you.
on rice.
Yeah, like dude. All I needed was no, that didn't happen there. I don't need you to tell me this one is there and that one is there. Like, cool, got it. I can make the fucking point. Holy shit. Yeah, man. The Tank Pet fans, it's rough. It's rough out here. It's
Yeah,
rough
it's
out
rough.
here for him. I feel for him. Like Leonard Ellerby, to me, is not doing them any favors if they want to
Mm.
act like boxing purists. Now, if they want to just act like A-side and entitled and everybody needs to kiss the ass or kiss the ring, cool. But I don't think that they feel proud about that. I think they acknowledge it, but they want to talk about everything but that.
Facts. I see it the same way. I think his fans kind of muddy the waters because before, like I remember like 3 years ago when we talked about Tank, we only talked about him as the way they described him as a pay-per-view attraction. And then as soon as Devin Haney got a belt, all of a sudden there was just spin around where now we have to talk about Tank as if he is a pound for pound fighter. They're just not having him on the list because he's not an ESPN fighter, and then this whole thing started, and then this whole cold war of competition between Devin Haney because he started collecting belts, and it's just nasty. If you guys are trying to be pay-per-view stars, be that. Don't get in the way of the boxing purist conversations and who's the best fighting the best kind of conversations. If you're not trying to be a part of that, don't be a part of it. But never since they muddied the waters, now it feels like they're trying to swim upstream because they're trying to hold up this image of Tank, and it's not gonna hold up unless you fight these guys. And you can't fight these guys if you're gonna be a prima donna in negotiations every time. You're gonna every time you have a negotiation with a rising star who's not gonna take your shit. And it just looks nasty because then you have to listen to Ellaby talk about these butts and seats arguments and oh, we're not going to pay for this. Like, who gives a fuck about what you're talking about? And Calvin Forrest talking like a negotiator. And you got all the coaches making up all these kind of like, well, Shakur is going to run around the ring. It just sounds disgusting. I hate hearing them talk like this. I wish they would just go back to just selling Tank as a pay-per-view star so we can just enjoy his knockouts and just be done with it.
You can't. Yeah, exactly. You can't. To me, you can't be bragging about how you're going to do things your way and dictate terms to everyone, and then start crying about how nobody acknowledges your efforts. Um,
That
yeah,
too.
right. If you
I
want
mean,
them to acknowledge your efforts, do the other shit. Like if you want to be on pound for pound list, fight guys that people would consider you a pound for pound fighter. As a result, because I like Tank, I think he has pound for pound skills, but I can't say that he's fighting better competition than Monster or Devin or like even whatever you say about Canelo. Canelo's fighting way better fucking comp.
for sure.
The Bud, all these guys that you hope to be in front of Tank. I think Tank is doing better competition than Shakur is.
I agree with that. I feel like
You
Shakur
know,
gets a lot of soft touches. He definitely in line for a step up. I hope I'm really kind of annoyed with this whole I'm going to retire talk. I hope this was just a moment, and whatever OG he has in his corner sits him down, talks to him, gets him focused again. Because I really hope they make that Murataya fight. If he doesn't rematch De Los Santos, have him fight Murataya. Because I'm definitely don't want to watch what's Navarrete. Yeah, I don't want to watch that.
yeah. I didn't think Navarrete was going to beat Shakur. I didn't really want to see the fight. I've been feeling like there's been one um media misstep after another with Shakur since really he
Yeah,
lost his belt on the scale. Like it's just been, you know, it started
yeah.
with we need to have like a tournament at 135. Nobody's gonna fight me. Getting in Devin's ring, saying sign the contract. Going a different route. Like this whole his whole shit has just been like like he's way better than this. Like you said, I don't know what it's the OGs. It's really the team. He has to me a bullshit team around him. The team is not focused on his greatness and where he is right now and where he needs to be in order to fulfill like leverage all of his potential.
For
I don't
sure.
feel like anybody's like looking out for him in this way. And this dude doesn't know where to shit or go blind. Um,
It's bad. He's been acting real goofy lately. It's not a good look at all. I agree. Ever since he lost that belt, it's kind of been I don't know like some struggle
yeah.
publicity after another. It's really sad, man.
How do
You
you? Oh,
know.
yeah. How do you go from I can't get fights to turning down undisputed to I'm gonna retire? Like just
That's
wow.
terrible, man. That's a big 180 right there, man. That's huge. And I'm sure that weighs on him, man, because if I was him, I would have took that shit. Fuck that. 25%? Fuck it. I would have
He
took
won it
it. But
50-50. Yeah, if he won it 50-50, so let's say he was 25 points away, but he would have had all the belts since he's talking all about how he beat Devin and sparring and he would whooped his ass and all this other stuff. You would have had all the belts and all the leverage, and everybody would have had to fight you.
facts.
But instead, you're
My
like,
bets. I
nah.
would have hedged my bets on the Tank fight. Why try to get the money fight out of Devin? Get the belts. That's the biggest piece he has. I mean, if I'm Shakur, my money fight would have been Tank. I would have got the belts from Devin. He's already weight drained. You know that. So you have the advantage there already. Just sacrifice a little coin, get the belt, and make the coin back with Tank. I don't know why that was such a I don't get it. And you had to know that if he would have went to the sanctioning body, that he was just going to move up because he has options. He was looking out for you because you went on top rank and you got in front of the microphone, the camera, and you said some hot shit. You got the internet. I remember when he first started talking about, oh, I got the best of Devin. I mean, the internet was going wild. That fight would have been successful. You would have got a lot of eyeballs on you. You beat Devin Haney, you are in the driver's seat in that division, without a doubt. I would have took the 25%, man. That's too much. That's too big of an opportunity to give up.
It,
Just
everybody, but people went from nobody wanted to fight Devin to everybody wanted to fight Devin when he became undisputed. To the
facts.
point where the people who is still like kind of ducking it, they went to belts don't matter. For the first time, we started hearing about how undisputed wasn't shit and being a champion wasn't shit. When
Mm-hmm.
Devin Haney got the belts, now all of a sudden they're contraband. But anyway,
Unbelievable.
yeah, these guys, hopefully they can get their damn act together. When it comes to boxing fans, hopefully we can get the fucking hair down of their fucking backsides and see what's happening. Because the spin, all the marketing that these guys do, having us at each other, like I don't get it. Is it just to troll other fan bases for a little bit of fun, or do you
Has
actually?
to be.
Because I think, but people really
It
like I
has
did,
to
like
be.
I was probably like 90% sure, 95% sure, um, that the Usyk fight wasn't happening in February. Um, like all last year, right? Like I
Mm-hmm.
never got past like the idea that that fight was about to happen. And when they said when I saw him fighting Ganu, I was like, "There's no fucking way this fight is happening in February." Then I saw
Yeah,
the
I felt the same
promotion.
way.
I saw the promotion. How everybody was talking about Devin and Tank and Ryan and Canelo. Meanwhile, it's supposed to be like a historic heavyweight fight, and nobody's saying anything about it. Frank Warren's not saying anything about it. Eddie Hearn's not saying anything about it. The Saudis not saying anything about it. I was like,
It was
how the
strange.
fuck?
I don't blame you.
How
That
the
shit's
fuck?
strange, man.
How the
And then
fuck do
they
people think this fight's happening?
and then it gets called off, man. That was a good read, man. I
Yeah,
mean,
and then
I
it's like, yeah, hey, go
I was
ahead.
waiting. I was waiting to see. I was waiting until fight week. I was getting a little excited, but I wasn't gonna get like too excited. I was gonna wait till fight week and see what happens. But I'm glad I did because I'm not. I don't feel let down. I'm like, figures.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like this, how many times have they teased undisputed? Like I can think of, let's see, Wilder AJ twice.
Right.
Let's see, AJ Fury once,
Right.
and now Fury Usyk 3 times.
Yep.
That's 6 times in 6 years.
It's strange. I don't know what the fuck it is, man. I don't know if it's network battles or something, or there's some underhanded shit going on, and then they gotta make up some side story to like push it back until they figure out some shit in negotiation because they were negotiating for a long time. I don't know what the fuck it is. It's weird. I don't know why we can't get undisputed in heavyweight. It just never seems to happen. It's,
Yeah. See the thing about Shakur, I don't think he's gone anywhere. I think I think he is just expressing his frustration with being led down a path that was never going to end well for him, and nobody recognizing it, including himself.
mm,
And I mean it like in the media, like as a PR, as a public relations issue, not as
yeah,
a boxing issue, just as a straight PR issue. Everybody should have been talking about what Shakur should have done is blame De Los Santos. What what all Shakur's
that's what
team
I.
should have done was should have blamed De Los Santos, but instead he took responsibility. And then he started talking about guys who are below his weight class. It's like, oh wow, bro, this is just like PR 101. This is not how it works.
Yeah, I
And
don't. I don't know why he took the blame for that. Recently I went. I think like third, maybe like this Tuesday, I went back and watched that whole fight. And after watching it again, I mean, Shakur was trying to make the fight. He was trying to. He was closing in on him. He wasn't throwing the left. He threw the left maybe like twice in the round 1 and 2. He threw some body shots, left hooks to the body, but that's about it. But he was throwing that right hook, and he caught Santos a couple times, and Santos just never sold out, man. It's just, I mean, I know Shakur was backing up. He was jumping back a lot, but he was jumping straight back. If he wanted to follow him to the ropes, he could have did that. I mean, he just mentally checked out,
Yeah, that's
and
what I'm
it just
saying. Like you could have said like, yeah, I was trying to come forward. I tried to make a fight. It didn't happen. The two of us, like it was called, like even if you want to talk about like the two of us, but the way that he
yeah,
did it, it was just all him.
it was
Like
just
it was just
terrible.
up to yeah, and yeah. Anyway, and even still, it's just been like I still would have been like that dude's a hoe. I
Yeah,
came
that would have
here
been my
like
first
this guy.
instinct.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, so I'm the champion. I won. Nah, he didn't make the fight. Fuck him.
Yeah,
He the one
exactly.
say, yeah. I don't know why. I don't know what's the marketing with him. I don't know why he's on Twitter going back and forth trying to win fans over through Twitter arguments. I don't get it. I really don't. He needs to stand on business and just be who they're marketing you as. You're supposed to be the next coming. S- Stay with the whole excuse. Yeah, I had a fucked up finger. Whatever. I'll give him a rematch. He should have just committed to the rematch, talked a lot of shit, and built up the rematch, and he would have been all right.
Yeah, Grandpa coming out talking about Haney got slapped by Lubin in the amateurs. I'm like,
That's nasty
what?
work. That's not how you sell a fight. That's terrible. I don't get it.
Yeah. Aren't they 3 years apart in age? At least Lubin and Dev. Like you talking about the amateurs, you're talking about a 17-year-old slapped a 14-year-old, and we're supposed to be like, ooh.
That was so fucking weird, man. When I heard that shit, I'm like, okay, that was weird. Like, I don't know how that helps you, but I mean, I guess you want to talk shit about Devin. I guess that helps you in a way. I don't get it, man. I really don't get what the angle is, man. And
Yeah, it's just a lot of weird shit. That's the oof. The
yeah,
OGs are
like,
not doing him any justice.
I mean, if I was him, I would have talked a whole bunch of shit. I would have said, look, I was this and that, just try to clean it up best you can, the whole bad performance. And offer Santos a fucking rematch and just say Floyd did it, Andre did it. Just try to big it up. I mean, use the boxing logic and fans to build up the fight. Well, if he was hurt, then he'll fuck him up this time. And just build it up that way. I don't understand this whole. I can't like. It's like he wants to have this bulletproof vest on all the time instead of trying to just roll with the punches. Like you're
Yeah,
not gonna,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
you're not gonna have a um you're not gonna go on public platforms and not get shot at. You're gonna get some people are gonna shoot at you, but you just can't try to act like no one like you ain't get hit. You gotta roll with them shits. Roll with that shit, finesse it, make it work for you.
Yeah, especially if you're gonna turn down fights and then not go as hard as other people in your division. I just don't get man. His whole shit is just man. His the undisputed thing was just such a huge misstep. They're so mismanaged.
Yeah, that was bad.
That yeah, I don't know. And then you do a stinker and you take all responsibility for it when you're like, oh well, I beat him easy. You guys, like I tried to make a fight, but the dude didn't want to fight, so shit, coasted to a victory. If he wants a rematch, I'll give him one.
That's
Just be
crazy,
just
man.
say it like that. Like,
Like I don't who are you trying to win over with that speech? Like I don't get it. And I agree,
yeah,
man. Turning down Devin Haney, man, that was just wow. And you already know people not trying to fight you. So you turn down Devin Haney and you just thought, okay, I'm definitely gonna get the Loma fight. I'm like, no, no, you didn't talk to Bob like before you decided to like turn down that offer, and even like a little bit, just see what's your better options. You just said, no, I'm just gonna go to the sanction body and force Devin Haney, who has a couple of different options. Like I don't understand the viewpoint. Like you need this fight, and unless you got something that's better down the street, take the 25%. Like I don't understand.
yeah. Um, Yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye out for Shakur. The Spence retirement. I think that Spence is. I can understand his retirement a little bit better than I can understand Shakur's. I think Spence's retirement is a
Did he confirm that he's retired?
no. This is just like word. This is more of like the narratives that are happening in the first quarter.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
people are trying to keep their name relevant, and however they do
yeah.
it. But I feel like
Damn.
that one is a little bit more deserved, right? I don't
For
think that
sure.
actually Shakur deserves to retire, even though these people can do whatever the hell they want with their lives and their careers. Like, man, you have not put in the work to be this entitled and this whiny.
Yeah, you going
You just haven't.
outside. It's, no
You know
one,
what I
nobody.
mean?
I don't even think the annals of history will call it retirement. They'll just say, "Oh, he quit boxing." That's how they're gonna say it. They're not gonna say he retired. They're gonna say he quit boxing at 25. That's a terrible look, man.
Yeah, wow, wow.
That's a
Oh
terrible
man.
look, man. And it's too good for that.
Yeah, yeah, not injured, no, but just like disgusted that he couldn't figure out the business.
Yeah, they're gonna say he quit boxing, and he's too talented for that, man. Man, if I
Yeah,
was him, I'm calling up Santos. I'm telling him we're gonna fight 50-50, and I'm gonna fuck you up, and you're gonna take this fight. And Bob gonna cheat. He gonna cheap us. He gonna cheap us. He gonna probably put us in like Hopefully we can get it back in New York. Don't fight in Vegas. Take your ass back to New York and take Santos over there and fuck him up. That's your best option,
and
unless Bob is planning to serve you up to retire on a big card. If he's not willing to do that and you ain't getting over fights, that's your best option.
yeah, I go with the Davis. Even over Murataya, like at least there's something built up in the De Los Santos fight. The Murataya, like nobody really knows who that dude is. It's super
Yeah.
dangerous. There's no
Hmm.
history for the fight or nothing. There's no backstory to it. Um, yeah, just you might as well just go ahead and do the De Los Santos, and yeah, like you said, take him to Newark. That's actually a really good look.
Yeah. I don't know why they try to like turn it into a Vegas fight. I thought they did it too early. I kind of liked his hometown fights. I thought he had the crowd rocking. I mean, when I watched that what's the name of that Japanese guy he fought?
Yeah,
Um,
Yoshimo,
yeah, I thought that was a good environment for
Shino.
Shakur. Yeah, Yoshino. I like the way the crowd was rocking from him. Good performance. I didn't think he was ready to go to Vegas yet, but I mean, his contract's about to end. They're trying to see if we can get some big money out of him, but
And he's talking shit to the promoter.
yeah, yeah, that didn't help either.
Well, yeah, like how did you talk shit about your business partners? Like my man just got a bad habit of shooting himself in the foot.
Yeah, I
How is
mean,
it
like
that Devin is the homie? You have all this goodwill with Devin Haney, and you throw that dude under the bus on some publicity stunt shit.
that was crazy. Yeah, that threw me for a loop. Let's see, and this is why when he didn't take the fight, it just frustrated me because if you're willing to go out on a limb to do all that talking, go on I mean, they were arguing on. I think they argued on 2 lives together. Yeah, building up the fight. You get to the table and you want to be a diva. That's crazy for undisputed. That's crazy. I can't rationalize that shit.
I
I don't.
mean, listen, it could have been playing the long game, right? But it's
Yeah, that's true. Could be.
how is that you playing the long game if you retired? Like, I guess you're playing the really long game.
I mean,
Get some
shit. Come back
some
3 years
Triller,
later.
Roy Jones, yeah, Roy Jones and Mike Tyson shit. Like, you
George
get,
Foreman. 10 years later, Shakur Stevenson's return. Like what? Who you gonna fight?
yeah, you got
Like,
to. Hopefully, it's just some TEO shit. Like they just talking shit
please.
in order to do a thing, but it just seems like it just highlights the mistakes he's made recently. Whatever. Shout out to him.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll get the Tank thing. Oh, hold on one second. What's up, babe?
Jersey boys, stand up. Stand up, Jersey. Let me see what y'all saying in the chat real quick. Shakur Stevenson will be back giving out L's again soon enough. They still won't want the smoke from him. True. See, you already see Tank don't want to smoke. I mean, they talking about he gonna be running around the ring. Tank not gonna be able to do what he do. So that tells you
Yeah,
about that fight.
they're messing up Tank's market. They're
For
making it in
sure.
marketability. It's like I can't knock him out because he won't stand still and throw a bunch of punches or come forward.
That's the most crazy shit I heard in a while. I mean, I never heard someone talk about a black fighter like he a Mexican fighter. That's crazy. That's some protection right there, man. I haven't heard that kind of protection for one of our fighters in a long, long time, man. That guy Tank is protected, man. I know he sells good, and I'm probably sure I mean, ain't because you know you got Spence. He done took a L. Wilder took a couple L's already. Who else they got over there? Um, Luckily for them, they signed Canelo. But I mean, Tank's their guy right now, so I get it. They don't want they got to lose, but you know, iron sharpens iron. If you got this guy fight a bunch of like no names for the majority of his career, man, eventually when he gets to that big fight, I don't know. I mean, me personally, I don't think Tank has a shot in hell of beating Devin. Not a shot in hell. Shakur, due to Shakur's, I don't know, mental stability, his focus, he has a better shot beating Shakur, even though Shakur has a chance of just running away the entire time. That could still happen. Who knows? I mean, you don't know what kind of Shakur you're going to get when he gets in there with a hard hitter. So he has a chance of beating Shakur. TEO, I don't think he's going to fight TEO. Ryan rematch. I mean, who knows what those numbers do, depending on how Ryan looks against Devin. If they fight, who knows if he takes that fight? I mean, he don't really have a lot of options. I was telling Phantom this while you stepped out for a quick second. I was trying to explain to him that your point was that what he's selling to the boxing audience is not sustainable. If you're not willing to get these dance partners and you're just gonna keep throwing us cans after can after can, that shit's gonna get stale. I mean, we all love knockouts. I love knockouts. But if you're not, I mean, after a while, once your name gets to a certain level, there's an expectation. And if you're not gonna at least try to hold that expectation at least a little bit, Frank Martin is closer to that direction. But how many PBC fighters are over there that has a name like Frank Martin is willing to take those kind of fights, especially if you're not willing to negotiate and you're just gonna give everybody shit sandwiches and be a diva. I mean, how is this train gonna keep running without any fuel? You know, so I mean, Tank, I think he's in a precarious situation, and his fans see it. Cause you see how his fans reacting these days. Like I have never seen a fan base this rabid. Like holy shit, you bring up Tank's name, his Devin name comes up immediately, right away, and it's like, what the fuck does he have to do? Who's Tank fighting next? Y'all know he not gonna fight Devin next. Who's the man gonna fight? They never talk about who he gonna fight next. It's just this constant push away, and it's so obvious to everybody else. I mean, it's starting to like. I mean, I don't. I mean, I talk about this a lot when I go to KO's channel, and you know, KO he's a Tank guy, but even he's stressing, man. He has to go against these Devin fans constantly, constantly go at them just to keep that momentum going. And if you're not willing to make the fight, man, that shit's gonna stall the fuck out eventually.
To me, it's already like I think that KO has he is just out there in the limb when it comes to Tank. Like it is, you
I
know,
mean,
I like KO a
he
ton.
he's trying his hardest, man.
He's
He's
out
trying
there.
hardest to get Tank in there, man. Please take fight Devin.
But
Please. He ain't gonna do it.
but their thing about now about the way to bolster Tank is by devaluing Devin. It's like what? Like, you know how
it's,
weak and it's just a basic marketing
it's
strategy. It's not that Brand
not gonna
X is
work.
better. No, instead of saying that you're the new improved, you're just saying that Brand X sucks. Like, okay, thanks a lot.
It's historically that has never worked. They're just gonna be like, okay, well, we'll see. I'm gonna wait and see. That's what the audience does. They're gonna wait and see. And if you're not fighting nobody, he's fighting everybody, and everybody that's around him are fighting everybody. That's just gonna stall out. It's gonna go from 700 to maybe I don't know 450 So 300, and it'll probably stop there at the hardcores. 300 consistently for Tank Davis after 2 years of not fighting nobody. And if y'all think y'all gonna be walking around here calling yourself the face of boxing, doing them kind of numbers, it's not gonna happen. You gotta fight somebody. It's time. And I'll just keep going. Uh, and I like Tank. I ain't a Tank hater at all. I think the guy, got skills, got a lot of power. He's a he's a good young talent, getting up there in age, but he has the skills to win these fights. But if he doesn't sharpen his blade, he doesn't get in there with the top competition, man, somebody gonna expose him. Because
So, who would you consider the top competition at 135 right now?
well, we can start with the belt holders, you know, start there.
Well, the
If we
only
can't get
belt holders right now are Shakur and Tank. So,
well, we gotta wait. We gotta wait for it to disperse a little bit. See what happens with Loma, if it happens with Navarrete, and you're on Amazon Prime. You're not on Showtime anymore. Sure, Amazon Prime is willing to split the bill with them. They got a lot of money.
so do you consider Frank Martin and let's say William Zepeda the top competition at 135?
Top. I mean, they're good names for Tank. If that's what you mean, I wouldn't pull them top, but they're good names. I feel like that's in the right direction. He still
Well,
needs the top names to get those big numbers though. But he's going in the right direction. Fighting
because
Frank
I'm
next,
basing
yeah.
my argument off the fact that I don't think Bob Arum is gonna send any of his fighters to fight Tank on Amazon Prime. I think his fighters are gonna be fighting in-house fights at 135, and he's gonna try and get as much control over the belts as he can. So that's why Emmanuel Navarrete is fighting for the WBO, and Loma's fighting for the IBF, and he's just gonna try and unify them shits all over again, rinse and repeat. So that's why I kind of have certain names I'm looking for that I would consider top that are realistic for Tank at 135.
Well, we got to change the definition of realistic. I mean, you're at Amazon Prime now. Let's not. I mean, Bob has sent Fury over to Wilder. Yes, we got Fulton versus Inoue. It's not impossible. It's
Well, no,
possible.
I mean Bob, but the in a way is not a Bob Arum fighter. That's a
But yeah,
Japanese promoted fighter. So
yeah, but it was only. I mean, I get what you're saying about Bob Aaron. I'm just saying ESPN is still part of the negotiations. So if the money's right, and I don't, maybe Showtime wasn't willing to split the bill, and PPC weren't willing to split the bill, they want to keep it everything in house. But if you need like he Tank needs big fights. This whole machine isn't going to work without big fights. He's going to have to sacrifice somewhere. So I mean, yeah, you can depend on William Cepeda and Frank Martin and Rayo and Santos. I mean, that's not going to get you over 500 pay-per-views. I don't see how that's possible.
yeah, but here's the thing. What's this? Okay, so what fighters get Tank over 500 pay-per-view right now?
Well, Tank's in a tough. He's in a tough spot because a lot of the guys that he was with, his contemporaries, his younger contemporaries, or rising stars, are all moving up. So now you're kind of stuck with Loma and Shakur. I think you get Loma in there, that could get you at least 700. At least
What? Tank and Loma 700?
they've been
That's
building.
fucking
Hey,
optimistic.
hey, if you can do 1.2 with Ryan and Devin did 150 with him, and both of them are not pay per view kind of stars, then you can at least get 500 to 700 with Loma.
I
If you
mean,
can't do 700 alone, what do you expect to do with Frank, Williams, Zepeda, and the rest of those guys?
I think we're just like overestimating Tank's value a little bit because he struck while the iron's hot, right? Like him and Ryan made it to where it's like we're not gonna bullshit around. We're gonna make this fight, and they promoted it well, right? Loma's a Ukrainian who can't really speak English and doesn't give a fuck about promoting anything. So you're gonna have a lackluster promotion. Loma's Is his market value really all that much since he only did one pay per view and it was like 150K? So these numbers you're coming up with, I don't know where you're getting them from, bro. It's optimistic, but it's ambitious at the same time.
Well, those are his best opponents, and we can't depend on Shakur to give you big numbers at the moment because you don't know what's his deal. So this is what you have. If you're not willing to go up to 140, this is what you have.
Yeah.
Now you
See,
tell me what can. Well, you tell me what Tank can work. How Tank can work with this.
I think we're confusing good fighters with the potential to make big money. Like Tank and Ryan, behind the scenes, being on social media, promoted that fight well. Like they had influencers getting involved, making like 100K bets on the fight, shit like that. Like that shit reaches out to people, bro. And that's what motherfuckers don't pay attention to. Loma's not doing that. Devin Haney could do it. I know for a fact Devin could do it 100%. And that's why I still say Tank and Devin is the biggest fight. There is nobody else. There is no Loma. There's no Shakur. There's no Subriel Matias. There's no TEO. If you're talking about just pure revenue generation, it's Tank and Devin, period. That's just the facts of it, bro.
Okay, I agree with
I don't
that,
think. I
but
mean, I don't think anybody's arguing with what the biggest fight is. It's just like what
yeah,
numbers can you do numbers with someone else? If you can you do
yeah.
numbers with Loma? If Devin Haney has that boring ass style, has the jab and grab, has all that stuff, but was still able to do a pay per view with Loma, the guy who was never pay per view with anyone else, right? It seems that Loma is a dance partner to some extent, and
To some extent,
yeah,
but that's Devin Haney and his father selling it. That's the thing, bro. They sold it.
no,
Loma didn't sell shit. Loma just brought his name. Ryan
well
brought the
that
name and the sales.
yeah, but the thing is that they also sold the shit out of Regis Prograde. Like they brought that, and people were saying that pay per view flops. So it seems as though it's not just it like whatever salesmanship the Haneys have, the dance partner is the thing. Um, and even when the TO fought Loma, yeah, it wasn't pay per view, but apparently that did like 4 million views. I mean, most of it was digital that we can't track, but the number that they could track was still like 2 million, which is pretty good. I mean, actually, that's just kind of standard Loma numbers, to be honest with you, on ESPN. But it is good numbers, right? Like a million views, like Tank and Showtime was not doing a million views. He's doing like six hundred
True.
thousand. You know what I mean? Like his thing, like the Tank thing, is relatively recent. I mean, a long career. Like even I remember when when their names were first attached, right? Tank and Loma. They said they're gonna fight Loma on pay per view, and at that point, nobody was pay per view below 147 pounds. Period, and had been like that. Like I think maybe De La Hoya was pay per view below 147.
Yep.
But like there was no real pay per view fights or fighters under 147 pounds. And the idea that Loma and Tank were going to be one, it just seemed like Tank was ducking. But lo and behold, Tank is pay per view. Cool.
Yeah.
Now he's a pay per view star. Can he be pay per view no matter who he fights? Only in the sense that Tim Zoo and Keith Thurman is pay per view. Only in the sense that PBC will put on fights that are on pay per view, which nobody thinks are pay per view worthy. Because who the
Well,
fuck thought Tank and Hector Garcia was pay per view worthy?
yeah, that's a good point, but it's still pay per view because it's Tank. But I just want to talk to
No,
Nori
because
for.
it's PBC.
Oh shit!
Because
Here
it's
we go.
PBC.
Can
Not
I
be,
fucking
no, not
talk
be,
to John Nori, please?
well, I got it. But if you are going to repeat, if you're going to make a respond to a point I made and then try to
No, I'm
talk to
talking to
somebody else,
John Nori, bro.
no. But you
No,
said you
not at
said
all.
it's because he did it. Well, you said it's because of Tank. And what I was talking about was PBC. PBC puts on fights on pay per view which are not pay per view worthy. And Tank and Hector Garcia is one of those things. And Tank and Frank Martin might be another one of those things. You can talk to Nora all you want.
Okay. Now, when you say Loma can do 700K, right? So, like, what are you basing that off of? Are you basing that off of Tank and Ryan and what he just did? Like, where do you get that number from?
Well, I'm basing off the fact that he must at least Ryan brought a lot of those tweeny kind of fans to the boxing. You have to understand. We have a lot of young fighters. They're all of them on social media. We have YouTube unboxing now, so you're gonna get a lot of younger fan base. I'm assuming Tank must have at least took a couple of thousands of those fans at least. So if he had at least a decent name with a background to it, you get Mayweather part of the promotion. These guys are talking shit back and forth. You calling Loma the next Mayweather and blah blah blah, and them two can get into a back and forth. Oh, you ducked me. That create the story. There's a story there. You get that. You activate your fan base. Get in their heads. Oh, this is the guy that you said we ducked and blah blah blah. You can build a story there, and if you're coming off of the Ryan pay per view, I mean, as long as the Frank Martin pay per view doesn't totally go down the drain, then you have something there. You can get somewhere between 500 700 based off the fact that you just been a part of you're just on this big platform. You did 1.2. It doesn't totally evaporate if you have a legend in there, and when Loma, possible ATG for that weight class or the lower weight classes, you get him in there. That's a great name on your resume. You can build that up. You have some history there. There's a high possibility that it could sell. Now, will it eclipse Ryan Garcia? Hell no. But you can at least do half based off based with the market share that you built up with the Ryan Garcia fight. That's what I'm estimating.
I mean, I don't necessarily say your estimation's off, but it's because I don't. It's hard to see Tank cracking 500K again without Devin Haney, and my reasoning for that is well, with the new platform, it's in over 100 million homes. It all depends on how Amazon Prime works out. We'll see how this works out, because if Tank and Frank Martin, if they could sell that, well, why the fuck can't that do 700K if it's in over 100 million homes? Like, just playing the sheer numbers off of it, like on some per capita shit. Yeah. So I mean, it's possible, but then we got to bring it back to boxing, right? Because let's say Loma beats Cambosis and Emmanuel Navarrete beats Barenchik. Is he gonna want to make Loma Tank, or is he gonna want to make Loma Navarrete? He's gonna want to make Loma Navarrete. That's why I say those fights aren't realistic. Now, Shakur could be a dark horse with his free agency if he, tries to shop over there with PBC. Maybe that could be a possibility, but that remains to be seen.
Well, I mean, I think I heard Smoke talking about this before. When you got boxing coming to streaming, you're gonna have to change some of the rules. So let's say you're dealing with Bob. He's a cheap ass negotiator historically. So you're gonna have to work with him. Let's say, okay, you send us Loma over here, we send you somebody over there. That will be a nice middle ground to start with. You give us one big name, we'll send you one of our big names. You can start with that. I'm not sure who could they send. Let me see. You could send fucking Rolly or Pitbull, one of them motherfuckers over there to fight Murataya or something, and he gets a belt. I mean, you're gonna have to play this middle ground. Like if all these guys these networks are gonna start playing the keep away game, they're all gonna suffer. All the numbers are gonna suffer. And I
Yeah,
think
I mean, but they're gonna suffer in silence, right? Like, I'm gonna suffer over here making in-house fights while you suffer over there making your in-house fights. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Like,
but I
I don't
think
think
everybody
motherfuckers will be
sees.
crying foul.
I mean, I see the way Bob Arum talks a little different now. He was before Shakur talked about retirement. He was talking about, hey, I'm willing to, I'm willing to sit down at the table with this tank fight talk. Let's see what they're talking about. I think everybody sees the writing on the wall that this keep away shit is not sustainable. They're gonna have to make cross network fights. It's just that's just the reality of the situation. If they ever want to make a profit, I mean, I
Yeah,
mean.
but promoters don't see it that way. Like, for Eddie Hearn making a DAZN network fight between Ryan and Haney, that's all well and good, right? But will he be willing to do that for, let's say, Devin Haney and who does who do they have at? Let's say Mario Barrios. They were talking about fighting. No
Mhm.
paperwork ever got sent. I doubt the Haney's even got in contact with the team over there. Like, I think they just say things and they already have plans that are realistic and they end up doing that. You know what I'm saying? But you keep your name a buzz by talking about fighting all these different fighters and doing different things, but you already have something in the works that's realistic. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. But at the same time, I don't see. I know Bill Haney gets a lot of shit for that. I don't really. He's just throwing it into the universe. I don't. I don't. He's a promoter like everybody else. I don't think Bill's word is God. Like I don't. I don't take everything he's saying as face value. If he's talking about a possible fight of Barrios, I don't assume that's going to be next. It's a possibility. Now we have to see what Amazon Prime and how their infrastructure works out. That's what I'm thinking. Most of these guys who want to possibly fight PPC fighters are waiting for to see how that turns out. Nobody wants to jump in the water, especially if the sharks in that motherfucker. So they're gonna wait and see how that turns out, and then maybe we'll see some cross network because you have this big ass platform. There's no reason to just do in-house fights. You have you have the possibility of expansion. You can make stars, and you need dance partners. So it's a necessity that you really have to make cross network fights.
Right. I agree. But here's the thing, maybe it's floating kind of like under the radar. What if PBC is cornered the market on pay per view fights? Because the zone pay per views ain't really hitting on shit unless it's Canelo. Motherfucking ESPN, Bob Arum, they don't really do that shit. So what if the market becomes, if you want a big fight on pay per view, you're gonna have to send your fighters over here because we secured a deal with the largest platform in North America, being Amazon Prime. It's in over 100 million homes. You know, how many of those homes will cater to boxing? We'll find out. But it's gonna be on pay per view regardless.
Well, that remains to be seen. That would be that's not a bad play for Al Hammond. I mean, especially coming off of Showtime getting shut down. If you can turn that into a juggernaut, I don't see why not. But I mean, that's gonna be. I
What I'm saying
mean,
is, it will
that's
put
gonna
the
be. It's
onus
gonna
on
be.
these other networks now. Like, you want to make big fights, you have to come to Prime. It's not going to
But
be on Al Heyman, or I got to send my fighter to ESPN, or I got to send my fighter to the Zone. No, you're going to have to come here and fight on pay per view and make the big fights.
that's gonna be
Right.
tough though,
If that
man.
that
That's,
I don't know how you're gonna build that business on the back of Tim
yeah, that's
Zoo
gonna be
versus
tough.
Keith Thurman, and Rolly and fucking Pitbull Cruz as a co-main. Like I don't see them cornering the market on anything other than pay-per-view offerings that nobody wants.
If it
Well,
was possible,
you're
if
already
it was
estimating that
possible,
nobody wants it before we even get numbers. Fights haven't even happened yet. So what are we talking
Yeah,
about?
no. What I mean by nobody wants is there was no clamor
Because you
before
don't
these
want it,
fights were made. Nobody
so
was
you're
talking about
nobody.
Pitbull Cruz
Yeah,
versus.
right.
These are the fights that they just gave us, and now we'll see what it does. But nobody was talking about, hey, let's see that fight.
Yeah, what fighter they talk about? Hey, let's see that they could have put on realistically in this time
No, I'm
frame.
just sorry. It doesn't matter whether or not they could realistically put it on. I'm just talking about the fact that nobody asked for Tim Zoo versus Keith Thurman. Period. Like no, that was not on anybody's radar. Like that, and neither was Pitbull Cruz versus Rolly.
Nah, I don't get it. But all right, like we didn't
yeah.
ask for it, so it doesn't matter. Fuck, I don't know.
Yeah, now,
Well,
if the fight
I
could
mean,
do well,
it's
don't get me wrong, it
if
could do well, but that remains to be seen. I don't think there's gonna let's see if they can corner a market giving fights that fans didn't ask for.
yeah, I have no problem with PPC domination, but it has to be domination. It can't be just isolation. Isolation isn't domination. Isolation is slow death. And if they're really trying to dominate boxing, they gotta make the fights. They gotta be more shrewd with their business. I mean, they're just being penny pinchers and then betting it all on pay per view. And I ain't got no problem with Zoo. I like Zoo. I think he got the legend's name. I like that he makes fights. He takes it to these motherfuckers. I like it. But at the same time, I don't want to see Keith Thurman. I'm just being honest with you, dog. I am really excited for the fight. Rolly and Pitbull, that's cool. That's cool for a co-main, but the main is just like lackluster. And then I know they want to. They really want. They have 12 dates. You really don't want to put one of those dates as a non-pay-per-view. I get it, but you got to work harder than that. Like, if you really need it to be a pay-per-view, give us something, dog.
But here's the thing: you only, you, how do I put this? Okay, what was Tank pay per view before he was pay per view, right? What if Tim Tszyu has a breakout performance, becomes a pay per view fighter? Like you have that. I know what PBC's trying to do, right? They're trying to get as many fighters as they can on pay per view. I think that's what Al Heyman would prefer to do because it generates more revenue, more money in the fighters' pockets, more money for the network or whatever, more money for the company and all that. So it just makes more sense. So you have to test the market and build fighters to that level, bro. Otherwise, what's the point?
I agree. It's just these matchups are like, wow, like these matchups are like cringe. Like you gotta if that's what you're going for, then you gotta get everybody all hands on deck. These I can't fight this guy unless it's a big fight kind of shit. That has to go out the window. People gotta have to take risky fights and make it pay-per-view worthy. And
You talking
I don't
about
know
this card that we got right now?
Yeah, Sheldon.
You
Yeah.
talking about that Mark 30 card? Is that
Yeah,
what you're
man.
talking about?
Yeah, man. It's not looking good.
Because
I
put it like
mean,
this, right? Like let's say instead of Keith Thurman, Tim Tszyu was the main card. What if it was Floyd in the exhibition fight? Shit fight, but it would do a
nobody
whole
will
bunch
watch
of
that.
fucking numbers. So what do niggas really want, bro?
Nobody will watch that.
Everybody will watch that. We talk about
No,
Floyd
nobody
still
will watch
does
no
numbers.
goddamn.
He
Ain't
did
nobody finna
numbers and
watch
he
no.
does numbers in different
Ain't
countries,
nobody
bro.
finna
What are
watch
you
no
talking about?
50-year-old dude, man.
Yes, they are, Sheldon.
Ain't nobody
Okay.
paying $80 to see Floyd fight some fucking pizza delivery guy.
And it's not $80 either.
That's
Yeah,
what pay-per-view is.
it's on the
Well,
lower
yeah.
it's on
So
the lower
because
end.
nobody's paying 80. Yeah. Was it 40, 20?
Yeah,
So
it's
if
like
people might
around
pay
that.
$20 to see it, but will they pay
No,
80?
it's more
Hell
than
no.
that. I think it's like $59.99 or like $69.99, something like that.
Yeah, it's around there. But I wouldn't start
I
off
know
with
I'm
that.
not paying
That's
for it. And listen, I used to love Floyd fights. As active as a pay per view fighter, I was at all of his fucking pay per view fights, tuned in, looking forward to him and all that shit. Since
for
retirement,
sure.
I have not given two shits about any fucking thing Floyd has done in terms of like what his in ring fights. As a matter of fact, I watched him struggle against a can and came to the conclusion that Floyd is a can. The day that I pay, the
Yeah,
day
that
that
was
I
sad.
pay to watch a couple of cans fight, whatever, dude. I don't think Tank is a can, by the way. Tank is not a
Yeah,
But
can. But
I think
Tank
you
versus
guys,
Hector
yeah.
Garcia, Tank versus Hector Garcia, the only way I'm paying for shit like that is it because I'm from the DMV or DMV adjacent, or I'm one of those under 25 fans, under 27, 28 fans, and I'm not going to speak to what it is you guys value. As long as you make your own money and you pay for it, ain't on my fucking bill. I don't give a shit. But
see,
I'm
I
not
think you
expecting
guys
that.
keep trying to ascribe your hardcore sensibilities to the casual fan base, right? Because who the fuck thought Tank and Ryan was gonna sell like that? You just capture the public's mind's eye and they pay for it. It is what it is. Like Floyd versus Manny again. That's gonna be huge, bro. That's at least 1 million plus, bro. Facts,
Okay, so
guaranteed,
wait a
bro.
minute. So let me ask you this: if you think Floyd versus Manny is going to be 1 million, what do you think of Tank versus Manny, which is another fight that's being floated out there?
That could be 500K plus. I don't know
See,
if
and
that one
that.
cracks 1 million. I'm not sure about that.
But anyway, if people want to see those two old fucking dudes go at it again, whatever.
Please don't.
People talk about Ugas as a can. So if Ugas is a can and he beat fucking Manny, and Jeff Horn is a can and he beat Manny, then whatever. Like I said, I'm not paying for cancer. It's not about
Because
pure
there are people
anything.
who still think
It's
Manny could beat Floyd Mayweather, and
it's not.
there's still people who want to see Floyd get knocked the fuck out. It is what the fuck it is, bro.
That's
Yeah,
fine. That is fine. And I'm not saying that. That's not
Floyd
about
in another
that's not my pure
exhibition, man.
sensibilities. That's not even about my peers. I never paid for him to see an exhibition unless you call Conor McGregor that, right? But that Conor McGregor, I slapped down my $100 and I enjoyed every fucking scintilla of that fucking ass whooping that I witnessed.
Yeah,
I love that. I love
that was good
it,
TV.
and it was one of the best build-ups to a fight in recent memory.
Oh,
Like
for sure.
still, people have not caught up to that build up. Like Fury, Wilder, Fury, AJ,
Mm-hmm.
whoever, Bud, Spence, Bivol, Better Be, Fury, Usyk, whatever the fuck you got.
Mm-hmm.
You come up with the matchup. That was the best build up. Like the way Connor, that Ford City around the world tour, that whole shit back and forth, man. That is
Who
how
the
you
fuck
promote a
is
fight.
that? Like,
Yeah, all that shit, dude. All of that was pure
that shit
gold.
was legendary.
And you had channels like reaction channels making their big debuts on it. Like when a big fight, and that's why I was saying this fight was going to happen. When a fight of this magnitude is on the cards, you're supposed to promote the shit out of it, and everybody was supposed to eat. The way that they talk about Fury versus Usyk, only Fury and Usyk is going to eat.
Facts. I mean, they're not promoting it at all. It's been quiet as shit. Quiet as shit,
Well,
man.
I don't know who the fuck was promoting Fury and Ganu. Like, it's still happening.
Hey,
It
fuck
just is
it.
what it
Yeah,
is, bro.
a bunch
Nah,
of people.
they
A bunch
promote
of
the
people.
fuck
That's
out
what
of
I'm saying.
that
The
one.
UFC. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like that's when you cross over to the Vince McMahon territory.
What did
That's
the
that
UFC
TKO
have to
shit.
do with promoting Fury and Ganu? That has something to do with that
Uh,
promotion? Where?
yeah. They did all over the
And
UFC channels.
that fight was
Really?
all over. Yeah, that
Yeah,
fight was all over UFC, all over ESPN. I couldn't escape that shit.
all over the
Well, I must have
WJ,
been
even
out
the
the loop. I ain't seen none of that.
WWE thing. Yeah, like see, this is what you don't see. Tyson Fury has already been on the WWE and will be on the WWE again. Ngannou was a former UFC champion. All of that shit is Vince McMahon.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they ate that up. That was big. I give him that. And Ngannou ain't look bad, so I'm kind of excited to see what he do against AJ. I mean, I haven't really heard much about that build up, but we'll see. They got some time.
Yeah, I don't think build-ups are what the Saudis are interested in. Like in the traditional way we think about it. Like I don't that's not their concern. They want to put on a production,
Man,
put on a good show, but they're not interested in, we need press conferences. We need to fly you to Vegas and then LA and then New York and then
what?
we need to try and do
Nah,
this and
man.
this and that.
Oh
I
my
don't think
God! Do
they're
you
on that,
not
bro.
remember the build up to fucking Fury and God? You don't remember
Yeah,
all those
they
stars
built the
going to
shit out of that.
goddamn going to Saudi? Don't you remember? This is when Wilder and Fury saw each other again. Was in
Yeah,
Saudi in the build up to that fight? Like,
right.
Yeah,
But they're
Devin was
flying.
there, Ruiz
that
was
was
there.
an
Because
event,
if
dog.
you want to see Ruiz, if you want to see Ruiz in a turban, right? Then what you need to do is check out the build up to that fight.
You're missing the
You want to see
point.
Devin in
Yeah,
Mecca. You want to see Devin doing his Hajj, right? What the fuck, guy? Of
The
Kanye
course,
point
West.
they
It
promote
is
this.
was
they're flying to Saudi. The Saudis are probably paying for that, but they are not paying to fly these niggas across the world. That's what I'm saying. Like they're not doing that. Y'all can come here and we can have our event here, but we're not trying to bring this out to the global market. No, everything comes here. Everything's done here. That's what I'm saying.
bro. That impacted the global market for sure. I don't
It
know if you seen
did.
this.
What I'm saying, yeah, because you have social media, internet, and fucking cameras, bro. What I'm saying is the Saudis were saying everybody come here, not we're gonna bring this to the larger world. No, it was Saudi world, and then we're gonna broadcast it everywhere. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah, but that is still Saudi world. Like just because you did okay, just because they went to New York, right? Didn't make it New York world, or they went to fucking Canada, made it Canada world. That was the good showing. They're going to go to all the stops that they think this fight will. The fans want to see the fight, and then they're going to bring it to where the fight's going to happen. It was still a Vegas fight. Like the idea of like going to other places doesn't take the eye off Saudi Arabia. Although I do understand your point. You don't
Yeah,
want
I
to
get
give
your point.
anybody else anywhere else any shine, right? You just want to make sure all eyes are on Saudi the entire time. I get you, but I'm just
Mm.
saying. I don't think you're gonna like. They can still do that and have some kind of build up, right? They could do it. Who knows what the hell? Like right now, the biggest things I've heard about the Saudis, and maybe I'm even giving the Saudis a bad break, was the amount of people who died in the building of a stadium and,
Oh shit!
and all of the
Damn,
stars,
smoke.
all of the stars that showed up for fucking to promote Ngannou and Fury. That's what I get from the build up to their fights. But the aftermath of their fights, we got Fury getting dropped, We got AJ meltdown, and that's pretty much it, right? So like, really, when it comes right down to it, the fights, you know, yeah,
It was
Saudis
okay.
being a savior. Yeah, the Saudis being a savior for boxing. You guys need to stop looking for saviors. Fucking, if you're looking to save, get an account and a thumb drive. Because fucking, there's nothing happening in fucking boxing, man. Like, I don't
Yeah,
know what the fuck people are thinking.
yeah, man. Ain't no way around it, man. You gotta play ball. You gotta play ball. Or Saudi just gonna keep giving out these paychecks, and we gonna have all the big boxing events gonna be exotic events that nobody goes to.
Yeah, you got three major promoters in America. You got Golden Boy, you got Top Rank, and you got PVC in America, right?
Hmm.
So they got to start ponying up the money because they call these dudes prize fighters for a reason. They fighting for a prize, and if that prize is bigger than the prize you offer me, what the fuck you think I'm gonna do?
For sure.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're working with the promoters and the fighters. So, I mean, the networks might not have the budget the Saudis have. It just is what it is, bro.
And that's what I said. If the prize you offer me is bigger than the one they offer me, what the fuck you think I'm gonna do?
Yeah, no shit. But the promoters ain't tripping. Shit, go get that money. We get a percentage anyways. Like, they ain't tripping
Exactly.
off
That's
that.
my point. This the fans talking about you don't want this and you don't want that. Then you don't want to see big fights. Then you want to keep seeing these undercard ass fights. You want to keep seeing Ashton Sylvie and whoever the fuck this guy is.
But
That's what you want to see.
to be fair, Asher Sylvie's still developing, right? He's not a
But that's what you want to
developmental
see.
stage.
You don't want to see the big fights. You want to see fights that motherfuckers can afford. That's what you want to see. Because the Saudis is the only one that's ponying up millions and millions of dollars for these big fights. Right?
Yeah, but then these fighters, I mean, if they getting the price they want, then they gonna fight. You know,
Exactly. So tell Bob to give them his fighters the price they want. Tell Al to give his fighters the price they want.
but what fighters aren't fighting? That's what I'm saying. Like the fighters that aren't fighting are the ones who were like fighting in ballrooms and shit for not a lot of money, but they still fighting. So what fighters aren't fighting the big fights?
You want to see
Tyson Fury, Usyk, they're not fighting
well,
the big
Tyson
fights.
Fury supposedly, hold on now. Supposedly Tyson Fury got injured, right? Ain't that what happened?
Yeah,
Allegedly.
Listen, I'm not saying he didn't get injured. I'm just saying that I didn't expect the fight to happen on February 17th. And I felt like injury was probably going to be the way that they talked about not having this fight. You know,
So
it is
you
what it
saying the
is.
motherfucker fake? Basically, what you trying to say in a veiled way, Smoke, without actually saying it. You trying to say the motherfucker faking?
No, I'm not saying that he's
You
faking
saying
it.
that
I'm
the
saying
elbow
that,
was
like,
staged?
here's
That's
what I'm
what you
saying.
saying.
No, what I'm saying is they could be using this entire February 17th thing as a way to actually promote the fight because they know that nobody gives a damn about these two dudes right now. Like, he shit the bed. They need a way to garner some kind of interest in this fight. And so postponement is a way to do it. Let's call him scared. Let's say he's over the hill. Let's do all this other stuff. It's just narrative pushing. But the point being is, if the fight was happening on February 17th, we should have seen way more promotion before now.
I think Smoke is just on this. Everybody's trying to conspire against him as a boxing fan. Shit, like everybody's out
No,
to get Smoke's money.
no,
Everybody's gunning for Smoke's dollar.
no, no. I mean, I'm sorry. Listen, fool me. What you can, if you don't see the pattern, I can't help you with it. All I can do is tell you, since 2018, they've been teasing undisputed. I am now have no more interest in them teasing me with undisputed until I actually see what I expect for an undisputed fight to look like. And until I see that thing happen, you miss me with this shit. I wasn't.
See
I
that
wasn't. I
exactly?
wasn't.
Yep,
Let me
I
say, I
know. I
wasn't
know
done.
Smoke.
I wasn't done. I was not moved when Tyson Fury was talking about he's gonna fight AJ for undisputed. I was not moved when they talked about the Saudis were going to get 200 million and all this other weirdo articles. And guess what? What shows up is the fight still ain't here. So you guys can keep doing your Lucy with the football, Charlie Brown act. and she's really gonna hold it this time. I'm really gonna get to kick the football this time. But guess what? I'm going to be laughing until I see some kind of change in Lucy before I think the football is gonna actually be held for me to kick it. You know what
I
I
mean,
mean?
it's the same thing with Bud and Spence, right? It's gonna happen when it happens. You know what I mean? Like, is Tyson Fury Usyk gonna happen? 90% of the time, yes. There's a deal, there's a date, there's a venue, there's money. Fighter had an injury. It is what it is. Probably
Right,
gonna
No,
happen
that
next
was
still.
right.
it's not
The problem
exactly
is
the
this is the
same.
third
I
time, but
mean,
this is the time. The problem is this is the third time that this fight has been postponed between them, and both guys have fought.
No, it's not.
Yes, both guys have fought, but other people in between. Guess what? Okay, we can go all the way back to Derek Chisora. Like these fought a bunch of people instead of fighting Usyk. They
When did
teased this
these two
shit.
fighters have a deal, a date, a venue, money, and a training camp? When did that happen, bro? What am I
Right.
missing?
So what you're missing is when did they ever do any kind of promotion? And that's never
What
happened.
the fuck does that have to do with anything? What are you
Okay, great.
talking
So
about?
what I'm talking about is what you are talking about is Fury and Usyk, and what I'm talking about is undisputed. That's why you mentioned Bud and Spence like that has anything to do with the hell I'm talking about. Before it started, it was AJ and Wilder. It didn't have anything to do with Usyk or Fury. What it has to do with how the fights of these magnitudes are made, organized, and promoted. And we have not seen that one time yet.
Who's supposed to be promoting this?
Frank Warren and the guy, and Usyk's like, Ukrainian dude. I can't remember these names.
Okay, yeah.
The English Klimas guy,
Clemus,
like whatever.
yeah, okay. So
No,
what I'm
it's not
saying is,
him. It's not him. It's another guy. He's like a guy. He's like the next generation of that dude.
okay, then he must the same dude who's promoting Bivol,
Is he?
I
I don't know.
think.
Let me see.
Maybe. Okay. Well, what I'm saying is this, right?
I'm technical. Like this, just real fast. This week I can't do the deep dives like I used to because I have like 2 devices that are fucking down. So I like right now I would love to look it up to just like confirm, but can't do it. Next week though.
Okay, what I'm saying is this, like, you're saying the promoters are supposed to be promoting, right? Who are they supposed to be promoting this fight to? Who?
To the world because that's what undisputed heavyweight
Mm.
champion is.
Stop right there. You're living in nostalgia, Smokey. And that's,
Well, I'm not living in
like, I'm
nostalgia.
telling
That's what
you,
they've been
you
doing.
fucking dinosaur, that's not how it's working now. These
It's not
Saudis do
okay.
not give a fuck about promoting this to the world.
Holy shit!
It's about Saudi. We're gonna pay you a lot of money and you're gonna fucking fight. That's what
Right.
it is. There is no we
Good.
need to sell the fans on some shit. They're not, that's not even how they think. That's not even their
Okay, cool.
mind
So
state, bro.
can you tell me what about the Saudis, me being a dinosaur? I mean, do you think that being a dinosaur is like pre-pandemic, or do I have
Because
to
you
go
feel
like
like you need to
because
be sold some
no,
shit.
what
You
I'm
need
trying to tell
pomp
you,
and
what I'm
circumstance,
telling
and you
no,
need
it's
all
not even
this
that.
weird
It's not even
shit.
that. No, what I'm telling you is there's a science to fights not happening. And the science that fights not happening is the science that I'm following, which is why I am not surprised at all if the fight is not happening.
A
Like
science
you
to a
think,
fight not happening is a fighter
I know
getting
you
an
thought I was
injury,
done with my
bro.
thought, but I wasn't. I got it. You want to
Okay,
rewind
go
it?
ahead, go ahead.
But there's a little bit more to that same thing. The idea that the addition of the Saudis means that the science of fights not happening has changed has not borne true. Because I've seen it with the Saudis that the science still holds. So it's not a dinosaur thing. It's about until there is some kind of defeater for the science that seems to be happening with the Saudis or without the Saudis, that the Saudis aren't the reason why we aren't getting fucking the fight.
Yes, you fucking T-Rex. I understand, bro. But what I'm saying is this, right? You have a fighter who was training for a fight. He got injured while training for said fight. Fight has to get postponed. We just went through this with Better BF and Callum Smith. Infected jaw. Fight still happened. Knocked his ass out. Got a deal in principle with B-Ball. Probably gonna happen. I don't know where this conspiracy shit's coming from. Well, this fight wasn't promoted correctly, so it's not gonna happen now because it wasn't promoted right. No, motherfucker got injured, bro.
No.
What are you talking about?
Right. So I use inductive reasoning, right? So for me, if you want to go specifically to guys, I already told you about the magnitude of the fight because none of those other fights were the magnitude of the undisputed heavyweight, but you want to keep making this category error. And this is like the 3rd time I have to tell you about
Nobody cares about that pomp and circumstance.
Now you're interrupting
Pomp
me.
and circumstance, bro. You fucking.
Pomp and circumstance. I didn't say you're the one talking about.
Velociraptor, you.
Holy shit! Can you please with the ad hominems because I'm destroying your fucking bullshit argument. You can keep calling me. You can call me a caveman and every kind of person who is not down with the pulse. Meanwhile, I am not getting the fight. You're not getting the fight, and I am not surprised. Now, you want to talk about this one instance when I already explained that this is the third time that this dude has talked about, but has not made this fight, and at least the third time that he's pulled out a fight that has been scheduled. As a matter of fact, one that not only was scheduled, but one that had tickets sold to it. So the idea that Tyson Fury is going to show up to a fight merely because they have training camps and press conferences, no, that's not how it works for Tyson Fury specifically. But moreover, when it comes to the magnitude of this fight, I have heard more about damn Subriel Matias versus Devin Haney than I have about Usyk versus Fury. And if you think that equals pomp and circumstance, then we don't understand the same terms about what we're talking about. I'm talking about marketing and promotion. If you want to call it pomp and circumstance, fine. But
That's what you want, bro.
Bill Haney is doing a better job at promoting Subriel Matias than anybody is for promoting the undisputed heavyweight champion of the world. Now, if you're saying as a dinosaur, that means I shouldn't expect that thing and we're going to get a fight, I would agree with you if we got a fight. But guess what? We didn't.
Help him out, Tony. Help him out, bro.
Yeah, I'm going to just say that's not true at all. Tyson Fury did not pull out of this fight 3 times. The fight was only scheduled twice. The first time that it was talked about, it was Usyk that did not want to have the fight. He said he didn't want to fight in December 2022. He wanted to spend time with his family. Then he allegedly had an injury that he never actually had. Then when he goes into the second fight, you can go to Talk Sports to confirm this. In 2023, Frank Warren had Alexander Krusyak on the phone, and he was begging him not to stop the fight, that they were going to come to an agreement to call him after Talk Sports went off the air, and they would conversate. Within 20 minutes of that Talk Sports interview going down with Krusyak on the phone, it was Usyk that emailed them saying that he was pulling out of the fight for a second time. Now, this third time, Tyson Fury got injured. It's not a fake injury. You can go to the video and see that he gets hit by an elbow and it split his eye open. The sparring footage is out now. So my thing is this. All this talk about Tyson Fury didn't want to fight Usyk, I'm sorry. That is just not the facts or the reality of the matter. It was Usyk both times. First time, did not want to fight him because he said he didn't want to fight in December. He wanted to spend time with his family. The second time, he was the one that actually pulled out, not Fury. The email backs it up saying that he wanted to go on to other things, which let him fight Dubois instead. And then now this time, Fury got hurt. So I don't see how the fault lies on Tyson Fury at all.
Right. So again, this whole idea about blaming Tyson Fury, again, what I said is what I think this could very well be is just a way to publicize a fight. This could literally be the promotion because this is the only thing that's happening. All of these back and forth on Talk Sports where I can talk about how many times Usyk has actually signed on for the fight, allegedly, while you're saying he's the one pulling out of it. But you're not ever saying, I don't know. Like, all I'm saying to you is when it comes to undisputed, I didn't lay the blame at anybody's feet. So we don't start the whole pointing fingers thing. What I'm saying is undisputed, those fights of those magnitudes look a certain way. So when this fight didn't happen without blaming a single human being, I am not surprised because this promotion is not like any other promotion that I've seen of this magnitude. That's it. Like you call me a dinosaur. I didn't say that it's all Fury's fault. I'm just saying Fury does not strike me as a guy that when you give him a date, that he's going to make that date. And this doesn't strike me as a promotion for a fight that's supposed to be of global importance and have historical significance. Not at all.
I just want to say
one that like Fury actually thought is going to happen in February.
Okay, so I just want to say I don't know about that promotion because they literally just dropped, yesterday or the day before, one of the cleanest boxing promos I've ever seen in my life. So, yeah, they were amping up the promotion right now, but he got injured. So, I mean, I don't know where you go with that. Like, the dude's eye is split open. There's no way they're going to let him fight because if he gets punched where the stitches would be, it's going to cut open, and where the cut is, if he bleeds there, then he can lose by a TKO. So it's a pointless to go forward.
Listen, listen. I don't give a damn about what fucking footage they come up with. Like this is the same old like, oh yeah, let me show you the like. Man, listen, I don't know what the hell happened before that or after that. That they're now saying that that moment is when the cut happened. I don't know when that fight happened. I don't know when the cut happened. And quite frankly, I don't give a fuck because I'm not trying to assign fault to Tyson Fury. All I'm trying to tell you is when it comes down to it, I didn't think this fight was going to happen. But the reason why they came up with the fight didn't happen. If you want to tell me that Mr. Boar's nuts is on the up and up, whatever. Fight that fight if you want to. I don't give a shit about that. Like for real. I just don't care about that fight. All I'm saying is I never expected this fight to happen because nobody was talking about that shit. Everybody was more interested in Subriel Matias' trainer than they were in the undisputed heavyweight championship.
I
Yeah,
think you're defeating your own argument. Real quick, Tony, I want to talk to the Stegostores. So when you're making this argument, right? You're saying that they didn't talk about it, so nobody cared about it. I just, but at the same time, you're saying it's for. I just
okay.
think you're not living in the same reality we're all living in right now. Like heavyweights aren't hot right now. It is what it is. 147 and below is what's cracking.
Yeah,
Right,
I
you keep saying
disagree.
that, but
I
the issue
disagree.
is that you keep talking about how
This
times are
Anthony
changed. The
Joshua
fight
lost.
is
Wilder lost.
right. You're not
Fury
understanding.
Fury's
You're
a
not understanding.
weirdo, and Usyk nobody really gives a fuck
Right,
about. So
right,
who's really at heavyweight, bro? They're
right.
just not cracking like that right now.
Again, you keep
It is
saying
what
that.
it is. But the
Right.
little
The issue
guys
was
are.
right. So you know
So
what?
they're
You know what?
getting more traction. They're
Which
more involved in
Tony
social
said. Okay.
media. They're
Okay.
building more names for themselves. It's a different world, bro.
And it's
Instead
gish
of being
galloping.
in
It's
500
the same
million
world where
BC
you
where
just
you
gish
are.
galloping, and all you're doing is like calling names and gish galloping. Firstly, the point that I'm making, the way that you want to prove me wrong is for them to not promote a fight and that fight to go the fuck off. And it's a fight being as magnitude and historically significant and one of the biggest fights in all of boxing with nobody's promoting it. If you
Mhm.
can show me where that shit happens, then you can tell me that I'm a dinosaur. Up until that point,
Hold
all
on,
that's
fellas.
left is I'm not surprised that the fight didn't happen. And guess what? Other people are telling me why the fight didn't happen. I don't give a shit why they think the fight didn't happen. What I'm telling you is I was never at any point thinking that this fight was happening on February 17th. You guys can talk about eye injuries till the cows come home, to the boar's fucking nuts, doughies you get fucking shoved in your face. I don't care about that shit.
Okay.
Yeah, dead
Hold
end
I
logical
mean,
conclusions, bro. I get it.
I mean,
on, family.
Smoke is definitely in his conspiracy bag, but he has a right to be. I mean, it's hard to not be a contrarian. I mean, I wasn't really convinced the fight was happening in February either, man. It was too
Yeah,
quiet.
it's just like I mean, it's not even
It
about a
was
conspiracy. I don't.
it's too quiet.
Let me hop in real fast. I want to say this. Don't nobody know who the fuck Devin Haney is. Okay, you're getting caught up and captivated on this YTVC. That's the only time you hear Haney's name. If you turn on all your sports channels, they was all talking about Undisputed with Tyson Fury and Usyk from ESPN, etc. So Devin Haney is known on YouTube, but when you look at his pay-per-view numbers, this motherfucker can't even do 50K buys. So nobody knows who he is. He's not a gigantic star. He's just big on YouTube because you have select channels who get paid by him to promote him. But when you get away from YouTube, he's a virtual unknown. I know a lot of people and like I could ask several people I know, and they all know who the fuck Tyson Fury is. They've never even heard of Devin Haney, even though he was undisputed, even though he's done what he's done, 2 division champion, etc. The dude is virtually unknown on the global scale. And that's just the fact of the reality of it. It is reflected in his pay-per-view numbers because nobody pays to watch him fight. So again, I don't get where you get that he's just gigantic star. He's just not. That's contrary to the facts.
Right. I think you're just in tangent land because nobody's talking about Haney's
Yeah, we're not talking about
popularity
Devin
at
right now.
all. And like what the reason
I
I
ain't
was
on
talking
that.
about,
I
I
ain't
was talking
on
about
that.
the lack of
So
promotion of his fight is because every week I do a show and I go through during the week, I go through what the headlines are in boxing and all of boxing, not just what's happening in the YouTube. And I was seeing what the hell people were talking about and all of the narratives, all the ink, all the like little or the characters on these people's laptops that they were writing, all the boxing writers but none of them were talking about Usyk Fury, and that was the kind of thing. I didn't see any video logs coming from Fury. I didn't see any video logs coming from Usyk. I didn't see any of the normal shit that I see from these dudes when they're talking about big fights. And like the biggest fights of their lives, they've been doing all kinds of shit to promote, and everybody was talking about it. Now what you see is Subriel fucking Matias, and that's why I was saying, yo, like you could put it to several. You could say, yeah, the fight was gonna happen, but people don't care about the American market. Okay, sure, that could be a reason. Only I was looking at boxing headlines, not just the American market, but sure, let's just say that's the case. You can come up with all kinds of reasons, but just calling me names ain't gonna get you there because the fight didn't happen.
Right.
Hold on real
Tony,
quick.
wait. I got a quick question for the pterodactyl. So before David Benavidez and Caleb Plant, what was a memorable quote from a David Benavidez press conference?
Shit, yeah. Then what about David Benavidez or Caleb Plant have ever been historic or monumental?
I'm just saying, is there any memorables from a David
I know you keep making
Benavidez?
this category error. Like you don't
No,
understand
I'm not making any category error. I'm asking you a legitimate question. Can you remember any? Can you remember any press conference of David Benavidez before Caleb Plant?
Yes. I didn't know.
Okay,
I actually can't remember any of them at all. Actually, I can't remember any of them at all.
Ah, right. Okay. Go
Not
ahead.
even that one. Like, to be honest with you, like, as a matter of fact, I think the only one I kind of remember is that David, his last one, Andrade. Like, I don't remember. Like, that dude's not memorable to me.
Look, we got to look at this. Like, it was quiet. Like, come on, like it was too quiet. When you look at the promotion for Day of Reckoning, and you look at the promotion for AJ and Ngannou, you compare those two heavyweight fights to this for Undisputed. There's no comparison. It was just too quiet. It didn't feel like the fight was happening. It felt like there was no fight at all. It felt like there was no. It felt dead in the water.
I agree. If you're getting all your boxing news from Boxing News 24 or Boxing Scene, which is trash websites, they're trash. But when you look at the big premier websites, they was all talking about it. So I'm having a disconnect here. And the thing is this: we will truly know when this fight happens because it'll probably happen a month or two later. So because our eye healing up only takes about 4 weeks. So maybe it gets postponed by 3 months, maybe maximum, before they run it back. We're gonna see what the numbers are. And if them numbers are high, you're wrong. And if they're low, you're right. But I guarantee you, no matter how high or how low they are, they'll outsell Devin Haney every day of the fucking week because nobody buys it.
You're lost in this conversation.
What is going on with you, Dad?
Yeah, you're totally lost in this conversation. There's no, like, listen, the whole point is I've already been proved right. You don't get it. I've already been proved right.
Oh my God.
Hey, Tony.
I just could. Yo, hold on. Smoke. I got to smoke.
Everybody, can you calm down on my panel? Calm down and stop acting entitled to overtalk me on my own shit. Calm that shit down.
The man literally.
Like, let me just tell you, right? Like, here's the issue. The issue is that you don't understand that I've already been proven right. You don't understand the argument. This has nothing to do with Devin Haney. There's nothing to do with them being stars. This has everything to do with me not thinking the fight was going to happen on February 17th, and it didn't.
I got you.
That's it. I've already been proven right. I've been talking about this fight. I've been talking about this fight not going down for the better part of 3 months, and I'm now correct.
Okay, so John Nori, what is going on is Smoke is stating that Matisse has been in the news more than Undisputed, and don't nobody even know who this dude is. Like, what? This dude has definitely not been in the news more. Nobody even knows him. Nobody even knows that he's a
correct. Correct. That was my point.
That is the point, my dog.
That's the canary in the coal mine. Correct.
You're talking bullshit out of your ass because nobody's talking about this dude.
Okay, well, you mean to tell me? I just wanted to get you said. Like, if this was like people like who have websites who are trying to get numbers, that they would rather not talk about Usyk and Fury and talk about Matias because they just happen to be in a fishbowl, an echo chamber. Like, what the fuck are you saying right now? Like, what is your point? Like, because what I'm saying to you is there was a lack of promotion, which led me to not think that the fight was going to happen on February 17th. And you're telling me that
That's
there
all
were
he's
promotion.
saying.
You're telling me that there was promotion on ESPN of all places, which I've been watching because it's been the playoffs and the championship games all the time for at ESPN. At no point has it been talking about no fucking Usyk and Fury. That nowhere has it been like whatever big channels you're talking about, little channels you're talking about, whether that's boxing related or just general sports related. Nobody has been talking about this fucking fight.
And we have a recent sample size. Like I said, you compare this promo to Day of Reckoning, it's uncomparable. Everyone was talking about Day of Reckoning. Everyone was talking about Fury and Ngannou. Whatever that promo was, like the two monsters fighting each other, or King versus King, whatever shit like that. Everybody was talking about that. Like it's not comparable at all. So the promo was terrible. It was quiet. It made me wonder: is this shit really gonna happen? And it didn't happen. So he has a point.
I mean, that's it's kind of like talking to somebody who just got out of an insane asylum, right? Like, well, my foot got ran over by a car, and I had a dream about it. I knew that shit was gonna fucking happen. Fucking knew it. It's kind of like that, bro. It's like I don't understand how you just I hit myself in the foot with a shovel for your mortgage. I don't understand how you equate these type of scenarios together. Like Fury gets injured. Well, it was a lack of promotion. That's why the fight didn't happen. Well, what the fuck are you talking about?
I just said that's not what the
Are
fight
you
did.
high? The lack of promotion is highlighting the fact that the fight probably won't happen.
Correct. What the hell? Like what? I'm saying that's not what the fight didn't happen.
So
I was saying
fighters don't fight for money; they fight for promotion. All of a sudden,
no, they fight for
what
money
the fuck are we talking about?
I'm talking about fights that happen versus fights that don't happen. Maybe you can, like I keep saying, you're making these category errors. You can talk about fight. There is a science to fights not happening. If you understand and you follow how fights don't happen.
We're going in circles.
Right, that's the whole
fights
thing.
Not happen because of injuries.
Yes, fights do happen not because of injuries all the time.
Okay, right. So, do you think that the fact we didn't get Sugar Ray Leonard, Aaron Pryor was because of lack of promotion, or because Sugar Ray Leonard got injured?
I think that they didn't. I don't think they even got to the point where they promoted the fight at all.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron Pryor didn't take.
Okay, but there was a deal in principle, right?
Yeah, the deal, but they never got to that place. It was after a fight was supposed to happen that Sugar Ray Leonard was already in. So Sugar Ray Leonard was promoting the fight that he was in, and then he got injured, so the next fight never came up.
So do you think that had Sugar Ray Leonard not got injured, do you think that fight would have happened?
I think that if he didn't get injured, I think that fight would have happened. Yes.
Okay.
I think the only reason that Sugar Ray Leonard was out of the ring for 3 years was because of an injury.
All right, I just want to make sure we haven't gone to the loony bin. Makes sense.
I mean, listen, I'm just talking about we're just talking about the postponed. You guys think the fight was postponed?
So let me ask you this: do you think Tyson Fury? Are you operating from the premise that Tyson Fury, Alexander Usyk is never happening? Are we operating from that premise?
No, I was operating from a premise of until I see the signs of a fight that actually will happen. Then though I'm not going to project past to be some eager thing just because somebody gave me a press conference. Like I've already been down this thing. Like so, I remember 50-50 Fury versus AJ. I don't know, but do people not remember that?
What were we talking about?
Do you remember when after he beat Wilder in the rematch, he and AJ came to a agreement that the undisputed was going to happen in Saudi Arabia. It's going to be for 50-50, and he congratulated everybody for their hard work.
Uh-huh.
Remember that? And then guess what happened? You know what we got instead? Wilder Fury 3. That's what we got.
Because he had an inescapable
because I got it. Listen, I'm just telling you that there's a science to fights not happening.
No, the dude was literally stuck in a contract that they took the mediations. He did everything he could to get out of the contract.
Yep.
So I don't understand because he was stuck in a contract that equivalates to.
Mm-hmm.
Well, did Fury know he was entitled to give other rematch before he told the world he's fighting AJ next?
Yeah, that's the whole point. The entire world
saw that and knew that this dude had a rematch clause. He talked all of this shit about getting out of it, how Wilder retired, how he would never fight Wilder again. He was talking about even becoming franchise and all this other shit. He talked all of this stuff. And guess what didn't happen?
Okay, but
Undisputed.
real
Guess
quick,
what didn't happen though?
real quick with that. Do you think that Wilder had a part in that?
regardless of who had a part of it.
Did, okay, but
Fury
you
Fury
see,
knew.
I think he had a
wait.
part in it. I think
Let
that
me
Wilder
lay
got
out my
injured.
point here. Let me lay out my
Okay.
point because had Wilder not sued, would Fury have been able to go through with his match with AJ?
Yes.
Okay.
Did
Right.
Fury
The whole
not
point
tell
was
Fury?
correct,
Did
and
Wilder
that is the
not tell
entire
Fury,
point.
"I'm going
And
for the
now you understand.
rematch"?
And then now you understand that you guys you guys are on the optimistic side about we're about to get this fight. Yeah, we got to get this fight. If not, but for this thing, if not but for that thing, we get this fight. But I've already been here. If not for Povetkin, we would have had undisputed. If not for Wilder saying 50-50, we would have got undisputed. If not for what Fury saying he wanted more from the Saudis, or first round saying 200 million, not doing 200 million, wanted to give Derek Chisora a fight. If not for whatever the fuck, all I'm saying is
Smoke.
you guys, all I can do
Smoke.
is lead a horse to water. I can't make it think.
Smoke. It's okay. Fury embarrassed your boy and beat his ass 3 times. It's all right. It's okay. You can let it go.
Yeah, I don't know. You trying to drown us in psych, just insanity. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
And no, what I'm
Like,
trying to do is not have my
what the
fucking
fuck are
channel
we
be.
talking about?
What I'm trying to do is not have the people at my channel always be surprised at the sunrise. What I would tell you is, you know what? Guess what's gonna happen? The sun is gonna shine. Oh, it's not a miracle. It's not God. If you want to put it, whatever the hell it is you want to put on it, whatever reason you want to put behind it, I just want to let you know the sun is gonna shine.
No,
Don't be
you got to
surprised.
remember you got to
Don't be
remember
shocked. It's
who
not
you
because the
talking to,
Saudis are
Smoke.
putting money in. Like,
You got to remember who you talking to. The same dude who told you Tank and Ryan was gonna happen before Bud and Spence. Tank and Ryan is happening next. No, it's not. Phantom, you're funny. That's never gonna happen. Oscar's not gonna let that happen. But what ended up happening, Smoke? Phantom was 100% right on every motherfucking thing he told you. So I can go both ways.
except for your characterization of my exception than yours. Sure,
Yeah,
because
you were
that's not.
saying it's
I didn't
not
say that you
happening
were not
next.
right.
We're
I didn't
not
say
gonna
that.
get
I
Bud
said
and Spence. I remember
okay. What I
all of
said.
this, bro. You gotta
Okay.
remember who you talking to, bro.
Again,
No,
all I talked about, like your whole thing is about Bud and Spence and Tank and Ryan. My entire thing was about whether or not Oscar wanted Ryan and Tank next. That's it. That's what
you
my
said
whole thing
it's
was.
not
I never
happening
came.
next.
I
You said
didn't
the
say
fight
which
is
one was
not
happening at.
happening next.
Okay.
I told you it
I
was
did.
happening,
When I said okay,
and it happened.
again. All right. So whether or
So you
not
could be
it
wrong, can't you, Smoke?
okay,
Can you
what
admit
I
that?
said, okay, what I
Nope,
said
I
about
didn't
the
think
fight
so.
happening next, what I said because what I kept saying because you're trying to keep being this whole reductive thing. My entire deal about the fight happening next was about what Oscar wanted. That's it, not about what was going to happen, which I kept telling you over and over again. I don't tell the future. I tell you what I think that what is likely to happen based on what is going on.
Yeah, I know. Can't admit you wrong. It's all right.
I mean, I can when I am wrong. Like, I
That's
didn't
why
think the
you
fight was gonna
leaving
happen
this one
next.
open.
I
That's
didn't
why I
think the fight was
asked you.
gonna
You
happen
just wanna
next.
you wanna have it both ways. Well, it didn't happen, so I'm right. Well, are you saying it's
Well,
never gonna
no,
happen? No, I'm not saying
right,
it's never gonna happen
because that's what the
because
litmus
I don't
test
want to be
was.
wrong. Yeah,
Because no,
okay,
the
bro.
litmus test was February 17th going to happen.
You can't be
So yes, I
definitive.
was objectively. So I was right. Now, why you guys want to talk about why I was right? That's fine. Or you want to tell me that I was wrong, even though I am right? That's cool.
Okay, but we
I'm
never
fine.
got
But
Fury
the whole
AJ,
point of
right?
it is the point is well, we haven't got it yet, but whatever.
Are
The
we ever
point
gonna
is
get Fury AJ?
man, listen. I think that they will. I think we will. But at the same
Okay,
time,
so
I
we're
wouldn't
gonna
be
get
surprised.
Fury
But I
Usyk, right?
but I wouldn't be surprised if
Are we gonna
Fury
get
retired.
Fury Usyk?
Holy shit! Can I give an entire thought before you interrogate me further?
Okay.
Let me answer the first question fully, and then I'll answer the second question fully, and however many questions you want to machine gun at me after that. But just let me get the whole thing out. So I think that they will fight, but I would not be surprised if Tyson Fury retired after he fought Usyk, if that fight happens.
So you just leave everything open ended.
Well, because that's what
Oh,
the future is. That's what
he
tomorrow
just
is.
be
I
tap
mean,
dancing everywhere,
it
bro.
it
You
depends,
asked me
man.
for a
I'm not sure if Fury's gonna jump into an AJ fight after if he gets waxed by Usyk. I mean,
Right, I'm just saying. Like I don't know if that fight's gonna happen. I think that he will fight Usyk. I think he will. I think he'll beat Usyk, but he could never fight Usyk. He could lose to Usyk. I don't fucking
Okay,
know.
yeah, just leave everything open ended. But you were right about it not happening February 17th. You're definitive about that, though, right? Absolutely,
Correct,
100%
because
correct,
that's what
right?
my whole point was. I don't
Right. Yeah.
understand like
Yeah. I
what
know.
right, and
I
not
mean,
only
Okay.
that, like so
the
here's
all
the
the
thing.
signs
Like
pointed to that.
you can tell me that my methodology for being correct is off and it's not repeatable. But we can put that to the test.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you that I have fatigue when it comes to the undisputed fight and what they've been telling me when I know there's just a bunch of controversy around it. Like Ngannou, a lot of people were talking about the fight not happening in February because of the wave Tyson Fury looked against Ngannou. Were they right? Was that like them being crazy? Because he looked like shit. It didn't look like he's going to be ready by February 17th to fight somebody like Usyk if he looked like that against Ngannou and we didn't get the fight. Are they crazy?
Right. I
Are they
just don't know. Like,
conspiratorial?
if you say, um, let's say you're going to, I don't fucking know the movies, right? But I hit you in the kneecap with a sledgehammer and bust your shit. Probably gonna end up going to the hospital, not to the movies, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah. So
shit
How
could
about
happen.
wait? I got a better
so
idea. Let's use
let me ask
that.
you another question. So a different thing. Let's say every every 4th of July I have a big party and I start telling everyone that the big party is going to be happening. I start telling everyone in May about the big party that I have in July, and I hit them up. I send them evites. I have all kinds of shit all over my pages. I tell to everybody about how my July 4th thing is about to be lit once again this year, and then one year I don't do any of that shit. And then at the end of it, I say, yeah, I had to move out of my house and that's why I didn't do it. Right. So, but before you said why my fireworks thing, that my July 4th extravaganza didn't happen, because I didn't send invites and didn't do all of the, didn't do the talking about it. Nobody actually thought it was going to happen. Would they be crazy? Would that be a conspiracy? And did I make an excuse? Or is it just you could see the telltale signs about what typically happens versus what is happening now?
I mean, that analogy's way fucking convoluted. But I think John Norrie
No,
wanted to
I'm
say
talking.
something.
No,
Yeah,
I'm talking
I mean
about promoting something.
let's make it even more basic. Let's say you're a kid, first day of school. You tell your mom, "I'm going to school." If your mom doesn't see you take a shower, what do you think she thinks? Do you think she thinks you're going to school? That's what it is. If no one's promoting the fight and you just look like shit in December, what's more likely to happen? Now we can assume, okay, yeah, you had the injury, but nobody knows when that footage was from. I mean, it's hard to not put your conspiracy hat on for this.
So
I find it more likely that Smoke is right that they're using this for publicity. They kept the date, rolled out the trailer, put out the footage, gave Tyson Fury some more time
so
instead of calling it off in December and killing all the momentum.
Why go
hold on,
through this
hold on,
whole
hold
fucking?
on, hold
Go
on,
ahead,
hold
Tony.
on, hold
Go.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Bro, this right here is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life, because there is a cost to the expense of all of this. Okay, you have to understand, because this shit was postponed. Now you have to refund a lot of people. Now all the publicity that you've done, you're just out money for promoting it. Then not only that, you did a multi-million-dollar trailer that now you're out multi-million-dollars. And the way that y'all are talking is this fight was not even being promoted by any news source to begin with. So now not only are you in a deficit, but now if you have to re-promote it a second time and still nobody has interest in it, now you're in double the deficit. This is stupid.
But they're gonna
Right.
have the fight anyway.
Right. So the idea, right? I'm a little bit flabbergasted. Like, so what about the Saudis' approach seems to be revenue generating in your mind?
My thing is, I just don't know why we got to go through this elaborate scheme. Like,
We don't. I
we
mean,
need
I
it.
thought you could find it. I
Well,
thought you
let
could
me.
understand it.
Can I?
After
Can I
the
finish what I'm
story.
saying, please?
the
God
whole thing's
damn it!
been an
All right, never
elaborate.
mind.
The whole thing's been an elaborate scheme, dog. You got to admit that.
I just want to say
Yeah,
this.
like,
Why go
bro, like
through
if I
this
did the same shit
whole
every single time, like, it's not.
fucking
Listen,
hell? Can I say what I'm
okay.
trying to say, bro?
I mean,
Why go through this
you
whole?
squelched all over another. Like, really,
No, I
it was a
didn't. Y'all
Tony
were
and I thing.
quiet. I start speaking and both of y'all shouting
Motherfucker,
down.
James
Like,
said that Tony's reviews just came with a whole deal about how the Saudis were like out like trying to recoup their investment, and I asked him a question about the Saudis' approach being at all attached to recouping investment, and then you went off in a completely different thing.
Tony's
I was
on mute.
asking
He didn't
Tony
say
a thing.
nothing.
Yeah, cool, but you also didn't address what the hell was going on either. You grabbed the fucking mic. I wanted to hear from Tony. What about the Saudis' business
Okay,
plan?
go ahead.
Seem like
Tony's
they're
off
trying to
mute. Go ahead,
recoup
Tony. Go ahead, bro.
So the first thing we would have to do before we even go into this tangent of what is their revenue model, we would actually have to look up what they made. Once we have the factual numbers, if they went into a deficit for the last fights that they've hosted, then we can go off of that. Now, you're going You're going on an assumption that they just care to take loss after loss after loss after loss after loss. That's your assumption, which could be true.
I'm not making an assumption.
No.
Hey, bro, like you're going off again. Okay, Jesus Christ, this is gonna take forever. Come on.
You take forever, and then whenever we talk,
I don't. I get very to the point. I ask one question.
Until you show us the empirical data showing how much money they lost off these fights, then what you're saying is an assumption.
Okay, I didn't say assume anything. I asked what about them has shown that they're trying to recoup their investment. And instead of that, you're telling me that I'm just saying that they're just going to take loss after loss after loss. What I'm asking you is what the question was that you definitely try to tap dance around. What about them has shown you that they're trying to recoup their investment? If you can give me anything, yeah, you're talking about if you told me that the pay-per-view sales around the world that go back to them, if you told me the ticket prices from the stadium that they built off slave fucking labor in fucking 15 minutes, whatever the hell it is you're talking about, that you think that have them going into it, they have them seeing that this is a revenue generating model, I'm all fucking ears. That's what I was asking.
I literally answered your question.
No, you didn't. You said it.
Nah, you didn't
you
answer
said
the
that
question,
I said you're going to take loss after loss. You said I'm going to assume that they take loss after loss.
What you're claiming is exactly what I said.
I'm not claiming anything. I'm asking you a question.
Oh my God. What you're saying is they're taking.
I'm asking you a question.
What I said was in order to know if they're being successful or not successful, we would have to see the empirical data. I don't have.
I'm not asking for the empirical data. I'm asking you for the relevant. I'm asking you for. I'm not asking for empirical data. I'm asking you for anything that you've seen from your own eyes that leads you to think that they are doing this to recoup their investment.
Okay.
Anything.
What was the last one that they just did a pay-per-view or not?
I don't know.
No pay-per-views. They don't do pay-per-views.
Right. How many people came to see that fight in the stands? Famous people.
I don't think so. Anything. I'm just saying, have you seen anybody? Like if you'd have said like I saw Marky Mark there, I saw Denzel there, I still would be like, I'm just wondering like what makes you think, because you're like they're not going to do this and they're not going to do that. I'm just like, why do it?
And real quick, honestly, the Saudis probably paid for those people to be there, bro.
Right. You know what I mean? I mean, even that. I'm just saying, is there anything? I'm just saying, is there anything?
Yeah, here's what I'm going to tell you. Because their business model has already proven to be successful in many other sports. They bought out soccer, which now they're making a huge profit on. They did it to fucking golf as well. They're now making a huge profit on that. They have been taking over sports, and they've been profitable on every single one that they've taken over. So that right there leads me to believe that they're doing this for profit and not a deficit.
They did not take over soccer, and they ruined golf. Golf is in the shitter. And I don't think that they made
Yeah.
money off of
Okay,
it
bro.
whatsoever. But again,
Okay,
I'm
bro.
not talking about empirical data to show anything. But the PGA numbers are way the fuck off, and soccer is firmly not being controlled by the Saudis. But
They're
they do have a
obviously
lot of things. UAE does a thing. They
Yeah.
do a lot of they do a lot of
yeah,
sponsoring.
I don't know about no revenue. They're obviously doing this for imaging purposes and to make connections. I don't see anything about gaining revenue from holding big events, inviting a whole bunch of celebrities and important people there and discussing things in the back rooms. This is all about changing the image of Saudi Arabia. It has nothing to do with gaining back revenue. All of it
Oh,
is part of a budget to change their image. I don't
oh
see
damn,
it.
man, I lost them right.
Yeah, to an extent, yeah. But I think it's larger political shit going on, but that's something else. Yeah. But yeah,
Yeah, I think it's a
that's kind
change
of
of the
accurate.
guard for a number of reasons. But yeah, the prince has taken over from the king. He's been running the country for like 5 years, really, in name only.
Come back,
The
Dub.
king has been.
Come back, Dub. Come back.
Yeah, Dove. Yeah, come back. I thought I had him, and I don't know if I kicked him off by accident. I was trying to like introduce him, but he went
Yeah,
off like right
yeah.
then. That I
Come
wasn't.
back, Dub.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but
Um.
but as far as like promoting a fight, I think that's okay. So what did you expect from this promotion that would have led you to believe the fight was happening? What should have been different?
I mean, let's talk about Ryan Garcia and Tank.
Well,
But
no,
shit,
let's not. I'm talking
we got
about
better.
Fury
We
and
got like
Usyk,
okay,
bro.
no. What I'm talking about is big fights, like fights that
No,
that
no, no,
that.
no,
that
no, no, no.
but
Dinosaur,
you
you're not
asked
gonna
me
do
about
that.
my
You're not
thing.
gonna do
Okay,
that.
hold up a second. Holy
You're
shit!
dancing.
You asked
You're
me about
dancing,
why
bro.
I didn't think it. Okay, you
Hold
asked me
on.
why.
Hold on. Let me
Well,
finish my question
reiterate your
because you're
question.
not understanding the question. Okay. You're talking about this is a specific historical event in boxing,
Yep.
heavyweight undisputed. Do
Uh huh.
not bring Tank and Ryan, the AKA exhibition, anywhere near that. I'm asking you what specifically in this situation should have been done to let you believe this fight was happening February 17th, the
Right.
undisputed heavyweight fight, not
Right.
big
So give
fights,
me
because this is the
again.
biggest of the biggest. You can't compare any other fight to this unless
Holy
it's
shit.
another heavyweight undisputed.
Okay, so apparently you don't understand my answer. So let me reiterate, so that you can get it. I expect for it to have at least the same amount of promotion as other big fights, like Tank and Ryan, like Bud and Spence, like even Plant and Canelo. I imagine that fights like of a certain magnitude have a certain kind of promotion to them. Like other fights that don't have those kind of magnitudes don't have as much as promotion. Like I don't expect like what I got was the level of promotion that we have from Rolly Romero versus Barroso. That's the kind of promotion I got out of Fury versus Usyk.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So, should they have went on a world tour? Should they have had a stop in Europe, a stop in Canada, a stop in New York, a stop in
However they
LA?
no, it's
Like,
however
would
they
that
do it.
have...
It's
Okay,
really
but you
however they do
can't
it.
be
It's how they choose to
specific
do it.
about some shit you're
If you're gonna
saying
do a
you're
thing
right
like
about. It wasn't enough promotion, but I don't know how they should have done it. What the fuck,
no, is
bro?
it because it's not that. It's not because you're asking for specific things, and I'm talking about the package of things. It doesn't matter about the specific thing because all of the fights I named promoted differently, but they all promoted extensively in different
No, they
ways.
had a
So it's not
formula.
so no okay they didn't because what Canelo
Yes,
and
they
Caleb
did,
Plant
bro.
hold on can I finish? Because what Caleb Plant and Canelo did wasn't what Bud and Spence did, and it wasn't what Ryan and Tank did. It wasn't at all. Ryan, like Tank went on a whole bunch of shows, talked about it. Talked about the two fights he's gonna have. Ryan Garcia went into this whole thing with his fighting with Oscar De La Hoya. They both took to TikTok and did all. They did their thing the way they do their thing. Caleb Plant and Canelo. There was some slaps or something that happened. There was some network deals that like I'm trying to get more money. Like whatever that happened with there. When it came to Bud and Spence, it was spin the block. Like that whole fucking thing. Like however it is you do it, that's what you do. Because
This is
every
just
fight,
some goofy shit, bro.
okay. Again, what I'm talking about is the level, not the type. You want to talk about the type, and I'm saying what you should is a big fight atmosphere with promotion. So that's what people are talking about. The eyes of the boxing world are on that fight because of the promotion for that fight. But meanwhile, this fight had no eyes on it, no promotion at all, just a date, a supposed date. That's it. No spin the block, no interviews, no promoters going there talking about it, no venues talking about it, no even AJ versus it. Like nothing happened for the promotion of this fight. Nothing.
Okay, real quick, Triceratops. So when those fights that you spoke of, right, they were all catering to selling an American market, a pay-per-view. These are two Europeans on another side of the fucking planet. What
cool. Do you want me to
fuck
start
all
talking about?
are they trying to sell you as an American when it's a non-pay-per-view? What are they trying to sell you? What are they trying to promote to you? I just don't understand the mindset.
Okay, cool, awesome. So then now, so that's fairly easy. When they've had Usyk versus, when they had AJ versus Usyk, that wasn't an American thing. That wasn't an American fight. But guess what? There was more promotion for Usyk versus AJ in Saudi Arabia than there was for Usyk versus AJ in the same place. As a matter of fact, there was way more promotion for Fury versus Ngannou than there has been for Fury versus Usyk in the same place, run by the same people. So really what you're talking about is not understanding the apples to apples comparison or the apples to oranges comparison.
When you say way more promotion, again, you can't be specific.
No, you want to keep calling name. I'm going to keep fucking cooking you because at this point, this is just more Phantom being obtuse for the reason of, I guess, he thinks trolling brings interest to the channel. Cool. We can do this all damn day long. The fact of the matter is, this fight had no promotion. They didn't have the same amount of promotion as even Shakur versus De Los Santos. And you're supposed to, and because I'm in America, you think that I'm supposed to be catered to specifically? No. I think there's no promotion for the fight.
Okay, but when I asked for specifics, well, I don't know. They should just do that thing. Well, what thing? I don't know. What specifically? Wait. Answer this specific question. Let's be definitive, bro, and not obtuse, as you say. What specific thing did AJ and Usyk do that Fury? Okay, exactly. You don't fucking know, so you're just making a statement that you can't even back up, bro.
Okay, the thing that I don't know is I don't know why you keep asking the same question over and over again. When it doesn't matter what they did, the fact is they did something.
What?
They did something. Okay, Usyk. All right. How about Usyk being in the ring, catching quarters off of his elbow? They did something.
What do you mean in the workout, in the media workout? Is that what we're talking about?
They didn't do that. That was more correct. That was more than what Fury and if you want to talk about specifically of what they did, all you have to do is look at what they did, right? So what I'm telling you is Fury and Usyk didn't do anything, so there's nothing to compare what they did to. All you can talk about is the fact they didn't do anything.
Okay, I had to do a lot of math here. So according to CNN, Saudi Arabia, since they spent all this money on Formula One, cricket, boxing, across the whole spectrum, all the sports, soccer, etc., right? Their GDP in 2023 went up by 1.5% off sports alone. All right, I had to look up their GDP. Their GDP is $833.5 billion a year. Okay, so then I had to do what is 1.5% of that. I did the math for it. That comes out to be $12 billion. In total, since they started in 2014 to current, they spent $6 billion in sports across the board, which means last year alone, they profited $6 billion. So they made $12 billion total. When you deduct the total cost of $6 billion, they're left with a $6 billion profit. So with that being said, I'm going to come back to my original statement. They're doing this shit to be profitable and not be in a deficit.
Right. So what you just said, I got to tell you, first off, it's funny and it works for the purposes of the conversation. But if you actually think that you can get the numbers from CNN for a country's GDP, and the numbers from that shit, like you get that from the CNN like that right there, I'm just going to say you have a source issue. But beyond that, but there's another thing that you think hold on, I'm not even done. That's the first part. That's just the first part. And because you said a lot. Let me get through it. The second part is the idea that the country's GDP came from sports. I would love to get a confirmation out of that outside of CNN, right? Like that increase from the country's entire GDP came from an increase of revenue from sports, and all of sports, regardless of where it is, because really you could talk about sports being in there, and this is the last part, the generalization versus the specific. It could very well be that they have several endeavors that did not make money, but they made money overall from one or two specific sports. So whether or not they're going to continue to throw money at like good dollars after bad, as a figure of speech for their entire sports budget, because at the end of the day they're making more than they're losing, that doesn't really speak to whether or not they was sunk more into Formula One, even though Formula One has been a loser, or boxing been for specific losers. Because what you did was put everything in a basket and said the basket was profitable, which means that it's supposed to mean that when it comes to the not profitable specific sports that they may not be making revenue on, that they're not going to continue doing the same thing. Go ahead, it's all you.
So the point was, you asked me what makes me think that they want to be profitable in boxing. Then you look at what they do against all sports. I did not say their sport was their total GDP. I said the sports percentage, what increased their GDP was by 1.5%. That is what they increased off of. 1.5% of $833 billion is $12 billion. Their total cost that they have gone all in from the time they started this sports movement from 2014 to 2023 is only
Tony. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm not asking you to repeat the numbers. I'm not asking Tony. I'm not asking you to repeat the numbers, bro. I'm not at Tony. Don't have me, bro. They just said, calm down, Tony. Please stop trying to direct traffic on my shit. Have some respect, bro. Stop it for a second. I'm not asking you to repeat. I'm not asking. Holy shit! I'm not asking you to repeat the numbers. I'm asking you to verify them. I do not believe that sports was part of a 1% increase from the GDP. I do reject the fact that ESPN is the spot for this. So what I was asking you is about your thing about before you made the statement, not some post facto justification from a bullshit fucking source, because ESPN knows fuck all about fucking economics.
Nobody said ESPN. I said CNN.
But you said according to ESPN.
I said CNN, not ESPN.
Oh, I thought you said, sorry. What'd you say? What's the last one? I heard ESPN. I'm sorry, I heard ESPN. Sorry, can you repeat that one? What'd you say?
C, the letter CNN, not ESPN.
Oh, CNN. Oh, man, get the fuck out of it. That's also, okay. Sorry, CNN is also not the spot, dude. That's not going to do it, but whatever. It is what it is. I get where you're coming from. I thought I heard ESPN. That was funny, but
I get what you're coming from, Tony. More than likely, if they actually are profitable from their sports,
I'm gonna end it on this. So what you're saying, Smoke, is you would rather have your imaginary numbers that you pull out of your ass versus a source that's given numbers, but because in your imaginary mind you don't believe that source, when I'm actually giving you numbers and you provided us zero numbers, absolutely zero. You did no research. You're pulling all these statements out of your ass. I sit here for the last 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes looking it up, give you numbers. Now all of a sudden it doesn't matter because it's contrary to what you stated. You're wrong.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Let me jump in. Let me jump in.
Now I'm gonna get it. Hold up. And then we have it after this. But the thing was, you made a statement, and I was asking for you what your rationale behind the statement was, right? I didn't ask you to go do the research to then justify a statement that you already made. I was wondering what made you think that in the first place. And then you gave me some other thing that is tangentially related to maybe the fact that they're not interested in throwing good money after bad in boxing, but not necessarily. That's the whole point of what I'm telling you, man, is that absolutely nothing. I don't have numbers. I don't have a thought. Like, to me, it seems like they aren't necessarily trying to recoup whatever investment it is out of any particular individual sport. Whether or not overall they're making money or not is a separate issue in all of sports. But I don't know what that means about throwing good money after bad in boxing or Formula One or PGA or tennis or whatever the hell it is they think is lost leaders because they're making more money, or they're doing some political thing, or they're just cooking the books. I don't know what the hell. Like, I am like the idea that you get to. Okay, all I'm saying is this. Like, really, when it comes down to it, if you hit me with some World Bank or some IMF numbers, I wouldn't be saying what I'm saying to you. But CNN is not going to make it. But even then, I'd still be saying, what the hell does that have to do with boxing and Tyson Fury and Usyk specifically? And why you thought they're trying to make money off of this thing. Because I don't hear them cutting the budget of any sports. I don't hear. I don't see. Like if you were to tell me, if you were to say to me, "Hey, Smoke," they put money into this sport. They didn't make money out of that sport, and they took the money out of the sport. Then I'd be okay. Cool. That shows me a thing that I get where you said what you said. But really, it just seems like you're the one assuming, and that's fine that you're the one assuming. I was just wondering what it is that made you think that they were trying to make money. Sounds like you didn't have anything. You went and did some research and found that there could be a way, if you squint close enough, to think that this might be a cash making endeavor for them. But okay.
I mean, you do this a lot, man. You pull facts out your ass with nothing to back it. You just
what fact? I didn't pull out my ass. I asked you what you thought.
Right, and it's simple economics. Nobody is going to go into a complete deficit for no reason. The goal is to make money. The goal is to be profitable. The fact of the matter is, John, you can laugh all day long and be an idiot with him. I'm cool with that. But the fact of the matter is the fact of the matter is this. They are profitable in what they have done. No country is going to try to bankrupt themselves for no fucking reason. The point is to make money.
Yo,
you think boxing's gonna bankrupt Saudi Arabia? More than likely.
Tyson Fury, the money that they put in Tyson Fury and Usyk is liable to bankrupt Saudi Arabia. This is going so far.
Look, what Smoke is saying is going by their actions. They're overpaying fighters. They're not doing pay-per-views. More than likely, even if the sports that they are paying for is making a profit, it's more likely that they're subsidizing the boxing events, that they're not worried about recouping the revenue.
And what you're failing to realize is what I'm telling you is they did this with what I mentioned before earlier when it started with all the sports they've been taking over. But it is a business model that has been successful, so successful that they're now 1.5% increasing.
Holy shit.
If I could just chime in here real quick, if I could just say this. Okay, you're creating a bunch of little monopolies, right? And in that, you're creating jobs that generate revenue that go back into, your country's coffers. So that's kind of like how the GDP is being boosted, I would say, is that jobs are being created. That's about it, bro. Regarding all this sports shit. That's it.
Yeah, I'm very suspicious about the increase to its overall GDP. That number is something that I'm very kind of interested in. I'll do my own research from behind
it's just new jobs, bro. It's just new jobs.
Because that's really funny. I'd like to know where
smells like cleaning money to me. But yeah.
Say again.
Smells like cleaning money to me. I mean, 1%.
Right, because it seemed like most of it would be from tourists. So what they're saying is a bunch of Saudis are going to a bunch of events and then buying ancillary products from foreigners. I don't even understand how this is supposed to work. What's about there's no bump to the tourist industry. This is all just
of course
sports.
Of course, tourism.
But then it would be part of tourism because they house Mecca and Medina.
Yeah, that goes without saying. I thought that would be on its face.
No, I'm just saying, how do you put it?
Stupid. Smoke. If you want me to tell you how much their GDP went up by tourism, I can look that up. If you want me to tell you how much,
no, I don't. I don't want you to look that up. I don't know how. I don't want you to look that up. Say, Tony. I don't want you to look that up. Tony.
We were
Tony, I don't want you to look it up, bro. I don't want you to look it up. I don't want you to. Are you going to be any more twisted?
I answered it, but you have.
I don't need it. I didn't ask you to look up anything. I asked you what justified. Okay, again, I asked you what justified you to make the remark that you made, and then you turn this into statements that I've made that I never made. You turn this into things that I think that I never even stated. All of this other shit. You're spinning out of control at this point. All I asked you was why. All I asked you was why did you think that they were doing it? What has shown you to date from the Saudis that they were doing this for profit? And what your answer should have been this entire time was who's in business to lose money. That's all it had to be, and we could have moved on from there. But instead, what we got,
even the royal family has to somehow recoup in boxing.
What we got was an overall a snapshot of a macro view of their investment in all of sports, which does not at all touch on whether or not they're losing or gaining money in any of the individual sports that you enumerated. from soccer to Formula One to fucking whatever. Most of those things could be lost leaders to something like highlight or fucking or horse racing, as far as we know. Unless you
Yep.
break those numbers down, I don't know why you're attributing one thing to another. Because CNN doesn't, not the CNN numbers you read.
Because the whole aspect
Smokey
of
got a point.
them in this world, this realm that we're talking about, the aspect is they are doing a sports takeover across the board, across the spectrum. The fact of the matter is, what they have been doing, how they have been doing it, there is a business model. And because they work with the business model that they're working with, by taking over, using their money, throwing it around, they have been successful. So successful that it increased their GDP by 1.5% in the sports world alone.
But
So that's
that doesn't necessarily mean
Alright.
boxing, though, Tony. That's the thing. But can we move on from this shit?
Listen to what I'm telling you. It
No,
doesn't
I
mean
got it. We're beat.
boxing.
This
Oh my
horse is
God,
beat to
this is so
death,
fucking
man.
You shooting Mad
This
Bell,
horse is
dog.
beat to
You shooting
death.
Bell.
Like we said, like the same numbers at least 4 times. I think we've iterated the same arguments a bunch.
You would
Like,
think that
goddamn, can we
that if they have a business model that's successful,
We
obviously
don't.
that's what they're pushing for to be successful.
Yeah, but
Dog,
the successful
hold
business
on.
model might be, but the successful business model might have nothing to do with whether or not they're gaining revenue off of boxing. Boxing might be costing them money. And
Yep.
that might not change the fact that they're making money. They might not care that boxing's losing money. So yes, they could keep just losing money as long as in general they're making money in their whole overall sports endeavor.
Let's do this on a simple economic way.
Okay, there we go. Oh, God,
My dog.
If gold, no, we're gonna do this real simple because the business model still stays sound. They are buying up all the talent, okay? Just like if gold was at $100 an ounce, okay? And I bought up all the gold. Once I have control of the majority of the gold, I can now increase the value of that gold. So now it's no longer worth $100 an ounce. Now it's worth $500, $600, $1,000 an ounce because I have the big stake of it. I have control of it. That is what they've done with the other sports, and that is what they're currently doing with boxing. It has been successful every single time across the spectrum, and you are going on the assumption that them throwing the money at boxing is going to be not profitable. They are doing it to make a profit, and that is my point. They are not doing this to lose money.
Just for instance, Tony.
Even if
I
they
just want to
wanted
ask
to
you
make
this, Tony.
even if they wanted to make a profit, if let's say that they really do want to recoup the revenue, don't you think the first couple of years that they're estimating that there's going to be some kind of loss? Because we're talking about Saudi Arabia.
I'm asking
Yes, no.
how do they make a profit, Tony? Like, how do you think they turn a profit off the boxing? How does that work?
To John, it is irrelevant if you lose money.
You making the point? How is it irrelevant?
No, you're not. Because Smoke asked me a question. Why do I think they're trying to make money? The point is they are doing with boxing what they did with all the other sports that they are now profitable with, okay? That's why I believe they're trying to make a profit off of boxing. Their initial loss means absolutely nothing because they have shown with all the other sports that, yes, they throw money, they lose. But guess what? Now they gain money because they have the commodities. That's what they've been doing with every other sport, which leads me to believe that with boxing, they are going to turn a huge profit. That is the goal. It is not to be in a forever deficit or they wouldn't be involved in it. They're doing with boxing what they've done with every other sport. That is why they created their own fucking belt to take over, the undisputed title. They're trying to take over the sport, control the talent, and make all the money off of it. To Phantom, the way that you make money off of it is you have people visit your country. Not only are you making money off the ticket sales, but now
tourism.
Right, exactly. Tourism is a part of it, which every place does. Even Vegas relies on tourism.
It's the biggest part.
Right, I got you. But also, eventually, they'll move over to the pay-per-view market and etc. They're going to expand. But the main thing is to get everybody to their fucking country.
Yes, correct. And what I was saying with the jobs is you create a lot of jobs surrounding the sports world. But yeah, I think we went in depth on that one there, Tony. Yeah.
But again, I come back full circle to they're doing this to make a profit, not to lose money, which was the original question. And we've gone so far down the fucking rabbit hole that it's crazy.
I hope you didn't do this whole argument for Tank's sake, dog.
No, Tony hates Tank. He don't give a fuck about Tank.
or just to hate on Devin. I don't know, man. It's like
I don't
they
know.
ain't making money for a long time. Not the way they going about it.
Well, yeah, they're overpaying for talent, bro. They're not making money. But hey, well, Tony's world, whatever.
What's on the docket? But I'm missing it. I was gonna watch this Conor Ben fight tonight, and I'm missing it now. So it's what it is.
Since we're in the post facto justifications, as before you did the research, you're gonna act like that was the research was the reason why you made the point in the first place. Okay, before you did the research, you didn't know the answer. So you saying that they're in it for a profit was just an assumption based on generalities. Now, if you want to talk about whether or not Saudis are actually turning a profit, then you're gonna need something better than CNN. Or else what you're doing is just fucking pissing in the wind. Nobody, I couldn't express to you less. Like, this is the last place that I would go to for economic information. The very like as a matter of fact, I think CNN's reporting about economics is on par with bad Let's Hooks reporting on pay-per-view numbers.
You know what though? With all that being said, like I said, I started with because they've done this with other sports, which is what leads me to believe it. You went into all your questions with no numbers, no empirical facts to back anything that you're saying but your ass.
I didn't say. What did I say? You still keep saying I did all this shit. I didn't say anything. I didn't say. First off, you keep saying that I made assertions that I did not make. Okay, so what I need for you to do now, is I need for you to back up the claim that I made all of these numbers. What did I claim? I need for you to tell me, instead of telling me for the fifth time that something I didn't do. I need for you to now tell me. I need for you to tell me what claim did I make? What claim did I make that I did not provide numbers for? What claim did I make that I didn't provide numbers for? You said this like 4 or 5 times. I keep telling you, I am not making claims. I just asked you a question. So please tell me, what claim did I make that I didn't provide numbers for, so I can provide the numbers for those? Nah, that's it. Cool.
Well,
Awesome. We can move on.
Yeah.
That's it, because every time I talk, you talk over me. I'm
no,
done.
because you keep telling me that I made it, that I did something that I keep telling you repeatedly I didn't do. So now tell me, what claim did I make? Tell me what claim did I make that I didn't provide numbers for, or stop saying that I did that shit.
Go to the playback, because you assume that.
No, you said I did it. What claim did I make that I did not provide numbers for? That just comes out of my ass. You tell me what it was.
Your assumption of them losing money. You have.
When did I assume that they're losing money? When did I assume that they're losing money? When did I say that they're losing money? When did I assume that they're losing money? When did I do any of that shit?
Go to the playback.
When did I already? No, I don't need to go to a playback. You keep making the claim that I did something I didn't do, and now you're telling me to go somewhere to prove something. You tell me, when did I say that the Saudis were losing money? When did I say I assume that the Saudis were losing money? Where do you get this shit from?
This is exactly how we got into this never-ending spiral, because of your claims against what
it's because you can't substantiate.
You were wrong. They're successful. They make money.
Okay, you keep saying that they're successful just because you pulled up a CNN article that that somehow backs some claim post facto. I was just asking you what made you think what you said. Now you telling me that I assumed that what you're saying was wrong. That is an assumption on your part. And now what I want you to tell me is what claims did I make with no numbers so that I can go provide those numbers, or tell me, when did I say I assumed that they were losing money? Other than that, I'm going to tell you this. Your mind reading skills suck ass, and stop with the ad hominems. Just make your point and stop trying to make me feel like I'm all you fucking people coming onto my damn panel trying to make it seem like I'm fucking crazy. Back up your claims or move the fuck on, for real.
An ad hominem with me be calling you names, and I haven't called you names. Moving further than that, I said I'm done. You have no.
No, the ad hominem, right? The ad hominem was. You said that I make it. No, the ad hominem.
I got you. It's cool. We can move on.
The ad hominem. Okay, so first off, I was called names. I was called names. I was called crazy. I was saying that I was called conspiratorial. It's called all kinds of shit. But now it's saying I'm just being misrepresented, like saying that I'm making claims and not bringing numbers. These are all personal attacks about my fucking points. They don't have shit to do with what I'm saying. So now I just want to know what numbers I'm talking about, so I can provide those numbers and shut this whole shit down. Because in a second, I will just go to Saudi Arabia and show how sports is probably that they're probably losing money on sports, and I just even not an assumption. That's just like they haven't even been in it long enough for the fucking amount that they spent, especially in boxing. And why would they change that anytime soon? Because overall, somebody said somewhere they were okay.
You
Yeah,
literally
they're
said,
not. How are they recouping like $65 million back from Tyson Fury and Ngannou? Like, no promoter anywhere on the planet was gonna pay Tyson Fury that much to fight Francis Ngannou,
Or
bro.
Ruiz in a rematch, or Usyk in a rematch. Like,
Come on, bro. They're just putting money out there because they got it, bro. It is what it is.
and again, I will restate, they spent over $1 billion on soccer, and now they're recouped all that money times 5. So again, the little bit that you're talking about, the entry fee means absolutely nothing.
But you understand, they didn't recoup it off like soccer sales. Like they recouped it off people visiting the country, spending money, creating jobs, like the periphery shit. It's not like, oh, we sold $5 billion worth of soccer jerseys. Like, no, it's not like that, bro.
Okay, if I'm worth absolutely
It's
nothing,
like they're creating a brand new economy, bro, and it's creating a boost to their economy. That's how it works, bro.
right, back off the sports.
Okay.
At the end of the day, if you are making a profit, then your business model is successful. I don't understand how that's hard to understand.
Yeah, but
It's
the business itself is all the periphery shit, not the direct business that they created, right? It's not like they have soccer fans from all over the world spending billions of dollars to fill up the stadium. It's not like that. It's everything in between that happens around that generates the revenue, bro. That's what.
You're either profitable or you're not, and they are. I don't know how we're still talking about this because they
the
are.
40s make it is they're hosting these big boxing events to make it a tourist place to go to. So more people can go to Saudi Arabia and spend all types of outrageous money. All the people who like pointing their fingers at the have-nots will go to Saudi Arabia, get treated like princes and kings for a weekend. That's what they're trying to build. They got all the celebrities going there, all the entertainers going there, doing these halftime shows for boxing events, which is crazy. And obviously, they're not going to recoup from the actual event. They're going to recoup from the tourism, from the imaging, from the all the publicity they get for the tourism. They're creating these fucking like little palaces for these rich fucks to go to spend money. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, making business contracts, like all kind of shit's happening behind the scenes behind
It's
this
all
shit,
like
bro.
it's all like a sector. It's actually just a sector thing to transform not just the Saudi economy, but also like the youth to get them more active, to get them more involved in the world. Like this is an entire opening up of Saudi because there's a generational shift in power, right? And we like that, like all of this thing, like really this boils right down to the like we're getting back to the like what spawned this, the promotion for this fight, right? Like whatever specific thing you want to talk about the promotion for the fight. From what I can see about Usyk, when it comes down to the promotion of Usyk versus Fury, has been Tyson Fury saying no, this isn't enough. No, I'm bigger than this. No, I got other shit to do. The Saudis are saying we're willing to pay for this whole bunch of shit, and he's giving us a bunch of fights. None of it has really to do with Usyk. So far, I haven't seen that like, yes, this is the clash. The teams are showing up in Saudi because I saw that with Ngannou and Fury. I didn't see that with Usyk and Fury. You guys,
Yeah,
you're telling
at
me about a
all.
trailer that was made? Oh, okay. I'll take a look at it because I'm interested in the promotion that was done. But I'm just saying, I saw all kinds of shit going on for fights that were not of this supposed magnitude. Especially when you're talking about a country trying to transform transform its economy and using sports as a role to do it, as a means to do it.
I asked you to name those things. You told me a Usyk coin toss, bro. Get the fuck out
I
of here.
told you what he did, what happened with AJ because that actually happened. Now you tell me what actually happened with Fury and Usyk. What Usyk showed up after the Francis Ngannou fight?
A press conference and what looks like a multi-million-dollar budget fucking trailer, bro.
Okay, but cool. So budget.
Did
So we got a
AJ and
trailer.
Usyk have
So
that?
we got a
I don't know,
trailer.
bro.
So we got a
You
trailer,
tell me.
and it appears to be a multi-million-dollar. How long is this trailer, by the way? I'm just like interested.
Ask
Just to
Tony.
give.
Tony seen it.
I mean, yeah, because Marky Dan was talking about a $15 million budget for like I didn't buy that for a second, but whatever. I'm just interested in seeing. I'm just
My
trying
my
to. I keep
question
hearing
my
multi-million
question is
dollars for a commercial, basically.
why do we even give a fuck? The fight ain't happening. So who cares?
Well, they're saying it's just postponed. It is happening. It's just postponed. At this point, the fight's just postponed. Do you think it's never going to happen, Mr. Moore?
He's never gonna fight that dude. He never wanted to fight that dude.
Okay, there we go. Okay, now let's change the subject.
You see, now he's being definitive. I can rock with that. He said it ain't happening.
I mean, Fury's a slimy ass motherfucker, man.
The dude
Can't
is a
lie.
bad matchup for Fury, man. Fury took advantage of an era where we got big, slow heavyweights who can't move. Usyk is none of that. He's a bad matchup for Fury.
But yet, Usyk went life or death with Chisora and damn near got knocked out by Daniel Dubois.
Mm-hmm. That don't have shit to do with Tyson Fury.
Neither one of those fighters are even comparable to Tyson Fury. Like, this is so
Tyson Fury fought a bunch of big, slow guys. You still caught up in that Wilder shit. He fought a bunch of big, slow guys who couldn't. Tyson Fury is not what you think he is.
All Usyk has fought at heavyweight is big, slow guys. What the fuck?
He'll beat the shit out of Tyson. He's gonna beat the shit out of Tyson Fury. Hence, we got all this bullshit about a elbow and a funky ass video that looks like it's 10 years old and all this bullshit. He never wanted to fight the dude, and he ain't gonna fight the dude. But you can keep hoping and wishing. They ain't never gonna fight. People keep forgetting Usyk is 37 years old. He'll be 38 soon. He ain't fighting that dude.
And Usyk's the one that turned down the other two fights, so I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
What are you talking about? He offered the man 70-30. The man said run it.
No, he
And
did
Fury
not.
turned it down.
After he
Yes, he
said
did.
run it. No. Let's go to reality for a second. After he said run it, he emailed Frank Warren saying that he was going to pull out of the fight.
Who gives a fuck? The fight ain't happening.
Oh
Who
my
cares?
God. Oh, now who gives a fuck? Because you're
I said that when I first came on, didn't I? Who gives a fuck? The fight ain't happening. Who gives a fuck? It ain't happening. It ain't never gonna happen.
Now, Mr. Moore is the one who says that we got Fury, we got Bud versus Spence. He said it was never going to happen. We got that. I never said that that Garcia and Tank wasn't going to happen. I said it wasn't going to happen then because they were waiting to cash Ryan out, which was exactly what they were trying to do, cash Ryan out. Ryan just didn't go for it.
That shit ain't happening, bro. But y'all can keep wishing on the star. It ain't happening.
Yeah, I ain't getting my hopes up either. I ain't gonna lie.
I think postpone is fine. I think they're promoting the fight. I just think that, like,
I don't give a fuck about the fight. Ain't nobody in America
yeah,
gonna
it's
watch
hard.
it anyway.
I mean, not if this is what they call promotion. No,
Ain't nobody in America that's gonna watch it no matter how they promoted it, because nobody knows either one of them fucks.
you can do another WWE.
Man, Logan Paul is doing
another
that.
You can do
Netflix special.
WWE on Netflix. Like, Netflix just signed a $5 billion deal with WWE. You can
Because
go back
WWE
there.
is way more popular than boxing, of course.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He could go with WWE, like pull out injury, go do another WWE event, get his game up for the Netflix thing, and that would be promotion for this fight, like more promotion.
I don't think so, man, because Fury's just not likable. People don't like him, and people don't give a fuck about him.
That's
and Usyk can't talk.
I don't know, but I mean the UK life. There's just not a lot of UK people.
The UK, exactly.
But
so take it over there.
But the Saudis put it up there. But the Saudis and the UK together, they can sell that. Yeah, go ahead.
I think the problem is the UK just don't fuck with Tyson Fury like that. They don't really need America to sell this fight, but Tyson Fury's UK audience, man, they tired of this motherfucker. That's the problem.
That and the fact that boxing is not just centered in America, boxing is worldwide. So other people from other countries who have money will come and watch that bullshit.
See, they UK still fuck with AJ heavy. They still rock with him. Yeah, like Tyson Fury is like, you know, he fought the shore. I mean, they kind of fuck with him still. They thought maybe he has a chance to do something. You know, you got Dylan White. I don't know why they love Dylan White like a motherfucker. But
Hey, listen, I heard more.
it
More
depends
about
on
the
who
building
Fury's
of
fighting.
stadium. We've heard more about the stadium that they built for Ruiz versus AJ than we've heard about anything when it comes to Usyk and Fury. I can keep going on and on.
What stadium? What are you talking about?
They built a stadium in Saudi Arabia for Fury and for AJ versus Ruiz, the rematch.
The stadium they're using now?
Who knows?
No, they built one in it took them 5 months to build a stadium.
Yeah, 15 seconds. Yeah, a bunch of people died in this building. Yeah, but I don't know. Oh my God, Lisa Bell, what's up? Happy New Year. I was thinking.
Well, I'm saying, are they still using it?
What's up, Lisa?
No, they tore it down after they built it. It's one time.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's cool, but I don't know. I don't know. I think Smoke's, just living at 500 million BC, and
I'm new in BC. I get you.
Yeah,
I'm just telling you. I could tell you about the fight that happened last year, right?
Heavyweight undisputed needs to be the biggest event, one of the biggest events of the year, and shit like that.
I don't think that. I think that if it is a fight of the magnitude that they say that is right. If they say that the heavyweight division is the greatest thing, if they say undisputed is the thing, if all the fight fans keep talking about the boxing writers, the boxing fans, all the institutions that comprise.
I don't hear boxing fans talk about that.
You don't hear.
I don't hear boxing writers talk about that.
Wait.
I hear you talk about it.
Hold on a second. You don't hear boxing fans talk about undisputed? Okay, cool. So let's go.
No, I don't hear them talking about this particular undisputed. I heard them talking about Bud and Spence undisputed. I did not hear them talk about Fury Usyk undisputed.
I'm not talking about anybody specifically undisputed. Just undisputed as a thing. Because everybody else is undisputed, got some kind of publicity. As a matter of fact, Devin Haney versus Kambosos is undisputed, got better fucking publicity than the Usyk versus Fury. Fucking Josh Taylor versus Ramirez, undisputed, got better publicity than this.
No, it didn't. What are you talking about? You're just saying shit.
Okay, cool. So let's talk about Devin Haney versus Kambosos undisputed. Everyone was talking about how that was the worst deal ever. We heard Devin Haney was a snitch. Let's see what else did we get after that one. I can keep going. I can go going on and on about the promotion of that fight, which they say was the worst undisputed ever, and that promotion had more to it than Usyk versus Fury.
And yet, still nobody gave a fuck. Imagine that.
Right. So I'm not living a dinosaur because that wasn't old. That wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, so but what I'm saying is this: when
it comes to undisputed, the people even talk about undisputed being a thing.
No, earlier you were saying this is a historical and significant.
I got you because correct. Because that's what heavyweight undisputed is supposed to be. Because not only how long they've been teasing it, but how long it's been a thing. Like the whole idea about undisputed is really kind of a heavyweight thing that the other weight classes kind of adopted.
Correct. Whatever. That's what I'm saying. That's what
I got all that, but I'm just talking about what I am talking. I'm not even going there with it. I am saying how long they've been talking about undisputed, the heavyweight undisputed being the biggest fight in boxing, and they've been talking about that since 2018.
See, you're flailing your little T-Rex arms around. You're not making sense because you were talking about you didn't want to see Fury and Usyk. You still thought AJ and Wilder was the biggest fight in boxing until we found out Wilder was a complete wash.
Right.
So you weren't tripping off heavyweight undisputed. You said you didn't want to see the fight, and you didn't care about undisputed.
What I didn't say.
You said this on your own lives, bro. I'm here every fucking Friday.
All right, Tony. Until next time. What I said was I thought the biggest fight in all of boxing.
On my way out before I go to bed.
Deuces.
Yeah, go ahead. You got it.
I look at it like this: EJ versus Bud was a pay-per-view. It did like 700 some odd thousand buys, I believe. All right, promoted well because it was a pay-per-view. Haney, both undisputed fights were not pay-per-views. Nobody gave a fuck because nobody was going to pay for it. Fury versus Usyk was a pay-per-view. people are going to pay for it because they gave a fuck. So I would say if I go off of that, I think this was way more promoted than Haney versus Kambosos by far. And yeah, on that note, I'm going to bed. I'm gonna take a shower. Night.
Okay, so
gotta end the night on one Devin
so
day.
right now, you can to this day you can go to Top Rank's channel and see all the promotion for Haney versus Kambosos. You can see him going there and hanging out with the kids, you know, doing boxing classes with the kids. You can talk about how Bill Haney didn't get in the country. You can talk about the Kambosos and TEO thing. There's all of these storylines and all of this ink and all of this press going into the fight. You tell me, where am I hearing the Usyk versus Tyson Fury? Because I'm like missing it. You guys, because it seems like you're telling me I'm living in the past. I'm telling you I'm living in the future. I'm pointing out the promotions from these fights, the things that happened, the moments that happened in the build up to the fight. And I'm asking, where are those same moments? Where are any moments? Forget those moments. Where are any moments for the
I
build up
think you
to
need
this
to
fight?
go watch the trailer, and there you'll find your
That's
answer.
what it is. So that's it.
Yeah.
So all we got is the trailer.
Watch the trailer, yeah. Because did
Cool,
you get a
that's what I
trailer for
got.
Devin
All right,
Haney?
cool.
Did you
Yeah,
get a
so we got the
multi-million-dollar trailer for Devin Haney
I don't know
Kambosos?
that
No.
I don't know. I
Did
don't
you
know
get one for Bud Spence? No. So let's just see what the trailer's
Okay.
looking like and make your
Okay.
assumptions from there when you have some new evidence. How about
So
that?
really, it's really so what you're telling me is the cost of the commercial is the thing supposed to be the determining factor of how I'm supposed to change
Yep.
my mind.
Because you told me
Okay.
about fucking coin flips earlier. So why not?
Okay,
Yeah. So go watch it.
because that happened. What we haven't determined is how much this fucking commercial cost. What you're telling me is that they made a commercial.
Yeah. So go watch it. See for yourself.
Okay, cool.
You
No,
used to be in the business. You should know production values, bro.
Yeah, I know. There's not very much. It's not very high, but whatever. But we'll see. I'll check that out. I definitely
Yeah.
will.
So do
But I
that,
won't be
and I
doing
think
it.
that's where you'll get your answer.
No, that's not where I will get my answer at all, because I was talking about Usyk.
Okay, so
and
let's wait for that Usyk coin flip, right?
Just so we were talking about Usyk and AJ rematch was in Saudi Arabia, and that's what happened. That was one of the things in the build-up to that rematch in Saudi Arabia, right? I was just talking about what in the hell are we talking? Like, nobody thought that the rematch was historically significant, the biggest fight in boxing. None of that shit. Not at all. Just to get it correct, right? So we get this, keep with the apples to apples comparison. When it comes to just undisputed fights, that's what everyone's saying. That's where the money is. Like, that's where the fights that's what fight fans are interested in, and that's what promoters promote. Right? There's nobody promoting. There's nobody like I think the least promoted fight for undisputed was in my recent memory was Monster and this last dude. You know, at 122. But even that,
and I can counter with that because you had Glovegate in that, and you had different shit going on there.
What? Correct. That's my
by
point.
Your metrics.
Correct.
Ridiculous
That's my
metrics.
point. That is my point. That even at 122 pounds, even with that bullshit ass fucking promotion, they're at least still talking about glove gates. They're still talking about whether or not he's going to fight of the year and how he did more than everybody else. Like, all of this stuff that was centered around even that bullshit ass undisputed was more than what we got with Fury versus Usyk.
Yeah, but you still didn't, because you're doing all this 2 weeks out from the fight, right? So we still didn't get hold on, Smoke. Let me finish.
Yeah.
You still didn't get a second press conference. You still didn't get a weigh-in. So maybe you would have had viral moments. Who the fuck knows? But you didn't get up to that point. So all you got is what you have up to this point. So the final thing I would say is watch the trailer and let's see what that's
okay,
talking
you keep
about.
saying, why do you guys keep repeating the same old fucking tired line?
Because you keep saying you do it, and it's been 5 hours later. 5 hours later, you still haven't watched the 2-minute fucking clip, bro.
Because it might be 2 years later. The point being is, all you got is a trailer. Doesn't matter if I watch it or never watch it. That's all it is, the trailer.
Okay, but then you're saying you saw all these other things, but you don't want to watch the trailer, so you don't care about the promotion. So what the fuck are you even arguing for?
Okay, again, I'm talking about the fact that there was promotion. What do you get? And I asked what the promotion is. What I got is the trailer. Thanks a lot.
Promotion.
We can move on. Whether or not I ever watch the trailer, that's what I got. What I got for the grand promotion for Usyk Fury, the heavyweight clash for undisputed, what I got was a commercial. Cool. And you know what? The fight didn't happen on the date that it was going to happen.
Yeah, because somebody got an injury in training camp.
Sure, whatever you say. Whatever it is that makes you feel sleep better at night, what we got for
Don't do that.
magnitude. I mean, a guy spending billions to transform the economy of Saudi Arabia. What we got for a fight that's supposed to be happening in 2 weeks for their fucking promotion. For all of that promotion was a commercial.
But who says the
Possible.
card ain't gonna come off? Who says they're not gonna keep the date? Who says that?
Well, it's not Fury versus Usyk.
Who gives a
I'm talking
fuck?
about
Nobody in
undisputed. I'm just
America
talking about
cares about
undisputed.
that
That's
fight.
the whole thing about undisputed.
Nobody
That's it.
in America cares about that fight, bro. They don't care if it's undisputed. They don't care about the two guys in it. It's not like the days of Tyson and Holyfield and those guys, because those guys were known and people wanted to see them fight. People in America, I ain't talking about the UK, anywhere else. People in America could give a fuck if they see Usyk or Fury fight. They don't care. It's the truth. Nobody cares about those two guys. Spence Crawford was way more anticipated than this shit.
Well, but you also said that fight was going to happen either, Mr. Morris. Like,
Yeah,
you like to tell
this
me
never
the fight
happened
don't
either.
happen.
I don't. I mean, to be honest with
I
you,
was
I
just
don't
saying
give
the
a
fight was
fuck
going
if
to
it
happen a
does or
little
it
bit
doesn't.
later. I
don't give a
thought
fuck if it does or it
Tank
doesn't.
had
I
a
don't
couple
even
more
care.
fights, right? Yeah.
You know
But to
what,
be
Ron?
honest, I don't even give a fuck if it ever happens. Who cares? I'd
You
rather
know what,
see
Ron?
Anderson and motherfucking Frank Sanchez fight for undisputed. I don't give a fuck about these two guys.
Yeah, you know what ruined undisputed is AJ's gas tank. When he gassed in that second fight against Usyk. Had he won that fight, we probably would have got it by now because Fury's begging to fight that much.
Yeah, now I would want to see that. I'd want to see AJ Fury. I don't want to see AJ Usyk because I already know the outcome.
Or Fury Usyk, yeah. But hey, what you gonna do? Let's postpone. You just gotta wait for the next date.
No, we gonna watch something else. That's what we gonna do, bro. We gonna watch something else. That's what we gonna do.
Yeah, it look them dates, man. It's looking pretty heavy. I don't know when they gonna fit that in, but
we got other fights to worry about. Fuck that fight.
When is the TEO ORTIZ fight? Is that
That's
February
Thursday.
something?
Thursday.
Next Thursday?
It's coming Thursday. The 8th.
They hit him on the Thursday too. I'm glad I at least put it in there.
Hey, they're not gonna compete with Super Bowl weekend, bro. They're not gonna try that dumb shit. It won't work.
Yeah, I mean that's what I heard. That
People would rather watch the NFL honors to see who's gonna get MVP than watch fucking Teofimo Lopez.
That's what I was saying. Like, I heard
gives
all
a fuck
about how Usyk. I heard how Usyk and Fury was all over ESPN. I was like, I saw a whole bunch of flag football shit. Like I don't even know. Like, wow.
No, nobody watched that Pro Bowl. That Pro Bowl shit. Nobody watches that.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. I'm just talking about the promotion. Like I saw more promotion for a commercial, right? That that halftime commercial in Ghana than I saw for fucking Usyk and Fury. Like I saw hell of those commercials. I saw a bunch of shit. I've been watching ESPN. That shit ain't coming up.
They putting that shit on Thursday night, John. They put that shit on Thursday night because they know Thursday night ain't shit going on. People might watch it. But Saturday, when you got the NFL honors on, they're going to give out the MVP award and the comeback player of the year. And they're not trying to compete with that.
Yeah, that's behind
I watched that. I watched the trailer. Like I guess everyone's saying, you said the trailer a mini movie. It's amazing. Okay, let me check it out. Game of Thrones, huh?
Did you watch it?
Yeah, I watched
the trailer has been hyped up. I'll give them
that. Shit was sick. I just watched that shit. I didn't think it was gonna be that good, bro.
I saw that shit when it first came out. It's like, oh yeah, whatever.
I ain't never seen nothing like that for a fight. Have you?
No, I just said I saw it when it first came out. That's just I'm not impressed with the two fighters, so it doesn't really.
That shit was wild. Yeah, I think it's more so that I think niggas are like revisiting what they felt before, don't know how to deal with it, but they should be caring about it, but they can't. But you know, it is what it is. But what did you say about the NFL honors? What's going on with that?
Yeah, that's Saturday night. That's why they put that TEO fight on Thursday night. They're not trying to compete with that.
What? So it's on Thursday now?
Yeah, if it's on Thursday.
It's always been a Thursday.
Yeah.
I thought it was the Saturday before the Super Bowl.
Oh no. Ain't nobody watching that when they giving out the MVP award. Ain't nobody watching no motherfucking TEO.
Fair enough.
Motherfuckers don't know TEO like that.
I thought TEO was a big star and Tank needed to fight him in order to make a 500K pay-per-view. That's what I was told.
Not giving him Saturday. That's crazy.
John Norrie told me that.
ESPN not giving him Saturday. Super Bowl weekend?
John Norrie. Where you live, bro? John Norrie, where you live?
New York.
Okay,
Queens,
I
New
want you
York.
to walk down the streets of New York. I want you to walk down the streets of Brooklyn and talk to 10 motherfuckers and see how many of them know who Teofimo Lopez is.
I gotta go
Tiafimo's
down
a
to.
big
I
name.
gotta
I
go.
was told that show. He a big
I gotta
name.
go to Paulie's gym to get that going, boss.
Yeah. No,
No,
no, no,
no,
no,
I'm
no,
not, no, I
no,
want to
no.
go.
You say
No,
he's a big
forget that.
name.
I
No,
want to go
no.
to Spanish Harlem.
Go downtown New
I want to
York.
go to the heart of the thing. I want to go to the heart of the
Yeah,
matter.
don't go to the gym. I'm talking about go
Go
down
all the
to
way to
Times Square.
go 132nd.
Shit, man.
And I
Go
bet
to
you
the
can't
Bronx.
find 10 motherfuckers who know
Go
who
to
he
the
is.
Bronx. Go to
Man.
Spanish Harlem. Go up there.
They don't know who the fuck that dude is. I bet you go to your job and say, who's Teofimo Lopez? Hey, who the fuck is that?
That's a
They
good
don't know
one.
that
I'm gonna
dude.
try that shit.
They don't
I
know that
mean,
motherfucking dude,
shit.
man. Nobody gives a fuck about that dude.
Well, you think they'll give a
That's
Only
fuck
just
if I
motherfuckers.
take?
listen. If you can't get love as a Latino fighter in Spanish Harlem, you
The
fucking up.
only motherfuckers that give a fuck about
And you're from New
Teofimo
York, and you're supposed
Lopez
to be from New
are
York.
us. We are the only people that care about Teofimo Lopez. Nobody else does. If you're not on YouTube talking boxing, you don't give a fuck about that dude.
Yeah, we
Damn, Sheldon just his delivery's better than mine. I guess that just make
You
you niggas
don't.
believe
Man,
him. But me,
I ain't
I'm a
dying.
liar though. I'm a liar.
I ain't
Like,
dying
I
on that
don't know.
Teofimo Hill. Fuck that.
Look,
all,
if you're not on
all I was
if you're
saying
not on
is
YouTube
he
talking
could be a
about
good
boxing,
opponent for Tank. That's all I said. I
I
never
just think
said
I
he
just
could.
think
let me enlighten you on something. If you're really not on YouTube talking about boxing, motherfuckers in the streets don't give a fuck about Tank Davis like that. They don't give a fuck about Haney. None of these dudes because they don't know him.
That's true
They
too.
don't know him.
yeah. So my whole thing, not only about the general like lack of popularity with boxers. I get all that point. My thing was I don't know anywhere where there's a big Honduran fucking population. Like maybe Texas.
Huge one over here in LA.
Maybe
It's a
LA. That's
huge
what I
one
was
right
gonna
there
say.
by
LA,
Alvarado Park. The Hondurans
but
got
it's
the
mostly
whole
like
park sold
Belizeans,
out.
right? But it's like
No,
Belizean and
Hondurans.
Honduran.
Yeah,
Right, so
right there
those
by
are my two
Alvarado
spots.
Park.
That's
Yes, right there.
exactly the two spots I was about to say was L.A. and
Yeah,
Texas, right?
yeah, that's it.
And there's a couple of like a mini enclave in New York, but
Yeah.
yeah,
Very, very, very small though. It's
but it's
like
Even in
very
maybe
small, right?
Honduras, there's a
But
large population of Hondurans,
even
bro.
in L.A. it's very small. It's just
Yeah.
like where they are. It's like I think that that's hard to say. Would you say that the Ethiopians have their little Ethiopia over there on Fairfax? Is
Yeah.
that more
Right.
robust
yeah, that's
than the
more.
Honduran over there?
Yes. Yes, it is. It
You know what I
is.
mean? It's
Yeah.
like these are micro communities.
And here's the cold thing, Smoke. They don't give a fuck about TO either.
That's what I was gonna say. Like I wanted to go to those places where they rock strong and say Teofimo Lopez, see what they say.
I
Because they
think
got my man Smart
Tiafimo have
Movie Smart, yeah.
more luck with the Mexicans and Puerto Ricans than he would with his fellow Hondurans. Honestly,
Okay, well look, check this out. Here's how you know that people actually this motherfucker actually registers. Name some boxers that got commercials on television.
Ryan Garcia, Anthony
Right.
Joshua,
Right.
Canelo Alvarez,
Right. Who else?
Earl Spence.
No.
Earl,
He had
no,
a commercial.
No.
What?
I don't fucking know. I think he had one
No.
with the Cowboys or some shit. He was part of some
No.
promo.
No.
I
No.
can't remember him.
All right, who else?
Nobody.
So those are only three,
I
huh?
mean,
Only three.
Bud Crawford was in a movie. That's about it.
For 10 seconds.
Yep. What? 10 minutes.
No, 10 minutes. 10 seconds.
Yeah, 2 seats.
10 seconds.
That's about it. That's all I can think
Oh
of.
yeah, Sheldon, what you got on the Bud Canelo? Is that the next fight? What's going on?
I don't know. I don't think so. I would hope not. Because I don't think he can beat Canelo. I think he's too small.
Really?
Yeah. See,
I'm
that's what I was
picking
telling. I was telling these guys, John, about the Jamel fight. Right? There's the difference between looking good and carrying 168 pounds, and then fighting at 168 pounds. Big difference. Two different things. Bud hits hard for a 47 pounder. Probably hits hard for a 54 pounder. When you're talking 60 and 68, that's something different.
Yeah, I don't.
Something different.
I think the only reason Bud has a chance because I think Canelo gas ain't gonna give out. That's what
That's
I'm
the
betting
only
on.
chance he has, or stopping Canelo. But if he goes,
I-
he'll get hurt by Canelo because he's never been hit that hard. That's the
I
advantage
think he'll
Canelo
definitely
has
get. I think
over
he'll
any
definitely get
guy
tested
coming
for sure.
up.
Yeah.
Is the fact that he's been taking punches from 68 pounders and 75 pounders, legit ones.
What I'm betting
They
on
have it.
is he can use that lateral movement. Try not to get punished too
But you
much,
catch him
like
in the
Jamel.
body, he catch one of them
Don't
body
get.
shots, it's gonna change the
No,
whole
he
fight,
can't.
just
He
like it
can't.
changed the fight with
He
Jamel.
can't get. He can't get caught flush for anything until
Yeah,
like the later
I
rounds.
think John Noyes is in the camp where they think Bud is a superhero. Like I don't think that they realize weight classes exist.
Hey,
And this nigga
I.
might get his little old ass really fucked up if he go up there fucking with
Hey,
Canelo, bro.
if he get fucked
Look,
up, he get fucked up.
Bud
I
is
ain't
the
gonna
man
cry.
from
I ain't gonna
40
cry for him.
from
Get paid a
40
lot
to
of money.
60. I think Bud is the guy. I don't think anybody from 40. I think he could even beat some guys at 160. 168, I think 21 pounds is just too much.
I just think Canelo's a
I
specialty
don't think
case
Bud beats
because
Janabek, bro. I
he's
don't think he
smaller.
beats that motherfucker.
I would fucking pick Janabek in that fight. I would pick Janabek.
Mm,
I would.
they both southpaws. I think that kind of gives an opening because Janabek he really leans into that southpaw. He fights a
I
lot of
would pick
orthodox
Janabek.
fighters. He uses his length. I think Crawford could probably catch him here and there.
There's not a top 68 pounder right now that Bud could beat. He can't beat Plant. He can't beat fucking Benavidez. He can't beat fucking what's the dude from Africa's name? The guy just fought.
Oh shit, I know you talk about Billy.
Billy. And he can't beat him. I don't think he beats Morrell. I don't think Bud beats any of those guys up there.
Yeah, I think it's only. I think he's only targeting.
See if he can beat Janabek.
I don't think he can beat him.
Well, that's what I said. I don't think he beats Janabek, bro.
I don't think he beats the other guy. What's the other guy from Dominican Republic spoke?
Adames.
I don't think he beats him.
Adames. He could beat Adames.
I don't think he beats him. I don't.
He could beat Adames.
I think Adames knocks his ass into the third row.
Nah, he can outbox him too easily.
If he get caught, he going to sleep.
Nah, I think he could take a punch from Adames.
I don't.
Adames hits hard, but he don't hit nobody flush.
I mean, I've seen Bud do the stanky leg with a lightweight, bro. I've seen him get hurt by a welterweight. So if
But he was
I'm
in those
seeing
divisions at the time, so I don't count that because that's the division.
right. But if you're telling me that this 36-year-old man can gain 20-something pounds and he's going to be taking punches with 10 ounces on with way bigger men, I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Well, styles make fights. I don't think the style that Adames has is
no, sometimes size.
I don't
plays
think
a role.
Adames is going to work Bud at all. Like
I don't think he's going to work him. I think he'll knock him out. The same thing, and sometimes you got to understand that size plays a role. That's what happened to Canelo against Bivol. Bivol was just too big. There was nothing Canelo could do.
But it was his stature.
That little 5'7" guy was too small for that 6 foot Russian. He was too small.
Yeah.
And Bivol probably came into that fight about 195. Damn near 200 pounds.
I don't know if Bivol gets that big, Sheldon. Well, fucking
175, 190 is the stretch.
Yeah,
195, that's not a stretch.
It's not a stretch, but I think Bivol slit 190 be max. 190 max, bro. That's
even at 190, he's too big for Alvarez.
Yeah.
He's too big. That's why Alvarez's punches didn't affect him. He just walked right through that shit. He told you that though in the build up to the fight. You gonna send this little guy up here? What you think? He's Superman? I'm not impressed with it. What do you guys think? This guy ain't gonna beat me. Beat the shit out of this little dude.
But at the same time, it's Canelo's style because he's not using he's using his speed.
There isn't a style Canelo could think up that's gonna make him beat bully. Bivol. There's no way he's ever gonna beat Bivol. There was never a Canelo that could beat Bivol. Ever.
Exactly. That's his style.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Kind of good.
I think it's the same way with Bud. Bud's
Bivol develops a drinking problem. Then he can beat him.
He's not some 6 foot tall, 168 dude. Right. So he's 5'8". He has a chance
against Canelo. Yeah, they're the same size. He's a little bit bigger than the guy, but he's never fought at that weight before. That's the difference. Now let me see Bud at 68 fighting somebody else, then I'll have a gauge. But you coming up, never have fighting at the weight before, fighting a guy who's the king at that weight, it's not going in well.
Well, yeah, I think a lot of the Bud fans are just counting on the fact that Canelo's of a similar stature is why they think Bud can beat him. Because I don't think anybody who thinks Bud can beat Canelo thinks Bud can beat David Benavidez or David Morrell. Like, it's just that one specific fighter that they can beat.
They're too big. He can't beat those guys. He wouldn't even fight those guys.
And most people are picking those guys to beat Canelo as well. So,
yeah, facts.
Yeah, see, that's
not most, but a lot of people know
Canelo
that.
gave you guys the blueprint. Canelo gave you the blueprint because he tried to go up in weight and fight the king of the division, which was Bivol, and you see what happened to him, right?
Well, I would have told Bud to go up to 168 and start winging his shots. I mean, you plan to do that, yeah, you're probably gonna get knocked the fuck out. You're gonna have to, be a little tactical with your shit.
Well, I look at it this way, right?
Like when he fought Bivol, he was just trying to use his brawn, and you're not the bigger guy.
But here's the question, right? I haven't seen Canelo Alvarez even wobbled since 2010.
I don't know about that.
Who wobbled him? Tell me who hurt him.
I think Triple G might have got him with a shot or two in the second fight. He wobbled,
but he just took it well. He just took it well. Yeah.
Nah, he didn't wobble that. He didn't even hurt that guy. So if Bud goes up there, because I'm the biggest Bud fan in the world, and Bud catches him with his best shit, and he can't hurt him, now what?
Well, you're gonna have to rely on them skills, nigga, and hit and not get hit.
Yeah.
Now what's gonna happen is he's gonna walk you down, he's gonna corner you, and he's gonna beat you down, knock you out. Same thing he did with Caleb Plant.
Well, I don't think Bud
he's gonna
get knocked out by Canelo. I don't know. I think he got defense. Bud got defense.
At
168, Bud is my favorite fighter fighting today. But at 168, more than likely, Canelo's gonna knock him out.
I don't know. He's tricky.
I don't know about that one.
If he goes in southpaw and put that southpaw jab on him.
Because for one, the biggest thing. But if he was to fight Bud at 168, Canelo would be motivated because he would know, if I lose this fight, part of my legacy goes with it.
Same thing. Yep. Same thing with Jamel. Nigga, he makes sure he came in shape.
Well, wait. But does it?
That's the best shape I've seen Canelo in a minute. Was that right there?
Hold on. Let's really talk about this.
Whatever Canelo has accomplished so far in his career, if you let a little guy come up from 47 2 weight classes and beat your ass, 3 weight classes and beat you, you wasn't shit anyway.
Wasn't shit. I mean, let's talk about this though. If he loses to Bud Crawford, 3 times undisputed, you're losing to one of the greats at this point. You lost 2 fights to one of the greats, Mayweather and Bud. Does his legacy really take a big of a hit?
If you let a guy come up 3 weight classes and beat you, yes, your legacy takes a hit.
If he's the guy though, if you lose to the guy.
Facts. Canelo ain't gonna step in the ring trying to lose to no Bud, bro. Like, that nigga gonna come in on point, in shape, ready to fuck Bud up.
But if he does lose, I don't know how much his legacy take a hit. I mean,
it takes a hit. It does.
I don't know, man. He has like a lot of good wins. I mean, this is a specialty case right here. If you lose to that guy, that guy is just that good. We don't know.
He's that good to beat Canelo. Bud is one of the greatest days. But when you talking ATG shit, right? Who would you pick if Bud had to fight a Sugar Ray Leonard in his prime? Who would you pick?
If he can beat Canelo, I'm picking Bud.
No, I'm not saying if he can. I'm saying right now.
Oh, right now.
At welter, Bud versus Sugar Ray. Welter,
welterweight.
I'm picking Ray Leonard all day.
I'm picking Bud. I'm picking
Ray Leonard all day.
Bud do too much damage, nigga. I'm picking Bud at welterweight, prime Bud, like the Bud that fought Spence on that snack shit. Ray Leonard ain't fucking with that nigga, bro.
Wait a minute. That Bud and the Sugar Ray that fought Tommy Hearns. I got Sugar Ray all day.
Well, that was with 15 rounds. I don't know.
I got Sugar Ray Leonard all day.
I mean, Hearns is giving it to him though.
I got Tommy Hearns. Look,
I see a lot of Hearns in Bud.
prime for prime, I got Tommy Hearns stopping Bud.
I think Sugar Ray
It could
Leonard would be
happen.
an easier fight for Bud than Tommy Hearns would. I'll say that.
Yeah. But
I
I see a
think
lot of
Tommy
Hearns.
Hearns would be the tougher fight.
I see a lot of Hearns in Bud. A lot. That long ass arms. I don't know if Sugar Ray gonna be able to.
I got Marvin Hagler
catch
stopping
all of
Bud.
that.
But I said middleweight, Sheldon. What the fuck?
Y'all said he
Hagler.
goes 68 beat Canelo, right?
No,
So
that's what
middleweight
John Norrie
be
said.
first.
I ain't say that shit.
No. I said if he can do it, then he's one of them guys. If he can't do it, then we gotta keep him where he's at. Part of the modern
I'm gonna be honest
generation.
with you. I'm gonna be honest with you, straight up. I don't know if Bud beats Duran at 47. I don't know.
I think so.
I don't know.
That's a tough fight.
Because I think that
Bud's a hell of a
southpaw
dog.
style might give him some problems. Those angles
I
Bud
don't know.
take.
Duran
Yeah.
did go up to 68 and knocked motherfucker silly, didn't he?
Yeah, but we talking welter. Talking same
At
size,
37
same weight
years old.
class.
I don't think there's a fighter. I don't think there's a welterweight in the last 25 years that could have beat Sugar Ray Leonard's prime. Nobody. Sugar Ray Leonard was a bad dude. And people forget that Sugar Ray Leonard was 5'10" with a 74-inch reach. You forget that.
Yeah, but that nigga Bud had an 8-pack. It was packing fucking stones in them gloves when he fought Spence, nigga. Like, I'm not betting against that man on that Bud on that night. You put anybody in that ring with that nigga on that night, they are in for one, bro. Period.
But see,
they are in for one.
You fell for the okie doke though. You believe Spence was what they said he was. And
No, I'm saying that version of Bud, bro. That nigga right there, the way he trained for that fight, that nigga was on point, bro. It is what it is.
He was.
But he told you, like I told you, Spence was easy work, always was. Because Spence is one dimensional. Spence can't box. He's one dimensional fighter. Flat footed, come forward, volume puncher. That's what he is. He'll never be anything different.
And another thing that helps Bud, he got the longest arm reach probably in the division. Him and Boots.
Exactly.
It's that reach.
Exactly.
So that's another reason why I'm not gonna bet against him, bro. That's 74-inch arm reach.
But Sugar Ray Leonard's arm reach is 70. Sugar Ray Leonard's 74-inch reach.
He got 7'8", I think, Bud Crawford.
Sugar Ray 74-inch reach. Sugar Ray 5'10".
Yep, just like Boots. Yeah, I'm aware, bro. I'm just saying that version of Bud in the ring that night, that's gonna be a tough nigga to beat, bro.
Ray Leonard would have knocked his ass out.
You crazy, bro.
I don't know, like it's gonna be like
you
that.
crazy. You living on this nostalgia, Sheldon, on the nostalgia.
He give him them angles. He start throwing them hooks.
I think Hagler would have got him.
I don't know, dog.
I think those guys would have got him.
I think you got a better shot with Hagler and Hearns.
I'm not seeing generational talent out of these things. Like, listen, okay, so I think that there's a bunch. Canelo's very lucky to be competing in the era that he's competing in. Usyk is very lucky to be competing in the areas he's competing in. Has Fury lucky to be good. Like all of these, I don't care who the hell it is. You think Bud Crawford? He has some. He's got some transcendent attributes, but I think he's also very lucky to be competing in the era that he's competing.
I'm gonna really fuck him up with this one, Smoke. Bud Crawford don't be the prime Mike McCallum.
No, but I mean that Mike McCallum is where is it? He's never fighting Mike McCallum's division.
I'm talking about at 54. He say Bud can go to 54. I'm talking about at 54. But
he hasn't. We haven't seen him at 54 though. Like where Mike McCallum's one of the best 54 fighters ever.
I'm holding my judgment until I see him move up.
Yeah, I gotta see him there, right?
I'm still keeping him in the modern generation of fighters.
Like, I don't know. Listen,
I don't want him to move up now.
If I was to
I want him to fight that dude at 47.
Henry Armstrong, right? Like guys that started down there. Actually, Henry started fucking lightweight. Not lightweight. Sorry, featherweight.
Yep.
So he started off smaller than fucking Bud, and then got robbed of the middleweight title, right? So there's guys like that guy. But like I just want, like, I'm not saying that Bud can't beat Canelo. I'm not saying he can't beat Mall or Benavidez. Although Benavidez, that just seems like a lot. But whatever. But before I even start talking about those fights, I need to see him beat Janabek. That's when I start talking about Yeah, Canelo and all this other shit. I like the Tim Tszyu fight, but he hasn't
What
beaten Tim
fight do
Tszyu.
you want more, Smoke? Would you rather see Bud versus Jermell or Bud versus Ennis?
I would like to more.
Yeah, that's a hard.
Damn, that's
More is
messed
I
up.
that's a
would like
tough.
to see him fight Ennis.
Yeah, I
I
want
would
to see
like to see him
Boots
fight
for
Ennis.
the money.
Ennis.
I'm betting on
Yeah,
that.
so the
Give
only
me
reason
Boots,
why I want to
nigga.
see him to fight
Ennis.
Ennis is because
It's
only
a better
because
fight. It's
no
a
no
better
no
fight.
I feel like
no hold up a
it's
second. Let me
hard,
finish.
man. I feel like I might get let down with Boots, man. I feel like
Listen, I like you guys are higher on Boots than I am, but whatever.
Yeah,
My
I'm just
point is
higher
the
on
reason
Boots.
why I can't make the decision is because Mel
Why?
is coming down 2 weight classes.
Yeah,
But other than that, other than coming down 2 weight classes, it'd be Mel all day.
Well, what do you
exactly.
mean? He went up to 67. He went up to 68 later egg. He didn't do nothing up there.
That's
Yeah,
what I
that's
mean.
fine, but my point is dropping the weight, coming down to being fighting weight. Like dropping the weight is what I just don't know what
I
what
had
the hell
Bud
that's
beating
gonna
him
do.
before he went up.
Right, but
I
that's
had Bud
the
beating his ass before he
I
went
got
up.
Bud. But listen, this is not whether or not I have Bud winning. We're
I
talking
got
about the
Bud
fight. What I want to
crushing
see.
him now that he's coming back.
Like,
I
listen,
think
I
it's a
don't think.
bullshit
Okay,
fight.
so I don't think
Oh,
right.
I
So the
don't know
issue
about a
isn't
bullshit fight.
the issue isn't about who's gonna win. The issue is what fight you'd rather see. Right? That's what you
Yeah,
asked. What would you rather
Yeah,
see?
that's what I
All right.
asked.
So
What fight you rather see?
I think that what is more of a challenge is Charlo, if he is the Charlo that can still
He
compete
ain't.
at 154.
He ain't. He ain't.
Right? I just don't know because I don't think they
And
moving
even the
up to.
best
I don't think
Charlo,
the thing that I don't think that the Canelo fight speaks to whether or not he can fight at 154. Other than he seemed to like be in the cash out mode.
well,
Mm.
I mean, if you look at Charlo, right, he's a carbon copy of fucking Spence. They're the same
Really?
fighter.
I mean, I hear
Jamel?
you.
They're the same fighter.
Which
I
one,
think Spence
Jamal or
is way. I
Jamel?
think
I think
that.
Jamel.
Jamal's.
Jamel and
Well,
Spence are the same
I
fighter.
think Jamal's
Mel and
more like
Spence
Earl.
definitely fight different, bro. They fight
Yeah,
different.
they fight very different.
Who has a longer? Who has a reach? Who's the reach? Is what's Mel's
Jamel
reach?
has a longer reach than Spence. Spence only has 72
No,
inches.
I'm just saying, what is
Jamel
Mel's
has
reach though? What is it?
74.
What is his actual reach though?
74.
Okay, so that reach advantage shit ain't going down,
Right.
and that's
Jamel's flat footed.
I think that's
Jamel's
a
flat
lot.
footed.
I think that like Phantom was pointing out. I think that is a huge advantage that Bud has had. I don't know that what Bud looks like when he's a T-Rex guy.
He's the same reach. They got the same exact reach.
Yeah, and I'm
Smoke.
saying, I think that, but his reach is longer than Boots' is, right? I think Boots is like,
got
I
74
don't think Boots
inches
is
well.
ready. I don't
Boots
think
got
Boots is ready.
74 inches as well.
Yeah,
74.
okay,
Yeah.
there it is. Yeah, I
I
just
think
don't think Boots is ready.
y'all gonna get Boots fucked up bad, man.
Yeah, I just don't think Boots is ready. That's all. But but liking the fight, it's really just Mel moving down 2 weight classes. That's really all it is.
I would have liked to seen the fight if he would have never fought Canelo, and he still had
I
the
think
over 4
Boots
belt.
is a
That
tougher
would
fight
have
than
been
Jamel
perfect.
Charlo is, bro. Because Jamel Charlo showed he'll cur out. Boots ain't showed that yet, nigga. Boots will be in the fire taking your best shot, nigga, and giving you some shit back. That's what I saw Boots do, nigga.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Spence curred up either. I just don't think Spence.
No, Spence showed tremendous heart. Spence kept fighting.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
just
it's
got
just
his ass beat.
whether or not you curl up or not curl, like you curled up against a
But
dude
we
when you
know.
moved up 2 weight classes. Like I don't know.
But
That's
we
not
know.
the. But I feel
We
you though. Like
know.
once you see it,
But what we do know, Smoke, we do know this. We saw it a couple months ago. If you hit Jamel really, really hard, he's going back up. He's not
Well,
coming
no,
back.
really what it is if Jamel hits you with his best shit and it doesn't do anything to you, and you hit him
Yes.
and it does something to him, then he turns
Yes.
into a different fighter. But we got to
Yes.
see if whether or not Mel hits when Mel hits Bud, whether he can take it the way Canelo could, the way Canelo did.
Right.
Because the Canelo did was smile at him and then come forward. But maybe it
But
could be
you
the
see,
fact that Bud doesn't get hit clean, but I don't know.
Yeah, I
but
don't see
here's
Bud
but
getting
here's the
hit
bad thing
clean.
about marriage, fellas.
But it would do
This is the
something
bad
to
thing
him.
about marriage, right? Because y'all remember this narrative. Oh man, Earl is beating the shit out of Jamel in sparring. Y'all remember that?
Solid big fights.
I heard
Oh,
that
he
too,
beat
man.
the
Of
shit
course I
out of
remember. Why do you
Canelo.
think I picked? Why do you think my pick was based on?
Yeah,
Right.
because
So
Mel struggles
then
with pressure fighters.
we have the
I
fight.
mean,
We have the fight on the
I was
29th,
like,
right?
yeah. I was like,
We
he's
have
been
the
taking
fight
shots from
on the
bigger guys.
29th. We have the fight on the 29th, right? Bud tells you in the post fight, oh yeah, he caught me with a real good shot in the third round. And when he hit me, I said, that's it? Oh, it's a long night for you.
Yeah, that's what I'm
well,
saying. Like,
that's why. Well,
And he
if
just
Mel
got
hits him,
smashed. He got caught with a good shot by the guy that's beating the shit out of Mel in sparring, right?
yeah, I mean, maybe, but maybe that's some more narrative shit. Like, that's what I'm saying, man. Like,
That's why I said the
at a
bad
certain
thing. That's
point,
why I
man, we
started
gotta
off.
stop. And that's what I'm trying to
That's why I
always
started
separate.
off with the
Yeah.
bad thing about narratives is this. You push a narrative that turns out not to be what you said it was. Because they made Errol out to be this monster puncher. Bud said, no, that ain't true. He can punch, but he don't punch that hard.
yeah, it's true.
Which is kind
I
of
mean,
what we said.
everybody that knew boxing knew that he was a cumulative puncher. But
Right,
they
he's a
tried it.
volume puncher.
It looked like he was. It looked like he was a punishing guy. He did have a lot of heart, but when it came right down to it, to me, I think there's a bunch of different factors that we did see, and some that maybe we didn't see. But I don't know that translates to Boots or Mel for real. I think that the Derek James connection might be the issue, and they did like come up together, but I don't know how much you can. I just don't know. Maybe they both guys look like they're pampered, right? So
They kind of
maybe
do.
Bud is still like super hungry, not pampered like that, and he can run through those type of guys. But I just don't think the Boots is ready for the fight. Like really, when it comes down to it.
Man, Boots stomping on shit. Put that nigga in the ring. Watch what he do, bro. Boots stomping on shit.
Exactly, he's stomping on shit, but Bud is not shit.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
gonna make him look like it. Watch, nigga. Put Boots in there.
I
Put
mean,
Boots in there. I
The
can't
problem
wait.
for
The odds
Ennis,
is gonna be
I'm not saying don't. I'm not saying
juicy,
don't. I'm just
juicy
trying to
the
odds.
answer the
problem
question.
for Ennis is
Listen, I'm
this.
not
The
saying
problem
don't
for
put Boots in
Ennis,
there. I'm just saying I would be happy with either fight. But I was just
3
trying
to
to
1,
answer the
4 to
question.
1.
I was
the
just answering the
problem for
question of
Ennis
which
is
one do I
this.
want more? Which one do you want
The
more?
problem
Right?
for
That's all.
Ennis is this, man. Ennis has never fought anybody to prepare him for Crawford. Nobody.
That's true. And who has Bud
Uh,
fought to prepare him for a younger, bigger version of himself?
He is
All them
nothing
guys
like
he fought,
Bud.
all them guys he fought
yeah,
coming
Boots
up.
ain't that. Boots is not that.
What I'm saying is, Boots
Boots don't
can
fight
throw
nothing
every.
like Bud.
No, listen. Boots can throw every punch. Crawford is a nigga that can throw every punch. That's what I mean by that. Not everybody can do that. Not
No, I
everybody can throw
don't.
every punch
No,
in the
No,
toolbox
he doesn't.
effectively, bro.
No, Boots
But
no.
fight.
Bud,
Boots
Yes, he
fights.
does. He throws every punch. Watch the nigga
but
fight. Every punch gets thrown,
what
bro.
makes Bud so dangerous?
Uppercuts to the body.
Hold on a second.
Uppercuts to the head.
The point is,
Hooks to the
What
body. Hooks to the head. Straight
what
punches.
makes
Crosses.
Bud so
Rights. Lefts.
dangerous is the fact
Everything
that
gets
Bud is
thrown, bro.
accurate.
And that
What
comes from
makes him
that
so
switch hitting
dangerous is
shit.
the fact. What makes him so dangerous
Telling
is
you,
the
bro.
fact is his punch placement and his accuracy. That's what makes him dangerous.
right, and the leverage that he puts on the shot. It's not the
Yeah.
fact that it's a hook. It's the fact that
Yeah,
Boots, when he throws hooks, and he throws some of his shots, he squared the fuck up.
that's the
That's true.
problem
That's
right there.
one of his flaws.
He flicks it.
And
He
that's why he's
flicks
gonna
his
get knocked the
jab.
fuck
Like
out.
it's not that he doesn't have a jab; he flicks his jab. It's not that he can't hit a hook; he'll throw that shit from being squared up. Like it's not it's like yeah. Anyway, my point being is I just don't think he's ready. Not that he can't be ready. I just think it's a little bit too early in his career and his development to beat Bud.
Man,
To be
put the nigga in the ring. Let's see what he
to be
do.
quite
Fuck all that
honest with
soft
you,
ass
I'm not
shit.
saying don't fight it. I'm just talking
Let's
about
see
who I
if
think
Bud
will.
won it. Because Bud, I remember Bud was saying, I want you to walk me out when I fight Hank Lundy. Like, I remember niggas was saying that, but now it's like, oh, he don't know what he in the ring with. If Boots get in the ring, that nigga know he in the ring with a young monster. Nigga, he ain't. Fuck you niggas talking
Right,
about.
that's fine. So
he ain't a
just so we
monster
understand,
yet.
just so we understand each other. If Bud
Maybe a
retains, if
goblin.
Bud fights again and he fights at 147 pounds, I don't think there's anyone more deserving or anybody I want to see him in the ring with at 147 pounds more than Boots Ennis. But the question becomes, do I like if Bud moved up? Do I want to see Bud versus Boots Ennis at 154? I
Nah,
mean, a little bit less so.
there's
Actually, a
more
lot
smoke.
less so. A lot less so, right? I'd rather see Mel if he's going to move up. I'd rather see the Mel fight than the Boots fight. But if he's going to stay at
Facts.
147, I'd rather see the Boots fight. But I can't really pick either guy to beat Bud. I think for Boots is more. I think he's more comfortable at 147 than Mel might be at this point at 154.
No.
Yeah. I think Boots' problem is, man, it's them feet, man. He plant his feet, and that's the only time he throw. If them feet not plant, he not throwing. And his offense to defense is very suspect when he has to move. If you make him move,
man, it's inside fighting, man. His fucking input drops off, like all kinds of shit. Like, whatever.
Yeah, if you make him move and he has to move and throw, he gonna throw some wild shit and get knocked the fuck out. And that's his only problem. We clean that up, learn to keep his focus, cut the ring off properly, stop trying to show off and shit. He'll be all right.
Well, we saw that in that one fight, right? But he still won every round in that one particular fight. Yeah, but you know, when in the next fight we saw he cleaned some shit up and worked behind his jab, and you know, beat the shit out that dude.
What he does not have though is a power jab. You know, he just don't have one of those. So
It's clean enough.
Every punch.
He just
he is a flicking jab. He throws it, but an educated lead hand, and the fact that the way because Bud is a converted, he's converted southpaw. His strong hand becomes his lead hand. Like it's just Anyway, I don't think that they have the same shit. The quality of the shots are not the same. I think one guy has a more dynamic offense than the other. I think he has more accuracy, more ring IQ. He actually is just more of a polished article. Knows when to make a judge. Like Boots still makes adjustments that makes the fight harder.
Yep.
It's still a young man's game, bro. I'm not gonna discount the youth in this fight. Like, if this nigga start putting paws on Bud and Bud hitting this nigga and it's not having the same desired effect as you hit Spence, what the fuck you think gonna happen, bro? You gonna get overwhelmed, bro.
I mean, I hear you, but
I just can't give.
I'm not saying he can't lose. I'm not saying good fight. Both fights are good fights. Both fights are good fights because of what Phantom is saying and some other shit that Phantom's not saying. Like it's not that they're bad fights. It's just picking Boots to win or Mel to win.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta hope that Bud Crawford gets old the next day for Boots to win like that.
I just can't give Boots credit for shit I ain't seen him do yet. You know what I mean? I haven't seen him in adverse situations yet. I haven't seen him in a fight where I actually thought he had a chance of losing.
I mean, we saw what Ramon Villa did with Rashidi Ellis, right? Like he slowly but surely.
Bro.
Okay. Let me finish what I'm saying, Sheldon. He slowly but surely he got there, put paws on him, and had that nigga fucking dancing all around the ring like he was drunk. But we put him in the ring with Boots, and he goes to the hospital. You know, so there's a difference.
But here's the question: who the fuck was high on Rashidi Ellis?
I'm saying, do Rashidi Ellis not have skills? Does he? I mean, you look at him fight in the ring. He don't have skills, bro.
Here's the thing:
he also don't have power.
When I started jumping on panels in 2018, right? People started to tell. Like one of the questions that was asked me was,
Smoke, I'm laughing because I remember, bro.
Yeah, who was the first? So who do you think is going to be future champions who are prospects today? And my answer was Boots Ennis and Rashidi Ellis. Right? I've been high on these two for a long time. And since 2018 to 2024, they have fought exactly nobody.
But even calling Bud out since 2018.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying I thought they were future champions, right? Who's going to be future champions? I thought both guys would be future champions. Boots became one. He is now a champion. That's fine. Rashidi Ellis, that prediction is yet to be realized. But as far as fighting somebody, and now you're going to go to the pinnacle? You're going to go to pound for pound number one in your first step-up fight? Like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, that's how you do it because all these other niggas are scared. The only one who say they want it is Mario Barrios and Conor Ben wolfing like he do, but I doubt it.
Wait, hold up.
Mario Barrios, yeah.
This is where the Bill Haney cap comes into play. Right? How do you leave Bill Haney out when it matters?
What do you mean?
You talk about when it doesn't matter with Tank, but it totally matters when it comes to Boots, right?
What do you mean?
Well, Bill was talking about fighting Boots.
Boy, captain.
Oh, Bill was talking about fighting Boots?
Yeah. Oh, you
Man,
missed
we
that?
know that nigga. I don't even factor him in the equation. We know that's
Well, but when
bullshit.
it comes to
But
Tank
what I'm
Davis,
saying
we
is
didn't
this.
talk about that cap. But when it comes to Boots, like, listen, Tank is a little team. Where's Destiny?
You honestly think
I
Devin was gonna fight
almost
Boots,
called him
bro?
Little
Do you
Ting
really
Ting.
believe that?
I almost did it.
Devin was gonna fight Boots, really, bro?
I'm just
But
saying,
here's
like,
the
that was
thing,
the
right?
time to bring up the
I
cap
mean,
because
you definitely
all that
avoided his
other time when
name.
it comes to Tank, that was not
Look,
cap.
I'm trying to let y'all breathe off the Devin shit before you get cooked. But what I'm saying is
Here's the
this:
thing. Go ahead.
when
Go
Boots
ahead.
get in the ring with any welterweight in that division, it's gonna be a problem. It's not gonna be an
Yeah.
easy night for Bud or nobody.
No, no. It's not. I never said it's gonna be easy. But here's the thing that people forget about that Ellis Villa fight. Roman Villa had moved up from 40 and he was active, right? Had been fighting like every 3-4 months, something like that. When Rashidi Ellis took that Villa fight, he had fought exactly 57 seconds in 2.5 years. So him getting tired, getting walked down, and getting knocked out for me was not a surprise. You've only been in the ring for 57 seconds in 2.5 years. If you don't knock this dude out early, you're gonna lose.
See, I don't know about that, Sheldon. I think he was boxing beautifully till he got tired. He was just using way too much movement. Overdid it, bro, and just tired himself out.
Right, because that's the way he fights. If you've been watching Rashidi Ellis, that's the way he
Yeah, he
fights.
fights
He
like that
fights
every
with all
time.
this over exaggerated movement, extra movements that he doesn't need. That's the way he fights.
Yep.
But
So
if you
you gotta have the
but
conditioning for that. And when you got somebody
Well, you have
there
to have
who ain't
the
moving and ain't going
development.
but
away,
listen,
it's a different type
let
of
me
fatigue
finish.
that can set in.
Let me finish.
You have
Let
to
me finish.
develop
But when you haven't
to
done
conserve
that,
your motion.
but when you haven't done that in 2.5 years, and then you start to do it in one fight, when you haven't fought in 2.5 years, you're not gonna make it 12 rounds, bro. You're
I'm just
not.
saying it's a different type of fatigue, bro. When you got somebody in your face and you doing all this movement and they ain't moving, it's gonna tire you out, bro. You
Plus,
know?
plus
You think
the
that's
whole
gonna tire out
the
more than
biggest
not fighting
issue.
for 2 years?
Yes.
The
Just
the
like with
biggest
Haney and
issue.
Loma. Haney was
No,
exhausted due to that mental pressure, bro. A different type of fatigue can set
the
in. That's what
biggest
I'm saying,
issue
bro.
for
And
And
not
how
the
Rashidi
much
weight
Ellis
was
is
drain?
about being dehydrated? Yeah, how about his weight drain? Like,
Yeah. Just like
it's
he
just a
was with
correlation and
Cambosis, right?
causation,
Why wasn't he
man.
tired when he was weight drained with Cambosis?
Who
Why
said
didn't
he
he get
wasn't
tired?
tired
He
when
was
he?
walking
Who
his
said he
ass
wasn't?
down.
I
Who
didn't
said he
see him.
wasn't tired?
I didn't see him exhausted. I saw him
the
Okay,
exhausted
does
with
that
biggest
mean
Loma though.
because you didn't
issue.
see it that it didn't happen?
Yeah, he
The
been
Well,
biggest
obviously.
issue for Ellis.
two fights
The
Okay,
biggest
later.
whatever.
Sure.
Okay, cool.
the biggest issue for Rashidi Ellis was this: Rashidi Ellis ain't never had no pop ever.
Hmm.
Rashidi Ellis ain't never been able to keep nobody off him because he don't hit hard. He moves a lot, but he doesn't punch hard.
You just throw
Roman Villa is a little
combinations.
guy moving up, but Roman Villa is a tough guy. As you saw, even the Boots fight, you gotta beat him. He's not gonna quit. You have to beat Roman Villa. Rashidi
All right.
Ellis didn't have the physical attributes to beat him because he
All
doesn't
right.
punch hard enough.
And
Correct.
speaking of punching power, Boots hit him with every goddamn thing, and he got to the 10th round.
Yeah, because he's
Yeah,
a
because
tough
he's a tough
motherfucker. But what I'm
dude.
saying is, you
He's a
see the
tough
difference.
dude.
One
Yeah.
guy got put on his ass and knocked around the ring. The other guy sent that guy to the hospital. There's a
But
difference.
see, and that's fine. But see, here's the problem with you talk about Boots and Crawford. The problem for Boots in the Crawford fight is the fact that Crawford gonna hit him back. Crawford gonna hit him back hard, and Crawford's gonna be very accurate when he hits him. He's gonna hit him where he want to hit him. That's the difference. Crawford's gonna fuck around and walk his ass into something, knock him the fuck out.
I don't think that's
That's
gonna
a
happen. But I
fact.
see your point because I think Boots is tall and got the arm length to like not allow Bud to get that devastating punch on him. Like he can play keep away if he want to play keep away.
But does he
And
have the IQ? Because see, Bud accumulated all of this knowledge, this boxing IQ, fighting all these different styles over all these years. Does Ennis have that IQ?
no, I'm more so
Have,
relying on. I think
think about
Ennis
it.
is more so relying on youth in that one
He got
than ring
he
IQ. I
have
don't
to.
think he has the ring IQ, but he got the youth, bro.
Right.
I'm not gonna
He doesn't have
put
to
that
rely on
underscore
you
that. It's a
because
young man's
I
game, bro.
mean,
It's a young
I
man's
but
don't.
game.
think about this.
He's
You got to
youthful,
think
but he
about
ain't
this.
no Roy Jones in there, man.
Well,
You got to
also,
think about
there's
this.
also this
Also,
idea about the being too young, right? There's a reason why people talk about Canelo and Floyd the way they talk about it, and that's what I'm
yeah,
talking about. There's a point when you're just not developed enough.
Yeah, but Canelo's not a boxer like that. Like, come on, bro. We
I
comparing
don't know.
some
But he's also
Guadalajara
not.
shit to
Whatever the
some.
hell it is,
We
whatever the
comparing Guadalajara to Philly now, niggas. Is that what we
no.
doing? I'm gonna
What
go
I'm
to
telling
bed if
you
we
is
doing that.
what I'm
I'm
saying
gonna
is
go to
what
bed
I'm
if we
saying is.
No,
doing
what
that,
he's saying
bro.
is this.
Okay, so
No, what he's
again,
saying
can I
is
get?
this,
I don't
man.
need
This is
help
what
with
he's
this. I
saying,
don't
bro.
need help. I'll be
No,
very
no,
fast.
hold on. Let me finish this. This is
You
what
got
we're
it, man.
saying here, man. 75% of the dudes that Innocence ever fought have been fucking trash bums. That don't prepare you for a guy like Crawford. Sorry, it doesn't.
Well, the thing is, the other part of it is, even though Canelo, if people talk about him being under, it was too young for him, he had actually fought better competition and achieved more in the sport than Boots has it to this point. Like to point it out, all I'm saying
Facts.
is this dude, like, there's a difference. There's cool to be step ups, right? But
Yeah,
there's a difference between being not ranked, like falling off the chart, like not being ranked anywhere, to being the best, to fighting the best. Like, well, that's not the kind of step up that generally works out well for guys.
that's not a
Well,
step up, Smith. That's getting on a fucking
Boots can
elevator.
upset the apple
Yeah,
cart, bro.
that's when you start
That's
talking about
walking
it's
off the
levels.
plane.
Yeah, to quote the kids, right? All of a sudden now it's levels.
Because if
That's
that's
not
the
no
case,
step up
T.O.
fight.
shouldn't have been able to beat Loma. If that's the fucking case.
That's not no
No,
step
Tio
up
could be
fight.
no Tio could be Loma because Tio had the attributes to beat Loma that
Yes,
don't
the
have
size, the
that's the
speed,
issue.
the athleticism, all that. Yeah,
And that's
Right.
all that Boots got.
No,
When
but
is
Booz does not
Bud
have the
fought a
attributes.
bigger,
Okay.
more
No,
athletic,
not really.
No,
speedy,
the issue is
Mm,
twitchy fighter? When has he done that?
No,
who
right.
said
but
Name
that?
one
Here's the issue.
opponent that's been
But wait
like
a
that
minute,
for
hold on,
Bud,
hold
bro.
on, hold on,
The
Name
issue
Bud
one.
is
the
more
issue
athletic.
stop. No, stop. Who says he's more athletic than Bud? Who says that?
He
Yeah.
is, bro.
No, he's not.
How? Who
No,
says
he's
right.
that?
not.
So that's what
Because
I'm
he's
saying.
younger. You goofies. What are we talking about?
But he's
Because
not
Right.
he's
more
So
young. That
athletic.
don't
the
make
issue. So
sense.
when I say that he has the attributes to beat him, what I was talking about was he has the reflexes to keep up with Loma, and he had been targeting Loma specifically for years, and he can compete at weights that Loma cannot. He was bigger than that dude. He was stronger than that dude, and he was just as
And he was
fast as
younger
that
than
dude,
that.
and also could compete with, and it could nullify because of the open stance fucking thing. So what was making Loma a secret weapon, right? He could that weak side fucking that shit that he does. What
Yeah.
Bud and what Boots is doing a bunch of switching. Really, he's just getting off of being more athletic in his competition to be like straight the fuck up with him. But let's
Yeah.
say now he's just talking about being like more technically sound with his approach to winning fights, not just just dunking on dudes and switching up on. Like, let's just say that now he's not using his attributes and he's just trying to use his craft.
Yeah.
His first off, his attributes are not going to get him past Bud, and his craft is way below Bud's.
Way
What are
below.
we talking about? I seen Bud go 12 with a nigga with a bullet in his leg. I seen Green
He
Machine have
did.
this nigga on his knees.
He did.
What are
And what
we
happened to them?
talking about?
What happened to those
We're not
What
guys,
talking
sport are
man?
about.
you niggas watching?
Taylor,
What are we
Okay, well,
Taylor,
doing?
what happened?
I'll tell you what I'm
Taylor, what
watching.
happened
I'll
to
tell you
those
what
guys?
I'm watching.
Hold on, hold
Just
on.
hold up a
What
second.
happened
The
to those
guy
guys?
that
Did
hold up a
those guys
second.
make it
The
out of the
guy
fight?
that wait, Mr. Moore, I'll let you go once. Let me, and then you
Yeah,
can
go
go
ahead,
right
bro.
after me. I
Go
won't
ahead.
be
Go
long.
ahead.
I won't be long.
Go ahead. Bro.
The guy
Go ahead.
that had a bullet in his leg just competed at 168, and the guy
Mhm.
that put him on his ass, went to one fucking also is going up in weight, but also
And
is
put
not
Virgil on his ass. Don't forget that.
and
And put
and
Virgil on his ass.
just put Bird on his ass, but also got knocked the fuck out. We're not talking about whether or not a guy face adversity through fights. It's not the point.
Yeah.
The point is whether or not the way that Boots has been winning fights is going to be at all a factor when he faces Bud Crawford. So when it comes to being faster than a guy, being more athletic than a guy, that's not going to get you past Bud. Now, when it comes to his boxing acumen and being able to switch and all these shots you're saying he's going to throw, I don't also think is going to get you past Bud. Not for a victory. Like, I think it'll be a good fight. I don't think it'll be easy or all that shit. I just can't pick Boots to win. You got
Yeah,
I
I
hate to
don't.
say
more or
this.
whoever.
I hate to say this, Smoke. It's going to be a great fight for as long as it lasts. But it ain't going to go 12.
Yeah, but name
That's
me
a
the
fact.
like. I still haven't gotten an answer. Name me the younger, more athletic, bigger fighter that Bud has fought.
Then him?
Yes.
Nobody's
Nobody.
more athletic than him.
Okay. So this would be
Nobody.
Bud's first test for a type of nigga like this too, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'm not
All
saying
right.
what
Fair
he
enough.
do.
Fair enough.
only in those categories. But if you ask who's a better boxer that he's faced, as a matter of fact, I think that like I don't know that
Porter.
Boots beat Spence. Like really, I don't. If you want to talk about better boxers, I don't know that.
Gamble
I
was a
mean,
better boxer when he fought him.
right. I was just saying. He's like, there's a lot of guys you can throw in there that like. I don't know who the hell you're gonna say is as good as a boxer as Bud Crawford. Man, come on, man. This is not even. Man, we can't even get a guy. Okay, let me get a guy. Let me
But
go
you
there.
see,
Let me ask you this. You tell me which Boots opponent is a better boxer than Victor Postol?
which Boots opponent is a better boxer than Victor Postol? You
Yeah, I'll
can
wait for that.
maybe go Lipinets. I would say it's
No.
comparable.
No.
Nah, Postal will kill
No,
Lipinets.
Comparable.
Lipinets,
I didn't say better. I said comparable.
I
But
don't
that
know
wasn't
the
the question. The question was better. The question
I
was
don't.
better.
It's
Nah,
hard to say
And that's the
better
thing. There's
Postal's
such a
jab
different
would give
level
him
change. There's just such a
problems.
it's such a huge
because
step up
I put
when it
those
comes to
guys on the
competition.
same level. Like I don't know. They're like lesser
Right. So
tier fighters. I don't.
when you say bigger and more athletic, like I feel like bigger and more athletic. I mean, when is that the thing? I'm going through it and I'm like, fuck. Roy Jones, he was Mr. Athleticism, but he
Yeah.
wasn't that big, right? I mean, it's just kind of a weird metric when you ask that question because we don't know that bigger and athletic wins fights.
So here's a question for you, Phantom. You tell me who in the 31 fights that Mr. Ennis has could prepare him for Crawford. Give him a book.
There's no fighter that could compare you for Bud Crawford in his
Okay.
division.
All right.
So that's
I
just
think Boots
it's
is
just
a
a moot point. Like,
I
can
think
that nigga go in there and impose his youthful will on that nigga? Yes, I think he can. That will be the deciding factor. I can take your shots. I have quicker reflexes than you because you getting older, and I can put these paws on you and take more risks.
okay. That was listen. I hear
Nah,
that
you really
Phantom just needs
simplifying
so
Crawford down.
Phantom. I think Phantom is using boxing as therapy right now when it comes to the generation divide. Like I don't know what in the fuck, where in the world you came up with
He's supposed to
youth
push
equals
these young
better.
guys forward, man. You
Like
gotta give it to him.
like
Like
that
you
was
just
the weird. Like
I mean,
wow.
you
Like
describe Crawford like a
I'm trying to go.
gatekeeper. Like holy shit.
I want to listen. I'm not trying to shit on the youth. Even though
No,
I
you
know the
coming
youth
in,
is trying to shit on old.
but I'm gonna shit
But
on
I'm just
this.
telling
I'm gonna
you
shit
that,
on
like,
this.
I'm saying that there's all kinds of guys who have not been ready because they're not developed enough. Where the youth thing is not going to get you over the hump. When it comes to, Jermaine Ortiz, his youthful vigor did not get him over the Teofimo Lopez. As a matter of fact, people don't think the
What
youthful
do you mean? They're
vigor
the same
and
age. What are you talking about?
okay, what Jermaine Ortiz
He's talking about Loma. He's talking about the Loma fight.
and Loma?
He's talking about the Loma fight.
Oh, sorry, I said Loma. Sorry, I said I meant
Oh,
Loma. Right.
well, he arguably won that fight. Point proven there, bro.
Okay. Huh?
Nah, he ain't won that fight.
Arguably,
Okay.
Jermaine Ortiz won that.
Okay. Cool. So you know what? You know what most people say? Most people say that Loma got robbed.
What do you mean? What?
Most people
Yeah,
say Loma
he
got
means the
robbed.
Devin fight.
No,
You're
sorry.
all
In
over the
Devin.
place. Be coherent, bro.
You mean the Ortiz fight or Devin fight? What are we talking about?
Sorry. Right. So nobody thinks Loma got robbed in the fucking Ortiz fight. So why would you think that? What fight do
No,
people think that Loma
I
got robbed
say
in?
Jermaine Ortiz got
Cool.
robbed.
What fight do people think that Loma got robbed in?
The Devin Haney
Why do I
fight.
have to specify this? Thank you. Why do I have to say this to you?
What are you talking? I'm talking about something totally
But when I
different,
say
bro.
that most people think that Loma got robbed, what do you think I'm referring to?
That's not what I'm talking about, okay?
Okay,
I'm
great.
talking
But
about
you're talking about
something else,
youthful
bro.
vigor.
We're
The
talking about
motherfucker.
two
You're
different
talking
things, bro.
about no, you're not. You're talking about youth. This is what we're talking about. Youth being the factor that all of a sudden these old dudes can't compete because these young dudes are coming around.
No. You missed my point, bro. My point was the youth with Jermaine Ortiz and Loma showed, and it's arguable Jermaine Ortiz beat
Does
Loma.
anybody think that Loma got robbed in the Jermaine Ortiz fight?
I
What
thought
are you
Jermaine got robbed.
talking about? That's what I'm
No, you know
saying.
what?
What is he
I
talking
got you.
about?
Cool. So let me ask you this: what fight? Again, you just said. I'm not sorry. I won't ask you again because you already said.
Yeah.
Most people think that Devin Haney got robbed. I'm sorry, that Loma got robbed in the Devin Haney fight. Guess who is the more?
I
Who is
don't
the
think
bigger
that
fighter?
either.
Okay, cool. I said most people, and then that's what you thought.
Okay,
Do
fair
most
enough.
so when I ask you a question, what fight do most people think that Loma got robbed in? You said Devin Haney.
Yeah, that's
That
what
was the
people
fight I
say.
was talking about. That was the fight
That's
I was talking about because you were talking about how the youth is going to be
okay.
a factor.
We're
Devin
talking about
Haney,
two different things, bro.
Devin Haney is the bigger guy. He's the more younger guy, and people think that Loma beat him. Do you get
Correct.
it now?
That's an anomaly.
Nah, I don't know about that, dog. I
But
mean, let's
when
be
I brought
honest.
up my first example was Floyd versus Canelo. Now I'm talking about Haney versus Loma. What I would like for you to do is tell me when the bigger, more athletic guy is the guy that beats the more
Well,
talented, smaller guy,
I wouldn't
or the
say
more
I wouldn't
skilled guy.
say in this particular case I wouldn't say bigger, but definitely more athletic. Donaire anyway.
Donaire Inoue. You think
Donaire?
that?
You think Crawford is Donaire? Oh
No,
shit.
I'm saying Donaire anyway. I didn't say Crawford was anybody. He said provide an
Okay, hold up a
example. I
second. Hold on,
did.
wait a minute. Well, I don't. Well, first off, I don't think that. I think that Nonito is more technically astute, but technically efficient. Like, I mean, is he more technically sound than Monster? I don't think so. I think that
No.
at the end of the day, like I think that Nonito Inoue has the capacity to be a better boxer, but really he's a brawler. At the end of the day, that's what he wants to do. That's what he's interested in doing. And you can always draw him into a brawl. And I don't think that he's a better brawler than fucking Monster Inoue.
Now, back to what we was talking about. I don't know what's
Just
gonna happen
change
in
the
that fight.
argument. That's what you do. I got
I
it.
don't know what's
No,
gonna happen
it's
in
not.
that
It's
fight.
not
Hold on,
that.
hold on,
It was
hold on,
that
hold
you
on.
were talking about.
I don't know what's gonna happen in that fight, if they even have a fight. But from what I've seen so far, people who press Bud Crawford, if you press him, usually you walk into something and wind up on your ass. That's what I've seen. I don't know what
Well,
you guys have seen.
also what I see is that Terrence Crawford has a gear that other guys don't,
Yes. Yes.
and I haven't seen like really when it comes right down to this whole fucking thing, this step up fights. Like I don't know that anybody that Boots Ennis faced is better than some of the lackluster competition from Bud Crawford. Like,
Yeah.
forget pound for pound guys. Forget like
Yeah.
guys as big as Boots Ennis. Forget guys who've
Yeah.
done more in the sports than Boots Ennis. Forget guys that
Right.
hit as hard as, if not harder than Boots Ennis, because Bud has
Right.
faced those guys. Forget every kind of style that, but that Bud has faced that Boots Ennis hasn't faced. Let's just talk about the competition that Bud's faced.
Yeah.
The competition that Bud's faced is way on a completely different level than the competition that Boots has faced.
Okay,
But
so
that's what
Spence
happened. Mhm.
hobbled fighter got eye problems. You still got him beating Boots, correct?
Which one?
Spence.
I got him beating the shit out of Villa.
No, I said Boots. You
No,
got him beat. You got
because what I'm
Spence
talking about
beating
right
Boots.
now. What I'm talking about right
I'm
now
asking,
is
bro.
that I know because what I'm trying to tell you is so we can stay on the topic, so you can address what I'm saying instead of deflecting, going tangential. What I got is Spence being the entire dog shit out of everybody that Boots faced.
Do you have him beating Boots?
I don't know if he beats Boots right now, but maybe.
Okay. Okay. So it's not 100%. Yes.
Right, because I'm talking
Former
about the
unified
competition.
champion,
Because the point,
beat all the
because the
great
point,
welterweights besides Keith Thurman and Bud, but you don't know if he could beat Boots, right?
right? Because I don't know what he has left in the tank. If this guy is for
Okay.
real, he
Yep.
says it. Okay, what I'm saying is, if Spence is retired, because Spence apparently is retired. So if once you go that route, then I don't think you're hungry anymore. So there's a hunger factor into this whole thing that has nothing to do with anything other than Spence just saying he's retired. But if Spence had
Facts.
something left to prove, if Spence was like, "Oh yeah, I'm not retired. I got something left to prove," of course I would think that Spence could fucking beat Boots. but I don't know that his head's in it. I don't know that his heart's in it. I think he's done with boxing. So no, I wouldn't
Right.
pick him to beat Bruce.
And same thing with Bud. He's got 2, maybe 3 max more fights, and he's done. He's not hungry no more. He's
If I
hungry
said,
for some cinnamon, and that's about
no,
it.
you're missing it. If I thought that Spence had one more fight, then we wouldn't be talking the same conversation. I'm talking about Spence saying that he's retired.
I just don't think Boots has enough ring experience to get in there with a guy like Bud, because the shit that was working on Delorme and the shit that worked on them other dudes that shit don't work with Crawford.
I just don't.
Just like
I said, we haven't seen Crawford in the ring with a nigga like that, bro. Like Porter was giving this nigga problems. What are we talking about, bro?
You keep talking about.
Let me jump in real quick.
We keep talking about fucking competition.
Go ahead, John.
It's like
John, you've been silent. Go ahead.
Look at the way he fights, man. He walks up to these dudes, throwing combinations, putting his hands down. Do you really think that kind of style is going to beat top competition? You got to see him progress. He's fighting like a prospect still. I haven't seen him.
I mean, that's your opinion. I saw in the Ramon Villa fight, footwork, working behind the jab, throwing shots off the jab. Like I saw all that. I saw great improvement. He could do it, but he just does what.
Listen, the Green Machine that fought Bud, I think beats Villa. And the guy that you said, the bullet leg, bullet leg Benavidez, I think he beats Villa too. Like the whole point of this whole thing, the whole point of this exercise is comparing.
He's a punching bag now. What are we talking about? What?
You keep saying he's a punching bag now. Cool, but I'm talking about the guy that fought Bud, because he wasn't a punching bag then. Back then he was an undefeated fighter, and so was Baran. So was Green Machine. That was
still had a bullet in his leg, but yep.
I got you. I got you. He still had a bullet in his leg, and that dude still fights at 160. His last fight was still at 168.
And he's a punching bag.
And so is Villa. All Villa is a tough guy. Both dudes are tough. One dude is 6 foot tall and throws way more fucking shots. And is not. And the fact that he has a bullet in his leg don't matter because Villa doesn't fucking move around. He comes forward. But
yeah,
anyway,
I'm not betting on
that. And that's who you're taunting the footwork over, fighting Villa.
Right, exactly. The point.
That's what I wanted to say. I was letting John get his off, but that's what I wanted to say. You talking about he gets rolling Villa?
Like
I just want to talk about. I want to talk about the guy. What was that guy from? What was that guy from Canada's name?
And what belt has Jose Benavidez ever won, bro?
So right. So you tell me
the same one Roman Villa won.
So you tell me
exactly.
All right. So Chris. So let's talk about Algieri. Right. Let's talk about Lipinets. What was that Canadian dude's name?
And that's the second best fight.
Let me put it to you like this. Keith Thurman.
Hold on, Smoke. Roll it back to 18 and tell him what Errol Spence said. Tell me who Bud fought that's better than Chris Algieri.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I don't know.
Well, it's the same thing you niggas are saying right now.
No, listen. What I'm trying to tell you is that if you want to talk about a guy who's bigger, like, I don't know that Boots has ever fought somebody as big as Jeff Horn.
Who is Boots fought? He ain't fought nobody yet. And then when he get in that ring with Crawford, and let's see what that nigga can do, bro. He'll fight somebody there now, wouldn't he?
So has Boots fought anybody as big as has Boots fought anybody as big as Peg Leg Benavidez?
Nope.
Well, that I'd have to go. I'd have to do some research.
I think there's a reason for that too.
Is Peg Leg Benavidez bigger than Boots?
Yes.
Is Jeff Horn bigger than Boots?
Yes.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's like this idea, like Boots, like the competition that Bud has faced prepares him way more for Boots than the competition that Boots has faced to prepare him for Bud.
I would say so, yeah, because Bud has more fights.
I wasn't done. It's not even that. Both in stature, in size, in speed, in accomplishments, in level of competition that they face, and whatever the hell it is, Bud is on a completely fucking different level of Boots. The idea that somehow Boots is some kind of anomaly coming out of the woodwork for Bud, while Boots somehow is like, I don't know, comfortable with the likes of a Bud Crawford, to me is laughable. Like
It is.
Bud Crawford is the best boxer walking on the planet, and we're suggesting that Boots is the guy that has it.
I
No,
And
mean,
because
this
somehow
is
it's
he's
crazy, bro.
younger and faster or more athletic or whatever the fuck,
this is
I
what you
find
gotta
to
look
Hold
at.
be
on. Father Time
ridiculous.
is undefeated. And like I
Absolutely
was saying, bro, this
This is what
absolutely.
you
nigga
gotta look at, bro.
is more
When
athletic than
Bud
some
is
Jeff
still,
Horn. You comparing a thoroughbred Philly nigga to some Australian and peg leg fucking Mexican? Get the fuck out of my face, nigga. What
You
the
don't
fuck
know
you
how
When
talking
you
about?
talk about
thoroughbred
when
he
you
That's a
talk
is,
about
bro.
Father
thoroughbred
Time,
Philly
you just
nigga
talk about a
who was
guy that
raised in the shit, and you comparing him to a nigga who had a bullet in his leg, some Australian bum, and saying they as athletic, as quick as reflexes, nigga.
no. What I
Fuck are
said
you
is his
talking about,
size.
bro?
Hey,
What I said his
You
size
crazy?
isn't athletic.
The
I
fuck
said
you be
his
what
looking
I'm
at,
athleticism.
bro?
saying is
What
this.
are
I
we
said his
talking
No, what
about?
I'm
athleticism.
saying is this. Hold on, hold
I
on,
didn't
hold
say
on, hold
all
on.
of
Niggas
it.
just
Just
be
hold on,
high
hold on.
All of
saying shit.
Hold
I
on,
don't know what
hold
the
on.
No,
fuck going on.
I don't need help. I
listen
don't
what I'm
need help.
saying, bro.
I'll pass it.
No,
I'll
I got
pass
this
it, but
one. I
I'm gonna
got
be
this
in my
one.
thing.
I
I
got this
just
one.
want to
I
say a
got this
thing.
one.
I'll be
Go
okay.
ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, I
Okay,
was gonna
cool.
say this.
Because I
You gotta
want to talk
listen.
to the thing.
Go
All right,
ahead. Go
cool.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
what I
Go
was
ahead.
gonna
Go
say
ahead.
was I
Go ahead.
did not
Go ahead.
at all talk about his athleticism. What I said was the idea that Boots is somehow coming out of left field for Bud, while Bud supposedly is somehow right in Boots' wheelhouse is absurd. This idea that like Boots is in any way, shape, or form a step up fight for Bud Crawford is a fantasy for young boys. You got it.
No, this is what I was gonna say, fam. This is all I'm saying. When you come up through the divisions, you came up from 35 to 40 to 47. You fought multiple guys, multiple styles. You've seen everything you can see in the sport. But like just like Smoke's saying, Boots has never seen anything like Bud. Bud has seen Boots before, over and over again. That's the difference. There's nothing Boots is gonna do that Bud ain't seen before. There's some shit that Bud's gonna do that Boots ain't never seen. That's the difference.
that's a fact. I mean, I just don't see how they. I mean, that's just they just get too comfortable hyping some of these guys up. I want to see them do some shit first. Just let me. Can I just see
Yeah,
it first, please?
yeah.
Because I don't
And
believe this
you
guy's gonna come in the
on my
ring
page.
and catch all the Bud shots and knock them out. No, I don't see that happening while
And
being
see, John,
flat
you
footed and
on my
squaring
page,
up.
right? You on my page, right? Okay. So since you think Boots can do it, put his ass in there.
I'm with
Put him
that.
in there.
Tell
Let's
Amazon
put
to put the
him,
money up. Let's get it
yeah,
done.
put him in there. If y'all
Yeah,
think Boots is
put
the
his
guy,
ass in there. That's what I'm
put
talking about.
his
Just
ass
like I
in
got
there.
David Morrell and David Benavidez beating Canelo right now.
And I
Facts.
say the same thing to them.
Younger, bigger,
Put
stronger
the,
niggas ain't gonna put
and I
pause on
say,
him. And if he
Yeah,
ain't, and if his shots don't have the desired effect, because he getting slower, older, lesser reflexes, throwing lesser shots, it's gonna work against a hobbled Spence, my nigga. But against a young phenom, it might not. And if it don't, you get
but why
fucked up.
wasn't y'all
It's just that
saying, but
simple.
hold on.
It's a young man's game, bro. It's a
But
young
here's
man's
what,
game.
but this is my problem though. Why
until it
wasn't y'all
isn't,
saying Spence was,
unless it isn't,
wait,
right?
wait, wait. Why wasn't y'all saying Spence was hobbled before the fight?
Well, now we know this nigga all fucked up. It is what it is.
Well,
But we
first off,
told
but
you.
they're relatively the same age too. But that's not even a thing. Like this
But
is not
we
even a young boy.
told you that
Like
the nigga
all
was
I'm
all
saying is,
fucked up.
listen.
We
But
told
we
you
know
that
that
before the fight started. We
we,
told
we
you when
know
they
that.
No,
started talking
this
Spence in the
cataract,
car
this
accident.
rib shit, like niggas didn't know this. He fucked
He
up the
didn't
bet
have no
lines,
broken
bro.
rib,
For
and you're not getting in no
fucking
fight
bet
with no
lines up for
broken. He didn't
niggas
have
and
no.
shit.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. He didn't have no
Because
broken
don't you
rib, and
think
you're not getting in no
if
ring
that was
with no
known, the
broken rib.
odds would have been way different. Bud would have been the heavy
Let me
favorite,
tell you
nigga,
something,
if they
bro.
had known that
You
shit.
t- you
Have you
you
ever had
tell
a
me
broken
how the
rib?
bookies don't find that out.
They don't,
Have you ever
bro.
had? Let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
Have
all
you ever
right.
had a broken rib?
No.
Okay. I've had broken ribs. If you've ever had a broken rib, you know that there is no fucking way he's getting into that fucking ring
Did he
in a
say it was
world
broke?
championship
Or
fight
he said something
with
else
a
was going on with it?
broken
I don't know.
rib.
I'm just
It's
saying
not
he was all
happening.
fucked up and hobbled, had eye
It's
problems,
not happening.
different shit going on, all kind of shit, bro. I
It's
don't
not
fucking know.
happening, Phantom. You can believe
Whatever the
that
fuck was
bullshit
going
if
on.
you want to.
Listen,
It's not
all I'm saying is,
happening.
all I'm saying is like it's a young boy's game. Unless you can point out all the times where the young boy lost to an older, experienced fighter. Okay, cool. It's a young boy's game. But
Yeah,
sometimes
bro,
those
for
young
real.
boys lose to the more experienced fucking fighter. Michael Grant got his ass whooped by Lennox Lewis. It happens. It's what it is. It's all good. It's like not trying to talk about the fucking young boys or the old boys and none of that. At a certain point, it's just about levels.
Yeah.
At a
That
certain
youth
Bro,
point,
does
it's
not
just
get you
about
past.
youth.
Can I finish? Can I finish what I'm saying? Youth has never been the antidote for being the fighter that what is it that
What
can't
happened to B Hop and Joe Smith, bro? What happened there?
what
oh
happened
man,
to B
got
Hop
knocked
and
out in the ring. She's never been in the ring with that young dude.
Yeah,
well,
better boxer, right?
hold up a
Way better
second.
boxer, more proven, more experience, all that shit. What the fuck
Wait.
happened, bro?
Hold up a second. If you're talking about a guy who is about to retire, that's not what we're talking. Hold up a second. Hold up a second.
Why should that matter? We're talking about
Hold up a second.
experience. Just because
Hold
he was
up a
ready to
second.
retire, that means he was
B
ready
Hop
to lose and get
because
knocked out
B
the
Hop
ring. That's what was going on,
no
bro. That was going through his head. He wasn't there to win. He was ready. He was there to get knocked through the ring, bro. That's what we talk about.
No, because we had already seen him struggle against guys who weren't much better than Joe Smith.
You know what
All the
kills me
time
about the whole?
undefeated, right?
Right.
You know
So
what
we
kill?
haven't seen that from. I'm sorry. Have we seen that from Bud? Have we seen Bud struggle against guys who aren't much better than Boots?
We ain't seen him in the ring with Boots yet, so we don't know.
You know
We'll
what
see
kills
when
me?
we get there, bro.
So we did. But hold
Cross
up a
that
second.
bridge when we get there.
But hold up. I got you. But the last bridge we did cross was Bud versus Spence. That was Bud's literal last fight.
Yep.
Right. So what
Masterclass.
point?
Fighting a hobble fighter. Correct. Good. That's what's up.
I got you. So is Spence smaller than Boots?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. He is.
I thought they were both 5'10" and both made 147.
No,
One has longer
No.
reach.
Spence like 5'8", 5'9".
No, he's 5'10".
Shorter arm reach. No,
No, he's
Spence is not no
5'10".
5'10", bro. He is not. That nigga is barely a hair taller than Bud, bro.
I met
Okay,
both of those dudes in public.
Okay, hold on a second.
Smoke. I met both those dudes in person. I met them both in person.
Yeah, I don't know.
Boots
if
is
he's 5'10".
Okay, hold on. Did you meet Boots in person?
bigger. Yes,
you mean Boots
he's
in
much
person?
bigger. Yes,
Okay,
he's
cool.
much bigger. He's
All right,
much
so
bigger.
I
have
one
no
by
idea. I actually think something's fishy because I have no idea how that dude gets down to 147 pounds. I have
Okay,
no
wait,
idea.
which
about
dude? You
Snack.
talking about Boots or you talking about
He's a
Boots?
gym rat, bro.
I'm
He's a
talking about
gym rat.
Boots. I'm talking about
You
Boots.
talking about
Boots
Boots?
is
Okay,
about
cool. Right.
Boots about
Okay.
5'11". Boots is a
Every
big
time I see Boots,
dude.
I always think he's a lightweight. I mean, I always think he's a light heavyweight, man. I don't know
Boots
how
is
the fuck
big.
he's making 147. Be quite
He
honest
is
with you.
big. He is a big kid. That dude's big.
I
Youth.
think you.
It helps to
I
be
think,
young and to be a
Well,
gym rat, bro. You can do that kind of work, bro.
I mean,
and to be quite honest, I think he's too big.
How
I
big
think
is
he's too
Ruben
big for
Villa then?
welterweight.
Wait, hold up. So how big is Ruben Villa? Because he didn't seem to be like Chris Algieri seemed to be the same kind of size. Again, and also Van Heerden. Van Heerden's kind of a big boy though too. But Lipinets is kind of a small guy.
But those dudes are trash though. They're not very good.
Yeah, well, I'm just talking about the size. I'm just talking about the standing across from a guy in a ring. I
Yeah,
didn't get the
yeah,
sense.
size, they're
I didn't get the
they're big
sense that
guys.
Boots versus Lipinets was some sort of David versus Goliath situation.
It was. Lipinet's a tiny dude compared to.
Yeah, Lipinets was small as shit compared to Boots, bro.
Yeah, I didn't get the
Yeah,
feeling that
when
they
you
were
look
fighting a
at
different division.
when you look at people like
Let me look
Vera
at this.
Hayden, you see that they're draining themselves because all their weight is in their foundation. Like they have nothing up top.
Yeah, Van Heerden's a kind of a big guy. Algieri's a big guy. Jeff Horn's a big guy. Benavidez is huge for the division. There's guys, but like to me, the guys like Angel Garcia, Danny Garcia, Spence, Boots, they're all about the same fucking size. About 5'9",
No, they are
5'10".
not. Boots is bigger than them niggas, bro. He's younger and bigger than Danny Garcia and fucking Spence. He's probably one of the biggest welterweights in the division, bro.
Again, what I'm saying is whether or not he's bigger or not bigger, this point that's being made, whether or not he's younger is your issue because you're young. That's cool that you want to put this premium on youth that may or may not be applicable in this fight. But guess what? Young boys get their ass whooped all the time. All the
I'm
fucking
not
time.
that young, bro. I just understand how
I'm
this
just talking
shit
about.
goes, bro. Like
No.
when
What
I
I'm
brought
saying.
up the B Hop Joe Smith shit, you
Holy
didn't
shit!
know
Can
what
you
the
stop
fuck to
interrupting
say,
me?
bro. And you
Saying that
came up
I'm
with
done
all these
talking.
bullshit
Can you stop
excuses.
interrupting
He
me?
was
Can
ready
you
to
stop interrupting
retire.
me? Is
What the
it
fuck
gonna
does
are
that
you
have
gonna
to do
stop
with
interrupting
anything,
me?
bro?
Yeah,
Wasn't Floyd Mayweather ready to retire?
when I say young boy, I mean younger than Shelton and I. That's what I was talking about. That's what I was saying. The two guys that are telling you about the youth thing that you keep, well, to me, I think, overvaluing. And I keep giving you example after example. And I can keep doing this example after example. When you keep telling me it's a young man's sport, great. We can go back and forth. What I'm saying to you is that it has been debunked. There's all kinds of ways for a guy like Bud Crawford that would beat the entire shit out of Boots that don't have shit to do with the age. But the only way that you can come up with a reason for Boots to be Bud is to bring up age, which tells me
No,
that this
that's
age
not. You're
thing.
mischaracterizing my argument. You're
Okay, I'm
lying
so
on me,
sorry.
bro. But you
Okay,
don't want me
cool.
to interrupt
Okay,
you.
cool.
Okay, go ahead. Continue to
But you
lie
did
on me, bro.
anyway.
Go ahead, bro.
Okay, cool. Right. So sorry. The other thing you said was size. The other thing you said was athleticism. The three things that you said that absolutely can be that can be countered with somebody who is better than you and proven to be better than you. The competition is better than the guys you fought. The competition might be better than you are yourself. This whole idea about your three things, because I don't want to mischaracterize you, so you think I'm parsing your argument. Youth, athleticism, and size. I don't know how in the fuck that's supposed to compensate for levels.
Youth, athleticism, speed,
Oh my
size,
god!
reflexes,
Can
power.
I finish
Yes,
my thought?
five
You keep
No,
things,
that
saying
bro.
that you
you know
don't.
what
Okay.
kills me about this? Y'all
Yeah,
all
no,
got
you know
y'all
what kills
all.
me is that whether you guys think that interrupting me means that I'm done with my fucking thought.
All right, go ahead, smoke. Let you pause.
Thank you. Like I was saying before, I savagely interrupted over and over again because you can't fucking see the forest for the trees. Booth Ennis, however big he is, no matter how fast he is, no matter how fucking athletic you think you find him to be, he has not shown by anybody who's been watching this fucking sport that he has the capacity to traverse these levels. He is not some special fucking specimen that all of a sudden can by unilaterally traverse the levels that are required to that exist in boxing. Now, all of a sudden, if you think that Bud is gonna, turn into bullshit overnight, okay, fine. But what I'm saying to you is there's levels in fucking boxing. Can we actually engage with the levels in boxing, not just have some magic wand they called athleticism, which is bullshit, called youth, which is bullshit, or fucking whatever the thing size, which is also bullshit, or the combination of the three, which we also seem to be bullshit when it comes to levels.
Do you know what
Now I'm
beats all
done.
that shit that you
I
talking about,
mean,
fam?
it's just you mischaracterize the argument. You leave out speed, reflexes, power. Like you think a Boots gonna be getting in the ring with this nigga, not hitting him fast as fuck, hard as fuck, nigga. Like no, he's gonna be
But
in
what
there
you know
doing
what beats all
damage,
that?
bro. And I'm
But you
saying,
know what beats?
as an older man, if your
Mm-hmm.
body and you can't absorb that shit, you could be in for a long night. That's what I think David Benavidez and David Morrell gonna do to Canelo. Eventually, that shit just gonna catch up with you, bro. It is what it is.
But you
Yeah,
know
but
what
just
beats
because
all
you
of that
think David
shit?
Benavidez just because
Hold
you
on,
think David Benavidez wins doesn't mean I think David Benavidez is gonna win. You can
hold
pick him
on. You know
off of
what beats
youth,
all that shit
athleticism,
though?
and size and that thing, but I think Canelo is gonna knock. I think Canelo's gonna beat the shit out of David Benavidez. I don't think Morrell
But
beats him. I mean, sorry,
but
I
you
don't.
know what?
I'm
You know
not
what beats
picking
all that
Morrell
shit
to
that you
lose,
talking about,
but
fam?
I do
You know
think Canelo's gonna beat Benavidez. You got it, Mr. Moore.
you know what stops all that shit that you talking about, Phantom? Though the youth, the speed, the athleticism, the reflexes. You know what beats all that? It's
Size,
timing,
power, yeah,
timing,
correct.
timing. And who is the master of timing and distance in this
So long as you
between
got
the
the
two?
And
reflexes for it, brother.
accuracy.
If
And
those
accuracy.
reflexes go and that nigga's faster than you, your timing's gonna be off, and you can get fucked the fuck up.
But, it,
That's
but
what
Not
you
y'all
started,
niggas not
exactly.
but you
seeing, bro.
started the same, but
No,
you
that's not
start the
true.
statement right. You start the statement right.
And I
If
don't think.
Correct.
Listen,
That's
I
what
don't
I'm
even think that.
saying, bro. That's why it's a
I,
young man's game. Do you think Crawford has the same reflexes he had 7 years ago? No, nigga. What are we
I don't
talking
think.
about?
I
Okay.
think he
Oh,
had
right.
the
So I
same
don't think.
reflexes he
Okay.
had on
So.
June
So
29th.
wait.
I think
Just
he has
around
the
the
same
horn. Just
reflexes
around the
now he
horn.
had
I
on
want to
June
go around the horn.
29th.
I want to go around
I
the horn
think
for a
that.
second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Who thinks that David Benavidez has better reflexes than Canelo Alvarez?
I don't.
I don't.
Right. So then, what the fuck are we talking about? Like you want to say that I'm all over the place? I don't
Not
think that
every
David Benavidez.
fight is the same. You keep mischaracterizing my argument and applying it
No,
to me,
you are
bro.
the
And
one
then
that
you want
said,
to be
okay.
long-winded and say don't interrupt you when you're doing that bullshit. I'm not
So
saying all the attributes Boots has that David Benavidez has, bro. That's
you
not
are
what
the
I'm
one.
saying
I
at
didn't
all.
say David Benavidez. You are the one who keeps now toggling between fights. You are
That's
the
what
one
you
who
just
said,
said, bro.
no.
Nah, you
I was
did just
talking
do
about
that.
Boots. I was talking about Boots. You are the
No,
one who
you
tried
were
to
not.
say, okay, can you please stop interrupting?
Yeah, go ahead and lie,
You were
bro.
the one. You were the one when we were talking about Boots and Bud to start throwing in Canelo and Morrell and Benavidez. You did. You were the one talking about young man sports and then start talking about why you have Benavidez and Morrell being Canelo because of reflexes. Now, what
No,
I the
that's
real
not why.
okay. So if you didn't say that's why, if you didn't mean to say that, or maybe I misunderstood that that's what you
Yeah, you
said. What
misunderstood.
that no, it's what you said, and I'm willing to go
No,
back
you
and say the
misunderstood,
thing you
and
said.
you're just
No, okay.
implying you're misunderstanding
No,
me like
I'm
I
not.
said it.
Again. Do you
You
want me
keep
to do
doing
a
that shit
playback?
over
No,
and over.
okay. Again, no, it's not. I keep doing it. You are the one who brought up Benavidez and said the reason why you have him being Canelo. This entire fucking thing. First, you said when you said athleticism, size, and youth that wasn't enough. Even though I said that, now you want to bring athleticism, and you brought up Benavidez again. Do you think that Benavidez is more athletic than Canelo?
Yes, Benavidez is more athletic, Canelo.
Does
You know
anybody
why?
else think that
Because he
Benavidez is
can
more
throw
athletic than Canelo?
1,000 punches and not get fucking tired, bro. That's why.
Awesome. Does
That's
anybody
why
else
he has
think that
more
he's more athletic?
athleticism, bro.
Cool. Does
That's
anybody else think that?
athleticism. Canelo cannot do that.
Does anybody else on the panel think that Benavidez is more athletic than Canelo?
No, he's just bigger.
Anybody? Anybody want to stick up for this thing? Because I don't think that either. So what I think he is when it comes right down to
I
his
don't need nobody to
attributes.
stick up for my argument. It's
And no,
just
I didn't
you
want
can
it.
see
I
it
just
on his
wanted to make
face. It's
sure.
factual, bro.
I didn't say that you needed it, motherfucker. I don't need your straw man. I don't need your I don't need your ad libs. None of that shit. What I would like to get to is some place that isn't just deflection, confusion, and obfuscation. What I
That's what
like
you're
is
doing
to
right now.
no,
But you
I'm
want to
not
do it in
because I never
peace. Go
brought up
ahead, bro.
David
Go ahead. Go
Benavidez.
ahead.
I never brought Canelo up in the first place. You are doing this shit in order to confuse the matter because we're really talking about Bud and Boots, which has fuck all to do with Canelo and goddamn Benavidez. But since you want to bring that shit up, cool. We're gonna get to the bottom of this young man sport, athleticism, speed, power, all this shit that you're talking about, right?
Yep.
In order to just justify what you actually your actual point is, it's a young man's game. I'm not lost. I'm not confused. I'm just tired of the bullshit for real.
You are, bro. That's
Yeah,
why you keep
correct. Yeah, correct.
mischaracterizing my
I
argument.
just no, I know I'm not. And what I'm doing is I'm not lost in the bullshit that you keep throwing up. I would like to talk about Boots versus Bud, but I can't because you brought
That's
up
what we've been
Benavidez versus
talking
Canelo.
about.
No, but no. Now we're talking about fucking Canelo versus Benavidez.
Those were
Because what your point is,
comparisons.
because your point is, it's a young man's sport.
No. If you want me to frame a better argument for you, I can. But you just want to
Okay, cool.
talk.
Let's
If you
do
want to
that.
just
Let's
hear
do that.
yourself talk, bro, then just
No, I
talk, and I'll
don't.
go on mute.
I just don't want to do. If you have a better way to frame it, let's hear it.
Okay, so when I bring up Benavidez and Morrell, right, I'm bringing up youth and athleticism. They don't necessarily, and their size, they don't necessarily have the same attributes, even between the two, to beat Canelo. Morrell, speed, reflexes. Benavidez don't have that over Canelo as far as hand speed or reflexes, but youth, size, and power, athleticism, he does have. But Boots, I say he has it all: youth, size, athleticism, speed, power, reflexes. He has all of that in the bag. And if he's the younger man in that situation, that can carry him over the experience hump. That's what I'm saying.
Right. So what I'm saying is, whatever youth, athleticism, size, power, whatever the fuck it is you think comes with the youth or the attributes, it doesn't overcome what Bud brings to the table when it comes to attributes, and it certainly doesn't even compare to what he brings in terms of craft and technical ability. Bud ain't fucking slow. Bud's reflex ain't shot. He's not small. What the fuck are we talking about for real?
He is small
He's
compared to
younger.
Boots, bro. He's
He's
smaller
younger. He's
compared. He's the
smaller. He's not
smaller man,
small.
bro.
He's
He's
definitely not
smaller. He's
miniature.
not small.
He's the smaller man, bro.
He's
It
just
is what it
smaller.
is.
He's just
They're not the
smaller.
same size. They never
Correct.
will be, bro. Boots
Correct.
will always be the
Correct.
bigger man. Boots can go up to 168, no problem, while Bud can only go up there for one fucking fight, bro.
Sure. And when
No.
has it? Sure. The question, the issue is,
No
the issue
problem.
is
I
when
don't
you
know
start
about
talking
that.
about when you talk about Bud being smaller. The issue is Bud has been smaller in a bunch of other fights, and he has beat the entire shit out of those dudes. Now, if you're talking about were those dudes as fast as Boots, now you're not talking about whether or not he's smaller. What you're saying is that what I'm saying to you is what you're talking about in terms of size. When it comes to reflexes, it is negligible. Whatever advantage you say, they have the same arm reach, so there's no advantage there. If he's 2 inches taller, that's not going to get him over the chasm of the skill difference. However fast he is, it isn't fast enough. It's not like Bud is slow and Boots is fast. But Boots might just be faster than Bud, but we don't even know that.
I mean, it's all opinion till they fight, right? So all I'm saying is that time is on Boots' side. Like, Bud, if you're gonna fight him now. We're gonna fight him in 2 years. Probably gonna lose. Like, time is on Boots' side. It just is what it is, bro. As
Yeah, you
time
guys
goes
got it.
by, Crawford's gonna get a and he can age overnight, like Regis fucking did.
For all we know, Boots
Who
Yeah,
might lose a
knows?
tough fight a year from now.
yeah, but what we do know is that Boots isn't the guy. What Boots is still developing as a fighter. If Boots didn't fight again, we were talking about unrealized potential when it comes to him. If Bud never fought again, we would talk about how he realized and leveraged his abilities to attain what he attained. That's the issue. That is what the entire deal is when it comes to these two dudes. Is that when you're talking about the idea of youth, youth can be not ready.
Right. So why was Joe Smith ready for Bernard Hopkins? Why was he ready for that? Why was Inoue
Okay,
ready for Nonito Donaire? Why was he ready for that, bro? We're talking about a
right. So,
12-year age gap, bro. What are we doing here?
okay, I got you. What about Nonito's last guy? Nonito's last guy, did it need to be Nonito Donaire? Or is it a certain point where guys are not able to compete at world level anymore? Because if you think that the idea is the undisputed champion, the guy who is the man to beat, is somehow gonna turn into old man River, like he's Nonito Donaire overnight, like he's had the same
Nonito
kind of
Donaire was
war.
a champ. He was a man to beat.
I'm not. No, he was not. Monster anyway was a man to beat.
Nonito Donaire wasn't a champ, bro.
Was he a champ or was he? I said the man to beat.
He was
Come on,
competing
man.
at the world level. And he was
Listen,
a champ,
like I
bro.
said,
What are we talking about?
Come on, man.
Boots is a champ. I know, but you don't understand because you keep interjecting while I was making my point.
I'm listening.
But whatever the hell, to whatever the hell it is you were talking about, in order to, but completely to start making examples to obfuscate and to change the subject from Bud and Boots, not Nonito and Monster, not Canelo and Benavidez or Morel, Boots and Bud, what they got going on when it comes to what the hell they've done, who they are as fighters, and why you think Boots is. I think you think Boots is going to win, but I mean, but you won't say that you think Boots is going to win. You just say
I've
it's a hell of a
already
fight.
said Boots beat both them niggas a long time ago. Boots
Okay,
beat.
great,
What are we
awesome.
talking about? See, you keep mischaracterizing my shit, and I'm not feeling it,
No,
bro. I've been saying this for a while. Boots
holy
beats
shit.
Bud and Spence. Period.
Holy shit. At no point during this live have you ever said that until I just brought it up
Yes,
right now.
I did, bro. What are
No,
you
you didn't.
talking about?
What you said is you're gonna give a hell of a fight. It's gonna be a tough fight. You said all of these qualifier things, not saying that you
No, I
actually are
said
picking Boots.
Boots. I did say Boots would win the fight, bro. I made that
No,
clear.
you didn't. Well,
Early when
whatever.
we
That's
first
fine.
started, I
That
made
is
that clear,
fine.
bro.
That's fine. No, you didn't make it clear, but that's fine that you think that you did.
You're not listening, bro. It's
Cool.
okay.
Cool. It's all good. And you didn't say it too, even though I am listening. But whatever. Whatever the fuck it is that's going on right now. I don't need to go to Nonito at 100 and fucking at bantamweight. I don't need to go to 168 pounds. I don't need to mention another motherfucker when it comes to Boots and Bud, because that's what I'm talking about. Now, if you want to talk about youth and whether or not youth can win fights, if you want to talk about whether or not Kraft can win fights, awesome. What I would like to hear about when it comes down to the size argument or whatever the fuck, when it comes to the Bud and Boots, what division do you think Boots can compete at given his size? Do you think that ultimately he can reign supreme at 168? Do you think he has the size for that and the attributes and the skills and all that shit for that?
Yeah, I think from 147 to 160, 168 will probably be his top out. Yep.
Okay. Awesome. So now we have a frame of reference for it. And when it comes down to Bud Crawford, what division do you think he taps out at? Given his attributes and all of this stuff, where do you think, how high do you think he can go?
154.
You don't think he can be a champion at 160?
No. Well, it's a weak division, but the boy is still big. It depends on the competition. Yeah. It's got to be competition specific, like he's trying to do with Canelo. He's not saying, "Oh, well, I'll fight Benavidez for that title, that interim. I'll fight Morrell for that WBA, and we could get it cracking the fight after that." Canelo? No, he's not saying that, bro. There's a reason why.
Okay. Right. So another question: do you think Boots beats Morrell or Benavidez?
Fuck no.
Right. So at a certain point, do you think Boots beats Canelo?
Does Boots beat Canelo? Depends on the age,
Good
like when they would fight.
If they fought next.
If they fought next, I don't think so.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. Do you think if Boots fought Janabek next, he'd win?
If he fought Janabek next, jumping up 2 weight classes, no, because I would have liked to see how he is before, like an acclimation fight. So no, I can't pick him in that one either.
Okay. Do you think Boots beats Tim Tszyu if he fought him next?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just trying to get a breakdown. What about Charlo?
Yes.
All right. So, and Bud, when it comes to Tim Tszyu, do you think Bud beats Tim Tszyu?
Yes.
Do you think Bud beats Charlo?
Yes.
Okay. So all this whole thing, when it comes right down to it, the same guys that you don't think Bud beats, you also don't think Boots beats.
Yeah.
Right?
What's the fucking point?
I'm getting to it. Let me get to my thing. I'm going through the things. I don't want to mischaracterize your statement, and I don't want to misunderstand where you're coming from. Because actually, when it comes to this whole size, speed, and youth, it seems like the level of competition that both of those guys can face, you have the same outcome for both dudes. So now when it comes right down to them facing one another, head to head, what you got is who was born first?
What? That's not
Youth?
what I'm saying at all, bro. Okay, let's put it like this, right? But let's put it like this. There's a 12-year age difference between these two, right? So do you think Bud can beat Boots when Boots is 37 and he's 49? Do you think that's possible, bro?
I don't think that Bud has more than. I don't think Bud will be around for 2026. I don't
You
think
don't
Bud
know?
will be around in 2026.
No? Oh, so that's no? I thought experience Trump saw that shit, right?
No.
Born R. Hopkins was fighting until he was 46, bro. It's not out the realm of possibility.
No, what I said is,
What we talking about? Does Bud beat Boots at 49 and when Boots is 37? Right. Yes or no?
So when if I say that Bud,
can I get an answer to my question first before you go into your long-winded nonsense?
I can.
What are we doing, bro?
Your answer. But
can I get a yes or no, bro? Can I get a yes or no?
Yes or no. Right.
Real quick. Yes or no? Real quick.
Yes, you can get a yes or no. Can I
real quick?
Get through?
Real quick.
I don't know what you mean by quick.
Real quick. Just real quick.
It can't be
yes
real quick if you keep interrupting.
It never could be real quick with you, right?
The more that you interrupt,
right.
the longer it's going to be.
Okay. All right,
I don't know what you mean by real quick. I'm just trying to get it out. It's already been longer than it should be because you keep interrupting.
All right, go ahead, bro.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to, but you keep talking. It's like I was saying. The idea that Bud is going to fight more than 2 or 3 times, I don't think is going to happen because of what Bud said. And like I was saying earlier, boxing is about, like, if guys start talking about retirement, I don't think that they have the wherewithal to win fights for very long. So the idea that Bud's already talking about retirement, you're putting him past, basically a decade past when he is talking about fighting. No, I would not be picking him. I don't know how was
Okay,
that too
so you
long?
don't. I didn't need the long explanation, bro. I just needed a simple yes or no. So you don't have Bud beating Boots at 49 and Boots is 37. Yeah, kind of makes
Eh,
sense, don't it? Because as time goes by,
yeah,
shit
but
can
why?
start
Why don't I
changing.
have
You
him?
know what I mean?
Why don't I
That's
have him
what
then?
I'm saying,
You know
bro.
what?
You
Don't
know.
understand. Why don't I have him
What
then? Is it
what's funny?
because of time goes by, or is it because I don't think that Bud is going to be around the sport for very long or very good because he's always talking about leaving
What's kind of funny is you talk about all this youth, and you got Boots and Bud beating the same people.
and losing to the same people?
I didn't say
It just
Boots would lose the fights. There's certain stipulations because I said Bud tops out at 160, right? So you telling me that he can beat Janabek? I would say no. It doesn't matter what he does. He's never beaten Janabek. I just said I'd want to see Boots have one fight to see how he is at the weight, and then I can make a determination. I don't have Bud beating Janabek in any shape, form, or fashion at any point in time in his career. That's the difference, bro. So stop
But
mischaracterizing my shit. Like I
so
said
you
earlier,
so
bro.
wait
you're
so
Really
wait
getting
wait
annoying, bro.
okay. So
Smoke.
hold
Let
on
me
a
get this
second.
real quick.
Oh wait.
Smoke.
One fast, Jay Norton. I know you've been very patient, and I swear you can have it. There, one after this.
Go ahead, Smoke.
I think that we both. That I think everybody on this panel has Boots and Bud beating Laura to become the middleweight champion. You got it, Jay Norton.
I don't know about that. Boots,
Yeah, I'm
yes.
just saying,
Bud,
like
I don't
you
know.
need to see. So you need to see more to pick Janabek, and you got Boots as this useful killer, but you don't need to see anything from the for you to pick him against Bud. And you got them both beating the same people and losing to the same people.
No, I've seen enough from Boots at welterweight to think he can beat Bud at welterweight because Boots is a natural welterweight and is the bigger man. And like I said, he's got reflexes, speed, power, and he's strong, bro. You know,
So you
um,
seen enough from Boots and Bud to pick him to lose to Janabek, both of them.
what do you mean? What?
I'm just saying, if you seen enough to pick him against Bud, but you haven't seen enough to pick him against Janabek.
Yes, because I haven't seen him at 160. Correct.
But you also haven't seen him fight
If
top
Janabek were to
competition at
suck himself
147.
down to welterweight, yeah, I pick Boots.
So the reason you're not picking to be Janabek because you haven't seen him fight at 160, and you haven't seen him fight top competition at 147, but you're picking him against Bud.
Yes, I said at welterweight, I have him
Okay.
beating Bud, bro. At welterweight,
Do
specific
you
weight
have
class, bro.
do
You
you
know
have
why?
Boots?
Because
Do
Bud
you
said
have
he has
Boots
a
as
hard
number?
time making weight now too. So how do you know in the next fight Bud's not going to be weight drained like Haney all of a sudden was, right? Right?
Then he'll come to 154, right? Because he's
No, 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 no,
useful.
no. We're talking about undisputed at welterweight. How do we know Bud is not going to have a hard time making that weight cut again like he said he did this time, and he's going to be weight drained? Are you factoring that into the equation, or are you just talking out
I'm
your ass?
factoring into the equation that he won't fight weight drain.
Okay,
Now, if
so
you're
you're
telling
factoring
me,
that in. I'm factoring in he will fight weight drain because he said he had a hard time making weight, bro. He said the
no,
weight cut was harder this time, bro.
if he thinks he's gonna be weight drained, I'm pretty sure he's gonna offer the fight to Boots at 154.
No, 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 no. We're
If
talking
he's
about
confident,
welterweight undisputed. There's no point for these niggas
then
to
don't
fight at
talk about then
154
don't
when
then don't
Bud
talk
can go
about
get
weight
some
drain
Tim Zoo smoke. He can go get some Jamel Charlo smoke. Why the fuck would he fight Boots at 154? What the fuck would be the point of that, bro?
because you're added in a weight drain. Now, if you don't add in
No,
a weight
I'm not
drain, we can
saying that.
talk about
I'm going off
147.
Bud Crawford's words, bro. I'm going off what this man said out his own mouth. It's getting harder to make this weight. I could move up. That's what he said. So I'm saying, well, how do we know that Bud is not going to be weight drained if he fights Boots at 147 and the weight cut, he's going to be fighting the scale while fighting Boots at the same time? How do we not know that? You think
Obviously,
Bud is the fucking Superman and he can do
if
whatever the
he's
fuck at
complaining
37
of,
years old? Cool, bro. But he might not be able to. You got to factor in
well,
all that shit, bro.
obviously,
Who the fuck knows?
if he's not able to, then he's not going to
That's why
do it.
youth, speed, power, reflexes can carry you over the hump, bro, with all these mitigating circumstances that you niggas don't factor into the motherfucking equation when you talking about shit.
You talking about youth, speed, and reflexes, but do you have Boots as pound for pound number one on your list right now?
No, why would I have him pound for pound number one on my list, bro?
When you can answer that question, then you can pick Boots against Bud.
There's no way he would have to beat the number one pound for pound to be the number one pound for pound, right? So what are you talking about, bro?
If you can't think of
This
any
goofy
evidence to
shit.
put
What are you
no,
talking
if you
about?
can't think of any evidence to put him as number one pound for pound, then you have no
Why would
reason to
I
be
have
picking
him
him
number
against Bud
one
in the
pound
first
for
place.
pound, bro? What would be the point of that? What are you talking about?
If you don't have any evidence to pick him as number one pound for pound at this point in his career,
This
then you
makes
have
no
no
sense
reason
what you're
to pick him
saying. If
against Bud.
Bud is the consensus number one pound for pound, Boots would have to beat him in order to even be considered the number one pound for pound, right? If we're talking like that, if he has the opportunity to fight him and they're in the same weight class, don't you think that would have to be the case, bro?
Well, if you're believing he can beat him already, then why is he not pound for pound for you?
That's what the
Is he even
fuck
on
are
your
you
list?
saying? Are you trolling right now?
Is he on your top 10 list right now?
Yes. What does that have to do with
Where do you
anything? And
have
I
him
don't
at?
even
Where do you,
have a pound for pound top 10. You know how my pound for pound is, bro? It's a number one and a number two. There's Crawford and there's Inouye. Everybody else is irrelevant. But if you're saying
why do
if
you
Bud,
think they're number
do I
one and
think
number
Boots
two?
is one of the best in the world? Yes. Yes, he is. He's world
Why
class.
do you
One of the
think he's
best on the
world
planet.
class? Why do you think he's world class?
He's one of the best welterweights on the planet, and the division rankings would agree with me, and the fact that he's a champion would agree with me as well, bro. I have empirical evidence to back up what the fuck I'm saying.
Why does
He was
being one
number
of the
one
best?
before
Okay,
welterweight.
wait. Is Stanionis one of the best at welterweight?
Yes.
Is he pound for pound?
No.
No, like I just said,
But
my
then why
pound for
the fuck
pound
being the
is
best at
two
welterweight means
people.
anything?
Two people.
But you
Is
said,
he one
but
of
you
the best
said,
welterweights in the world? Yes.
Was he
but
pound
yeah,
for pound
but
before he was a
Keith
welterweight?
Thurman might be one. I mean, listen, Keith Thurman. I guess he's fighting 154 now, so you gotta. Yeah, like who's
But
also
Smoke,
one of the best
I guess
welterweights?
so, right?
I gotta agree with him though, Smoke, because what other welterweight is on the pound for pound list on anybody's list
Hey,
besides
listen,
Crawford?
I don't know. Listen, but the question for me isn't whether or not Boots is a top welterweight. The question is
He
Boots is a
is.
pound for pound fighter?
No, he's not a pound for pound fighter.
Which
Yes,
is my
I
point.
got it. That's my point. Because Stanionis is one of the best welterweights, and he's also not pound for pound. So what's the
I
point?
don't have
What's
pound for
what's the
pound
point of
list
saying
longer than
somebody?
two people, bro.
What's
You
the
don't
point
have
of
to.
saying
You have to put
best
in
at?
one.
What's the point of saying best at welterweight? Because that doesn't ultimately
Yes,
mean anything.
because how many welterweights are there on the planet? Probably a couple thousand, bro.
Right, but what does that have to do with being pound for pound?
I don't know where this pound for pound shit come from with this nigga saying that. That's not my argument at all. That's some shit he said.
That's
I
my
didn't say
argument.
anything about pound for pound, bro.
Well, you're
Okay.
discounting the pound for pound list, and
I don't give
the
a fuck
reason
about
why
that goofy shit, nigga. I just
that's the
said I
point.
have a number one
That's
and
my
a number
point.
two.
Just said
There's a
you
number
literally
That's
one
said.
and
my
there's a
whole
number two.
point.
All right.
That's it.
Okay. So what you just said, and the thing that I was responding to was what you just said. All you have is number one, number two. The reason why you think that Boots should be one of them because he's one of the best at welterweight.
No,
I
that's
mean,
not
no,
what
you
I
don't
said
care.
at all,
No,
bro.
you don't care. You said they're all
What are you
irrelevant, and
talking?
you said he
You
should
keep
be. Okay, you said.
mischaracterizing my shit.
Okay, again,
He
you
never
just
said
said.
that.
Okay, let me finish.
Well, you said
Just
if you had
got through saying.
opportunity.
You just got through saying all you cared about was number one and number two, Monster and Bud. You got Bud number one, Monster number two. All the rest of those people were irrelevant. But if you had more, it would be Boots because he's one of the best welterweights.
No,
That's what you
that's not
just
what I
got through
said.
saying.
If
You said
if
the
I
audience
had
don't
a
give a
pound for
fuck.
pound list, could I rank him on there? Yes, but I like that, like you
Yes,
guys
and you
have,
said
I
because
could,
he's one of
but
the
I
best at
can't.
welterweight, which is why
No,
I'm
that's
going
not
here.
why. Just based
You
on skill
literally
set.
got through
It's
saying that shit.
That's what you
fuck
said,
the
though.
weight
You
class.
did say
Fuck the
that. You
weight
did say
class.
that.
Just based on his skill set. It's not about the weight class. I said he's one of the best welterweights on the planet, which is a fact.
So
That's
is
what I said.
Stanionis.
Is it a
Yes,
fact?
So is
correct.
Ugas. So what the fuck does that mean? Nothing.
It means they are in their division. They are some of the best
Okay,
fighters on
cool,
the planet
awesome.
in a
And what does
division
that
that
have to do
has
with the
probably a
pound for
couple
pound list?
thousand people in it, bro.
Okay.
They fought their way to the top. They're at the top of the list. It
And
is
what
what
does
it
that have to
is,
do with
bro.
pound for pound list? Nothing.
That's him saying pound for pound list. I'm not saying
You
that
were the
shit.
one
Quit
talking
trying
about
to
pound for
put that
pound
on
list.
me, bro.
You were
He
the one
said
talking
that.
about pound for pound list. Oh my
He
god.
is,
Okay,
not
you guys
me.
got it. You got it. You guys got it.
You're not listening, bro.
I'm just saying. You willing to you willing to pick him over Bud, and you can't even pick him. You can't even pick
But
opponents that they both fight together
no,
that he
no.
would beat.
This is where the pound for pound list came in at. He said, well, if you don't have him number one pound for pound, then you can't have him beating Bud. And I said, what kind of sense does that make? Bud is the number one pound for pound. In order for Boots to even be considered, he would have to beat Bud. That's what I said.
Well, you're ranking him right next to Bud, and you can't even pick opponents that he can beat.
I'm
That
not
Bud
ranking
can't
him
beat.
right next to Bud. This nigga's a champion in the division. He's right next to Bud regardless. The fuck what I
That's
say.
what I'm saying. You're willing to take a risk that he can
He's
beat
the
Bud,
only
but you
other
can't even.
champion in the
But
division.
you,
How's he not right next to Bud? Nigga,
he's
what are you
so
talking about?
he's so big and useful
Do you
and
think
have
that
all these
Rolly?
reflexes,
Hold on a second.
but
Do
you
you
can't
think
even
Rolly?
pick people bigger than him that he would beat with
Do you
his
think that
skill
Rolly is
set.
right next to Matias or TEO
Yes, he's a
Devin?
champion in the division. That's why
So
he's
you
fighting on a
think
pay-per-view.
right?
It is what it is,
Right.
bro. I don't control that
Hold
shit.
on. Wait. Hold on a second. Wait. He's fighting on an undercard pay per view.
Yeah, and Matias ain't. Imagine that, bro.
Matias is not
Matias
fighting
is
at all.
hurt.
Matias is not fighting at all.
Yeah, when has he fought on an undercard pay-per-view, bro? When has he
Never.
headlined a pay-per-view like Rolly has, bro? Never.
Never.
It is what it is, bro. I don't control this
Wait.
shit.
Hold up a second. This guy was a B-side to a guy who all of his fights are pay-per-view. It's not like Rolly is a pay-per-view guy. First
Yeah.
off, Rolly
He is
not
the pay-per-view guy. He headlined, now he's co-main. It sounds like he's a pay-per-view
Who did he
guy, bro.
headline? He didn't headline. He was just the
Again,
guy on the
listen,
ticket.
I got you.
That
He
don't
didn't
matter.
headline
He
no
headlined the
let me
pay-per-view, bro.
reiterate.
He's a
Let me
Floyd Mayweather
reiterate.
TMT fighter, bro.
Because I don't need the outrage. I don't need the crosstalk. What I said was he was the B-side to a guy who was already pay-per-view. All of Tank's fights before Rolly and Tank's fights after Rolly were pay-per-view. Rolly was not the pay-per-view thing. Rolly was the opponent that you plug in because Tank is a pay-per-view. Doesn't all of a sudden make Rolly pay-per-view.
Yeah, Rolly
And
was
now
just
he's
the
the
guy.
champion
Rolly
fighting on
is
a
still
co-main.
again, right now, even right now, Rolly is not the fucking main event. And he is not the draw. He is not the
There
pay-per-view
was a
guy.
reason Ryan was trying to fight this nigga, bro. You know why? Because it was going to be pay-per-view. Right or wrong, bro? What are we talking about?
Again, I'm done with the deflection. I'm done with the
I'm not
trying to
deflecting anything. What are you just
what you're
saying
doing
shit?
is interrupting me. What you're doing is interrupting me every time I
Okay,
fucking
go
try
ahead
to
with the bad faith
try to
argument,
have
bro. I'll go on mute. Go ahead,
whatever
bro.
you're trying to listen. What I don't like is for people to come to my channel and think that bullshit reigns. So like all of your interruptions in order to like reframe a bunch of bullshit, that's never going to fucking work over here. Because that's not the kind of channel I want. I want for you to feel like you can say whatever the fuck you say, and then also everyone else can say whatever the fuck they say, and all of the shit needs to be somehow grounded in fact before I let that shit go. Forget the narratives, forget the ego shit, forget the rhetoric. This is the channel that I want. I want for you to be able to figure out what you fucking say and stop fucking trying to reframe my fucking arguments because you are so fucking down with selling your bullshit. Okay? Thank you. Like I was saying, at the end of the day, Rolly Romero is not a pay-per-view fighter whatsoever. What Rolly Romero is a guy that shows up on pay-per-view cards as an opponent, either as a B-side to the main event or as somehow related to the undercard fighter. What I don't want is for people to go around thinking that makes Rolly Romero a fucking pay-per-view fighter in the way that you're trying to sell it. I don't need for people to be dumber after they listen to my streams.
Answer this.
Bro, I've heard you say this
Answer
several
this.
times.
Answer this.
Rolly has a
Hold on.
personality. He can sell a fight. And now all of a sudden you backtracking all that shit. Rolly's not a pay-per-view fighter.
When
If he
did I
fights
say
Devin Haney,
Okay,
if he
okay,
fights
hold on,
Devin
hold on,
Haney
hold on.
unification, pay-per-view. If he fights
Hold on,
Ryan
hold on, hold on.
Garcia as a champion, fucking pay-per-view. What are we
Hold
talking
on,
about,
hold on,
bro?
hold on.
Right now
Hold on,
he's got
listen,
market
I'ma tell
value.
you.
Like I said, it is what it is. I don't control that shit. That's just the way shit
I'ma
fucking
tell you
works,
what
bro.
it is,
It's not
bro.
me, it's the business. Stop blaming that shit on me just because I'm seeing reality, nigga. What you
No,
talking
it's,
about?
no,
just
it's,
because
here it is. Here it
I
is. Here
think
it
that
is.
Rolly
Here
Romero,
it is. Hold on,
just because
Smoke.
I think
Hold
that
on.
Rolly
You haven't.
Romero,
Hold on, Smoke. Hold on, Smoke.
you
Here
got
it
it.
is.
I just want to make this one thing, and you got it, Mr. Moore. We'll go right
Yeah.
back, and then you guys can have the entire panel for a minute. Just because
Right.
I think Rolly Romero is a personality in boxing does not mean that Rolly Romero is a pay-per-view fighter. What I would like to do is for when people come here, is so they understand because there's so much bullshit that happens in boxing that the bullshit stops here. When it comes to being a pay-per-view fighter, it does.
He cut himself off. YouTube didn't want to hear that shit, nigga.
Look, this is what Rolly is.
He has a
Rolly,
point though. He's not a pay-per-view
Rolly
star.
is this is what Rolly is. Rolly is a guy. Because Rolly was on that pay-per-view because it's Tank is pay-per-view. Rolly's next fight for a world title was on what? Regular TV.
Right. So I just want people
Regular
to understand
TV.
when we say what
Rolly
pay-per-view
is not
fighters
a
are.
pay-per-view fight. Rolly will never headline a pay-per-view and be the guy. He will be a guy fighting the guy. That's what Rolly is.
Yes,
Of course, bro, but you can't do that with just anybody. That's the point, bro. Like Devin Haney can't put Sandor Martin on pay-per-view, but he sure as fuck can Rolly. That's the difference, bro.
Right. No,
But Devin is a
the
headliner.
difference is that Devin Haney can be the a pay-per-view guy as the main attraction. Rolly cannot. So the idea about pay-per-view fighters are that they are the attraction, they are the A-side, and it's pay-per-view. That's something that Rolly has never done. It's something that Pitbull Cruz has never done. The fact that they're fighting each other as an undercard does not make Pitbull Cruz pay-per-view. It does not make Rolly pay-per-view because they happen to be the B-side against a guy who is pay-per-view.
Right.
Of course, bro. But can you put just any fighter on pay-per-view?
No, it's not a
What are we
chorus.
talking about?
That's the end of the point, dog. He's not a pay-per-view fighter.
If going off your details, your details get more detailed into it, yes. But I could just be on the surface with it. Can you put this fighter on pay-per-view? Yes. He's a pay-per-view fighter then, bro. It is what it is. Can he do multiples? This is the second. Well, okay then. What more evidence do you need?
Okay.
Just on the surface on it. But if you say, can he headline? Can he be the main attraction? No, he can't do none of that shit.
No, because a pay-per-view
called him a headliner and a pay-per-view fighter.
Because your surface level is fallacious. That's the issue. You just saying
it's the facts, though.
No, it isn't. The fact of the matter is, you're making people stupider by pointing out the fact that the guy.
How am I making people stupider by pointing out facts of the matter, bro?
Maybe if you don't interrupt, then you'll get there, because that's what I was going.
So just lie. Yeah, I got it.
Oh my God, can you shut the fuck up and let me talk? The fact that you are the B-side replacement fighter, like Isaac Cruz, doesn't make you pay-per-view when you fight Tank. The fact that you're a mandatory against Tank, who is pay-per-view, does not make you pay-per-view. What that makes you is the guy who is fighting the pay-per-view guy. Period.
If that's the way you look at it, I don't disagree. But what I'm saying is,
looks at it. Come on,
you
man.
cannot put Sandor Martin fight TEO on ESPN, right? Largest platform in the fucking country as far as sports is concerned. Right. Can you put him on pay-per-view? Fuck no, you can't. But you can put Rolly. So what's the difference there, bro? Why is there a difference? What's the disconnect we have in here where you can't understand this simple concept that not every fighter can have a dance partner and it can just be fucking anybody and it's pay-per-view? There's only only a few fighters, a handful of fighters that can do that. Anthony Joshua, Canelo, and a little bit of Tank. But who the fuck else can do that right now, bro? Name me some other fighter that can drag anybody in the ring and it's pay-per-view. Give me a name, bro. I want one name. One name, bro. One name.
The people you're naming are the pay-per-view fighters.
No. Other than that, one name. Who can drag anybody?
Fighter for your
but is Devin Haney a pay-per-view fighter?
Oh my God, dude. Like, okay, this is so
okay, but can he drag just anybody in the ring and be on pay-per-view?
That doesn't make the person he's dragging into the
what
ring
are we talking about?
Fighter.
Yeah, now he can. Ryan can do the same thing.
Ryan didn't do that in his next fight, bro. What are we talking about?
He can drag
the pay-per-view fight, the pay-per-view fighter.
So is Ryan Garcia a pay-per-view fighter? Yes or no?
Yes.
Pay-per-view fighter.
Okay, see, it could just change on the fly. So I'm saying all this shit is subjective opinions. You niggas are talking like this is fucking fact, bro. What are we talking about? You niggas argue with yourselves, bro. I'm done cooking y'all. Go cook, bro. Cook yourself.
You're arguing for Rolly being a pay-per-view fighter. Like, that's craziness. Like,
right. So the issue is, and we can get right back to it, is the guy fighting the pay-per-view fighter doesn't make him pay-per-view.
Right.
And everybody knows that. That's a very objective truth.
That's the point.
I don't know why he died on that hill for Rolly.
Whoever Ryan Garcia drags into the ring at 140 pounds can be a pay-per-view fight, because Ryan Garcia is pay-per-view.
Maybe he is, but we haven't seen this pay-per-view outside of fighting Tank. Tank is pay-per-view.
Right.
And Keith Thurman's pay-per-view.
We know that Devin Haney's pay-per-view because he was able to have a pay-per-view fight with a guy who's never been pay-per-view. And that's in Loma. But when it came to Regis had already been on pay-per-view. So you can't say that Devin is a pay-per-view fighter because he fought Regis. No, he was already pay-per-view and was the A-side, the headliner, all of that shit in a pay-per-view fight.
Right, exactly. Rolly's never done any of that. Ever. And he never will.
Oh, that is 100%. And that's what I'm saying. Like, whatever the hell it is, all you fucking Boots fans, all you Tank fans, all you Devin Haney haters, whatever the fuck it is you want to come up here and, you know, spew your pink. I don't want to say spew. Express your perspective when it comes to these guys relative to where it is you value them. That's fine. But what we're not going to do is try to fuck up the entire sport like we don't know what the hell is going on in the sport. A pay-per-view fighter is not the fucking B-side who's never been on pay-per-view before or since fighting the actual guy who's on pay-per-view every time he fights.
Yeah, that was wild.
Fuck out of here with that.
That was wild. I never heard that shit before. Rolly's a pay-per-view fighter now. Wow.
Because he is on the undercard of a fight that shouldn't be on pay-per-view whatsoever.
Man. Fight on the undercard and fighting a Tank opponent. That's a wild one. But hey,
yeah,
he should have stuck with the Boots, man. I was getting entertained by the Boots discussion.
It's the end of it.
I don't know what.
Well, I need some before you drink it all.
Okay, I get out of here. Get me off. Hold on a second. That's the old lady. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Let's go to the comments. And this is the real deal. I'd like to see it very soon. Shelter board, let me cook Phantom's ass. What up, Hero, if you're still here? Lisa Bells came through. What's good? Wife of Jesus Christ, good Lord. Pablo, Boots versus Crawford would be a great fight. My money on Boots. Is that so, Pablo? Hey, I don't know about that, man. I don't know. I think y'all.
Yeah, I'm back, but I'm very interested in the. I'm very interested in people actually putting money on Boots after the fight's made. Like, not people saying it, but yeah. Let's see who does it.
I don't think there'll be a lot of takers for that. I mean, what I want to see is, why do everybody pick Boots and then I don't see Boots on none of these guys pound for pound lists? It's like, I don't understand what the Bud hates about. He beat Spence. He beat the guy y'all said he couldn't beat. You know, I understand that you probably don't like him going up to fight Canelo. You probably see it as a cash grab. I think he has a chance, regardless if he gets knocked the fuck out or not. I mean, he's on his last legs. He wants to have a big money fight. And if Canelo's not willing to fight Benavidez, I can't blame the guy. It's up to Canelo to do the right thing and fight Benavidez. I mean, if he doesn't fight him, then you leave the door open. You can't say the fight's not going to be big. It's a big fight regardless.
How you going to bring the smoke when I am smoke and all you got is a bunch of harebrained guy assertions and claims, obfuscations and deflections and pivots?
I never heard somebody bring the smoke for Rolly.
And then you get outraged because you don't feel like you've been treated the way that you should, even though you don't give that same respect that you demand from others. The fuck out of here. What kind of smoke is it? Listen, what I'm talking about, the smoke, I don't mean the smoke and mirrors. I mean the smoke that is a result, an entailment of fire.
Yeah, man. And I just want to see Boots just have a real step-up fight. Like, I don't know what his business is like. I don't know who's managing him these days, but I'm tired of hearing about it. I want to see it in the ring. You know, I like Boots, but I see a lot of deficiencies in his game. I like the highlight reels. I like the hand speed. But them feet, man. Them feet tell a different story in my book.
Hey, listen, I'm talking about that jab. That jab, man, that's it. Like, I am
his feet stopping the jab.
The squared up. When he is in southpaw position, what he does is he wants to stand and bang. From the southpaw position, he's a completely different fighter. Like, there's all kinds of things. There's just like the guy is developing. Could he get a good fight? Sure. But for anyone who is talking about betting on Bud, I am definitely interested in you guys coming in and other people taking that bet. I almost did. I almost did. I don't bet that like
Yeah,
like
man. That
I
might be
just
easy
don't bet on
money.
sports. I bet on sport like I bet on a Raiders versus Chargers game, got my money. I bet on the Sacramento Kings versus the LA Lakers, got my money. Like I bet
Easy
on
money.
stuff that like people who just don't understand shit that just feel like they're gonna rah rah, cool. But boxing, you just don't know. You don't know what the hell
Yeah.
happened in sparring. You don't know what's going on with their ribs. You don't know like they're just full of shit in boxing. I just that's not my thing.
Yeah.
But I am definitely willing to do some escrow shit. I should get some odds. That's what I'll do. I'm willing to give odds.
Yeah, for that fight, for definitely for sure. Because I see a lot of holes in his game, and I just move. I mean, it's one thing to have a step up fight. You want to step up and fight the pound for pound number one guy, and then you want to talk shit like he's ducking you. Okay, that's some chalkboard. That's chalkboard motivation on top of you fighting the most skilled fighter in the game. All right.
Why is Phantom wilding? What is going on? Phantom, my my brother, my Cali King, you're always here. I don't even know I don't want to have shows without you, but I don't want to have you think that I think my value is based on you. Like I don't know what the hell's going on with your whole deal, bro. I don't know how it is that I need to make you feel appreciated without um
That's your guy. That's your
without
co-host.
disabusing you of your like notions about what I think my value is. Like I yeah, man. Maybe I'm crazy, but I don't think that my self-worth or my channel's worth is because you are here. I don't think that my channel is would be the same without you. Would be nothing without you. I mean, if you want to do this experiment, I'm down. I'm gonna try to go here, but it seems like you are.
Shit, man. That's your guy. Come on now, Phantom. You smokes your guy, man. You can't let roll. You can't let Rolly. You gonna die in the Rolly hill? Come on now. Come on, Rolly. Come
Well,
on,
I'm
man.
here from special requests from Boxing Lounge. So yeah.
Yeah, you
Well,
can't down.
here's the
You can't
thing.
down the
Here's
Rolly hill,
all the
my
deal.
guy.
Hey, all I'm saying is I don't know what would be without you, but I think that it'd be something better than nothing.
Yeah, of course. Like channel will still go on. Give a fuck if I'm here or
Yeah,
not.
yeah, that's let's leave it there. Let's stop with the physical. And also, all I'm saying is when it comes right down to it, Canelo beats Benavidez.
Yeah,
It
I
comes right
mean,
down.
it's an
That's
opinion.
what I'm
I
saying.
don't think he beats Morel or Benavidez, but we differ. You think Morel beats him? I don't know.
And no, I don't know. That's a 50-50. I don't have a. I'm not picking a winner in that one.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I see.
But
That's
I am picking
I
a
don't know.
winner in. I am picking a winner in Canelo versus Benavidez.
I mean, because you're talking to somebody who like scouts UK bums, right, and makes thousands of dollars off of them. So it's like I pay attention to what I'm looking at. You know what I'm saying? If I fight, I can do that. So that's why I can say with confidence if Benavidez or Canelo, I mean, or Benavidez or Morel were to fight Canelo, you know, probably win. I can say that with a lot of confidence, bro, and I would probably bet on it. Depending
But
on the
the
odds.
issue
Depending on the
the
odds.
issue is Benavidez's best wins or Canelo's leftovers, regardless of UK bums.
Yeah, what I'm saying is I'm seeing different things when I'm looking for a fight because I'm looking at it from an angle. Well, if I can profit off of it, right? And how can I do that? So if I thought Canelo would win and the odds were good, then I would probably bet on Canelo. But if I'm looking at it from a betting perspective, okay, so what can Benavidez bring to the table that could upset Canelo or put Canelo in a compromising position. What could Canelo bring to the table that could do the same to David Benavidez? You weigh those out. You look at the odds, and it's like, okay, is it worth the investment? Maybe, maybe not. We'll have to see.
Worthy of
Depends on the odds, bro.
worthy of investment versus return on investment are two different things.
Yeah.
Detroit Lions was probably worthy of investment, but did you make your money betting on fucking Detroit Lions?
No.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about recouping the investment.
Yeah, but it's how scouting
ROI.
team
That's where I
sports
am
and
because
individual
that's where
sports, bro.
I live. I live on ROI. If I'm going to invest with something, it's either going to be in my entertainment. Period. It's going to be in my entertainment. Entertainment or making more money.
But
So
I'm
if
saying you
as
can
long
perceive the sport at a different level that way when you have a stake in it and you have to like
I
research
know,
shit.
I know,
That's what I'm
it's not
saying.
even that. It's not even that. Like I understand if I wanted to pick who was going to win fights versus just being intrigued about the outcome of a fight, that's two different things. That's why I don't join prediction leagues. The reason why I'm not in prediction leagues is because it's not that I can't predict fights. It's that it changes my interest. Like I get jaded. I get
Yeah, yeah.
cynical because I can figure out who's going to win fights without watching fights or without giving a shit about who's fighting. And it fucks up my whole thing about the sport. I don't need to look at boxing this way because I don't want to sit around gyms so I can even increase my percentage of being right. Ultimately, what I would like is to experience the theater of the unexpected. So that's what I'm into. That doesn't mean that just that's what I that's what I prefer, that I can't see the fact that David Benavidez is fucking hot garbage and is and living off the fact that he's a 175 pounder or a cruiserweight fighting at 168 a bench in the thin division. And like you're
Right.
gonna go against a guy who is one of the best who fucking ever did, like a guy who was in the argument for being ATG, which by the way makes him an ATG because all ATG is an argument. Canelo is a Hall of Famer, fought every kind of guy, fought ATGs for all kinds of fucking things. And you think flat-footed, throw a lot of punches, chubby dude, choke, coke, and fucking cake is about to beat this dude because of athleticism, size, and youth? Get the okay. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna go hang up.
Yeah,
Let me
I'm saying those are your
let me
opinions,
go.
right? But
Yeah,
here's
yeah.
where the gambling aspect comes in, right? Because if I could tell
Well,
you
wait,
that, okay, well,
real
I know
quick.
a
So I'm
sparring
about.
partner who fought David Benavidez, who went back to Canelo and said, "This motherfucker hits hard and is big as shit," and this actually happened. So you don't think that factors into Canelo's brain? Like, maybe this is a fighter I should avoid. He's not rushing in to get in the ring with no David Benavidez, bro. If it were that fucking easy, Canelo would say, "You're next." Doesn't fucking matter. We're gonna get in the ring and I'm gonna beat your ass. Canelo's not as confident as you fucking are. He'd rather fight the Jamal Charlos, the Jaime Munguias, and the Crawfords of the world. So what are we talking
Uh,
about? Like that's what I'm saying.
all right, so
I don't know, bro. It is what it is. I don't
okay,
know. Who
all I'm
cares?
saying is that guy that described David Benavidez. Do you think that guy says I hit David Benavidez? He's harder than you.
He probably told him that. All I'm saying is he got
Okay,
some
cool.
information that
So why is
Benavidez
it?
is not no pushover, and I'm saying maybe that factors into his choice of opponents, bro.
Okay, and listen, I'm not mad at that thing. It could be that factors into his choice of opponents. Another thing that could factor his choice of opponents is that he think he can beat everybody. It doesn't fucking matter, and you just line him up, and he'll fight him however it is. The money makes sense. It could very well be he doesn't pick his opponents whatsoever. That he leaves that to Reynoso. Could be all kinds of shit. All I'm saying to you is the guy who uses accumulation, his power isn't the thing that is intimidating because the accumulation is the thing. The issue that I
Right.
have with the issue that I have with Benavidez is that he's not fighting anybody that cracks like Canelo. Even though he could fight guys who crack like Canelo, not named Canelo. Maybe guys who
Yeah.
crack harder than Canelo, like Morel, a guy who has the same promoter and all that shit. Who talked a bunch of shit about fighting and then decided that he's gonna fight the likes of um who was that one dude that came from 160 who fought Triple G, the washed up guy, the
His name's
Canadian
David Lemieux,
dude,
bro.
Lemieux. Thank you. I was gonna keep going until I got there. David Lemieux. He's fighting the likes of De Lemieux and Boo Boo, meanwhile acting like he is the Mexican monster that the cokehead, burnout, goddamn Mike Tyson coined him as.
I mean, what are we? What was Canelo's best certified win? Right, probably a 35-plus-year-old Triple G.
His best win? Okay,
Yeah,
Cotto. So if we go, let's go through the Hall of Famers that are on this dude's career, right? Sugar Shane, Cotto,
old, past it,
Triple
getting
G.
old, getting past it. Who
I'm
else?
not. I'm going there. Triple
Yeah,
G.
yeah.
Uh, um. Uh, Floyd Mayweather.
He didn't
Right.
beat Floyd Mayweather.
Those are the guys who are on his resume that are Hall of Famers. Those guys.
Correct.
Now let's talk about potential Hall of Famers on his resume. Guys who aren't there yet that may get there. Kovalev, Amir Khan, Bivol, am I missing someone? Charlo. Let me go through it. Yeah, that's it. Right. So we got four. We got three guys on there. Four guys who might get there. Right. That's what Canelo's. That's what Canelo's messing with. Bivol, he lost. Floyd, he lost. All those other
Yep.
dudes, he beat, and he beat by knockout. Bivol, everyone is, that people don't know if Bivol beats Benavidez. It's not like my thought is if Benavidez thought he could beat Bivol, why didn't he go up and fight Bivol? Since they're sparring partners. But we
Right.
don't know. That's fine. When it comes to Floyd, that's an ATG.
Okay, what's your point? What are we getting at here?
I'm going through this idea about strength of schedule and why Canelo might not give a two shits about fucking David Benavidez. Right? When it comes right down to it, Canelo Alvarez is in a completely different stratosphere where he gives a good goddamn. It seems like even when it comes to the B-balls of the world, he didn't care about who he fought. So why the hell is he all of a sudden careful when it comes to the Benavidez of the world? It seems as though it doesn't matter that the best win he has is Triple G, even though Cotto might be a better win. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Maybe you thought Cotto won, maybe you didn't. Maybe you thought Triple G won, or maybe you thought Triple G didn't. The best win might be Kovalev. The best win might be Sugar Shane Mosley.
Okay, are you done, Mr. Long-Winded, or what? Is that it?
I mean,
Because I just want to go over a
you
little
gotta
bit.
go,
Okay,
man.
so instead of Canelo, rematching B-Ball, he runs over to PBC and fights Jamel Charlo. But that was the fight he said he had a rematch clause on. Said he was going to enforce it. Fought the Triple G. Fought the John Ryder. Got the fuck up out of there. Didn't fight B-Ball again. You know why? Probably not going to win that fight. Team knows it. He knows it. What would be the fucking point of fighting the guy again and just rinse, wash, repeat? That's what B-Ball gonna do to you. Nothing's gonna change. You're too small for him. You're gonna lose. Goes in there with Benavidez. Might end up being the same thing. So you know what? Let me pull up this 154 dude, who I don't have to be, too much worried about shit coming back at me. I'm gonna
You've
be
been too long
imposed my
winded. You've been
will
too
and
long
bully
winded.
him.
I'm gonna cut
And
you
then you
short.
know what?
Mr. Long winded. Mr. Long winded. What
Okay,
makes you
I'm
think
I'm
that
I'm I'm gonna be
because he
I'm gonna be
doesn't?
very fast, like you. I'm gonna be very
Okay, good.
fast. I'm
Now
gonna be
you
very
are
fast.
sorry
Let
too
me
long.
finish
You're
real
already been
quick.
long winded. So
Can, can
what
I
you
go?
got?
Can I go real quick?
Yeah,
Okay,
you got.
and then you know what? After that, your brother, who's also from a low weight class, is a potential opponent. So what are we talking about, bro? What are we doing?
Oh, okay. So why? What in the fuck does his reticence or his lack of motivation to rematch B-Ball have anything to do with Benavidez?
You like picking opponents, right? He said he can enforce it. He was gonna enforce it, but he chose not to. Why would he do that?
He
Pick his
didn't not
opponents,
enforce
right?
it.
Said he want
No,
pick
no,
his
hold on a second.
opponents,
No,
right?
it's not that he didn't. It's not that he didn't enforce it. He offered B-Ball and he gave B-Ball an offer that B-Ball refused. That's what happened. B-Ball said, I didn't want to do it for the same price that I already got. That's why the fight didn't happen. Not because Canelo was like scared of B-Ball. Unless you're saying that the
Also
reason
true.
why he's scared, the reason why he gave him the same offer was because he's scared of him. But that's a different issue than giving him the offer in the first place that Bivol refused to take. Not Canelo being scared.
You just went on mute. You just
No, because
oh
I was
shit! I
finished.
shouldn't have said nothing. Fuck. You were gonna keep
Yeah.
talking too. Yep. I just go keep talking.
No, I'm sorry. You said that I went on mute. I don't know if you heard all my entire points. I went
Yeah,
on
I
mute
heard
on
it. I heard
purpose
it. I heard it.
because I was done. But then you said I went on mute as if you didn't hear what I said. So I was going to reiterate if you didn't hear it.
Yeah, I'm understanding, but that's what I'm saying. Like it's the same thing with Devin and Shakur, right? They said Devin didn't send the offer that Shakur liked. He didn't want to negotiate. He said take it or leave it, and they consider that a duck, right? That's what a lot of people are saying. So you can apply that to the same situation. You sent the offer, didn't want to negotiate, take it or leave it. Okay, you went and fought John Ryder. Not like you fought a tougher opponent or even a comparable opponent anywhere near the stratosphere of b-ball. You fought lesser competition in a hometown fight as your send off for the zone. Right? Were you gonna put that in
The
Mexico, you and
idea that
b-ball?
idea that a guy is scared, right? When the opponent is the one that turned down the fight, is the thing that I'm calling bullshit on my channel. Like whatever,
Facts.
you can go all over the YTBC and talk about how Devin Haney is scared of Shakur. Meanwhile, Shakur is the one turning down the fight, and maybe you'll get pushback, maybe you won't. But here, if you start talking that dumb shit, like B-ball, like Canelo's afraid of B-ball because B-ball is the one that didn't want the fight. Whatever. B-ball is the one who thought he deserved more. It's not that Canelo was afraid of B-ball. Canelo sent B-ball an offer for the rematch. B-ball is the one that fucking bitched up, not Canelo.
Yeah, if that's why I say you can look at it. You got to entertain all sides of the argument, right? Because then you can say, well, how come you just didn't give him more money?
Because it's called money.
Right. So
I
obviously
mean,
the money is
listen,
more
I don't know
important,
what
right?
your affiliation to money
And
is.
that
I don't know what
rematch you
your
wanted, it
association
was
to
more
money
important,
is.
right?
But at the end of the day,
Yeah.
when it comes all down to it, Canelo Alvarez does not seem to give a flying fuck about who he fights as long as for the right fucking terms. Period.
Right. So what was the point? If it's just all about the money, what was the point of having a rehydration clause with Sergey Kovalev? What was the point of that? What did money have to do with that?
Like I said, the terms. Did he have a rehydration clause on B-ball? Or was it
We
just the
don't know.
money?
We don't know.
Well, we
Could
know
be
that
a
B-Ball wasn't talking about
NDA on that.
rehydration clause. What we know is Badu Jack said something about the rehydration clause and kept
Correct.
weights, and B-Ball only bitched about the money. And what his bitching, what his complaint was that it was the same amount as the first fight, which to me, I'm pretty sure is more than B-Ball made in any other fights before or since.
Yeah,
His issue
that's definitely
was
true.
I already beat Canelo, so I deserve more in the rematch. Whatever.
Yeah. And could
Meanwhile,
it
what
be
he deserves
on
is
Canelo to
whatever.
pay him more in order to secure the rematch?
Right, but
If
did he
we're
make
talking
more fighting
business, you
Canelo than he
could.
made? Did he make more fighting Canelo than he made fighting Zerto? Don't know.
No, he didn't make more. He made more fighting Canelo than he would fighting Zerto. I would say, yeah.
Right. So the idea, like, is he going to make more? That was the fight after Canelo. So
Yeah, and the fight for
that's
Canelo.
not about Canelo bitching up. That's about That's about B-Ball feeling like he's worth more. So
Yeah,
let's stop with
yeah.
the idea that because B-Ball thought he was worth more, that means that Benavidez is somehow like a boogeyman to Canelo.
No, I would say that that's a Canelo. That's a fight because if he wanted to fight Benavidez, I'm pretty sure he could. But we're not hearing Benavidez. We're hearing Jamal Charlo, Jaime Munguia, and now Bud Crawford.
Right, and I'm pretty sure that if Benavidez wanted to fight Canelo, that he could. But instead, what we're hearing is, who's that fucking Canadian guy we're just talking about? That we're just talking
And
about
Billy.
Triple G fought Lemieux. Right?
Oh,
Wait, hold on.
well,
Was it
he already
Lemieux?
fought Lemieux. What are you talking about?
Huh? Right. That's who he fought.
who he fought was fucking Boo Boo and Lemieux, even though he was in line to fight goddamn Canelo and could press his Canelo fight because he's supposed to be the WBC guy and he pays WBC sanctioning fees. Meanwhile, he's not pressing his fucking claim in the WBC, even though Canelo is a WBC champion. Why is that not happening? And why is it all about whether or not Canelo wants to send Benavidez an offer that Benavidez will accept?
Well, the WBC has already pressed the issue, and I think they gave him a deadline going into this year.
The
as far as
WBC pressed the issue, not Benavidez.
Well, we don't know if he petitioned or what happened.
No,
What I'm saying is,
you know why we don't know it? You guess why we don't know it? Because Benavidez didn't do it. Because if
correct,
Benavidez
but he's
did do
already
it,
the interim champion,
You know why?
right?
Because if Benavidez did do it, Benavidez would shout that shit from the mountaintops.
You think so? You would think so. But what I'm saying is,
correct.
shit's already in motion, regardless.
And you would too.
What I'm saying is that's irrelevant. This shit's already in
No, it's
motion.
not.
The
It's
sanction
very
bodies are
relevant.
doing what they're supposed to
It's very
do.
relevant to the
You have to
idea that
fight
Canelo
Benavidez. You have to. No. Listen what I'm saying. You have to start trying to make a Benavidez fight, or you're likely going to get stripped.
Okay, listen. Point being, whether or not you're gonna get stripped or not get stripped, what I'm saying is the way that SHAKUR went in order to get the fight is not what David Benavidez did in order to get the fight, even though he was in the same position. So this idea that Canelo doesn't want to fight Benavidez because of what happened in the Bivol rematch, bullshit.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Bro. Again, mischaracterizing.
No,
I'm just using
what you
that.
brought up. You said that the reason, like you could tell, you said, like, hey, he's not trying to fight Benavidez. What happened with Bivol? He could have did the rematch. Meanwhile, he sent Bivol an offer for the rematch. Bivol is the one who turned it down. So the idea that Canelo sees something in Benavidez from a sparring partner who we don't know thinks hits harder, or the idea of like look at what happened in the rematch. All I'm saying to you is this thing about Benavidez beating Canelo, no matter how reading the tea leaves or being the tinfoil kufi or whatever the fuck it is a bullshit.
If that's your argument, I'm not gonna disagree, but I have a separate reasoning for that. You know what I mean? Like, I have my own reasoning for that.
Okay,
that's why I think Benavidez beats Canelo. Huh? Say what?
I said, let's hear it. What's your reasoning? It's you.
I think Benavidez is the more active fighter, and I think that if Canelo is too inactive in that fight, which he can be, I think Benavidez is going to overwhelm him with, a lot of volume, and it's going to be head, body. And if Canelo can't absorb all that coming from a much bigger man than him, he's gonna have a hard time. And especially if his shots don't have the same effect as they do, like kind of like with Bivol when he was hitting Bivol and it wasn't really affecting Bivol, and Bivol could kind of do what he wanted to do. If Benavidez is in that same vein, I think Canelo's gonna have a hard time in that fight.
Hey, listen, dude, I heard a lot of ifs. If frogs had wings, they wouldn't bump their ass a hopping. If wishes were fitted, we'd all be drunk. Like, there's a lot of ifs in that thing. What I am trying to explain, what I am putting my thing on, when it comes to Benavidez versus Canelo, is the idea of styles making fights and levels to boxing. And that is what is tried and true. Much more than it's a young man's sport or Canelo's a duck or none of that shit.
Well, I don't think Canelo's a duck. You're not ducking Benavidez, but it's not like a fight. There's other things he can do. You know what I'm saying? It's not like a fight that's, well, I have to fight Benavidez. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's not a fight he's rushing into.
It's because who the fuck cares about Benavidez? Why would a guy like Canelo Alvarez, who's on the fucking, who's arguably an ATG, be rushing into a fight with David Benavidez? Who? Oh my god! You don't give me a goddamn cardiac arrest.
I know, right? Because Jamal Charlo makes a lot of sense. I know, bro. I know. Fighting Jamal Charlo makes more sense. Even though the fans want to see Benavidez,
No,
you
my point
fight
is,
Jamal Charlo instead. Yeah,
my
yeah, yeah.
point is,
I
Canelo
know, bro.
Alvarez is not rushing into a fight with anybody. He is whoever it is that sets the terms. That's who he fights. It's
Okay,
not a rush.
so
Like Canelo Alvarez is not in a. Canelo Alvarez does not need to prove a motherfucking thing in boxing.
yeah,
Period.
I know. He
He
can do
doesn't need to
whatever he
rush
wants.
into
His name's Cinnamon, bro. He can do whatever he wants. I get it, bro.
any fight because he's
I get it.
past rushing. The fight he needed to rush into was the goddamn Lara fight, the Cotto fights, the Mayweather fights. He didn't need to rush into a motherfucker. He might have had to rush into a better be a fight, maybe, but probably not even then. Okay, the idea that he needs to rush into a Benavidez fight is goddamn laughable, for real.
Well, yeah. Let me frame a better argument because when I use certain words, it's like you don't catch the vernacular, right? So when I say rush into, it's not like he's saying that's a fight I want next, but he is saying a fight I will entertain next is Jamal Charlo, Jaime Munguia, Bud Crawford. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean when I say rushing into.
I do know what you're saying with that. What I'm saying is it's not or even what he's earned in the sport in order to get the Canelo fight. So the
Right.
idea that Canelo, what I'm saying is Canelo, for me, does not give a flying fuck about who he's fighting next. So if you told me you're going to give me $55 million for Jamal Charlo, then guess what I'm going to do? Fight Jamal Charlo. But if you think that I need to somehow, in order to prove my status in boxing, to forego all that shit, to press a fight with Jose Benavidez, in order for you to tell me that you'd pick me in a fight, cool, do you? It's the same thing that Bud was talking about when it came to the David Avenesian. Everyone was talking about Spence was going. One of the reasons why people were picking Spence to beat Bud was because the David Avenesian fight. Meanwhile, that shit don't have nothing to do with nothing.
I guess I'm trying to get your overall point, but it's like I don't know where you're going with
Okay,
this
that's what I'm
because
saying. What I'm saying is, regardless of all the soft touches that Canelo Alvarez might take in lieu
yeah.
of the David Benavidez fight, does not help David Benavidez win that fight.
Oh, okay. So you saying it doesn't matter who Canelo fights, Benavidez still loses? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Just like it didn't matter who Bud fought, whether he fought Green Machine, Porter, Peg Leg Benavidez, David Avenesian, that did not actually help Spence win the fight.
Oh yeah. That's a matter of opinion. I don't think
Correct.
Spence
That's my
is the
point.
same fighter as David Benavidez.
That's my point. It doesn't matter how eager Canelo is to fight David Benavidez. That actually does not help Benavidez winning the fight because Canelo Alvarez, I think, is beyond eagerness when it comes to fighters.
Right. So do you think that if the situation was, well, like, okay, because Canelo fans are gonna buy his fights regardless, right? So he can get away with fighting a Jamal Charlo, and everybody will be like, "Oh, okay, that's Canelo. He can do whatever the fuck he wants to do. He's done that." But do you think that fans continuing to push for a David Benavidez is better for the sport than fighting a Jamal Charlo? Like, shouldn't we be pushing for the guy in the division to get the shot? You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing.
I'm saying that the idea that Canelo Alvarez is some up and coming fighter that needs to prove something to somebody is only reflected by the fact that he keeps signing multi-fight deals. Other than that, he has shown no inclination and does not need to bow down or prove a motherfucking thing to anybody. So the idea, if he fights Mall Charlo, but if he fights Bud after that, if he fights everybody but David Benavidez, that dude is still going to be considered an all-time great. And David to make his name off of somebody.
Yeah, but I think there's always going to be an asterisk if Canelo doesn't fight him. Like, what if he fought David Benavidez? You know what I mean? Like, it's going to be one of those. I think it's going to be one of those.
You think what?
I think it's gonna be one of those. Like, what if he fought David Benavidez? If they don't fight, you know what I mean?
Yes, if they don't fight, it'll be like Floyd not fighting Margarito or Paul Williams. And
Yeah, it'll be
at
one of
the end of the
those.
day,
Yeah.
who gives a fuck?
And well, the fans of those fighters would,
Yeah,
and, you know.
no, I'll be more specific. It'll be like Thurman and Floyd. That don't duck me, son. It'll be more about Thurman's legacy and what he does in the sport than it is about Floyd didn't fight Thurman.
Right. Well, you still got people, you know, who argue that Floyd avoided that fight. That's not a fight he really wanted. So
Yeah, but when you
that's what I
come right
mean.
down
Like,
to it, when you say who did Floyd duck, they'll say Margarito. They'll say Paul Williams. They might say Winky Wright. You know how
yeah.
many names they have to get before they get to Keith Thurman? Like,
Well, it'd be those three. Those are the major three. Yeah.
yeah, that's my point. Right? That's my point. It's like Thurman ain't the major three. Devin Alexander, Amir Khan.
Did I lose you?
And that's where
Oh,
David Benavidez. That's where David Benavidez lives. David Benavidez is actually lower on the rung than Lara rematch.
lower on the rung than Lara rematch.
You got Lara rematch. You got B-ball rematch. Let's see. like this dude, man. If you guys don't get the fuck out of here with this goddamn Benavidez stuff, and I don't mean you, because I think you're in a different. Like what you're saying is a little bit different than what I'm actually going to. This idea that Canelo's legacy is somehow impacted about whether or not he fights David Benavidez is goddamn absurd.
No, I think
In
his
my
legacy's already solidified for the most part. Like, I
Yeah,
don't.
the idea of rushing into needs to pursue somehow needs to like keep up with the Joneses or present a facade or fake it till you make it. All this weird shit that people think that like that Benavidez has a shot to beat Canelo because Canelo doesn't give a shit about the Benavidez fights. To me, is ridiculous.
So is it that Canelo can fight whoever he wants because he's gonna get paid regardless? Is that what it is? Like because I think David Benavidez represents the biggest fight he can make. Do you agree with that? I don't think that Canelo can just fight Jamal Charlo and it's gonna be bigger than David Benavidez.
I don't
Yeah, I
think
don't.
that. I think that the idea, the reality of the biggest fights in Canelo's career are behind him. I don't think he has dance partners for the biggest fights in his career. The biggest fights in his career are going to be the Cottos of the world, the Mayweathers of the world, the Triple G's of the world. They're not going to be the Benavidez of the world, or the Charlos of the world, or the B-balls of the world. Like, come
Well,
on.
I don't necessarily agree with that because I think that's another pay per view that could crack a million. He hasn't done that since Triple G 3. I think they said it was cracked a million.
Okay, so do you agree that the biggest pay-per-view fights are about the dance partner?
Yes, of course.
Do you think that there's any dance partner that Canelo can face today that could match or surpass what he did with Triple G, Cotto, or Mayweather?
Yes, I think David Benavidez is that type of opponent because of the cultural significance of Canelo being a Mexican and David Benavidez being a Mexican American. You put that on a Mexican holiday, they're gonna eat that shit up. I say 1.2 million minimum as far as pay-per-view buys.
Okay, so Mexican American and Mexican in pay-per-view numbers are the same group. There is no difference.
I'm saying that's way more interest. They'd be
I'm not talking
way
about
more
way more
intrigued for
interest.
that kind of.
What I'm saying to you is that is the exact same fan base. It's like talking about fucking Bud and Spence.
No, you would
Mexican
think that,
American
but
and
I
Mexican
think that's
when it comes to pay per
being a
view.
little.
I don't mean when it comes to like the cultural difference. I'm talking about just when it comes to pay per view. When it comes to pay per view, this is the same demographic.
Yes, but what I'm saying, the significance of the cultural moment will lead to that demographic having more interest. That's what I'm saying. Like it'll be
Okay,
more.
no, I got you. I
Yeah,
got you. There's more like first generations and immigrants that are going to do this whole like cultural exchange the same way we had like as a microcosm of Oscar versus Julio Cesar Chavez. The whole Cholo versus like real Mexicans and what that translates
correct.
out to recent immigrants, like people who are first generation, well, sorry, fresh off what we call fresh off the boats, which means you are an immigrant versus first generation and second generation. That thing, right? So I get what you're saying. That's going to be a thing. I'm picking up what you're putting down. And now I am going to counter with if you think that is going to be a bigger rivalry than Mexican versus Puerto Rican, which was what I said when it came to Cotto, Mexican versus European, which is what I said when it came to Triple G and Canelo, and Mexican versus Black, which was the one I talked about when it came down to Floyd Mayweather. When has the generational thing between the immigrants and Mexicans in boxing been bigger than the other rivalries that I just talked about?
Well, I think it's comparable, right? Because we don't have no Puerto Ricans right now. He's scraping at the bottom of the barrel for black fighters because there are none in his division. So
Well, you do know
could
Berlanga's on his ass for this fight as a result, right?
what do you mean?
People are talking
Oh,
about
come on,
Berlanga versus
Berlanga. What are we
Canelo.
talking about, bro? He's still building a profile. I think David Benavidez has already been on pay-per-view twice. His next fight is
No,
probably going to be a headliner.
I'm talking about
What
the
are we talking
rivalry.
about,
Sorry,
bro?
so I'm talking about the rivalry.
The
A
rivalry,
rivalry
nobody
between
is. Look, there's no rivalry between Canelo and fucking Berlanga, bro. There's not.
right. What I'm talking about, the reason why Matchroom picked fucking Berlanga was to get the potential Canelo fight because of the rivalry. What I'm
That's what
saying
they
to you
told
is
his stupid ass to get
the
him to
rivalry
sign,
that
bro.
you're
Like, come on.
talking about, the rivalry that you're talking about, the Mexican American versus the Mexican national is the thing that you're actually talking about. But even Benavidez is not a very good example of that because one of his parents is like not even Mexican.
Yeah, but he's still considered a Mexican. He speaks Spanish, so yeah,
No,
still
it's because his
considered
dad
him.
is doing the work for him. His dad is doing a lot of work. He's out there talking about the Raza and all that shit. He's doing his we are part of the Mexican American experience. I get where you're coming from. I'm not saying listen, if you don't think I'm hearing you, I'm trying to tell you that I do hear you. And I do agree with you to the extent that there is some more that there's a couple of more numbers. I don't know how you would quantify it, but I could see the idea that there's more interest because you're now talking about a broader demographic. I'm with the logic of it. I'm not at all trying to knock it down or discount it. What I'm saying to you is there's a built-in rivalry, not some negligible thing, where you have the Puerto Ricans versus the Mexican, really white versus everything, and Mexican versus white.
Yeah, but we're undercutting the profile of fighters, right? Because that's being too basic. Because if that's the case, why are they entertaining Jaime Munguia's trash ass and not Berlanga's trash ass? You got two Mexicans, but they're building that as well. We haven't seen that since Barrera and Morales or Marquez and fucking Barrera. The last time we seen two great Mexicans fight, they haven't said, "Well, we want to see Berlanga and Canelo because Oscar and Tito Trinidad." Nobody's saying that, bro. Nobody,
Wait.
literally
Okay,
nobody.
so we're gonna keep using this inductive reasoning, right? The idea that you can predict the future events on what has already transpired, right? The reason why people take aspirin because apparently, if you take aspirin, it may help you relieve your headache because in the past that has been the case, right? So we're gonna keep with this sort of form of reasoning, called inductive reasoning, examples that I've given. When you look at the pay-per-view fights that have cracked the most lucrative pay-per-view fights, what you'll find, and even if you find the most exciting fights and all these things, what you will find is the rivalry between the demographics that I already outlined. You talked about when it comes to
$1 million pay-per-views. Not $1 million, sorry. Million pay-per-view buy fights that Canelo has been involved in. The top tier ones, even though he fought Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., even though he fought Molina, whatever, like the guy came up from Mexico. All of those dudes. Angulo, like, okay. Oh, wait, hold up. Did he fight Angulo? He didn't fight Angulo. He fought Molina. Oof. But yeah, the Callum Smiths of the world, the Triple G's of the world, the Shane Moseys of the world, the Floyd Mayweather of the world. What you will find, the code of the world, even when there was a battle for the soul, the heart and soul of Mexico, right? When Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., they were pumping that fight to be that thing. That didn't crack the numbers of Triple G, Cotto, or Mayweather.
Well, it was comparable. Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. and Canelo was comparable to Triple G and Cotto. Not Mayweather, but Triple G and Cotto definitely.
They're comparable, but number 4 out of the 3 that I just mentioned. And you know what it took for him to even get there as like number 4? Was his dad being a living legend and the greatest to ever do it.
Correct. And those were two Mexicans. So where was... You said there was the same demographic, but it sure as hell did $1 million plus, and this wasn't the rivalry, bro.
No, I got you. Listen, I'm not even going to try to adjust for the times or anything. I'm just saying it didn't do, even in that, even with all of the extras put on top of it, still didn't do as good as the rivalries that I talked about. You know why? Because those dudes did more in sports, and there's built-in rivalries that don't have shit to do with who is battling for the heart and soul of Mexico. Even if you talk about Floyd Mayweather, not forget Floyd Mayweather, sorry. Oscar De La Hoya, the first face of boxing, when he had to get it from Julio Cesar Chavez. His biggest fights, his most lucrative fights, are not that. His top 3 fights ain't that.
Yeah,
I'm talking about Oscar De La Hoya. Like,
yes,
fine,
I'm aware.
Cool that like people like to go through this thing about, and I get it. And like I said, I agree with you. It's not like it's not popular. It's not like Oscar De La Hoya didn't make a lot of money fighting Julio Cesar Chavez twice. The point being is, most of his money was made on the rivalries that I'm talking about.
Correct. You're absolutely correct. But to say that David Benavidez wouldn't be a better dance partner than Mall Charlo, which is basically they probably think you're gonna be fighting the same fucking guy. Like I don't know how you equate that. Like I think David Benavidez has built enough of a profile to where if he's at least comparable, or if not a better opponent that will sell more than that opponent.
Here's the thing that's gonna make me feel like you're not like disingenuous. The way that I acknowledge your points, I feel like instead of acknowledging my points, you start making other arguments that I didn't make. I never once in my life came out of my mouth to say that. Well, actually, no, that's not true. I do think that there is because of the rivalry and also the homegrown market where Charlo was from, but that's more about Charlo, not about the rival. But the rivalry has something to do with it. But Canelo also has a market in Texas, so Canelo and Charlo in Texas, I think, can actually outsell Benavidez, regardless of who I think is a better fighter. But I never once said who was the better fight. I never, in any point that I think that I said that Charlo is a tougher fight or a better fight than Benavidez.
And that's not what I said. You said. Where do you come up with this shit, bro?
I'm not sure if you did or you didn't. I just want to make sure. And
you gotta listen better instead of just talking all the fucking time, bro. Because I didn't say nothing nowhere near that, bro.
First off, I didn't say you did. I just wanted to make sure that nobody listening to this thought that I did say that. I never thought that it was a better fight. But if in terms of it being a more lucrative fight, of course I could see how it could be a more lucrative fight, given not only the rivalry that I talked about that has nothing to do with Charlo and fucking Canelo as individuals, but then you start talking about who they are as individuals and the market value they have in a particular region.
Yeah, I just
because Texas is one of the boxing zones, and because Charlo is from Texas,
because Canelo has already fought in Texas to record numbers. Those guys have a fight in Texas that I don't think the Benavidez fight could actually touch, regardless of like this whole like battle for the heart and soul of the border.
Yeah, I think you're reaching and
And what I
being
mean by the border,
way
I mean the
too
cultural border.
optimistic, bro.
I mean the culture. Sorry. They culture the different cultural clashes because of the border.
Yeah, I think you're reaching and being way too optimistic. Nobody in Texas gives a fuck about Jamal Charlo. They care more about Spence than they do some fucking Jamal Charlo. But
Yeah,
it
but
is what it is.
no, you're
And
missing it.
and then okay,
You're
let me
missing the
finish
point.
it. Just let me finish this real quick. Let me finish it. And I don't know how you can sell a guy who looks like exactly who like the guy you just beat. I don't think people are that smart. They're just gonna be like, didn't he just fight him? Why is he fighting him again? What's up with Canelo? Why isn't he fighting Benavidez? Like that's what they'll be like, bro. Like I'm telling you, that's exactly how it'll go.
Right. So the issue wasn't about how much people care about Charlo in Texas. The point was about how many people care about Canelo, period. And the demographic that Texas
But you
is
said
after.
You brought Charlo into the
Okay,
equation,
you
though.
said don't interrupt, man. Come on, man. You gotta stop with this. I know you're very eager to jump on everything that like just think about the entire thing. Like just give me a second. Let me hang myself. Write it down. Whatever the hell it is you need to do, but do a better job than like just impulsively getting in whenever you have a thought. Like, let me finish my shit. The issue isn't about whether or not Charlo is big in Texas. I said Canelo has been in Texas. That is a Canelo market already. And you know who he fought there? Austin Trout. You know why? Because the demographics of Texas is a bunch of black people and a bunch of Hispanic people. And that is also one of the rivalries that we're talking about. The biggest rivalries when you have the green print in pay-per-view boxing, period. That is what I'm saying that he brings that Canelo versus Benavidez does not, because as far as I can't remember, is he Dominican side or Mexican or whatever, that whole like, um, the whole first generation versus Mexican national, but that rivalry brings Arizona versus Mexico is not big money, man. Like Arizona is not like what David Benavidez is a very big fish in a very small pond. When it comes to Texas, that is one of the largest media markets in the United States, which is one of the largest media markets in the world. Like we're talking about a completely different tax base, a completely different revenue stream. Like I get the cultural thing, and I'm with you. I'm just saying there's inherent whatever. There's inherent rivalries with the Charlo Canelo fight that doesn't exist with Benavidez and Canelo. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think you're just full of shit sometimes, bro. You just say shit. I don't get it. Like
Okay, cool.
if
So do
that's
you want me to give you examples? I'll give you
no,
examples.
let me finish
Like I
what
said,
I'm
you
saying.
was missing
See,
examples.
now you cut me off. Like, what are you
I'm sorry
doing, bro?
because you said that I
I
give
was on
examples.
mute.
I thought I just gave examples. You said I
No,
didn't
I
give
don't
any.
need examples. I just need
You just
you
said I
to let
didn't
me
give any, but I
speak.
just did give some.
No, I'm just saying you just be saying shit
No, but
because
I didn't say anything. I gave
okay,
examples of what I'm.
let me
Okay,
say what I'm gonna say, bro. So let me say what I'm
yeah,
saying.
go ahead.
If that's the case, why didn't he fight Jermell Charlo in Texas? He's from Texas. He's fucking same color, looks exactly like his brother. But all of a sudden, Canelo's gonna fight Jamal Charlo in Texas, a nigga who's been on a layoff for 3 years, who's completely irrelevant in the sport, and people forgot about. What are we talking about, bro? I don't understand this shit. Like, if he's gonna fight Jamal Charlo, it's gonna be in Vegas. It's gonna be on pay per view. It's gonna be the same shit he did with his brother. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Right. So, I don't know that Benavidez beats the Charlo numbers in Vegas or Texas. I'm just saying I'm pretty sure it's not gonna happen in Texas, and I don't know that Benavidez beats Jamel Charlo numbers in Vegas. So, really, what are we talking about?
I mean, we're just talking about you just talking out your ass. That's pretty
No,
much what
no,
we're
but you
talking
just
about.
said, but hold up, you just gave me an example. But this whole idea is about Benavidez being somehow a bigger fight. Because better fight we never talked about, right? You said you didn't say that. You
Correct.
said, so now it's just about being a bigger fight. So I
Correct.
don't know how Benavidez, wherever the fuck he fights, is a bigger fight. Whether it's Vegas or Texas. Like in Texas, I can see it definitely not being a bigger fight. And even in fucking Las Vegas, how's it a bigger fight? Because Arizona is not Las Vegas.
Okay, let's put it like this, right? Like maybe if I bring it to the lightweights, we could try to equate the situation. You maybe understand where I'm coming from. Do you think Shakur or Devin Haney represents a bigger fight for Tank?
I believe that Devin Haney represents a bigger fight for Tank.
Okay. Now, but based on that, we can go by Devin Haney's track
I
record,
also
right?
think a better fight than Tank. Also,
Okay,
bigger and
but we're
better.
just talking about lucrative. Don't confuse your argument like you did earlier, okay? We're just
You're
going.
the one that likes to complain and toggle.
No,
But
that's
whatever.
what you're doing to
No, and
yourself.
I'm
I'm trying
not
to
doing it,
prevent
but
that
that's
because
cool.
now you're
Just
going to
stop
confuse
projecting.
yourself
Project
again.
much. When you say you, I mean you, and you mean
No,
me.
you're doing that right now.
I'm not doing that right now. What I
You
said
just said,
was,
"Oh, I
I
also
was
think it's
very
a better fight."
specific.
We're not talking about that at all. Don't.
Again,
We're talking
we
about
are
what's
not.
more
Again,
lucrative, bro.
what I just said was, I think that it is a bigger fight to talk about what you said, and I also think it is a better fight. It is both things, both a
Okay,
bigger
let's
and
leave that out. We don't need to
so
say
what
that.
I am
That's not
saying to
even the
you,
topic, bro.
I already,
Can we
like I
stay
was
on
saying,
topic,
I
please?
already addressed what you said. I went somewhere else and then went right back to acknowledging that what you were talking about was just being bigger. So stop with the whole kind of thing, the projection where you kept talking over shit and you can't make a fucking coherent argument to what the hell I got
That's
going
what
on.
you're doing
You
right
got it.
now. Okay, bro, whatever. But you said this earlier that I didn't even say it, so I don't know where you're coming up with this. But I'm
What
saying
is the
this:
it that you're referring to? That I said you
when you
didn't say.
said better, I did. We weren't talking about better at all. We were talking strictly monetary value. And I said, where are you coming up with this? Who said anything about a better fight? That's just something you pulled out of
You
your
did.
head, and then you
You
said
did.
it, and
No,
then
you
tried
did.
to apply it to
Okay,
me.
listen.
I didn't say that. I
Okay,
didn't
good, great.
say that
But
at all.
here's the thing: is whether or not you did or you didn't. I thought you did, and so I was addressing what I thought you
And
said.
that's why I
So I'm
said,
not
let's
gonna.
just stay away from that.
So
Let's
hold
just
up.
stay on topic.
No, it's fine. We can talk about misunderstandings and all that stuff because I'm pretty sure you did do that thing. But
No, I
really,
didn't.
when it comes right down to it, when it comes right to come to toggling things, all I'm saying to you is the same way that I'm acknowledging what your point is. It'd be great if you could stick to this topic, acknowledging what my point is instead of pivoting into oblivion.
That's what I'm
Okay,
trying
you
to do
got it.
right now. Now let me go where I'm going. Right? Okay. So we can say Devin Haney represents the bigger fight, the more lucrative fight, based on his track record. He's fought on pay per view. He's fought in his hometown in front of a sellout crowd. Generated gate sales and concession sales and all that good shit. Right? And he's shown that he could sell a fight. You know, as far as his showmanship and then in the build up, right? Shakur has demonstrated none of this. We can go to Benavidez and Charlo. Benavidez has fought on pay per view, fought in his hometown, fought in front of a big crowd in Vegas. Jamal Charlo has not shown he could sell a pay per view. And in fact, when he tried, abysmal. Benavidez's last two fights have been on pay per view. So obviously he's that's all.
All right. So I'm experiencing some sound difficulties. Can you guys hear me?
You didn't hear me?
No, I
Oh,
missed a bunch of
god damn it.
what you said.
My
So
screen
if
went
you
dark. I
find,
was wondering you
if
could
you're like,
serve me.
listen, you got it. So I'm sure it was all stream of consciousness and it was very brilliant and eloquent. But now you have a second pass at it, and you can like shore up and tighten it up wherever you thought that like maybe you could do a little bit better job at
Okay.
communicating your and expressing your opinion and your perspective. And I'll be right here to listen. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, what I'm saying is this, right? So, I don't know how Charlo, fighting Bullet Wound Man, can represent the more lucrative fight, as the co-main under David Benavidez represents a more lucrative fight than David Benavidez himself. And you're saying there's this built-in rivalry and this built-in shit going on, which I can agree with, but you can't apply that unilaterally. Every specific situation is different because was Shane Mosley as big for Oscar De La Hoya as Pernell Whitaker? No, they're both black Americans, but I think Pernell Whitaker at that space and that time represented more for Oscar De La Hoya than Shane Mosley did, and that just is
Okay.
what it is.
Okay, so let's
But
reason together. So let's reason, right?
yeah,
This
yeah.
is not adversarial. Let's just get to the bottom of something, and let's help one another get to the bottom of what the hell we is going on, right? Because I think that's actually what the hell is happening. So, I hear what you're saying, and I'm interpreting as let's have a search for the truth. So let's reason one with one another. Um, the issue with this generalization versus is really what the specific thing is. Canelo Alvarez is the face of boxing and is a industry unto himself. When it comes to boxing and boxers, there's one guy who gets paid like the highest paid athletes on earth, and that's Canelo Alvarez. The other guys are just the other guys. So now if we're just going to talk about who we think is going to generate more revenue with the face of boxing, what I'm saying to you is whatever David Benavidez is doing in order to increase his profile, he is going up against headwinds of market forces that have built up over decades. They don't have shit to do with him. And him as a specific individual, what he brings and his market share and his cachet does not at all bridge the gulf between these market forces that have developed before Canelo was ever boxing or Jamal Charlo. And if you talk about how these guys have been connected to one another since 154 pounds, I just don't see it. I'm looking at anyway. It's just it's an issue where where the two of us are doing an idea where it's basically a failure of imagination on both of our parts. You can't imagine it, and I can't imagine it. So we're at an impasse when it comes to the fact that just because we can't imagine it doesn't make it so.
And yeah, I guess that's one way of looking at it. You keep doing this unilateral shit like consistently because your argument's defeated by the Triple G fight. Where's the built-in rivalry for a fucking Eastern European who barely speaks English, but it was more lucrative than Jermell Charlo somehow, way more lucrative, like almost double. So
The reason
I
why
don't get it.
the reason why um the Triple G and Canelo fight was as lucrative as it was because we were talking about the face of boxing past Floyd Mayweather. That's what that was. It was who is going to be the next face of boxing and what those guys had been doing. So it was Triple G being the next face of boxing, or Canelo Alvarez being the face of boxing because Floyd Mayweather had retired. Two guys connected with the previous face of boxing.
What? See, that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. You niggas just
Just
be
so you know,
saying shit. What pay-per-views was Triple G doing before Canelo, bro? What we talking about? What are we
Triple G
doing?
was
Just
talking to
stop,
Triple G.
Smokey.
Okay. I mean, if you were there, you're there. If you weren't, then you weren't. But don't if you don't know what I'm saying, don't pretend like you were there because clearly you weren't. So let me help you out instead of just saying, "Hey, what do you mean?" by that era, I'll help you out with that era. Triple G was talking about fighting Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather in 2017 fought Conor McGregor, and he fought Andre Berto. The Andre Berto fight showed that, and the Conor McGregor fight showed that the Floyd Mayweather era was over, and that is when Triple G and Canelo first fought. That summer of that year of 2017, that was when Deontay Wilder fought Bermane Stiverne in the rematch. Dropped him 3 times in the first round, folded him up, and there was memes all over the place. That was the year that AJ fought Vladimir Klitschko, and everybody was abuzz with heavyweight boxing being back because of those fights. And talking about, like, imagining that was when they first started imagining that, like, clash. That's and then Conor McGregor and Floyd happened. Did all kinds of numbers and yada yada yada, but everyone talked about it wasn't a real fight; it was the exhibition. So the real fight for the face of boxing was Triple G versus Canelo Alvarez. Before that, Triple G was the guy at 160. He was the boogeyman that nobody wanted to fight. That was when HBO boxing. He was the face but you had 2 guys at HBO boxing. It was little old fucking Chocolatito and the boogeyman Triple G. Nobody wanted to fight. That's what HBO boxing was pushing down everybody's throat. Meanwhile, you had the Golden Boy guy over at Showtime and Canelo Alvarez, beating Lara, whatever you said about Lara, whatever the hell. You had Oscar De La Hoya carving out his own thing at Showtime. It's a rivalry to what was going on in the HBO. So that clash was the 2 networks, the 2 rivalries trying to talk about who is going to be the face of boxing in the post-Mayweather world. That's what made that fight the thing. Because outside of that, Canelo Alvarez was also not doing a million pay-per-view eyes.
Okay, see, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, I commend you because you go off memory, right? Like, I could be talking to you and be looking shit up at the same time. Sometimes I'm reading, but I'm trying to focus on this conversation, and I can research the shit you say.
Focus on whether or not I was done talking.
Listen, bro. I thought you had a pause.
I've been listening to you interrupt me. So cool.
I didn't know. Maybe I went through a bad signal area, but you weren't speaking. But what I was saying is,
I was. I'm telling you that you're interrupting me right now. But I'll listen to you talk.
Okay, go ahead. I didn't know. I went through a bad signal area. Go ahead. You just long-winded as fuck.
Cool.
I gotta wait.
I don't know when you last heard me talk. Then
I left off at the rivalry networks and face of boxing.
Right. So that fight, neither the Canelo fight and the Triple G, like Canelo's biggest numbers at that point was the rivalry that I talked about. Floyd Mayweather, Cotto, Triple G. And those still to this day are his biggest rivalries. Even though he's fought other guys. But the entire point that I was trying to make was the reason why Triple G was as big as it was. It wasn't because Canelo was some huge star or because Triple G was some huge star. It was because of the rivalry between what the hell was going on in the sport for who was going to bring the sport forward. You got it.
I mean, I guess that's just some media shit you might have bought into, but we're talking about Canelo here, who already done half a dozen pay-per-view. Can I finish what I'm saying, bro, or what?
Are you smoking crack?
Bro, what are we doing? Bro, what are we doing, bro? Can I finish what I'm saying? I didn't interrupt you, bro.
I mean, I don't know. Can you live in the
Can I finish what I'm saying, bro? Can I just finish what I'm saying? I'm saying what I'm saying. I don't give a fuck what you saying. Can I say what I want to say? Okay. So Canelo already had half a dozen pay-per-views before he fought Triple G, and he fought Julio Cesar Chavez before he fought Triple G, which did do 1 million, and Triple G fight did slightly more after that. So you're telling me the guy who already has a track record of selling multiple pay-per-views, not just a couple, multiple we're talking about here, bro, and he's competing with Golovkin based on media hype that this is going to be the fight for the face of boxing, when we know Canelo was going to be the perpetual A side, no matter who he fought? What I don't understand, bro. I just don't get it. Like I don't know.
Yeah, no, because you don't understand what HBO had going on. HBO kept trying to push Triple G down our throats. Like,
Oh,
okay,
I thought the
so
bullshit
let me
narrative
finish.
stop here.
Let me
I thought the
finish. Let me
bullshit
finish.
narrative
God
stop here,
damn,
bro.
you see what this whole thing about not being
So
interrupted.
now we're
Like, I'm
assigning
not.
media
I was not.
HBO
Oh my
media hype
God,
to
dude!
reality
And you're
after you
still
saying what I'm
talking,
saying is
and
bullshit.
literally you're still talking.
Argue with
You're
yourself,
still
bro. I'm
literally
done.
talking while I was the one talking, and now I said something, and you want to respond to, so you want to act like I was done talking because you're triggered by what I just said. The same way that you talked about me being in some fucking fantasy land, whatever, about like media and all of this stuff. You didn't want me to interrupt. What I'm saying to you is Triple G had also done pay per views. Triple G was also being touted as some kind of draw. The reason why they were talking about Triple G's numbers wasn't what they were, was because people were ducking Triple G. That was the whole deal. It wasn't about like now in retrospect, I'm talking about some media hype. No, I'm talking about the reality of the reality of the fact. It turned out that guess what? Who became the face of boxing in the post Floyd Mayweather era? It was Canelo Alvarez. And when did he become that? Was because not only did Floyd Mayweather retire, because he beat fucking Triple G, and that didn't happen even until 2018. To be to be if you want to start looking stuff up because you think I'm just talking, I am talking about what it takes to be the face of boxing and how it is marginally better to have ideas. So just like you just talked about that it, after all of these things that you said that try to like underscore or sorry discount, not underscore but discount what I was saying, it turns out Julio Cesar Chavez was it but it was fewer than Cotto. Both of those were fewer than Mayweather, and Triple G beat Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. because there is a history and a tradition to the sport, and these guys are just plugging it in and trying to figure out how to maneuver in their own era. And that's what I've been trying to talk about this entire time is the history and tradition of boxing, the way that these guys are exploiting, not even exploiting, but well, not just exploiting, they are exploiting it, but they're also maintaining and honoring that tradition. And how when it comes down to David Benavidez, whatever book is out on this guy, whatever you think that dude fought, like he's still his best fights, even when it comes to David Benavidez, is against Caleb Plant, Darrell, and Boo Boo Andrade, and maybe Lemieux. It's not against any goddamn Mexican American or Mexican national. You got it. If you're still around, if anybody's still around for it, or if not, I'm gonna take this this moment. Oh, I know my man said he's going through a bad service area, so maybe he missed it. Um, but holy shit, I am. What's up, Ty? I'm trying to. Man, I've been trying to get off this motherfucking live for about 3 hours, and it's every time I try to get out, they pull me back in. My computers are down. I came last minute with it all. I'm still going. I'm still going for it, man. But I would definitely. I just want to reiterate a few things. I just want to bring some things home for people because um, I feel like uh, I do this for a reason, and it certainly isn't to like co-sign boxing popular narratives. My channel, the reason why I'm here at all is for everyone to feel like they got their voices heard, because I feel like that's what the YTBC did for me, and that's what I'm here for, to make sure that um that kind of respect and resource is managed and conserved, right? Like we want to make sure that that thing is continues to happen. At least I want to. So that's part of it. But the other part of it is to cut the bullshit. Like with your bullshit, my bullshit, like just cut it all. Let's get to the fact of the matter. And then we can go with the conclusions, the conjecture, the who we think or whatever it is. Like here is the place wherever you go, wherever you are in the internet, where we are fact driven, not ego driven, not feeling driven, but fact driven to the best that we can understand the facts. And even then, facts change as our understanding changes. So I'm just saying, I'm not saying the facts are the end all and be all, but they are the thing that you can always expect to get here. So to recap, as long as we're going at it, Tyson Fury and Usyk didn't happen. And if you thought it was going to happen on February 17th before he got a cut eye, then yo, there's a thing called common sense and uncommon knowledge. Get your game up. To all of you people who think there's a savior happening in boxing, whether it's your favorite fighter or some promoter or some person who is moving the way you think people ought to move, get your game up. To Teofimo Lopez and Jermaine Ortiz, thank you for giving us a fight that is somewhat interesting and the first fight of the year, but I think that it might be drowned out with every other fight. I hope you guys, I hope you guys are able to make as much money as you can, and that you're able to go back to your families, and then, get fights that people are actually watching and checking for. Um, to the retirees, Errol Spence and Shakur Stevenson. Wow, you guys fucked up. I don't think either one of you actually realized your market potential. And at least the Shakur, you might get out really early and you have enough time to get some marketable skills. Spence, wowie. Yeah, I see you, soldier. I feel you. If all you care about is your daughters and, cashing out, making money in there, yeah, there's too many killers, and you have too big a name. But wow. Yeah, if Canelo was fighting Charlo next, I feel like you should have been part of this roast session. But the difference is you have not confirmed. Like, I don't know. Actually, I haven't heard Spence say that he's retiring, but I'm just saying if that's the case, I feel you, bro. Yeah, Shakur definitely said that whole "I'm retiring" shit. Yeah, but if Canelo's fighting Mall Charlo's next, then yeah, he's another dude. For all you Mexican nationals that thought that Canelo Alvarez, this whole face of boxing thing, this dude killed. He is the worst face of boxing in the history of the face of boxing. If he fights Mel Charlo next, and hey, if you think that if you think I'm wrong, you can come here and debate me. I'll go to your place and debate me. I'll go to Knockouts and debate you. I'll go to Zone 6 and debate you. However, like if Mall Charlo is the next opponent for Canelo Alvarez, then he is absolutely the worst face of boxing in the history of boxing, and he is a bad example for Tank Davis, who might be the next face of boxing. And I say all of that to say it's been wonderful chopping up with you guys. I hope you've had a wonderful week. I hope you'll have a wonderful weekend. And if you ain't gonna hit that link, you ain't gonna hit that link, I am going to jet and hang out with my other half. You know, the one with the long hair and the high pitched voice, and you know, the it was lacking the Y chromosome. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yes, 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 yes. It's Saturday night. I guess that makes it all right. I say, what have I got to lose, baby? Trying to check out that little red Corvette. On that note, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. About to suck on those motherfucking. Get on the. Oh, wait a minute. Here she comes right now. What's up, babe?
I got spring rolls.
Cool. All right. Peace, all. Peace and blessings to everybody. See you next week. As the old people used to say, Lord willing, the creek don't rise. Peace.